up, everybody? Happy Monday. Junkies back with you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network all year long, celebrating 30 years of the Junkies, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. We thank you for tuning in this Monday morning, July 13th, 2026. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Eric Bickle.
Morning.
Good morning. And look who's back. It's John Martin Auville.
Hey, what's up? Hello.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
You're off your
Thank you.
first trip ever to the Outer Banks. I don't know how many days you were there. I think you said you were just going for like 3 days.
3 nights. Yes.
3 nights, 3 sleeps.
Yeah, had a great time. My wife and I, just the two of us,
A
left
little romantic trip.
Sure.
Well, it's just you two.
Yeah, sure. There were romantic elements, I guess you could say.
Yeah,
And
good. Supposed to be.
left the dog at home with my 2 grown children because they're old enough and smart enough to take care of a dog for 3+ days. And hopped in the car, went 6+ hours down to the Outer Banks, give or take with traffic.
You did Kerala, right?
Did Kerala. Yep. Enjoyed
What time
it.
did you leave?
See, we left on Tuesday. We dodged the traffic on the weekends, which was good. So I didn't have to deal with Saturday on 95. So left Tuesday probably around 9:15, 9:30.
And you had no issue.
No issue. Got there right around 4 p.m. for check-in at the Silly, Rodney Hampton Inn, Oceanfront, Kerala Beach, North Carolina.
Nice. Nice.
So that was the spot for 3 days. Just no real schedule, no itinerary, just some time off. So it was great.
And
Had
my
a
wife asked me
fantastic time.
where, she said the Cakes and them do their beach vacation. I said, I don't know. She's always stunned.
How little you know?
Well, I mean, maybe JP pays a little bit more attention. Apparently he knew, but I was like, I don't know. And I didn't ask. And I don't know.
Yeah,
I just don't
Well,
know.
you're generally clueless. I can't even remember how this happened. About 2 minutes before we jump on the air, Mike Marr comes in here. There's a flurry of activities, moving cameras and this and that. And Eric heard something. And he goes, "Oh, it's your birthday today, Cakes?"
Yeah. Well, you just misheard Mike Marr. That's all.
Yeah,
Mike
it is
Marr
my
welcome.
brother birthday, though. Happy birthday to my brother,
Oh,
Chad.
very good. Happy birthday to him.
I guess I should send the obligatory birthday
You
text.
probably should do
And
that.
he is 52, EB.
I mean, again, I could have figured it out, but that's just an extra step. Who cares? It's his birthday. It doesn't matter what number it is,
It's just
right?
kind of keep track.
Yeah, you don't need to acknowledge the actual number. Just say happy. It doesn't have to be happy,
I
fill
actually
in the
don't-
day.
I don't keep track of people's numbers. I just go, happy birthday.
Yeah.
I don't know. For me, the people I grew up with, I remember. Maybe because we went to each other's birthday parties when we were kids. And I don't know necessarily particular birthdays other than Cakes and Eric Bickle. I don't know your brother's birthdays by memory, but I always remember the year because when we were growing up and we played on soccer teams or basketball teams, it was always just done by year.
Yeah.
It didn't matter if you were born January 1st or December 31st, you were going to play on the same team.
Yeah, so I'm gone for a week, and then the first day back, I'm welcomed with, 295 is shut down. I mean, it's shut down.
Oh, really?
Heading into the city. So then, also my Waze wasn't working. So then, now I'm basically flying blind.
Even though you've lived here,
I've lived here
your
forever.
entire life.
But navigating off of that spot to here
Right.
is not the easiest thing to do if you don't have a stupid GPS telling you
Well, yeah.
turn by turn.
You become
Yeah.
that reliant on the GPS.
I
Yeah,
have.
I think like most humans,
I have.
our age or a little bit younger,
I would struggle.
pretty reliant on GPS.
I
but
would
don't you
struggle.
have alternate routes like when that has happened before? I assume that's happened before.
I've done that before, but usually I can bail off onto like 50. At this point, I had already committed past that point. So now I'm over near the bones of the old RFK Stadium.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
You're grasping at that point.
just like I'm driving and I'm like, all right, well, the Capitol's over there.
Yeah.
We're close to the Capitol. So then eventually I was weaving through the side streets and then I saw the overpass of, is it 395?
Yes.
Who knows?
One of the worst roads in the region. And I said, well,
Gotta go left.
The office is right near there, so I drove underneath that, and then boom, I was right near
made it.
the new John Wall court that
Nice.
got dedicated. I think it was like last week, and and here I am.
And what-
25 minutes
Why
late.
was it closed? Construction?
Big massive accident.
Oh, massive accident.
Of course, huge accident.
Right.
That's 6 in the morning, or not even 6 in the morning, 5 in the morning.
Yeah.
I don't know. You know what?
You're here.
I'm here.
You're here. You're healthy.
I'm here. I'm
I,
back.
I would say you're tan, but you're not really.
Oh, I mean, I did my stints out on the beach, but I mean, I'm not sitting there like sun worshiping for hours upon hours.
We
It's just
talked
not my
about this
thing.
beforehand. You're not really a guy who dives in and swims in the ocean. You might go knee deep. Did you do any swimming?
Did swimming in the hotel pool. Didn't use because the ocean water very chilly in the Outer Banks.
It is kinda
that's-
chilly.
That's the big difference between Kiowa Island and the Outer Banks.
Further
The
south.
water's probably 15 to 20 degrees colder.
15 to 20?
I'm telling you, just by touching
That
it,
seems a bit
just
extreme.
by touching it with my feet, because that's as deep as I got in. I can tell a huge difference.
Yeah.
Big difference.
We usually go in August. I think it's usually a little warmer.
Yeah.
But it's probably true.
It was
Further
chilly.
south you go.
We still haven't booked our vacation, which is in 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
I think that we've narrowed it down to 2 choices, but one of the choices is very foofy.
Okay.
Is to go to the Rodney Hamptons.
Okay. Yes. Oh, that does.
Now
sound-
that would be even colder water
Yeah,
if
well,
you're
so-
heading
Oh,
north.
yeah.
You're actually talking about going to the Hamptons. I stayed at the Hampton Inn and Suites.
I understand.
That's a way different animal.
Way different.
Way.
My favorite
different.
bit though is go to the Hamptons and stay in the Hampton Inn.
It's a great. It's a great. bit.
I don't know
Great
if there
bit.
is one.
It probably
Probably
isn't.
not.
It's probably too swanky.
Everything there is get a house and it's going to cost you an arm and a leg. So if we do the Rodney Hamptons, it would be an abbreviated trip. It would be like 4 nights
I
or
would
5
imagine.
nights. But we may just do Puerto Rico, which we haven't been to visit family in 3 years roughly. So
Either way, can't go wrong. Sounds like either one would be a
yeah,
nice
I have the
spot.
itinerary, but there's just a lot of, you know what? I was talking to my Uncle Carlos last night, and I was saying, hey, are you going to be in town? Because it was kind of a last minute thing because we were going to go in August, switch it to July. And he says, it sounds like you got a lot of stuff going on. You're running a democracy. And he said, you know what? You're right.
Yeah.
It's too much. I'm letting too many people vote and sway. It should be,
I mean,
I
look,
should be the
I
dictator.
mean, you're 2 weeks out. At some point, you got to book the trip.
Right, but-
I would be in full blown panic if I was about to leave in 2 weeks and I didn't at least have my spot booked.
Right, but Cakes goes to Kiowa every year. He doesn't ask his kids, "Hey, do you want to go to Kiowa?"
Yeah.
It's just
Yeah,
that's the spot,
it's just
right?
a different-
And I'm
different week.
asking, well, what if we went here? What if we went there? No, and like I'm asking kids to weigh in, and I asked my kid to rank of 4 different possibilities.
Yeah, it's
like,
too
what am I
much.
doing?
Yeah, you need to be.
The problem
you need
is-
I
to
just
be,
need to plant my
you need
flag.
to be Mussolini.
The
at
problem
this
is
point. You need to be a dictator.
The way you explained it to me, though, if you plant your flag, 1 or 2 of them ain't gonna come.
Correct.
They don't like the.
They try and it's a leverage play.
They're
on their end.
muscling you.
Right, but could it be a bluff, EB? You know.
I don't
They
think it's a
could-
bluff. I don't
Right.
think it's a bluff.
You know what? It's a vacation that you're ultimately paying for. I think they're bluffing.
I've had that
They're
conversation.
pretty much going to come on the vacation. I would think.
It's mostly coming from one. It's
Right.
not really coming from the other. Although the other, like, all of a sudden, when the Mike Hamptons got into play,
Yeah.
he was intrigued because his boy lives in Long Island, and I was
Okay.
just like, oh, well, he doesn't really care about the rest of the trip.
Right.
He just figures he can go out with his buddy.
Gotcha.
Right.
But we'll figure it out.
I'd be booking that thing with the quickness.
yeah.
I can't just
Especially
have
if
it.
flights are
I
involved.
can't have it lingering out there. Like 2 weeks and under.
Well, I would just be worried about the flights, especially if you do the Puerto Rico bit.
You said flights, not fights, right?
Yeah.
Because
no.
that was disappointing. We're going to get into that next. The Conor McGregor debacle, which happened on Saturday night, maybe
Poor Mike
early
Marr.
Sunday morning.
Debacle.
Later in the program, we'll talk about the Nats debacle. That would be the bullpen, which I saw somebody online called it the blow pen. I don't know if that's becoming an in vogue term, but it is apropos of what's happening. Jesse Doherty is going to join us. We'll talk some Washington Nationals baseball with him. Cakes is back. We're the Junkies. Don't go anywhere.
Picture your retirement for a minute. What do you see out there on the horizon? Maybe it's finally booking that dream trip to Europe you've been putting off, or buying season tickets so you never miss a game. Maybe it's spoiling the grandkids every chance you get. Whatever your vision looks like, one thing is certain. No two retirement plans are the same. That's why at Trajan Wealth, spelled TRAJAN Wealth.com, their fiduciary advisors take time to understand your unique goals. They'll build a strategy designed around your lifestyle, your comfort level with risk, and your timeline. And here's the best part. Trajan Wealth keeps you focused on the big picture, not the daily headlines, because markets shift, laws change, inflation happens, but your dreams shouldn't have to. It's never too early or too late to get that plan in place. So call Trajan Wealth today, 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1, or visit TRAJANWealth.com. Do that today. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Soccer coverage on The Fan, 106.7 The Fan, is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. We will talk some World Cup later. The Final Four is set. It was all the top 4 seeds. So you're going to have France and Spain and Argentina, England next.
By the way, do we have a winner in the Junks World Cup pool? Do we have updated standings?
I have no idea.
I've been out of the loop on that for like a week.
I think Valdez is.
I think I'm in last.
I think Valdez is going to win it.
Valdez is taking care of the business. He's not. Oh, he's shaking his head.
I think he's going to win it.
I think everyone's alive. If whoever has a team left, you're alive.
Yeah, whoever wins the World Cup is going to win the pool.
Oh,
there you go.
Well, I don't have any teams left, so Norway failed me at the end.
Yeah.
Because that guy wouldn't pass it to Holland when he's wide open. He just refused to pass it to one of the greatest scorers in the world.
2-on-1.
When he's streaking towards the goal. So what are you going to do? Mm-hmm. I'll be honest. Like most Americans, once the United States was eliminated, and I've still been paying attention, but my soccer fervor went down by probably 95%.
I don't know if that's most Americans because
Probably
the ratings
not.
came out.
The ratings are crazy. I understand. A lot of
ratings
eyeballs
had-
are on it.
For the U.S.-Belgium game, which was on Monday night,
Yeah.
that was over 50 million. The only thing that beats that is the Super Bowl. So that actually beat like NFC and
Last
AFC
I saw
championship.
was, I thought, 46 million. Now you're saying it's over 50.
I saw over 50. And then this one is not United States, but I think it was the Mexico-England game
Yeah.
had 49 million.
That's crazy.
Yeah, those are
That's
insane
crazy.
numbers.
I think maybe you're seeing maybe just like the Fox numbers, but then they throw in Telemundo. If you put them together, it gets to like the 51 million.
Sure, I'll
I
buy
think.
it. I felt like it was a combo number before, but sure.
I don't know. Either way,
Yeah.
the numbers have been great. And that'll get me to my next point. I would say, as a sports fan, there have been a couple moments in the last month where I'm like, man, sports really does deliver. And some of that was in the World Cup, like the Argentina game where they came back. They're down 2-0 with about 15 minutes left. I remember thinking to myself, man, there really isn't anything like sports. Like when you have that dramatic comeback, it really delivers. But it also can be so gut-wrenching and disappointing,
And like a massive
especially
letdown.
when you're into something. And on Saturday night, my son and I are fired up. We're watching all the UFC, and the preliminary fights were entertaining. Paddy Pimblett in particular, Paddy the Baddie, he's got the crowd yelling. His walkout is awesome, right? And then he puts somebody in a Darce choke, and it's over in like 20 seconds, but you're fired up, and you're getting ready for the main event, which is Conor McGregor. And that couldn't have been more disappointing.
What a dud. What an absolute dud.
And it happens. I mean, we all tuned in to watch, and it was a joke fight. Mike Tyson against Jake Paul.
Oh, gross.
Remember that one?
There were pros, and then there were duds.
Yeah, that was such a farce that I'll never watch one of those hyped for like, oh, watch it on Netflix. Mike Tyson coming out of retirement or whatever the next iteration of that is, whether it's Mayweather fighting again. Just
well, you know when
I'm
those
not
guys
gonna
are
watch.
so old that it's, very likely to be stupid. Now with Conor, I certainly thought he was going to lose, but I didn't think it would be like that. I mean, that was terrible the way that all went down.
Yeah, it was so unsatisfying. And for me, look, I watched all of his fights during the rise in like 2015, 2016, all the way to the Mayweather fight. I watched it all when he fights Habib. It was reminiscent to me of the Mike Tyson phenomenon when he came back. You never really recapture that magic, right? Mike Tyson walked away. He went to prison, okay, and was gone for a similar amount of time, 5 years. Now, he was still in his 20s. Conor returns after 5 years. So that's why I said on Thursday and Friday when we were doing the show that emotionally I want this guy to win, but logically, you take a 5-year layoff, you're probably not going to win. But then we didn't even get to see him get his ass beat. Like, it would have been much more satisfying to watch him get his ass beaten,
Of course.
to watch him do one
Well,
kick
to see somebody fight.
and
You didn't get to see a fight.
probably tear his ACL. They haven't come out with the exact diagnosis. I know there are all these doctors online who are speculating whether he had an injury before, whether it happened after the kick. Either way, there was no fight. There was no fight. You didn't get to see a fight.
Well, I'm sure you guys saw the clips of Mel Gibson before the fight telling those guys, he was like, Yeah, Connor's injured.
I don't know if that was doctored or not. I never know if that was
really?
like, yeah.
Okay.
I think that was like,
AI.
I think that was a fake.
Him
that
talking
AI
like Vince
too?
Vaughn.
Yeah, I think that was a fake, and like
Wow.
people just
Everything's fake.
How am I gonna know?
Everything's fake.
I think that was a
Just when
fake.
it's over, I'll talk.
Right. But there were, there's video of him going into like a pain clinic a few days before. Now, I don't know if that's because he had a torn ACL. Like he had all those marks of cupping, like which is, I don't know the science behind it, but people do that for like pain management.
I think it draws the blood in. It's
Either
another
way,
to
it
draw
was
the blood
just
into the area.
so unsatisfying. It made me think of Tyson because you went to his very last fight, EB. You can talk about that experience that even at the end when Tyson was losing to guys,
I mean, like his last so-called
yes, his
regular
real fight, not Jake Paul.
Yeah.
When he fought
don't know.
Kevin McBride was his name. He
Yeah.
fought at the MCI Center.
Oh, that was
Yeah.
a long time ago.
June 11, 2005. You're still thinking because it's Mike Tyson
Mm-hmm.
that maybe he can capture that magic. And what happened that fight, EB?
I can't remember. It was just a
Oh, you
big
can't
dud.
remember.
I mean, it was
He quit.
I know it was a big
Mike
dud.
Tyson quit on his stool against a bum named Kevin McBride.
That's a tough way to go out. It's
Yeah.
tough optics.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't see really any of it live because I was in a hotel. They didn't have Paramount Plus. I was trying to pull it up on my computer. Couldn't pull it up. Mike Marsh texting me like crazy.
Yeah, I was texting with Mike. The one thing that I told Mike, and I think Drabby was watching it too, and you guys can chime in. There's the fight part, right? But there's also the excitement of the walkout.
Well, that's what I was
And
gonna
we
refer
played the
to.
music. To me, he looked different. And I think I texted you, Mike. I was like, he looks off. Like, I was nervous.
A lot of people are commenting. Now, I guess it's in hindsight now with it being reported, but they're like, yeah, he didn't look right. They felt like he lost even in the walk-in.
It
Like
just,
he knew what was coming.
his aura was different. I know that's cheesy to say, but when he used to come in, he came in like gangbusters. And here, now, you can make an argument because I think in his post-match tweet, he said that he came in calm, which is fine. You can come in a different persona. But what was your perception just of the walk-in?
He was looking around too much. Normally, he's very locked in. He's energetic. He was looking at the crowd too much, and he wasn't making eye contact with Max Holloway. Him taking his shoe off at the little check-in point where they put Vaseline on you and he like slipped. That's what a lot of people are, referencing in terms of was he injured before because he kind of, stumbled out the gate there. But I've never gone from 1,000 to 0 faster.
It was such a bummer. I
was-
couldn't sleep.
I couldn't sleep either. I was so pumped. I haven't been that excited for a UFC fight in years, basically since his last fight.
And
then-
you love the UFC. You watch now they're not pay-per-views, but you watch every fight night and every big match. You were at the White House.
Every single fight. And just for it to end like that, like you said a couple minutes ago, there's just no closure. Like you kind of wish like he got his ass kicked or he, at least got to fight because then you could put it to bed and be like, you know what, he doesn't have it anymore. Because now you wonder, it's like if he was injured or if he got injured at the start of the fight, is his body
Do
failing
you really
him?
think that there's greatness left in there at this point? Come on.
It's
hard
tough
to
tell.
imagine.
Well, right now it's very apparent that his body's letting him down because he
Right.
broke his leg in his last fight. He broke his toe leading up to the Chandler fight and had to pull out. Now he ripped his, MCL, ACL, meniscus, whatever it's going to be when the MRI comes out. And it's just you don't know. You know his body's failing him, but the talent you don't know if it's still there. So that's why I'm going to hold on to just a little more hope.
You're
okay?
gonna keep
I'm
grasping.
gonna grasp
I see
one-
what you're doing over
I'm
there.
going to grasp one more time, but it's devastating. And
It's never the same though. We got to see some great performances from Michael Jordan when he came back, right after a couple years off, and he played with the Wizards. But it wasn't the Chicago Bulls, Michael Jordan.
no, it was different.
You could dub it a successful return, and it was moderately successful. He couldn't
was
even
fine.
lead the Wizards to the playoffs. Michael Jordan.
Might be sure they had a winning record.
They didn't.
Yeah.
And he
Well,
had some
that's not fair.
individual
They-
games,
They were the worst team in the NBA
Okay.
by far when he joined them.
but he wasn't the
By
same
far.
player, like watching him.
He was
No,
mi-
no, of course not. But
No, he was missing.
What
time.
did you think, Drab, watching the walkout?
I mean, I was heartbroken. As soon as the fight started during the walkout, I was just too sized. I wasn't
you were hyped.
analyzing Connor's eyeballs or kissing to the fan.
See if he was locked
whatever.
in.
Oh, I didn't
I
think
mean-
that was a big, but he just looked different.
I mean,
I'm
he
trying
looks
to remember.
older, and it's been 5 years. He's probably a little nervous, I'm sure.
Yeah, he did look nervous.
I mean, look, it's 2 freak accidents his last 2 fights. It's not like he's got his ass beat. It's just, what do you want him to do?
If I had to
you-
bet, I would bet he came in there injured.
Well, I don't know. You can see how devastated he is as soon as it happens. As soon as like the fight is over. He's distraught.
Yeah.
And I'll be honest, everyone's doing the Zapruder film of everything.
Right.
Like,
Frame by frame it.
I've stumbled 100 times trying to take my shoes off with my toes.
Right.
Like, yeah. I mean, I think if he had a torn ACL or beforehand, he's not doing a flying
Probably
roundhouse
not.
kick
Now,
the first 2 seconds
His
of
knee
the
may
fight.
have been weak and compromised,
Yeah.
but probably wasn't shredded when he walked into
That
the
would be
ring.
my guess.
Yeah, but he's a psycho because in Dustin Poirier, the fight that he broke his leg, he had fractures on his shin, and he came out throwing missiles with that leg right off the rip. And he
Yeah.
was like, I wanted to get a feel for it. He's just a psycho with that. So even if he did have a knee injury, he claims he doesn't. His coaches claim he doesn't. So I'm going to take them at their word and say it was a freak accident. But in the past, when he's injured, he will just throw caution to the wind and throw
But
that
of course,
limb.
I think for trying to hang on to all that money, he's got to say he wasn't injured.
Yes.
So I would take what he says with a kind of a grain of salt.
Couldn't you say he threw that kick basically so no one will try to take the money from him?
To question him,
Yeah.
'cause maybe
You say, well, if I had a torn ACL, I wouldn't be able to do this roundhouse kick.
I don't.
Yeah, I don't know.
You may never know the answer.
I don't think what's getting talked about enough in terms of like online social media. And I texted JP about it Saturday morning when I woke up. Friday night, he was plus 185. Saturday, let's say around like noon, plus 275.
So all the smart money was moving to Holloway.
Yeah, but you could also claim like, do people know what's happening?
I mean, it's
Was he-
possible,
was he
but
injured or
I
something?
got to tell you, I was gobbling up all the content. Our buddy Luke Thomas, listening to his podcast. Everybody picked Max Holloway to win.
Well, didn't I read somewhere?
So if you were
it's
just
probably
paying
fake.
attention, that people were, people not because of necessarily an injury, just the logic that nobody comes back after 5 years and gets a win. The disappointing thing here is I wouldn't have minded that if it was similar to like
You
one
didn't
of his
see a
Nate
fight.
Diaz fights.
You didn't even see a
There was no
fight.
fight. I
Yeah.
couldn't imagine because I've been to 4 or 5 UFC shows now in the last couple of years. I couldn't imagine if I shelled out, and I've shelled out as much as $1,300 for a ticket, all right? But imagine some of these people are shelling out $5,000, $10,000, $20,000,
Big
right?
dollars, yeah.
And they're there to watch. I know that Patty the Batty, that was a good fight, and Patty the Bat, like all that stuff, that's cool. But people really are there for the main event, not the co-main event. They're there for the main event. Do you imagine if you shell out 25 grand, 50 grand, and then you don't even get to see a fight?
But you know there's the risk of that going in to any sort of like fighting, boxing event, like that it could be over in 5 seconds or 10 seconds.
Over in 5 seconds is cool.
Or it could
If-
be a
If
complete
it's a
done.
knockout,
Like, right. I mean, Conor
a
McGregor's
knockout.
most famous knockout
Yeah.
happened in 13 seconds, I believe, when he beats Jose Aldo. You're satisfied there. The fight before the main event cakes, I don't have the exact seconds in front of me, but the Patty the Batty fight was over in a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Well, the guy came in for a kick. All right, the French guy comes in for a kick. Patty Pimblett puts him in some sort of headlock and chokes him out. It was that quick.
But again, I don't feel bad.
Everybody was satisfied.
I don't feel bad for UFC marks that are bitching and moaning about losing money. They know that these fights can be over in a minute or 30 seconds. That's the risk that you take when you spend $5 or $10K on a ticket.
If you want to chime in, 1-800-636-1067. As for like the conspiracy theory, I'm mostly with Drab that I don't think. Here's a guy who's worth hundreds of millions of dollars. I don't think just to save his $30 million, I think it was reported that he was going to make for this fight, that he hid an injury so he could cash the check.
What was his check, by the way?
I saw a reported 30 million, but I don't know.
$30 million.
here's the thing, though, where
Which
you were
is him
talking
being
about-
underpaid, by
Yeah.
the way. Do you know how many views? Like one of Dana White's defense after the fight was, he said, look, you can say that he had some pre-existing injury. He said we had 80 million people watch
Yeah.
the face-off. He's like, you think if he was limping or he had some sort of problem, 80 million people, somebody would have spotted that?
You would think.
But think of that, 80 million people watching the
Supposedly,
face-off.
according to Grok, 85 to 92% of the betting money was on Conor.
Yeah.
So Vegas cleaned up.
Oh, Vegas took care of the business.
Cleaned up.
It took my money.
I was the big dummy who saw the line move to Connor to plus 260, and I was
Yeah.
like, sized.
Great
I was
deal.
like, this is a deal of
Great
a life.
deal.
It's on sale.
Can I
10
bet
minutes
more?
before the fight.
Well, hey,
Let me grab this real quick.
Mar, didn't you put Connor in every one of your parlays too, and you hit the first 2 legs of the parlays?
Yeah, there's a lot of World Cup bets that finished off with Conor McGregor money line, but I did clean up pretty big with Patty Pimblett. So broke even.
Broke even, so you're fine. Yeah. That's crazy. I can't believe how could the betting public do that? I guess they thought they were getting value.
What's I know
I
you
guess
got-
that's what it is.
Well, you bet on stuff like you like. So people like Connor,
Yes.
so they
Right,
put
who
money
you-
on it.
They're just
Yeah, but I
drawn
wouldn't
to
bet
it.
on something like unless I thought I could win.
No, I only bet on teams I root for.
Yeah.
Things I want to happen.
Okay.
yeah, it's more
No.
fun that way.
It's more fun. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's this is just asking you off the top of your head, because this was one of the most unsatisfying outcomes I've ever seen.
Yeah.
That's happened before. Can you think of an event that was more unsatisfying, or maybe unsatisfying
Bigger dud
to you?
than that? A bigger
Just
dud
a
than that?
complete dud. I mean,
Well-
back in the day, we would have so many Super Bowls that were blowouts that
Well,
sucked.
Recency effect. U.S. men's soccer team against Belgium was a big giant dud.
That
That's
was
another
that
one.
was a
It
disaster.
was a huge dud. I
I'd
mean, there was
say-
a huge anticipation for the game in the United States. You felt like the U.S. had a good chance of advancing, and they kind of threw up all over themselves.
You were watching that in
Inclu-
Outer Banks?
No, I actually watched that before I left because the game
Okay.
was Monday. I left on Tuesday.
I'd
And
say
I just couldn't believe how bad the team looked.
I'd say a good 10 to 15 Redskin/Commander games. Like prime time.
So many.
10 to 15.
It's hard to keep count.
You're just pumped and it's over after the first possession.
What about the NFC Championship? Like against the Eagles, Commanders, Eagles? That game
That was disappointing, but the Eagles were a big favorite. You kind of figured that was the way that one
And
was
you had
gonna go.
and you had a
That was
tiny
a dud,
little
though,
sweat at
especially us coming off
halftime.
the Lions win.
You had a tiny little sweat because Jaden was still throwing some touchdown passes.
Right.
And you could grasp like at halftime, like, this didn't happen. There was no fight.
Yeah.
The guy went, I mean, and before you knew it was the knee, like you're like,
You know what
what's
else?
going on? He's slipping on the floor?
know
Like
what else?
did they not wipe the blood off the mat?
Tiger Woods comebacks. Like what he won in 2019, but since post 2019, these like, off for a year and a half, car accident or pain pill thing, and then he withdraws after 9 holes, or the first round's a disaster. So we've plenty of
That's
those.
actually probably the most analogous to what's happened with Conor McGregor. Because the last 5 years, he's had legal problems, he's injury problems, he's partying all the time. The money changed him.
Big letdown.
The money changed him. Then, supposedly he's living at the gym. So you buy into the hype. He's living at the gym. He got his.
I don't follow him closely. Is he claiming to be a god guy now?
Yes.
That seems like the most hollow thing ever.
I think he had
In
a
my
picture. He
opinion.
went to church with the family.
Yeah,
after
there
the-
were pros, and then there were duds.
I mean, who knows?
It's
I mean,
called photo op a lot of times.
people do change. They do try to be better humans.
I did think
Possible.
Who knows?
after the fight, Dominic Cruz had kind of a philosophical, psychological take on it.
Who's Dominic Cruz?
He's a former champion. He was like an excellent MMA fighter. And he said that fighting, in essence, saves people like Conor McGregor. That when Conor McGregor doesn't have fighting, he starts doing drugs and starts wilding out, going crazy. He's got legal issues. So that the fighting did put him in the gym and a commitment. And he's like, when that goes away, you just never know.
Yeah.
So who the hell knows? It was just, it was a total disappointment. And it's not a surprise. And I'm not going to be sucked into it to the extent that I was for this. Like, it would have been great. Because why?
What do you mean you're not going to be sucked?
Like
into
if he
tries to come back again,
if he comes
he
back,
tweeted that he shall return.
yeah, okay. But are you going to get sucked into the next Mike Tyson fight? Everybody watch him
No.
against Jake Paul.
No,
I will certainly not.
Mike threatening.
There's
to-
no way.
He's threatening
Mike
to fight
actually
again.
fought. Like Conor didn't really fight. That's why I think some people still have hope to see him again.
Yeah, but-
because if he fought and just looked winded, got his face rocked, and didn't look anything like the former Conor, then you probably say, okay, I'm not going to watch him again. But he didn't really do anything.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's why
I mean,
people
you could still have hope. I guess.
people will still have hope and still watch.
I guess. I just think he's shot. happens. I don't know. I guess
He's almost 40 in a young man's game.
Yeah,
It's tough.
It's just different.
It's a brutal game.
I know
be near
George
40
Foreman
in.
came back, but even then, that was a weird old man fighting. It was weird.
Dude, Mike Tyson was 38, basically same age. His last 2 fights as a pro, okay, he got knocked out by a guy named Danny Williams, and EB saw him sit on his chair and not come out after 6 rounds or 7 rounds against Kevin McBride.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's over. It's over.
Yeah, I think it's over.
I'd love to see the guy to defy the odds. That's what everybody was tuning in for on Saturday night.
But if it's on free television or something, I mean, I would pop in and watch. Like
Yeah.
if Connor in a year from now it's going to be a rematch with Max Holloway, third time. Third time's the charm. We're gonna do it again, right? Didn't they fight before once?
Yes.
So third time's the charm. I mean, if it was on, at a decent hour, I think this one was at a decent hour, right? It's still like 11:30 or something. I would watch.
Yeah, just
Well,
the
I think I would
expectations are
pay.
different. The expectations are different. Like,
Yeah.
though the insiders weren't buying into it, obviously a lot of the public was buying into that he was going to be able to recapture the magic. Like he said, the Mac is back. It was back for one kick.
It was terrible,
One
man.
kick.
It was terrible. I kind of feel bad for him. I kind of feel bad for him, especially if he knew he was injured going in, and he just had to go through it to get his money. But he knew it was not that the public. He was going to disappoint the world. Can you imagine going in knowing you can't win?
And he was known for back in the day not pulling out of fights because of injuries and taking opponents on last second.
Yeah.
So that would have been against his reputation, but I don't know how much of a reputation he has left. All right, if you want to chime in throughout the show, you can always hit us up at 1-800-636-1067. Coming up next, a tough weekend for the Washington Nationals, but things are looking on the up for the Washington Wizards.
All right, guys, EB here on the biggest stage of the world. FanDuel is changing the game, people. Keep talking about it. Got a little insurance for you because sometimes your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with him. Well, not anymore. With FanDuel's Super Sub, if your player is subbed out, your bet stays in. Just think about that. If they pull Messi in the second half, your Messi bet is still alive. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. All you have to do is very simple. Just go to FanDuel.com/local to get started now. That's FanDuel.com/local. Let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. Present in D.C. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980. Time to open up the Junkie Sports page, brought to you by Open Road. Elevate your home bar with Open Road Distilling Company spirits. Locally crafted in Reston, Virginia. Find Eagle Eye Rye, Maple Old Fashioned, Independence Bourbon, now available at ABC stores in Northern Virginia. Let's start with the positive. We got to see the Washington Wizards in action again. Summer League. AJ DeBonza hasn't disappointed. I told Cakes during the break, surprised he didn't call out with some Wizards fever because his guy AJ put up another good offensive performance. DeBonza finishes with 23 points in the Wizards' 104-85 win.
In 24 minutes, too, by the way.
23 points in 24 minutes. Just 1 for 6 on the threes, but he grabbed 7 boards, 2 assists, and then Will Riley puts up 32 points in 29 minutes.
He was 6 for 8 from downtown, just stroking it.
So a lot of optimism, and Evie and I were talking about this on Friday after you got to see DeBonza for the first time. Are you impressed by the unity in this team where all of the players are out there at the Summer League?
It's great to
Trae
see.
Young, Anthony Davis.
Yeah, I mean, those guys don't have – look, it's not like it's a huge commitment. Oh, go to Vegas for a few days. Like,
Right.
Vegas is a fun spot. I understand. But, like, these guys can do whatever they want. They can be wherever they want to in the world at this point in mid-July. They don't have to be in Vegas in a stuffy gym watching their young teammates, like cut their teeth on the NBA game. But it's an impressive show of unity by the Wizards for those guys to be there.
People are starting to notice, too. I saw there's a viral clip. I think it was of Robert Horry. All of a sudden now talking about them being in the playoffs, whereas just a few months ago he was trashing the team.
People are jumping on the bandwagon because they see what AJ DeBonza is capable of.
They're starting
as
to
a
notice.
rookie.
They're starting to pay attention.
Okay, so probably soon, Screaming A. Smith, who's done nothing but just flamethrow the Wizards organization, he's going to start saying, the Wizards, they know what they're doing.
He'll come
They're on
correct.
the right road now.
He'll come correct.
Yeah. You know what? All of you Johnny-come-latelys, for the Caps, I'm usually like, come on in. Welcome to the party. But people have been dumping on the Wizards for 4+ decades. You know what? When it becomes rosy and there's a potential parade going down Constitution Avenue, I don't know if I want you Johnny-come-latelys in the mix.
Well, I think we're still away from that.
I understand that.
They're not welcome.
We're just trying to get into the playoffs.
Understood.
Let's
There's
just see
a
if we
long
got a
way to
playoff
go.
team.
I'm not saying they're going to win a title this year, but
The early signs are good.
You like the signs of the building, of the rebuild.
Did you see? They've really been pushing Will Riley, bringing the ball up, and there was some talk even after the first game that a lot of us maybe aren't quite paying attention to what Will Dawkins keeps saying is that Trae Young is going to have off-ball opportunities. He's not going to be the single only ball handler for this basketball team.
You won't be so ball dominant.
Yeah, they're going to let everybody share in it. Sure, that's what Trae does naturally, but he's going to play some off ball, and apparently he's embraced it. So we'll see it when it happens, but I think there's a reason why they're kind of force-feeding Will Riley here into this role, see how comfortable he looks, and so far, looks pretty damn comfortable.
Is it possible that we're putting too much stock into the Summer League?
That could be very possible.
Yeah.
But the signs you're seeing from DeBonza, where even though hasn't done much from 3-point land in 2 games, he just finds ways to score. He gets to the rim effortlessly. His length and getting to the rim and his aggression is, it jumps off the page.
Remember
at
the
you
one
when you
time in the
watch.
second half where he was kind of stuck in the lane, and you thought, what's he going to do here? And he just he managed himself for a couple seconds, turned, leaned in, and then bounced back and got the shot off.
Yeah.
And made like an 8-footer.
Super exciting time for the Wizards. I said on Friday, you weren't here, he's a walking bucket. Like that's how I would describe him. Like the guy led college basketball in scoring. I can see him being the leading scorer in the NBA down the road.
Yeah.
The reason I threw out the thing about the Summer League is, man, a lot of these guys are balling out. So Cam Boozer, who was the 3rd pick, faced Caleb Wilson, who was the 4th pick on Friday night. And Boozer had a Boozer-like game, right? Wasn't absurd, but he had 23 points, 7 of 12 shooting, 6 rebounds, 4 assists. The guy who supposedly can't shoot,
that from a
of
rookie?
course.
That's a great line.
But the guy who supposedly can't shoot, who was the fourth pick, Caleb Wilson, put up 35 on 7 of 11 from 3-point line.
Oh, just stroking it. Good for him.
He's the one who people said was maybe the most raw, more like a Kevin Garnett type. But he had a bomb diggity debut for the Chicago Bulls. So all the guys seem to be showing out to some extent. You know, we talked about Darren Peterson. It was nice, though, Cakes, when they faced each other.
Yeah.
Like, EB and I were both Darren Peterson guys
Yeah.
to draft. But you wanted AJ DeBonta,
Of
even
course.
though it didn't mean anything. We had this discussion.
Who's the DeBonta guy all along?
I know.
You're talking up right here.
But did it mean anything, the first Summer League matchup?
Yes.
Oh, you think you said that?
Of course it means something.
Emotionally,
it's
yes.
a piece of the puzzle. Yes, you want DeBonta to outshine the guy who went number 2.
And he did.
It's a natural reaction.
Yeah.
It's going to be comped throughout their careers.
But in the big
Anytime they
picture,
go
it doesn't
head-to-head.
really mean anything. It's a Summer League
It's
game.
a small piece. Like
No,
you
but
don't-
it just bodes well.
Like for
Yeah.
Wizards fans who've been in the game for a while, you don't want this to become Otto Porter and Glenn Rice Jr. Part 2, but I don't think that's what this is.
No.
This is a guy who's a special talent, who was the number 1 pick in a loaded draft, and he's showing you why through 2 Summer League games.
It's a real change. It's going to be a totally different vibe, and I can't wait to see how it all plays out.
So the Washington Nationals, we go from the positive to the negative. If the Washington Nationals played, you know what? In fact, ask Claude or do your eye. If the Washington Nationals played 7-inning games, see what their record would be.
All right.
Because they had the lead against the Yankees after 7 innings in all 3 games, and they were swept. That's what the bullpen does. The bullpen consistently stinks, and we've been talking about it with Paul Timoni weekly. He joins us every Wednesday at 9 o'clock, the president of baseball operations. The bullpen blew leads twice in the 8th inning, once in the 9th inning. And so now you're looking at a national team that's back to below 500. They are 4 back in the wild card. Doesn't sound like a lot, but there's 100 teams ahead of them in the wild card race. And that's the frustrating thing, I think, as a fan is, well, imagine if they just had a halfway decent bullpen.
Only 2
They would have
teams-
5 or 6 more wins right now.
Yeah, they'd
Easy.
they'd be in the driver's seat for the wild card. Only 2 teams have worse bullpens than the Nats right now. Those are the Rockies, who are 39-59, and the Kansas City Royals, who are 38-59. So you see what happens when you have
They
a
say-
poor bullpen. Somehow the Nats are hanging right around 500 despite a bullpen ERA of 5.2.
It can't point to a site that has that right there. At least it couldn't find it. So it estimates that their record would be 53-43 to 56-40.
Think about that.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
They wouldn't just be a wild card team, Cakes. They'd be tickling the division. They wouldn't be bottom of the wild card.
You'd be
They-
challenging the Braves for the
Correct.
division lead if the bullpen was,
or if there were 7-inning games.
or if there were 7 inning games.
They'd
Probably
be a
isn't gonna
money
happen.
7-inning team.
They'd be amazing.
I
At
mean,
that.
think about that. You got a lead against the Yankees in all 3 games after 7 innings, EB. The odds that you blow all of them.
Yeah.
And they did. On the positive side, James Wood hit leadoff home runs consecutive days. He's done it 10 times this year. That's the most in single season Nationals history. Past Alfonso Soriano. Curtis Mead hit a pinch hit home run.
What did
So
we say the record is 15 by Schwarber? I think we went through that maybe while you were away. I think that's what Drab said. if I
Well, if
remember
that's the
correctly.
record. That record is going to fall.
Well, it looks like it could be in jeopardy
Yeah.
potentially. Yeah.
So positive side, the offense continues to roll. James Wood has been fantastic. Guys like Curtis Mead, but
Maybe-
the bullpen is just an
Maybe this
albatross.
is just the best thing though, because they're not quite ready. Obviously, they're more than 1 or 2 pieces away, and
Not necessarily. If the 1 or 2 pieces were a bullpen, they'd be right there.
I don't know that 1 or 2 guys alone would solve it. Maybe it would. Maybe it would. I don't know.
You had an 8th inning guy and a 9th inning guy, EB. You win a hell of a lot more games.
Yeah, those would have to be pretty elite guys. They'd have to be pretty elite because they've tried everybody, and they've all taken turns failing.
1-800-636-1067 is the number. We're the Junkies. Coming right back.
A lot of good things for the Nationals in the first half, but they fall to the Yankees 5-3 on a Ben Rice 2-run triple and get swept at Nats Park. James Wood, another leadoff homer, franchise record 10 times.
Here's the pitch. Swing and a drive hit well to deep right center field. Grisham can only watch. It's going, and gone. Goodbye. Over the bullpen cart, off the back wall, well beyond the center field fence. It's a new single-season Nationals record for leadoff home runs.
Call on the Fan. Wizards basketball for A.J. Debonsa, 23 points and 7 rebounds as Washington defeated Sacramento 104-85 at Summer League. Will Riley, 32. It might be the last Summer League game for Debonsa, as they usually shut down the lottery picks after 2 games. The Warriors hire Frank Vogel as an associate head coach. Mystics come back to weather the storm, 84-79. Yannick Sinner beats Alexander Zverev in 4 sets to defend his Wimbledon title. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Welcome back. Chucky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV, 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network, celebrating 30 years of the Junkies in 2026. Presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Johnny Cake Sawville and Eric Bickle. I don't think any of us here have been to Yellowstone National Park.
No.
I have not, but I would like to go at some point. I've been to some of the parks out west, but Yellowstone is one of the big boys.
Have you been to
I've
the
never
Grand
been.
Canyon?
Flown over the Grand Canyon many
Flown
times.
over doesn't
My
count.
wife has been to the Grand Canyon when she was younger, but
That doesn't count either.
I have never been.
The question was, have you
No,
been?
the answer is no. And weirdly, maybe, I don't really have a desire to go to the Grand Canyon. Like, I've seen it a few
'cause you've
times from
flown
an
over it.
airplane, and I'm
Yeah.
like, okay, whatever.
Pretty amazing.
It's an amazing thing, but like, I don't feel compelled to go there. Like, I think a trip to Yellowstone, though, would be cool.
So at Yellowstone, there are animals,
Sure. Plenty of animals.
including
yes.
bison.
Yes.
And a video went viral over the weekend because a man was confronted by an agitated bull bison
And by the
who
way,
chased him through the campground
he was
and then launched him into the air.
he was totally minding his own business. I thought he was plenty far away, just taking a picture of it. Looked like with a grandchild.
Yeah. I didn't
I
think
was
he was
surprised how agitated the bison got.
Yeah, I didn't think he was like intruding on its turf. He and his grandchild seemed to be what looked like several hundred feet away from the animal. And
It was a
then-
football field away, Cakes. He was roughly 100 yards away.
Right, that's
That's-
300 feet away.
That's pretty far. I
Yeah.
think like you're giving the bison a pretty wide berth by being a football field away. Problem is that animal at top speed can run 35 miles per hour. So once it gets agitated, I don't care how many times you're going to run around that cluster of trees that he ran around. Like, you're just not going to get away from that animal.
It was a good
It's
try, though. It was
a good
try.
attempt. The guy's 65. Like, he's no spring chicken. Like, it was a decent attempt.
He
but
looked pretty spry when he got tossed in the air, too.
he's an old human. Okay, he's an old human trying to outrun an animal that can run basically double the speed of Usain Bolt at top speed. Like,
So the
what-
bison apparently had been agitated before. Just to give you a little setup, apparently if you do ever go to Yellowstone,
Yeah.
and you're around bison,
Yeah, what are my tips?
well, they say that the minimum distance required for visitors to maintain from bison
Yeah.
is 25 yards. So they were 4 times the
Yeah.
minimum
Right.
at roughly 100 yards away. But apparently this bull was agitated beforehand.
Yeah, he was salty.
According to this story, the bull had reportedly charged a group of children who were taking photos from a safe distance earlier, The kids scattered. The bison then stopped
To
to, as
Sean
they
Penn
say,
of bison.
wallow in a patch of dirt. And then that is when the man and his grandson came around the corner.
It makes me think that if you're going to go see that animal, you have to do it from like the safety of your vehicle. Like it,
Even then, it'd be scary. If it was
Well,
like charging at your truck.
sure, but at least you have some protection. Like if you're inside of a car, like
Some
maybe a
protection.
bison would smash into your car, but you're going to be protected instead of being out in the open and
It'd be-
thrown 8 feet in the air or whatever it was, like that guy was.
so
Yeah.
they hid behind a tree, right?
Well, they
Kind of.
Tried.
They tried to, and then you see the guy emerge from like the end of one of the cluster of trees, and then
Well, it sounds
the
like they got
animal's
horde.
approaching him.
According to them, they went to hide behind the trees, and a white pickup truck drove past.
Okay,
And they believe that the bull got bitter at the white pickup truck and was charging past, but the white pickup truck drove by.
Okay.
And then the bison just kept going.
yeah.
It's trifling. I would
Now-
have no idea that was like possible that a bull would charge at a human. I honestly wouldn't even think about it.
I mean, it is a wild animal. Like
Yeah.
you're in their like territory.
Yeah.
But they were following all the rules. Like they were far enough back, felt far beyond whatever they say, 25 yards.
Yeah, they were
That's just a bad beat for that
That
old
is-
man.
Bad beat.
And he went flying.
Oh,
He went
it
flying.
was-
I'm shocked that's only 8 feet.
It looked like 20
Yeah.
feet.
He looked like he
It
was
looked like-
throwing 30 feet in the air. He looked pretty spry in
and
air.
then like he's just
He was all spread out, spread eagle.
So
He was-
that was all involuntary motion. What
Yeah.
was going on with his
Yeah,
body?
you're just-
He was a rag doll.
like
Yeah.
He's
Hey,
just,
he fought more than Conor McGregor.
yeah. He's lucky that the bison just left him alone at that point. Like, what's to say that once the bison flips you 8 to 10 feet in the air, it's not going to come back and like
just stomp on you.
just trample you or gore you with its horn? I mean,
Well, I think they
a
said
million
it like
bad things could happen.
it like stared at him afterwards, right? It was still
Oh, gave
pissed
him the
off.
Stare down. Gave
I
him
think.
the side eye.
I don't know how they. I think did they chase the animal off somehow
Well,
before the ambulance came?
probably. I'm not sure, but that white truck may have been like a Yellowstone employee. They may have been called there before. Like they may have known that bull was
Was pissed.
pissed off.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Well-
also why you got to be able to climb a tree in a moment's notice.
Climb a tree.
That'll there were branches there. He should have.
Are you serious? Hold on. Before he got thrown airborne,
He's doing laps around those trees
I
there.
think a 65-year-old grandpa with a ZZ Top beard is climbing a tree.
I don't know that he would have been able to
You
pull
gotta
that
be.
off.
You got at all times. You got to be able to pull yourself up into a
look,
tree.
Drab, I agree. If there's a tree there and there are branches that are like 3 feet from the ground, maybe you give it a chance. But
What about that picnic
he had
table?
2 seconds. He had 2 seconds to try to get away from that
What,
thing.
what about that picnic table? Do you think he could have gotten to there and hopped on there and the bison would have let him go?
If he hops on top of it,
Yeah.
I think the bison's just gonna be like, okay, now you've really teamed
We'll
yourself
knock it
up for
over.
me. I'm
I
just-
just toss everything, toss it all.
I don't
Maybe
know. He might not try and charge the picnic table.
I don't know. It's a 3,500-pound animal. I don't
create
think
a barricade.
I don't think it's gonna be afraid of a 200-pound picnic table.
I mean, not afraid of it, but it's just it sees something in its way and it'll stop it.
Maybe.
Stop him, possibly. I was trying to do everything to not get gored.
I thought he did a pretty good job of trying to evade him. Just
he
you know,
did what he could.
I thought he did a pretty good job. It just didn't work. The guy with the bull was persistent.
The person he was with got off the hook.
Yeah, the little kid or whatever,
Yeah.
right?
I think his grandson.
Yeah.
Well, grandson's definitely gonna be faster than grandpa.
He's got a story for the rest of his life.
I think the only thing you could maybe do is dive under a car. But I don't even think you could do that in time. I don't even think
Probably
you could,
not.
You could do it in time.
I mean, literally, that guy had 5 seconds or less to figure out how am I going to get away from this bison.
I just don't know why anybody.
35 miles per hour.
I mean, after you see that, people are going to just flock to Yellowstone today. They're going to want to do the same bit. Like, why? What kind of idiot?
I don't know.
Cake still wants to go.
I
would think that would hurt
I
tourism.
would go today. I would take a flight today. Now, if I see a bison way off in the distance, I'll be like, okay, we're good here.
Yeah,
We're
I
good
mean,
500 yards
Who's
away.
to say you could even see it? It might just charge at you. It might see you. You not see it.
I'd have to bring you some binoculars to see it from that distance.
Your head be on a swivel the whole time you'd be there. It'd be
It definitely-
miserable.
Definitely would be.
It'd be a miserable day. If you said, EB, we got an appearance out of Yellowstone, we got to go be out there.
I'd be sized.
You got to hang out there for 2 hours in the middle of Yellowstone. You'd
Standard
be miserable.
Standard Junk's 2-hour appearance.
Yeah, get paid $500.
Yeah.
You'd
Let's
be
go.
miserable.
Let's make this happen.
You would be miserable. I think a lot of people would like it.
Yeah, I would be miserable for sure.
I just don't understand how this guy's not in the hospital for a week.
Yeah,
And like,
I mean, he's a
Well, he
senior.
might be.
He's a senior citizen, and he just did an airborne flip
well, his feet,
from a bison.
his head was at least 8 feet off the ground.
He was upside down.
Yeah, I mean,
His feet
the
had to
photo
be-
where he's upside down is unbelievable.
13 feet in the air.
Yeah, I mean,
That bison was on a mission, though.
Yeah, it was
Because he could have
salty
quit
dog.
after the first charge.
yeah, he did, and he just didn't want his picture.
Now, I
taken.
don't know anything about bison other than the fact that they're the Howard bison. That I do know. But I saw somebody on Twitter that basically said, if you see a bison coming toward you and its tail is straight up, like this one's was,
you're a dead man.
like it's curtains. Like
There's nothing you can do.
You better pray. Like when you see the tail start going back and forth, that's the first sign of trouble. But then when it's up like a flagpole sticking straight up, that's when you know the bison means business. And you can see that as it's approaching that grove of trees, its tail is sticking straight up into the air.
I've always wanted to go on a safari.
Yeah. Does this dampen those wants and desires?
I might have to do a little research on how many times the animals actually attack you on a safari. Like if you go on a silly African safari and you go to see lions in the wild.
I would assume that those safaris that have been in business for a long time, like they have plenty of safeguards, like for whatever vehicles they take out into the plains or whatever you call out into the the grasslands.
It's actually probably safer than just walking amongst the bison.
Well, it's definitely got to be safer than what that guy was doing.
What if you had
Running around trees.
What if you were in your truck or your truck was parked and that big sumbitch starts running at you? Can you go in there and grab your gun and blow that thing away?
Not
If
in
it
a
starts-
national
It starts
park.
charging at
No, I
you.
don't
That's
think-
a protected animal.
Yeah.
It's protected. So you're just fair game.
I don't even know if you're allowed to carry a firearm
Yeah,
in a
you
state
probably
park.
aren't.
Yeah, you
Probably aren't. You probably aren't. I take that as a given. But he's charging at you.
Well,
So it's
yeah.
like live or die.
Yeah, you got to try to kill it.
I mean,
I
if you-
probably would kill it.
Yeah,
I'd probably
if you-
shoot it.
If you have a weapon,
If I had a
on
weapon
you,
in my truck, I'd probably blow that sucker away. Probably wouldn't even have an effect on it. It would have to be a massive
you'd have to
round.
have big gun,
It'd have
big
to be a
elephant gun,
massive
take it
round.
down. I wouldn't know the first thing about it.
He did have an awful beard.
He has a ZZ Top beard, right down to his belly button. That guy. I mean, I like my beard, but I mean, you gotta try to keep it tight.
They're saying that he has several broken bones and he's not out of the woods yet, even though he was joking.
Not out of the woods. I like that.
Even though he was joking with the paramedics.
He's 65 and he got attacked by a 3,500-pound animal.
Yeah.
He's lucky he just only has a few broken bones.
I might go the rest of my life not only not going to Yellowstone, not going to any park.
I'm sure you're right.
You don't go to Central Park when you're in New York? Ever?
Does that really count? Sure.
Sure. It's
Sure. Okay,
when
Central
you're,
Park.
when you're a grandparent, you'll be at parks all the time.
You think?
Of course.
I'll take the wager. I'll take the wager.
You don't remember the name of the park that Yogi Bear lived in from back in the day? It wasn't Yellowstone. It was Blankstone.
Jellystone.
Jellystone.
Yeah. I don't know. I bet
That is an upset. I did
Yeah,
not
that's-
expect you to get that.
one outer.
That's impressive.
Got lucky.
Boo Boo.
Boo Boo is the sidekick. Yeah. It's a very old reference.
When you go to Yellowstone, what other kind of animals are you looking for? It looked like it looked like the bison was, by the way, just pummeling somebody's campsite.
Well, you're probably on the lookout for grizzly bears.
Grizzly bears.
Yeah.
That's what you're looking for. I mean, what would you do if a grizzly bear? I mean, you'd be just
If
as
a
cooked.
grizzly bear attacks
You'd
you,
be just as cooked.
Zigzag.
it's going to take its big paw, okay, and it's going to smack you across
Sounds
the
like-
face with it.
Sounds like only bad stuff can happen. Was the bison over there? You see that picnic table with all the food? It looks like food on it.
Yeah.
Is that what it was doing? It just kind of ruined somebody's picnic?
Definitely would ruin that guy's or mine. So, EB, if you go to Yellowstone, you can see bison, grizzly bears, elk, wolves, moose, and bald eagles.
Sounds like only bad things can happen there.
Well, I mean, if you encounter a bison or a grizzly bear, bad things potentially are going to happen.
Yeah, well, why would you go? I guess to see him from afar. Take pictures from afar.
Yeah, hopefully
From,
you're
like,
gonna have an
500 yards
encounter
away.
from a safe distance.
Maybe you can find a red wolf there, EB. Finally off the stupid red wolves.
Also, while we're on it, the word buffalo is so much better than bison.
It's so much better.
Why are we not just calling them American buffaloes?
I don't know.
Bison stinks.
Bison
Buffalo,
is not as
cool.
good as buffalo.
Yeah.
Call Howard. Say you should turn yourself into the
Howard
the
Buffalo?
Howard
Or
Buffaloes.
bison.
Howard Buffaloes.
What's the difference?
I don't think there is a difference.
There's like
Is there?
their scientific name is bison. So
A bison is a buffalo. It's just two different names for the same thing, as far as I know.
I think it's an American buffalo. Is this like nickname?
Yeah.
Now, when you go into a grocery store, you buy a bison burger. It's not going to say buffalo burger. It's going to say bison burger.
Do
Maybe
they-
it's a branding thing. I don't know.
Could you go to Yellowstone and just be in like a Jeep with some guy with a weapon like you would on a safari in Africa?
No.
You couldn't. That's where it would be safer.
Just stay in your car.
Yeah.
Or stay in.
I'm not
Kensington.
going.
In
Yes.
I'll
Kensington or
never
whatever.
go. Yeah, I'm never going.
Yeah, you're not going.
Like no interest.
You wanna
that
go-
that
you wanna-
whole site looks miserable
you
to
wanna
me.
go
The
in like
camping looks miserable.
He wants to go in like an M1 Abrams tank. I don't think they're going to allow that.
yeah.
Panzer.
Yeah.
Allowing that in Yellowstone.
Nothing about that scene looks fun to me.
Yeah.
Just being out in the middle
Yellowstone,
of nowhere.
not for you.
Not for me.
Apparently, the difference between buffaloes and bison has to do with their humps and their horns.
So there is a distinction.
Yes.
All right.
I'm still going to stick with they're the same animal, but that's just me, that's just me being
Close
stubborn.
enough.
That's just me being stubborn.
Well, anyway, hope this dude survives. They say he's still not out of the woods yet. He is 65 years old.
Yeah,
But looks like he's gonna have a story to tell.
he's going to pull through.
Yeah.
Is he wearing
I
overalls?
think he is wearing overalls. Tough to run in overalls.
Have you ever worn overalls?
Have I?
I've never worn overalls in my life.
I mean,
Yeah,
unless
but you're not like a country bumpkin.
unless my
country
parents,
bumpkin,
I
you
don't-
would wear them.
Yeah, not as an adult. I know not as an adult. Maybe like as a baby, my parents put me in some dumb overalls.
Nobody around here is wearing overalls. But if you lived out in the country, you might wear overalls. It's normal. Go to a country concert, some of those guys are wearing overalls.
Oh, overalls! So many people at a country concert.
Yeah.
probably have overalls.
So many Wrangler jeans.
A lot of
Yeah,
that.
all
Yep.
that. All that.
Coming up next, the picture is getting clearer on Anthony Davis and the Washington Wizards. Earlier in the program, we talked about the Wizards Summer League. For what it's worth, they've won both games. But A.J. DeBonsa has been balling out, scores over 20 in both games. Will Riley was great. But one of the other things that has stood out is this team unity. All of the players, vets, have shown up to watch A.J. DeBonsa and company, including Anthony Davis.
I'm not sure he was there last night, was he? I know he was there for the first game. I'm not sure if he was
Not
there for
positive
the
last
second
night.
game. Yeah.
But they were there for the first game.
Yep.
I mean, even DeAndre Ayton was there.
Yep.
Yeah, new addition, DeAndre Ayton.
You know how many number one picks they have on the roster?
Well, they
Cakes?
got Anthony Davis. That's
Correct.
one. They've got DeAndre Ayton. They got AJD.
Yep.
That's three.
And they have Alex Sarr, who's 2, but kind of like 1.
Let's be
Because
honest.
he was going to go 1.
He was the number one pick.
Yeah,
the
right.
Hawks
Exactly.
botched it by picking Reese Shea. What were they doing? They had
Exactly.
4 number one picks on their roster.
I like it.
Sarr, Davis, DeBonsa, Ayton.
Yep.
But the question, really, since they signed Anthony Davis, is he going to be part of their future? Is he going to be part of this team long term, or is he just going to be flipped and traded elsewhere? And there had been a lot of trade rumors. He's represented by Clutch Sports. Rich Paul runs Clutch Sports, also is a podcaster because everybody has to have a podcast.
That's true.
Cakes.
Yep. It's very
Here's what
important.
he said on his podcast with Max Kellerman.
Quick hits, Rich.
Okay.
Is Anthony Davis going to play for the Wizards?
Yes.
He's going to play for the Wizards.
Yeah, why wouldn't
Is there something in the works?
Oh, I don't know anything about that.
Huh.
Yeah.
I got to shoot call his quick hit.
He is going to play for the Wizards. Why wouldn't he?
Let me tell you something. I think he's not only going to pay for the Wizards, I think they're going to give him a pretty big bag.
Well, I don't
And
see
I-
why they would.
I mean, he
Because I think they
you seem
believe in
excited
him.
for that possibility.
Well, because I like it when it angers people. I think he's going to do it, and it's going to infuriate everyone.
But why would you do it now? Like that to me, that's like
Well,
a Steven.
it might-
That's like giving Steven Strasburg a long-term
he's
deal.
he's not eligible for it yet. I think it's August 6th.
Yeah.
He can start.
Yeah, it's a month
I know,
away.
but
A month
why?
away.
I'm looking at his contract right now.
Yeah.
In 2026 into 2027, he's set to make $58 million.
Yep.
And then he's under contract next year too,
Here's
which
my
would be
answer.
2027,
Here's my
2028.
answer as to why.
He'll be 34 years old then. He's always had injury problems. Why don't you see what happens for 2 years before you give
I think
him
they
an
might
extension?
see what happens for a few months and then give him a massive bag if he stays healthy.
Because he's an NBA superstar. And NBA superstars, they get what they want. That's the way the league works. That's the way the league runs.
Yeah, but did you not learn your lesson when you gave Bradley Beal that monster contract?
Understood. But you know what? If
You did, so you're saying you did not learn your lesson?
Look, here's the lesson I've learned. If you want to be considered one of the big boys in the NBA, you got to pay your stars.
You don't have to pay them this year.
You don't have to, but if you don't want a malcontent on your hands, you generally play ball with these guys and you sign them to long-term deals. Now, I'm not advocating the Wizards should go out and give him 4 years, $275 million, because that's what he's going to be eligible for, I believe, starting August 6th.
And that would get him all the way to like 38 years old.
But I won't be surprised if and when they actually do it.
I won't be surprised if they move him. Doesn't look like it's going to happen before the season, but Rich Paul wasn't convincing me there. Like, what's he going to say on his podcast? Like, let's just say there actually was a trade in the works. Is he going to say that on his podcast?
Of course not. He's
So
not-
Max Kellerman says, hey, what's going on with Anthony Davis? He's going to say, well, he doesn't want to play in Washington, so we're working on some deals behind the scenes. It's not going to say that. It's not going to say that. So
Ooh, are we
I don't even know if it's any news.
Are we going to see DeBonsa versus Caleb Wilson tomorrow night?
I don't think so.
I know there's been
Why, you think
rumors
they're gonna
that
shut DeBonsa down?
DeBonsa's plays in the 2, and then he could be shut down the rest of the
I
summer.
don't understand that. They just don't want to get him injured. They're scared to death of injury. Guys
Probably.
only,
Could
the top guys only
It's
play
probably
2 games.
They
part
became
of it.
experts at load management.
Hey, you
mean-
know what though? It builds anticipation for the home opener, whenever that's going to
Oh,
be
yeah.
in early November.
Yeah.
It
But he
does-
might play. Like, he might demand play. I saw Darren Peterson has played, I think, in 4 Summer League games already.
Yeah, but he did miss one. He did miss the one right before AJ. Yeah, I don't know. I hope he plays. Be super disappointed. But just going back to Anthony Davis, I still believe they acquired Anthony Davis to see what he brings this team. And if he brings anything, I would think they would want to keep him.
And also, if you sign him to that
I think that's the number one reason why they brought him in.
If you sign him to a long-term deal, you can deal him after he's been inked to a long-term deal. Guys still get dealt. Now, it may be tough for some teams to take on a guy who's making $70+ million per year, because that's what he'll be making. But you can still pawn him off to another team after a year or two of the deal, especially if you get a decent haul in return.
I'm going to put this up as our poll of the day. Would you give Anthony Davis an extension? I would not. Again, he's under contract for the next 2 years. Mm-hmm. The guy is known for being in his suits as much as he is being on the court. He's yet to play one game for the Washington Wizards. I don't give him an extension. There's no reason to.
If you want a star of his magnitude to play for your team, you got to play ball with these guys. These guys hold all the cards in the negotiations against the teams.
You don't think they could sit down and say, listen, they'll talk to him in August, say, listen, we have every anticipation that we want you to be here. We just want to see how it fits and for a couple months. And if it looks good, we will do right by you.
Right.
I see that. I could see that kind of conversation. I don't see them just doing it August 7th or whatever the first date is with sight unseen. I think they want to see how does it play out. And if it plays out the way they think it's going to play out, they'll make them whole. And I know the whole area is going to be outraged. And that's actually going to make me laugh.
I mean, what do they care?
Because I trust them.
It's Ted's money. Well, what do they care about?
Okay, because
they think
we've
it's bad
seen
for the
stupid contracts. Again,
they think it's bad for the organization.
I think you were cool with giving Bradley Beal that ridiculous no trade clause.
No, that
it blew up in their face.
I wasn't crazy about that. I was cool with giving them all the money, but not, like throwing in a no trade clause was crazy.
Yeah, ultimately, I don't care about the money. It's not my money. But what I care about is a team getting locked in.
Right.
And he eats up, I think right now, and you could say they'll figure it out. They're going to be young guys. He's 35% of the cap space. Yeah. I don't want a guy who's going to play half the games, 35% of my cap space. I don't care if it's 50 million, 40 million. You're right. It's not my money. It's the principle behind it. And the Bradley Beal thing was tough because they gave him a no trade clause for no reason. Yeah. I don't even know if he was asking for it. Like Bradley Beal?
I know, but that was
good player.
That was a different group. This group has already shown that they're willing to go against the grain by giving Trey a big bag. They knew they were going to get super criticized for it. They gave him $10 million more per year than what people had sort of anticipated. I don't doubt at all that they do the kind of a very similar thing with Anthony Davis.
I don't think
they're not stupid. I don't think they may be wrong, but they know what they're doing.
But they're different players. Trae Young, though, last year missed a bunch of time. Yeah. For the most part, has been a pretty durable player and played most of his games.
I understand that.
Anthony Davis' track record
is he's had a lot of injuries.
He's injured all the time.
Understood. I don't think but they knew that when they acquired him, and I don't think they acquired him just to deal him off to another team without him playing in a Wizards uniform.
I think they acquired him as almost a can't lose proposition. Like they acquired him because the cost was low.
Right.
He's the distressed
to get an all NBA player for the cost that they got him.
But
they're like, we're going to get him, and maybe he's going to play and it'll work out, and maybe he's going to play and it doesn't work out, or maybe we're going to move him. Like to them,
that's true.
There were all those possibilities on the board.
Let's assume he plays and it works out. I'm saying they're going to reward him. They're going to give him money.
I just wouldn't do it this year.
Yeah.
Why? There's no reason to give him an extension this year. Like, okay, you give him an extension this year. Let's imagine it plays out this way, EB. You give him an extension this year, which takes him all the way to age 38, making all this money, eating up all this cap space. And he gives you a good year this year. Plays in 65 games.
Ooh, love that number.
They make the playoffs. They make it all the way to the second round. Okay, young team, they make it to the second round. And then next year, he pulls an Anthony Davis, and he tears his ACL. Now, 34-year-old misses, and that can happen to anybody.
Is that pulling an Anthony Davis like he blows his knee out?
Just that he gets something all the time.
Yeah.
It's not, whatever injury. Make up an injury. I'm just going with ACL. So he misses a game. Then you're stuck with him another 4 years, and all of a sudden he's 35, 36, 37. He's only going to get hurt more. Like, do you think he's going to get hurt less often as he gets older? I don't.
It's never about Ted's money. I mean, Ted could pay Anthony Davis $200 million a year as long as it's a 1-year deal. You never just want to be stuck with somebody for 4 years like Anthony Davis.
Like they just did with Trae Young? Like they just did with Trae?
I'm terrified of another Bradley Beal contract.
Yeah.
That's what has me up at night as a semi-Wizards fan. You just get stuck. You get stuck in stuff, and then you're just begging for people to. You're trading first-round draft picks for people to take the contract.
Take
from
a
you.
poisonous contract off your hands.
No, I understand. I think if he plays well, I think they're going to reward him. And I'm just warning everyone before you
Just
guys
be
all
ready
freak out.
for it. Be ready.
Just they want this to work.
Right.
They didn't acquire him simply to be a piece. I agree with JP's premise that if it doesn't work out, then he can be a piece and they can move him. But I think they want it to work in a perfect world. It'd be easier. He's an all-NBA player when he's healthy.
And it works for the player by paying him.
Right.
And it also sends a message to the rest of the league that the Wizards are serious about paying talent that they're going to acquire.
And they actually
that's a byproduct.
They actually have the runway where they can do it because they have so many young guys. Their third highest paid player now is AJ on his rookie deal.
Yeah, but it's going to change.
It'll change.
Eventually,
but not
you got
for
to pay
a few
these guys.
years. Not for a few years.
Got to pay Case's guy Bilal.
Yeah, I don't know
Pay
how much.
Alex Sarr.
I don't know how much Bilal's going to command.
Right. I don't know. I truly believe he's. I think he's going to be here. I kind of think he wants to be here now.
Well, you got to be impressed with DeBonsa, Will Riley, and even some of the other guys so far in the Summer League. It is Summer League. We get that. But on paper, this team should be a lot better. Anthony Davis, we'll see what the chemistry is. The other part of it, me, is I don't know if I want Anthony Davis long term because this is going to be A.J. DeBonsa's team.
Mm-hmm. You
And
don't think he could take
Anthony
if he's
Davis,
paid? You don't think he could take a secondary role if he's paid?
I don't
At the,
know.
at
Well,
the
he
end
can
of the day,
take
isn't that what he cares about?
He can take a secondary role. He did to LeBron James, but he's always been, a 1A. Like if there's a 1, there's a 1A, and he's been a 1A. I don't know if I don't know how it all would work out.
Are you starting to sweat the AJ DeBonsa?
Yes, I said that the other day.
20 points per game
Yes.
as a rookie. You should be.
I mean, I'm not sweating it.
I'm glad you're going to be sweating it.
I think it'll be close.
Yeah.
I mean, he'll. There's a lot of mouths to feed if Anthony Davis indeed does play and Trae Young. But I'll tell you what, if they end up moving Anthony Davis, then I know you can win. I'd ask for a buyout.
Well, I know whose mouth is going to be fed. His name's AJ DeBonsa. He's going to get fed plenty of opportunities as a rookie.
Yeah.
If it translates what we've seen in the first 2 Summer League games.
Well, he's
It's
definitely
exciting.
not shy of taking shots.
He likes to shoot.
Yes.
He likes to score, which you know what? The Wizards have desperately needed.
Have you
But he
seen
gets to
They were
the free
terrible
throw
on offense
line.
last
Oh, he
year.
does everything. He's great. Have you seen any of from the first game where he was mic'd up, where you just saw how vocal he was on the
Yeah.
court? I've never seen a guy more comfortable.
He's 19 years
in
old.
in his first NBA,
Yeah.
chance at action.
But it is a little different. In the Summer League, they're playing guys that they've played with in AAU.
I agree.
It's just, he's played against Darren Peterson a million times.
Yeah, I know.
So it'll be different when he's going up against, Steph Curry and
Sure.
some of those older vets, LeBron James.
He only has youth and athleticism on his side.
But
though.
he's been a top dog his whole life.
Yep.
Right.
He's
That's
used
how
to
he's
it.
That's how
He's
he's
gonna be
wired.
ready for
Yes.
He's wired to attack and be the number one guy.
Yep. 1-800-636-1067. A little bit later in the program, we'll talk to Jesse Doherty. We'll get into the Nationals, who, by my math, actually a listener's math, if they had only played 7-inning games this year and didn't have to go to a bullpen that's blown it 27 times, they'd be 57-38. So we'll talk to baseball insider Jesse Doherty later in the program. That's at 9:25 here on The Fan. CB was talking about his brother turns 52 today, Chad. Happy birthday to Chad Bickle.
Yep. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Yep.
On Saturday, we had a soccer game in Crownsville, Maryland, which is not too far from Bowie. So on my way back from Crownsville, we popped over to Bowie, and our buddy Mike was over visiting his mom and dad. And I stopped at the old Fraser household that we all grew up going to the pool and playing basketball in the
You
backyard.
didn't stop by the nudist colony in Crownsville? Isn't that where the nudist colony is?
Yes.
I did not.
Yeah. I
did
think
not.
technically.
Well, also the Ren Fest,
Oh,
also in
that's where they have
Crownsville,
that?
Maryland.
Oh, okay.
Yes, in case
We
you're
had a
wondering.
soccer game against Maryland United, and after that, we stopped in the old hood. I drove
right.
by my old house, kind of depressing. They put siding on one side; it just looks different.
Yeah.
Changed some things. And saw EB's mom's house.
Yeah.
And my daughter said, "Well, is Mrs. Bickle there?" I was like, "No, she's staying with her daughter." And then the question was like, "Well, who's in the house?" I was like, "Nobody's in the house.
Keep that to a dull roar. but okay, yeah.
Right. But we drove by the old house, and then I pointed out Cakes' house. But anyway, shout out to Mr. Frazier. Got in the pool for the third time this year. He's 92 years old, and he did a couple laps.
Not good for him.
Now apparently his rotator cuff is he's got a messed up rotator cuff, so he swims a lap only with one arm.
Okay.
Yeah, but,
But
he's
at like 92,
but he still knows how to
getting
do
it done.
yeah.
Still getting out there. Good
Dude,
for him, man.
That reminds me. Did you see the video of Geraldo? It went viral.
I didn't.
So
I did not.
Geraldo, I think, just had his 83rd birthday.
Is he still boxing?
No, dude. His family walked him out to the beach, and the video just became public like in the last few days.
Okay, I'm gonna look it up.
They have to basically carry him to the water. He does he calls it a cold plunge. I don't know if he's still in the Cleveland area, wherever the hell he is. Up there
Yeah.
where it probably, if there's anybody, Lake Michigan or something, it's probably
Yeah,
pretty
he's
cold.
Plunging in one of the Great Lakes.
Yeah.
That's got to be cold.
I don't know if that's where he is.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe he's in Puerto Rico. Who knows? But he kind of called it a cold plunge. He says he always does it on his birthday. And people are kind of shocked to see how feeble Geraldo looks because he is 83.
He's in his 80s.
But you see him on TV and you don't realize how he says he has near zero balance now.
Oh, he's
And
old and frail.
he's old and decrepit. It's unbelievable. When you watch it, you really feel bad for him. I don't know. Did anybody see it? Drap, did you see
can't
the
find
video
it.
of Geraldo walking him to the
I've got to
beach?
hope. I have to hope, by the way, that Geraldo, if he's 83, is he spending his later years in like the Cleveland area?
That's where he lives. I think that's where he lives.
That's his
I don't know if
spot?
it was Lake Michigan or whatever, but there was a viral video of him. They take it, and the family kind of like dumped him in the ocean or the lake, whatever the
They
hell
picked
it is.
him back up after he did his plunge and just
And
leave him out there.
He looks so feeble. He has to be held. He has both arms out, and he has several, I assume, grandkids or nephews or kind of walking him to and from the beach. He can't stand up on his own. It's pathetic. And
I'm
it's just
watching.
old age. It's fine.
It looks like if you got a friend who's maybe had one too many at the bar, and you got to walk them home or something.
Sure.
Or it looks like someone like my mom who's like 90. But you
Yeah.
always think of Geraldo as like this boxer, this tough guy who threatens to fight everybody on
Yeah.
air all the time. He threatened to kick like Dan Bongino's ass like 2 years ago. I mean, he can't even walk to the water.
He dove into the water. I didn't know if he was going to get up.
Yeah.
I mean,
Isn't it?
Maybe-
it's kind
yeah.
of sad.
I mean, I kind of get it.
I don't
just
think
because
so. He said he retweeted somebody who were making fun of him, and he said, something about come talk to me when you turn 83 and you have like zero balance.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get it because my dad was in a
my
wheelchair
balance-
last 5
Yeah,
years,
yeah, of course I get it. My mom has like no balance.
and my mom and my dad was in his 70s.
Yeah.
I mean, this could be my future because my balance is pathetic. So maybe at some point I'm going to have people just walking arm in arm.
That's rare.
And dumping me in the
He looks
ocean.
terrible. He looks terrible. I feel bad.
He's got a good body, though.
He's got a good body, but like there's a picture I saw just this morning when I got up at like 4:30. I'm just seeing what's going on, and there's a picture of Harrison Ford taking his shirt off after
Yeah.
he's like bike riding, and Harrison Ford, even though he's all wrinkled, he's still jacked.
He's like 83,
He's like-
I think.
Yeah, he's like the same
about
age.
old.
Hey, is he trying to body surf or or is that just a weird thing?
I think he's trying to float in the water a little bit.
I know, but they like put him on his belly, like right in front of a wave.
I don't know, but you can tell they're afraid they're going to lose him.
There is a body surf attempt there, but again, it's like the wave is like 1.5 feet high. Like you're not going to get very far, and he's 10 feet from the shore. Like,
You just don't know what's going to happen. You could be Geraldo and have to be carried to the beach.
Yeah.
And be the same age as Harrison Ford and be riding bikes around Southern California.
I mean, because Geraldo, I think, took care of himself. By the way, the last time I was in Puerto Rico, which was probably 10, 12 years ago, I was in an elevator with Geraldo. Like I literally was. And he's about...
Did you talk to him?
He's about 4 feet tall.
Did you
By
do
the way,
standard,
he's not that big.
Did you do standard elevator etiquette where if you walk into an elevator, I don't care if Geraldo's in there or not, you should walk into the elevator and you should turn around and then look at the door of the elevator and not talk to anybody in
I think we
said
said
elevator.
hello. I think there was he said hello.
There was a pleasantry?
There was a pleasantry that we
Okay.
each had.
Okay.
But he was like maybe like 5'2" or something. Like he's not a big guy at all. He was a little guy, but he's got this larger than life persona.
Mm-hmm.
And you kind of think of him as this tough guy with all these like boxing videos you've seen over the years and
Aging
everything.
is undefeated.
And he's just decrepit zilch
Aging
now.
takes down everybody. It takes you down a bunch of pegs.
I've also
All right,
noticed-
but I'm telling you, I was pretty inspired by our guy, Mr. Frazier, 92.
No, that's amazing.
Now, his son was watching
I think
his
there's
every.
a big difference
His
between
son was watching his
83 and
every.
92.
Yeah.
Oh,
But I
big
think that
difference.
those 10 years, those are massive.
Like 82,
But he was still doing laps.
I believe Mick Jagger is 82, and he still wants to tour with the Rolling Stones.
Yeah.
Now, I'm sure it's going to be like a 10-date tour whenever they do it, but they'll probably fire it back up again and play stadiums, and 83-10-year-old Mick Jagger will be out dancing around for an hour and a half or 2 hours.
They're
as
not
long
going
as
to
they
be
can do
holding
it.
him up, two hands on each
No,
arm.
like that's like some 82-year-olds are in amazing shape. A lot of other 82-year-olds are in decrepit, need to haul you to the beach and throw you into the ocean shape.
I'll
like
just
Geraldo.
defend Geraldo in this. Like he might be, he probably can walk without assistance on normal surfaces.
Well, it didn't look like that because it looked like when they
Maybe.
were.
He
when they
says
were-
he has near zero balance.
They were hauling him down to the beach, down the steps. He definitely had a cane, like that he
Okay.
put aside. But look, sometimes you need.
He's got a
assistance.
Harry.
Like he's got a Harry. When you're 80 plus, or even in your 70s, sometimes you need like a walker or a cane
Believe
to
me,
help
I
you get
understand
around.
it. I've seen it happen to my mother, but my mother's basically 90, and she's not on TV every day. Who looks still somewhat, with it.
Man, I haven't seen him on TV in years. Is he on TV?
I mean,
I haven't seen him in a couple years either, but I think he still does occasional appearances. I've probably seen him within the last 2 years.
I like that EB also has some like weird fascination with Geraldo. Like he always brings him up. Like I never hear anyone talk about Geraldo.
Well, he did have
Rivera,
a personal
but EB.
you have interaction with him.
Yeah,
Well,
interaction.
I don't know. I just
Didn't you mention him like a week ago too?
me? Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, you did. I don't remember why.
I don't know what for.
Well, when
mean,
we were
you're
growing
not
up,
about
Geraldo's talk show was epic.
It was huge. It was huge. Yeah.
I mean, I'm looking at a clip of him on TV here on Twitter, and he looks great, but they're only showing him from here
Right.
up, and he's not moving.
Right.
So, of course, you could get dressed up and you can look good in a 2-minute TV clip,
Well,
but then he's probably hobbling off the TV set
I just didn't think he was that
and
decrepit.
needs assistance.
Yeah, but he's winning. I mean, this is
do you mean
going to be
he's winning?
morbid in that he's in his 80s alive, right? Over the weekend, you had the senator die who was 71, I believe. You had Sam Neill, the guy from Jurassic Park, who's 78.
Yep.
You're in your 80. You're thanking that you're thanking people you're alive.
Yeah, you're defying the odds.
Oh, our fathers didn't make it to 80.
Yeah, no, I-
Lindsey
I-
Graham got the John Ritter
Yeah, the
That's what
ruptured
they're saying.
aorta.
ruptured aorta. That's a bad
no,
beat.
That's a no joker. Like your aorta ruptures. I mean, you better already be in the hospital, like, or else it's curtains.
Yeah.
You don't
It's curtain
survive
call.
those. Yeah,
I don't know, man.
bad. Yep.
I don't know what to say. Last I saw, he was like threatening to beat up Dan Bongino, and now he can't even make it to the ocean. I mean, it's a true story.
Is Bongino podcasting again? I mean, he was in government for a while. I think
I don't know.
he quit.
Bongino's a loser. They're all losers. They're all losers.
He was probably a rich loser.
Yeah, for sure. It's just sad. I don't know. It's just sad. And I bet you, I mean, didn't we just see a viral video of Geraldo like in the mirror, like with a towel around?
You're
him?
in the
Like,
Geraldo algorithm.
No, I didn't see pop culture.
He's like, you're
Well, like
deep in
a
the
year ago, he was like celebrating his birthday.
He
and
must follow him or something.
I don't think I do.
I've seen no Geraldo content for years.
All right, I see it. You know,
Now I'm probably going to start getting Geraldo Rivera content.
He's in good shape. I think that Geraldo's taking care of himself from
Hey,
afar.
if you told
Looks
me
like
right
he has.
now, when I'm his age, number one, I'm alive, and number two, I've got kids walking me to the ocean, I'll sign up for it.
At 83?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, I know. But I'd like to be a little bit more. I'd like to still be playing golf. There's no chance he can play golf. He can't play anything. He can play.
He can play poker.
He can maybe play.
100%. He can
maybe
play
play
poker until they throw it in his coffin. 100%.
That's true.
You don't have to do it. You just have to be able to sit upright in a chair.
That's true.
Or a wheelchair, for that matter.
That's right.
Doesn't matter. Just wheel him up to the table.
1-800-636-1067. We're the Junkies. Coming right back.
All right, guys. Baseball season is in full swing, and there's only one way to celebrate with a Surfside iced tea and vodka or a Surfside lemonade and vodka. Smooth, refreshing, and made for game day, Surfside is the perfect match for a day at the ballpark or catching the game at home. Surfside is only 100 calories with zero bubbles, so it goes down easy. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Must be 21 plus. Please drink responsibly.
This update brought to you by Reynolds Empower Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Yankees sweep the Nationals by a final of 5-3. James Wood home run number 28, and Curtis Mead went yard.
Swing, it's golfed in the air, straightaway center and deep. Grisham going back to the warning track near the wall. It's over his head. Over the wall, it's gone. It's a home run. A pinch hit, game-tying home run for Curtis Mead. Nationals 2, Yankees 2. Just to the left of the 402 mark.
Call on the Fan. Nationals finished 48-49 in the first half, heading to the All-Star break. Orioles Blaze Alexander out with a broken hand. Wizards AJ Debonsa legit again, 23 points and 7 rebounds. Wizards beat the Kings 104-85 in Summer League. Will Riley had 32. Warriors have hired Frank Vogel as an associate head coach. Mystics come back to weather the last place storm 84-79. Yannick Sinner wins Wimbledon again, beating Alexander Zverev in 4 sets. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Welcome back. Chucky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV, 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. Celebrating 30 years of the Junkies all year long, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Johnny Cake Sawville and Eric Bickle. By the way, 30th anniversary, we're going to be honored in Bowie, not this week, but the following week. We will hype it up a little bit more as it approaches, but you can join us.
What are we doing for that?
I think
just
we're probably
hanging
just
out?
doing this.
Just gonna wave.
Maybe they're going to say
Practice our
maybe
Queen wave.
maybe there'll be a PA announcer and say congratulations to Bowie's own Sports Junkies, 30 years.
All right.
I think our guy Todd Turner was anxious to have us out, setting something up. I don't know the exact details other than we had a text chain, and we've come up with July 23rd, I believe.
I think
All
that's
right.
the date.
So
Yep.
10 days from now, we're going to be at a Bowie
So
Bay
get your
Sox game.
tickets. Get your tickets if you
Yeah,
want to
come on
hang
out, say hello. We'll be hanging
It's
out.
a Chesapeake Bay Sox game.
You're right.
That's right, they
They'll
changed
always
their
be the
name.
Bowie Bay Sox to
So
me.
Bowie Bay
Yeah,
Sox
I mean,
to
they
me, too.
basically turned their back on the
Draft,
Bowie
you know,
name.
we
And
don't
if you
have
don't know where it
anything we have to
is,
do, right?
look for the Home Depot, and that's where you turn.
Yes.
We don't have to do anything. Just wave, say hello. We have a
Oh,
section.
you might be doing the first pitch.
First pitch. Get
yeah, I
that
think you're
ready.
doing that.
What
Maybe
if they made us do? Remember, EB and I did this. I don't think Cakes did it. When we did the little goofy bat race, we'd spin around the bat.
I wasn't there for that.
I don't really want to do that.
I wasn't there for those
We used to do those
shenanigans.
goofy shenanigans.
Yeah.
That was for maybe the Potomac Nationals.
We did
I don't even
BP
know.
out at Bay Sox game like 20 years ago. I think I one-hopped one to hit the wall.
I think I hit the warning track once.
Yeah.
I had to let him know because he said first pitch, meet and greet, those found on the concourse. Then he said, we'll have him do Junkies trivia.
Oh, no.
No,
no.
who
That's
said
just
that? Todd Turner?
No, not Todd Turner, the guy who works for the Bay Sox.
Bay Sox.
Yeah.
And then he said something about the 8th inning, and I was like, well,
We got to stay for 8 innings.
I said,
It's the Junks.
I let
Yeah,
him know. I let him know.
the Junks don't stay 8 innings
Yeah.
for a real baseball
8
game.
innings is
If I'm
aggressive.
staying 8 innings, the last time I was at a Bowie Bay Sox game, it was because I got free shoes for the Allen Iverson thing. Right?
That was a long
we
time
stuck
ago.
around because we knew we were getting
I
free
lit-
kicks.
I think that's the last time I've been to the Bay Sox Stadium. Was for Allen Iverson's charity softball game.
I mean, that's when we were HFS,
Yeah.
right?
I've
Yeah.
been to a couple games. They're kind of fun. You bring the kids there when they were younger.
No, it's a great time. I just haven't been.
Yeah.
They'd
All
have to 8th inning. You got to make it worth our while. Like you'd have to hook me with some Chick-fil-A gift cards. They have like the busiest Chick-fil-A right there on 301.
Oh, I would
I'm
never
sure
go to
it
that
is.
Chick-fil-A.
Probably
Yeah.
it has to be a double drive-through, right?
think so.
Double drive-through. I have the innate skill of anytime I pick.
You pick the wrong one.
I always pick the wrong one, and I'm always reluctant to pick the outside lane. It's like being hung out to dry in a NASCAR race. You don't want to be on the outside lane. You want to be in the inside lane. I always pick the outside lane, and then I'm always just hung out to dry trying to merge into the fast food lane. Stinks.
Hey, real quick before we get to this Mark Klaus audio. Mark Klaus, the president of the Washington Commanders.
Mm-hmm.
It is the summer of Ayuk, but we didn't have cakes last week. What did you make of his turn against Jaden Daniels?
It was kind of a bizarre heel turn. I mean, I thought those guys were tight. I thought they were boys. I mean, maybe it's just an Instagram act. They're in on it together. I doubt that's the case, since didn't they both unfollow each other on the gram?
Yes.
Like that. I did keep up with that. Just kind of weird. I've been out on Ayuk since day one. I don't know why the team would be interested in him, especially after this latest turn. We'll have to see how things work out. It doesn't even sound like he's interested in getting reinstated so he can get released by the team. Like, he just seems like a complete disaster. And if they sign him, I'm going to have serious questions about Adam Peters and his staff going forward.
Again, what if that he's always been this way, and it's just the public that's learning this, and Adam Peters has known all along he's a weird dude. But but in his mind, as long as he doesn't hurt the team, it's fine because he's a great player. Is it possible?
I mean, it's possible, I guess. Is he still a great player?
I don't know that. I don't know that.
That's what I'd be worried about.
Yeah.
If I could get the production that he had 2 or 3 years ago, when he was, I think he had 8 or 10 touchdowns and well over 1,000 receiving yards. If that's the Brandon Ayuk that I know I'm getting, then I might potentially be interested in his services. But I just don't need that circus around in a pivotal year for Dan Quinn and for this offense.
What do you make of Stephon Diggs saying, "Name a number 2 receiver. Is he better than me?"
I mean, if there is one better, it's a
maybe
short
with
list.
the
It
Bengals.
might be like T. Higgins. I mean, I can't think of many that would be better than Stephon Diggs. I'd be much more interested in signing Stephon Diggs than I would Ayuk.
His lawsuit doesn't bother you?
No. Doesn't bother me one bit.
It'll be interesting what's going to happen. I mean, all the guys that we've been talking about all summer, I mean, camp is right around the corner now. We're a couple weeks away. They're all unsigned. Every one of them. Debo.
Somebody pointed out to me that
Diggs,
Debo's just
Keenan
not
Allen.
a fit for the Blau offense, and that might make sense to me. That's one of the big reasons why they haven't re-signed him.
I mean, I thought there'd be a more robust market for Debo Samuel. I'm guessing he and his representatives thought the same thing. But I think all these guys are going to get signed once we start getting into camps.
Yeah, but they'll get signed for nothing. They're
Yeah,
going to get signed for nothing.
Did I bet that Debo was going to get a $20 million per
Yeah, you
season
might as well
payday?
pay that
You haven't
one.
paid me on that one yet.
I'm still holding out hope, but I'm pretty sure that's not going to happen. So any money I'm going to win in the AJ DeBonsa upcoming bet, I'm probably going to pay you in the Debo bet.
I'm not going to pay out. The DeBonsa one's going to be close, bro.
Understood. I'm not chalking it up as he's going to get average 20 right now, but from what I've seen in 2 summer league appearances, I'm encouraged by what I've seen.
Yeah, you
so
have to
far.
be encouraged overall by the Wizards. We talked about them earlier. All right, so Mark Klaus came on the B. Mitch and Finley show. He's the team president, and talked about the stadium. We'll be in 2030 before we know it.
Yeah.
And
I mean, you're already halfway through
you
2026.
said you drove by the remains of RFK today.
I couldn't see anything because I drove by it at
Well,
5:25 in the morning.
I don't think there's anything to see.
There's nothing there.
I know.
It's just an empty space.
But he came on the show and talked about what the new stadium is going to be like and the excitement, and this is what he said.
He asked you about bouncing seats
Yeah.
at RFK.
Right.
I believe this is public stuff, right?
Yeah. They're going to be there.
Yeah.
They're going to be there.
Can you
Only
tell-
this time they're going to be structurally sound.
The other one wasn't supposed to be.
I don't think that was what they were designed to do.
What is that design then?
Yeah, so we're working on some technology. As you guys have heard us talk, we're part of the art of this is getting the right balance of access with incredible premium experiences. And so one of the things that we're really committed to, and Josh made this super clear from day one, that we want our fans to be in this building. And so we're going to create a destination inside the stadium. We're calling it the Wall of Fans. We may have a little more creative dialogue about what that's called over time. But the idea is, as part of that, there will be a section of stands that rock. And when you're
Nice
technology,
screens.
yeah, like when you're up there cheering and roaring, you're going to get that motion that feels like it used to feel, only, like I said, designed to do it, not just a function of what the materials were. So
The architects came in and said, let me show you how this is supposed to work.
I like you guys. You can't just shake stadiums. You got to, But we found a way. Credit to our stadium team and the great work.
I think it's cool. It's only going to be a section of the stands, though, that'll rock like that, right?
I just picture it kind of like you see the tarps off movement for the Washington Nationals.
Yeah.
Or the wall that they created for Clippers games.
Yeah.
So just a wild section.
A wild
I don't
section.
know the science behind it.
Well, I mean, obviously.
Drabby was showing me some video during the break and was clearly AI of like shocks underneath the stands.
Yeah, I don't know how they're going to do it, but obviously it won't be sort of attached to the main structure of the whole thing, right? Because, I mean, this is going to be an indoor facility.
Yeah.
You have to remember that.
Could be like one of those rides you would do when we were kids
it'd be
at
like
theme
an
parks.
amusement ride. It'd be more along those
It's
lines.
like the 4DX movie theaters.
Right.
Where they shake and bounce and spray you with water.
Right, like smoke shoots out of the seats.
Yeah, on the touchdown. It's kind of a gimmick. It's a little bit of a gimmick.
Oh, it's definitely a gimmick.
Yeah, but it is a throwback to the RFK stands shaking during
There's a
games.
reason
So you had to
for
work
it.
for that.
Huh?
You had to work for that. Like if there's an operator going, shake the stands, on third down.
Right.
That's kind of.
No, my guess is that it would just be shakeable.
Correct.
That, in other words, the audience does it, not some guy saying,
Yeah,
"Okay,
not a guy
now we
with a
want
big
our
red
fans to be shaking."
It's
No,
just
it's just like
bleachers.
It's just a little bit movable.
They got
rock
concrete
a
everywhere,
little bit.
and they just put some nubs bleachers
There's a
in
little
one section.
give to them.
Yeah, but they probably won't always have them do that. Because if there's a billion events there, like if it's a Super Bowl or something, they're probably not going to have that section shaking.
Okay, so maybe you could lock it off, but if you release it, they could just shake.
Kind of a gimmick.
I'm not saying it's not a
Kind of a
gimmick, but I don't think it's going to be just some guy going, all right, we want them to shake, hit a button, and they start shaking people like an earthquake.
In my head, that's what I envision.
No, my head is it's just they're loose.
It's going to be human powered.
Yeah, it's human powered, loose, and there's some give to them, and they're allowed to shake if you get rowdy.
Yeah, that's what I picture, like bleachers. But maybe
But not like a button,
Maybe it's
like
like,
a roller coaster
don't,
ride.
Don't you and Dina have one of those shaking plate things?
What?
Don't you have one? Weren't you guys doing like holding the plate and the
No, it's like
The
something
vibrating
they
thing.
store,
Yeah,
right?
that you sit on.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
stand on.
Oh,
a vibrating plate you stand on. Not you don't hold it.
Oh, I usually see some. I see a lot of times people using it. They stand and they might hold like dumbbells or something, or they
Oh
hold
yeah,
a
you
plate.
could do stuff like that. Sure. Yeah. I don't think it's like that. I don't think
I
it's
don't
like
think so
some
either.
electric thing. No.
I think it's going to be
After the
essentially
Commanders
like
game, all the toxins are out of your body. Nickel.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Did I tell you I
It's a
got
therapeutic
Did I tell you I
experience.
got? I don't really use that. I don't use my vibrating plate anymore. I bought I have a little mini trampoline in the basement. do 100 jumps on it. Hold on.
Well, that is an old lady thing. You've
Yeah,
moved
yeah.
on to aerobic trampoline.
Yeah, were you Suzanne Summers?
Exactly.
He's going to be doing water
He's got
aerobics
leg
classes.
warmers on.
It's good for you. Go down there, I take a dump, and then I just do 100 jumps. They go on with my day or whatever.
Man boobs bouncing up and down.
Dude, one day I'll tell you all the things. At some point, I do have a story to tell how I dramatically reduced my blood pressure in a few months and lost
really?
a ton of weight. Yeah. People are calling me like Ozempic brain and stuff. It's not with Ozempic. I just did a whole health. I had a whole health journey.
Health reset.
I had
Was
a
the
whole health
BP a
reset.
show?
Oh, it was outrageous. My blood pressure at one point. I mean, it wasn't like Pete's. I think Pete's was like in the $2 bills. Like Pete's was like way up there.
I find it hard to just. I mean, okay.
Yeah, it was too soon.
I don't know.
Can't joke
He
about
did
Pete's blood pressure.
guess
Pete had terrible blood pressure.
Pass
I
away
guess
from
you
it.
can.
Yeah.
No, mine was like the last time I had it checked before it was like 177 over like 110 or something.
Doesn't
pretty
sound
high.
good.
pretty high.
Yeah.
But your boy got it down
Because
to like
your goal is 120 over 80, or that's like that.
Put it this way. I did like 9 million things, including jumping on a trampoline and eating properly and losing a bunch of weight and sauna. I mean, I did everything you could possibly do. And I got it down to 127 over 72. That's pretty good.
That's
pretty
good. Normal.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty good. Pretty darn good. But you
It'd
can
be
do it all
funny if you did all
naturally.
that and you were on the trampoline and tore up your leg like you landed funny on the little trampoline.
Yeah, your knees like Conor McGregor.
Conor McGregor
Yeah,
and everything.
can't do that.
Why can't you tell us what you did?
I can. I would have to write it down. I did so many things you wouldn't even. I mean, I would have to take me forever to think about it. I mean, I did everything.
But yes, change your diet. That's probably what worked.
Well, that's
for
the number one.
Well,
Yeah.
that's the number one thing. You losing weight, of course, but it's not many people can do it. A lot of people say, "Yeah, I'm going to lose weight," and they can't do it. You know what I mean? Or they have to go to the doctor to lose weight. Some of us can actually just lose weight. Take pride in it.
It can happen.
Yeah.
It is possible.
It's very possible. The number one thing was, to be honest with you, if you want a free hack, it's intermittent fasting. Apparently, it's not great for women. I don't know why. They say it messes with their hormones. But for dudes, it works. I mean, hell, Cakes was doing it, lost weight pretty easy.
I've taken my foot off the pedal a little bit.
Right, but when you were doing it, were you not just...
I lost a good amount of weight, like
it's
8 or 9 pounds, like in a month and a half.
like butt easy to do. Yeah.
I mean, it's not easy to not eat for 16 hours or whatever it is, but you get used to it.
But I wasn't just losing weight. I was eating like spinach, ton of fiber in my diet. I was drinking a beetroot juice, as they tell you to do.
I'd rather be a big fatty than drink
Yeah.
beet juice.
Yeah.
Gross. No,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah.
Not a fan.
Yeah. Also, cut down drinking. Definitely cut down my
That-
drinking by like
that-
98%.
That will definitely keep the weight off.
I have all this booze in my kind of like my bar area. I haven't made a home drink in like over a year.
You give it to Mike Moore.
If I had a party or something, I would. I'd pour myself a drink if I had
Sure.
a party or something. But like the routine of making 2 drinks every night,
Yeah.
it's been like a year, Cakes.
That's impressive.
You know.
I'm going to enjoy beer tonight in about 11
Yeah,
hours.
I don't see you slowing down. I
A
don't see you
beer?
slowing down.
He's
He's a 2-beer guy. He's a 2-beer guy.
This is what I do.
I know you're the king of white lies.
This is
You
my
have
brand.
beer.
This is my brand.
1-800-636-1067 if you want to chime in. Coming up next, was Conor McGregor injured before his fight? You know, only 4 teams remain in the FIFA World Cup, and there's no better place to be than Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform. You take a look at what's going on right now. How about Spain trading at 41% to best France? That means a $100 trade is going to pay out $234.22 if Spain can pull off the upset and beat France. Look, on Kalshi, you get to trade against peers in a live market. That means there's no house. It's awesome. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app. And don't forget to use the code JP. Get $10 when you trade 10. KALSHI. Kalshi. Trade the beautiful game. Must be 18 or over only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory. Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980. So Conor McGregor made his return after 5 years to the Octagon. A lot of people didn't think he'd ever step back into the Octagon. He's made too much money. He made $100 million just for fighting Floyd Mayweather. Then he started a whiskey brand, sold that, his portion or whatever, for over $200 million. So right there, that's $300 million.
I mean, it's absurd.
He's probably worth $1 billion.
You think he's worth that much?
Probably close to it. I mean, I just gave you $300 million right there. He's got endorsements. He's had these huge I think out of the top 10 pay-per-view fights that the UFC has ever had, he's 8 of them.
Yeah. I thought I heard that there were some questions about, how he handles his money.
It's hard to trust celebrity net worth because it's all over the place, but it seems like they list him at around $200 million net worth.
Okay.
Yeah.
All
I mean,
right, so that's $800 million short of a bill.
That's a crazy amount of money.
Yeah.
He's made so much money that it changes you.
Yeah.
And you obviously lose like this hunger, but supposedly he had this hunger to get back into the Octagon, and a lot of people didn't think it was going to happen. And he did actually step into the Octagon, and then there wasn't really a fight. Most people think that he got hurt on his first spinning kick. He was flying in the air. There's a lot of torque there. He kind of landed kind of funny.
Well, the
Some
one
people
leg
are
landed
speculating-
about 20 degrees off of where it should have.
Yeah, some people are speculating he tore his ACL. Maybe it's a torn meniscus. Combination of those things. Who knows? But then there are others who say, no. This guy was hurt before. And you could, they're reading his body language, saying, look at the way he was walking in the ring. That's not the way that Conor McGregor walks.
I'm
in the ring.
yourself a body language expert. Did you see any of that?
I didn't really get to see the walkout because, again, I was in a hotel. I was struggling to pull it up. And then by the time I got access to everything, it was dead. It was over. But I consider me in the others category. He may not have had a fully ruptured ACL or whatever his injury is, but I tend to believe and buy the idea that he was injured and that maybe he was just trying to push it, see what he could get away with, and it just exploded on him almost like a Lindsey Vonn. Now, Lindsey Vonn did have a ruptured ACL before she did the thing, but it then just turned catastrophic, right, when she crashed. I think that he was compromised. I think he went into that fight compromised.
1-800-636-1067. If you watched it, it was utterly disappointing because most people were excited. It is kind of a nostalgia, but he was not 50 years old. It's not like watching Mike Tyson fight Jake Paul where he's almost 60 years old, right? He's 37 years old, comes back after 5 years, and then either has the injury there before or after. I'm not really buying into the before, although there is part of me that he's gone into the Octagon before with injuries and just hope that something catastrophic wouldn't happen, right? And he beat Max Holloway when he tore his ACL in the second round the first time, and he just wrestled him. And supposedly when this happened the first time, he does the spinning kick, he falls to the ground, right? Holloway hits him a couple times, and then Holloway noticed something was wrong like immediately, and supposedly Conor yelled at him, fight. But after like the third time, when he got up the third time and then tried to just throw a straight left and fell down, couldn't plant his lead leg on the punch, then he knew it was over.
All right. I think he knew it was over walking in, by most accounts. I think something had happened. It's crazy because that's what I would bet on.
The night before when you're watching the ceremonial weigh-in and you watched the press conference and lead up, he did kind of harken back like that vintage McGregor trash talk and
when he got in his face and he ripped off his sunglasses.
Yes, he did that. Yeah. And he ran at Holloway there. So like
he did.
So some people would say, well, he didn't have a torn ACL. He wouldn't be able to run right at the guy and then stop suddenly and pull off his thing.
I think he was injured, and then that probably just it made him vulnerable to whatever that kick thing it was, and it just leg wasn't stable, and that finished him off.
See, what you can have is you've had torn meniscus and never had surgery.
Yes,
right?
I had multiple torn meniscus in both knees.
And if you have a torn meniscus, what I always find is straight line. you're not necessarily going to feel the pain. But if you do certain motions, it'll be a super sharp pain. At least that's my experience with it. He may have had an old tear that he was able to deal with in training that didn't affect him. But then when he went full speed, and a lot of people are going, why did he come out with the crazy kick? He does that sometimes. Like he's probably trying to make a statement.
It could
whatever.
sure like that in training, and he probably didn't go that hard in training.
No, but I don't think it's that obtuse. I think he probably injured himself like many fighters do training. I'm sure he's had injuries throughout his career. I'm sure he has. If you MRI'd him, he's got a million injuries. My guess is he injured himself training, tried to get through it, and it just didn't happen.
His coach said that they practiced that opening sequence many, many times.
Yeah.
And he landed it fine many, many times. But there's wear and tear. Like if it was indeed something that just happened, like he blew out his knee on the very first kick, that's just the worst timing ever.
All right, let's pass some of these calls. If you want to chime in, it was a much talked about, much anticipated fight. 800-636-1067. Remember Mike Easton, the mixed martial artist from D.C., right? Didn't we have Mike on the show at one point?
Yeah, he used to fight UWC, but then ultimately fought in the UFC.
Right. His brother is on the line. His brother, Elijah. Hey, Elijah, what's up, man?
What's going on, fellas? Thanks for taking my call.
Yep. I'm going to consider you an expert.
From UFC.
I'm going to give you I'm going to give you the expert title. Give me your expert analysis of what happened.
You called it. Many fighters, a lot of times, people don't notice. A lot of fighters get nicked up a lot of times during training. You're asking your body of a lot. I do think when you talk about a guy like Conor McGregor, who has such a big ticket draw, I think in-house they knew the potentials of some things to be able to. You talk about commanding that type of number at the gate to scrub that type of event. At this time, there's a lot more to the pie. This is not wrestling. This is real life. These guys are actually going in there. I'm not knocking wrestling. Wrestling's great, but these guys are going in there and doing things that it isn't necessarily easy to hold up. And like you said, he should have went in there boxing, doing more boxing. His leg was gone, and I think he tried to control the narrative because we all saw it that he wasn't right, and he probably was like, man, if no one sees this leg and I get knocked out, the narrative could be potentially different. But we have to, every time we talk about this fight, the leg is going to be a part of the story now. And Conor, being a smart guy and a businessman, he understands that having that leg a part of the story still doesn't taint his overall outlook as a competitor. Now, he understands the game of martial arts has changed completely. It's not the Zuffa days when guys with Chuck Liddell, those days are over. It's a point sparring thing. Guys understand how to get in and get out. So he knows the game. If anybody knows the game, it's Conor. But Conor's a badass. But he took his L, and I do think we don't know where he's going to be right now. Boxing, he doesn't need the thing. He doesn't need the cash. I still think this promotion is a lot of, he's helping out a lot. UFC, everybody's connected on this deal of like promoting this sport. And he's a ticket drawer. Nobody has ever been able to draw more than Conor at this time. I think I can say that. I think comfortably, no one's made that cash. So when he moves around, there's a lot of capital that's moving around. So you can't just scrub no fight. He probably just had to go in there, and they knew backstage when he's warming up. Your coaches know what you can and you cannot do. That's all I want to say.
Now backstage, though, we've seen some clips of backstage, and he was, kicking the pads and looked pretty good. Like some people are breaking it down, like, look at this moment, and he had like a little thing, but he was kicking. What I'd say about him is, and for a lot of us, it can be at a small level, he's a competitor at his heart. Like I do take him at his word that he wanted to come back and compete. Now, if there was a pre-existing injury, there is a pressure to get in the ring and not pull out. He'd only done that once before. He broke his toe before the Chandler fight, which never happened. And he was famous for being a guy who didn't pull out because he had opponents along the way during his rise that would pull out, and then he would just take on the last second opponent, which a lot of guys didn't do. So, I mean, it's possible, By the way, your brother was a badass. He
Appreciate it, man.
I watched him
Drab,
fight
he took
at
me
the
back and he said
UWC a bunch of
What?
times.
Oh yeah, it was. I appreciate that, man. My brother's first fight in the UFC was at the Capitals play, and it was great, man. I never had that experience. I make sure I let him know I hollered at y'all, and the Hawk from DC, bantamweight. You know, it was a great time. I met Dominic Cruz. I've seen the entire. I met Dana White. I've met most of the people. Dana's super cool. I've watched the UFC go from nothing when you walk into that stadium and there's nothing up. Watching them put that stadium together from 0 to 100 to all the lights was incredible. I got to ride on a fighter bus with Conor McGregor. He was on the bus. Obviously, when you're on the bus with fighters, you close your mouth. You just try to chill. So let everybody do their thing. But it was cool. I met a lot of the guys, man. And a lot of the guys are really cool. Sean Shelby, everybody, man.
Thank you,
Herb
Elijah.
Dean. Love y'all, man. Peace.
Thanks, man.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it.
It was just such a letdown, but Cakes nailed it. We had a letdown earlier in the week when the United States played Belgium.
I mean, I think that's much more massive letdown than, let's be honest, a 37-year-old Conor McGregor returning to the ring.
No, I think it is. I think it is too. But for those that were interested, there were millions that were interested in the McGregor
I know there were a lot of
fight.
eyeballs
That was a big
brought,
letdown.
that were brought to that event by Conor being there.
I would put it in the top 10 letdowns of the last decade.
The Conor McGregor presser, they have a press day, then they have a press conference. It outdrew what the White House card was doing. And the White House card was huge.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Let's go to Joe in Manassas. Joe, what's up, man? Joe the Junkie.
What's up, Joe? What's up, Jux? Love the show as always.
Thanks.
Hey, I just wanted to say, I definitely think he was injured before the fight. I mean, if you see him taking off those slippers or whatever, you could see the pain on his face when he goes on the one leg after he takes his shoe off. I mean, if you're going to fight, you're not looking like that. And my whole thing is he's got all the money in the world, but I think there's some issues right there with that. I think he spent a lot of money, and I mean, you know what I'm saying? Coming back to a fight when you have $400 million, I mean, what kind of sense does that make? Just to get beat up or look like an idiot? I don't understand that. You don't do that. I mean, let's keep it real. I mean, I understand the competitor in you and whatever, but you don't come back from $400 million to fight with a bum knee. What do we mean? You need the money.
Yeah, I mean, that could certainly be the case. If you have bad investments, your legal bills are soaring, you could burn through a lot of that money. I know that JP used to laugh at me when I would bring up that Floyd Mayweather is potentially going to burn through a lot of the money that he's made, and you're seeing chinks in the armor as far as his financial empire kind of crumbling.
Yeah, I don't know.
You look at the numbers that he earned as a boxer, and you think, well, there's no way he's going to go through all that money. You would have said the same thing about Mike Tyson with all the money that he earned.
Well, don't they say
he
that
went through
Floyd?
all of his
don't
money?
they say that Floyd is basically going broke?
Yeah, that's what I was just
There's
saying.
different reports. I mean, he's going broke, but he's got a Rolex for every day of the week. It depends how you define it. And supposedly he's still got money coming in.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't think he's great with his finances. But
no, I don't think anybody accused him of that.
I don't think he's living like a pauper either.
Yeah.
So who knows? It was a letdown, but like Cake said, probably the bigger letdown was the United States not making it to the quarters.
Well, that was also humiliating. Yeah,
and their star, who they called Captain America, just laying an egg.
You know what? I'm willing to say he sucks.
And the goalie with one of the biggest gaffes I've ever seen on a huge stage.
And the fullback. Fullback was brutal.
It's coming from a former goalie.
Yeah, he was brutal.
I know.
You are a former goalie.
Well,
Cakes.
I mean, not
you're an expert.
Not U.S. men's.
Well, you wouldn't have done what that guy did.
No, I would have kicked the ball as far as I could have.
Actually, you wouldn't have come out. I know you wouldn't have come out to the 30-yard line.
You got to cut down the angle at some point, JP, or else you're just a sitting duck. Every goalie knows that.
1-800-636-1067 is the number. Coming up at 9:25, Jesse Doherty is going to join us. We'll talk about the Nats bullpen and how much it sucks, and if the Nationals can do anything as the trade deadline approaches. We'll be right back.
Hey guys, EB here. Selling your home doesn't have to mean weeks of stress and sleepless nights. No, just ask Melissa. She wanted to sell her home in Northern Virginia, but she was dreading the whole process. So she called my friends, the Realtor rock stars, Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds and Power Room team with Keller Williams. Like a lot of sellers, Melissa worried her home would sit on the market like some of her neighbors. But Debbie and Sarah have a proven system. They market your home across more than 1,200 marketing channels to build buyer demand before it even hits the market. So what happens then? Well, how about Melissa's home sold in just 6 days for $10,000 over the asking price? She said the entire experience was smooth, seamless, and worry-free. So if you're thinking about selling, don't just hope for the best. Reynolds and Power Home Team sells homes twice as fast as the average agent, and that can net their sellers more than $30,000 over the average sale. So sell with certainty. Your home sold guaranteed. Call Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds and Power Home Team now. 844-654-SOLD. Memorize it. That's 844-654-SOLD, or check them out at DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
Just checking in on our Junkies poll of the day, brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka or Surfside Lemonade and Vodka. This summer, grab a Surfside, your go-to canned cocktail made with real vodka, only 100 calories and 0 bubbles. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. The poll was simple. We were talking about Anthony Davis earlier in the program because his agent, Rich Paul, on his podcast, answered Max Kellerman and said, Anthony Davis is going to play for the Wizards.
Mm-hmm.
Our poll was, would you give Anthony Davis a contract extension? Cakes Leonsis would. I would not.
Look, I said I'm not the biggest proponent of it, but I feel like it could happen. So don't be surprised if and when it happens. And I think even in this modern NBA, like if a guy's making $70, $75 million, I know it's a lot of money against your salary cap. You can still move these guys. You can still find takers for some of these contracts. So I feel like the Wizards, I don't feel like they just acquired him to be a commodity just to deal off to another team unless the trade that they would get in return for Anthony Davis supersedes what they gave up for him, which I don't think is going to happen. I think they want to see what he can do along with this young core, along with AJ DeBonta, along with the guys from the previous draft classes heading into this season. I feel like they want him to be a part of this team. And if they want to show him the love, they're probably going to sign him to some sort of extension.
But would you sign him to an extension?
Would I? If I had gun to my head, yes, I would sign him to an extension.
I would not right now. 84% are voting no. You can vote at Junks Radio.
I'm in the minority. I'm the one who would give him a big bag of cash.
So I saw this story last week, and I don't know if you know the answer to the question I'm about to ask, but it was a story about what kind of people our age now see as a status symbol.
Okay,
do you know what it is?
Men and women. Men see this.
I think
guys our age.
I think it was particularly men.
Okay.
The way that I read the article was, maybe I was just receiving and putting myself in the position that it was basically saying that yes, there's this, not all guys, but there's guys that see this as a status symbol.
So the traditional status symbols are like a car,
a nice house.
Maybe I know like the younger people like Mars age, they're into like watches, fancy watches. I don't know. A boat. Maybe a boat like Valdez. Besides, if you had a big ass boat.
So much maintenance though, upkeep, expensive.
It's
Boats
true.
are expensive.
So let somebody else, let your friend own the boat.
I'll give you a clue. It's something that some people spend a lot of time on.
Okay.
Others farm it out.
Their lawn.
The perfect lawn.
Oh, that's so not
My lawn
that
is
is
so
not
bad.
my status symbol whatsoever.
I have nothing but clovers in my
I have so
Mine,
many
I just have
clovers
so
right
many
now.
clovers. I don't know why. It's been a bad season.
I had to trim up like around my like air conditioner so it doesn't get overgrown, like weeds and like just random like growths back there. I filled up 4 lawn bags. 4. And I know that's nothing for some people, but after about the third one, I was like, some people actually like doing yard work. Like they're into like working in their yard and beautifying it. And I'm just not one of those people. I will never be one of those people.
Well, that's their hobby, is to be outside and edge.
Yeah, that is
and
not
to
my
do
hobby.
all this stuff. Yeah, that's not my hobby either.
It is a chore. It will always be a chore. And I've never once been doing any sort of yard work and said, man, I'm having a great time. I want to keep doing this.
Do you ever covet somebody else's lawn?
Yes,
No.
I actually do.
I actually don't.
I actually do. If I have one neighbor up the street, and his yard's spectacular.
Actually, yes, there is one. I think I've mentioned this on the show before. There's a neighbor in a different neighborhood that we've walked by their house. They've ripped up the grass and replaced it with some form of fancy AstroTurf. I'm jealous of that because it's no maintenance.
Super expensive. My wife wants to do that.
And it looks
super expensive.
It looks like a football stadium, or it looks like you're at Augusta. And I look at it, I'm like, well, it's kind of cheesy because it's fake, but there's also no maintenance. You're done. You're done with the yard work forever.
1-800-636-1067. Do you covet people and look up to them because they have a perfectly manicured lawn?
When I see an exceptional one.
look down on neighbors who have trifling lawns. 1-800-636-1067. So
yes, totally unkempt. Like if you drive by and somebody hadn't mowed their lawn in 4 weeks or something, and it's all, it looks like it's abandoned. Yes, I look down on those people.
I look at if somebody,
100%.
If somebody's spending 6 hours or so on their yard, like over a weekend, I look at them like, well, you could be playing pickleball. You could be playing tennis.
Yeah, but that's what they
love.
love.
You could be playing golf. You could be doing a million other things other than sitting on your riding mower or weed whacking, like the spots in between your sidewalk.
But what if you don't know? Like I know on my street, I live kind of on the main road of my neighborhood. There are 2 houses that have unbelievable lawn. I have no idea if they do it themselves or they farm it out, whatever. But I kind of covet them and say, wow, it's amazing how green it is. Like, I don't know if they got a sprinkler system going. I don't know what they do, but they don't have all of the clovers like EB and I seem to have on our grass.
I have 1 million clovers.
Clovers just overtook my lawn this year.
My lawn is the lawn that when they come, and they usually do it on a Friday, weather permitting, right? A Friday or a Saturday if you can't. It looks good until about Tuesday around 3 p.m.
Right.
Around Tuesday at 3 p.m., the clovers start coming out, really, they start getting uneven. Then all of a sudden, you'll pop some like yellow weeds or whatever, flowers in the middle of it.
Dandelions.
And by Thursday, it looks like a horse's ass. And then it's humiliating until they come and mow, and then they mow it again from afar. It looks silly.
good. Yeah, mine looks. My grass looks great from across the street. If you're across the street, in fact, somebody actually complimented my lawn. Oh man, your lawn looks great. And I said, well, you haven't been on top of it.
Yeah, you look on top. I have a lot of clover. The most clover I've ever had.
Yeah.
Is anybody going over really grilling it?
No.
Like they're looking at it from across the street, or as they drive by in their car.
But I feel bad. My next door neighbor has I think he uses True Green or one of those companies, and his lawn looks really good. I actually saw him the other day and apologized. And he said that he talked to his guy because his lawn is like money. And
because your stuff
he
is
doesn't want mine to infect his.
That's what's going to happen.
And he said that his guy said to maybe throw down some fescue. So he's basically putting a divider.
To have a barrier.
Yes.
So look like the British Open in your front yard.
You're getting lawn shamed.
Yes.
Yeah.
So according to Psychology Today, it's the mowing phenomenon that dominates our brains. It's a male's way of being creative.
What, to mow? It's not mowing.
apparently
it's
I'm uncreative.
It's the people that do that.
That's how males express themselves.
What do you mean?
It's through yard work.
Through yard work.
Your yard work, okay. Not specifically mowing.
Landscape.
The landscape.
landscape.
It's like your artistic side coming out with the lawn and sort
I
of
think
things.
it's your anal side coming out is really what it is.
It is here's why it's a flex, because not everyone can do it. Not saying like it takes knowledge and work
or money
and
or money
and
because
money.
like my mom didn't mow her lawn, but in Bowie, relative, she had one of the best like lawns and landscaping, but she paid Paco a ton of money.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's people who live in nice neighborhoods who have Nubs lawns. They don't care.
I'm a one-trick pony, though. I just know weed and feed. And I did my pass of weed and feed, and it didn't work. I had an extra bag of weed and feed. I ripped it open. I did my pass. I have the little spreader thing. And all I did was kill certain chunks. There's a couple areas where too much got on the grass.
Yeah.
And it did nothing for the weeds. I have more clover than ever.
Yeah.
So
It
I'm
is
a
a
one-trick
status
pony.
symbol. When I drive by someone's house with a nice lawn, I'm like, man, I'd kill to have that. I don't care about his car in the driveway. I don't really care about what else he has going on. When I see a nice lawn, I'm like, man, that guy worked for it. He learned how to do it. He put the work in.
He's a grinder.
And that thing pops.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess. I don't
need mine to pop. I just need it to not look gross.
Yeah. I would like mine to be average.
You don't even have
I would like
in your
average.
front. You don't have much of a lawn because your tree dominates, and you got driveway.
Takes up a good chunk.
Like I could
I've
probably
got a
mow
big driveway too.
I can mow your front lawn probably in 5 minutes.
10 maybe.
How long does it take to mow your front lawn?
When the guys come and actually do it with the
They probably
ride
do it in,
mower,
like,
it takes
2.
them like 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Then they hit the back, another 3 to 5 minutes. Then
That's it?
they blow some stuff off. It's the easiest yard to cut ever.
Wow.
But I
That's
never,
like
ever
EB and
wanna
I
do it.
when we had Top Hat lawn mowing service.
That's true. We did.
We had one lawn. I think it was on Palm Lane in
Guy
Bowie.
paid us $40.
I mean, what a
It was like
windfall.
stealing $20 each.
What a windfall for a bunch of 14-year-olds.
No,
The best was
I think we were like
EB
17
and I,
18.
like, we'd had a couple jobs already, but that summer, for whatever reason, we didn't have a job. And we would take my dad's lawnmower, his dad's lawnmower, throw it in his
Just
nubby
2 beaters.
Chevy Malibu.
2 beater lawnmowers in a beater vehicle.
JP's
I don't-
and
I don't
our
even
lawn
think-
service was us driving around in our parents' cars with lawnmowers in the trunk.
And we couldn't even close the trunk. It's just
couldn't
the
even close the
lawnmower
trunk.
sticking out.
To call what you had a service is a
did.
disservice to services.
We had like 3 lawns, but I'll never forget. We were playing video games. I don't even know what the
You guys
system
played
was.
Pong.
Like the original, maybe the original Nintendo. or
No,
something.
sadly, Cakes, I think we were like 20.
Yeah.
We were like 19.
Yeah.
And Dad said, "You guys need to get jobs." Like, what do you mean? We mowed our lawn. We're good. Made $20 today.
I think at the peak of our powers, we had 10 lawns.
That's a lot.
The problem was that once July hit,
Yeah.
most of them burned, so you didn't have to mow them anymore.
Yep.
But there was this one dude. Now, we had kind of a theory that he was a little sketchy, like maybe he liked us. Because he'd give us $40. Everybody else was paying us 20 or 25, and he had a tiny lawn giving us 40.
He's like, why don't you guys take your shirts off?
Yeah, were you guys mowing shirtless?
Hey, make some shorty shorts next time you make the pass here.
If he would have given us 50, we probably would have done it.
But I mean, what was the last time you saw a guy driving around in his dad's car, like a Malibu Classic, with a
40
lawnmower sticking out of the
40
back
years
of it?
ago.
2 of them, because we were just used your dad's.
I mean, we didn't have a trailer.
No.
We didn't.
No.
We just threw a lawnmower in the trunk and didn't close it, and hoped it didn't fall out.
And I don't even know if we bagged.
No
Did we
chance you
bag?
bagged.
I don't think we bagged.
Zippy chance that happened.
1-800-636-1067. We're the Junkies. Be right back. Baseball season's in full swing, and you can trade every game on Kalshi. That's right, on Kalshi, every game, futures, even all-star events you can trade. But let's look at the big prize. If you go with New York, they're trading right now at 12.7% to win it all. That means a $100 trade is going to pay out $742.05 if New York can pull it off and win the big thing. How about going with LA? They're one of the favorites, if not the favorite. They're trading right now at a much lower percentage. That means $100 is going to hook you up with $205.15. Look, on Kalshi, you get to trade against peers in a live market. It means there's no house. The probability changes, and as that happens, you can buy in and out of your position. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app. Use the code JP, get $10 when you trade 10. It's a lot of fun. Kalshi, Kalshi. Trade on anything. 18 or over only. Restrictions, eligibility, requirements apply. Bank contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
This update brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? Struggle over the weekend for the Washington Nationals, falling to the New York Yankees 5-3. James Wood and Curtis Mead homers for the Nats, but Ben Rice with a huge hit to win it.
2 balls, 2 strikes, the pitch. Swing and a fly ball deep left center field. Cruz going back on the warning track. He's at the wall. He leaps and he can't make the play. It caroms past him back toward the infield. Schumann has scored. Here comes Grisham. He scores. And into third base is Ben Rice.
The call on the Fan. Wizards A.J. Debonsa, 23 points and 7 rebounds, 3 steals, 2 blocks. Washington beats the Kings 104-85 in Summer League. Will Riley had 32. That will probably be it for Debonsa, but what the first 2 games impressive. Now he'll get ready for the regular season, staying healthy. Mystics come back to weather the storm. You like that? 84-79. Yannick Sinner beats Alexander Zverev in 4 sets to defend his Wimbledon title. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Welcome back. Junkies coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. We're celebrating 30 years of the Junkies in 2026. Presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender.
You mentioned earlier we're going to be out at the Chesapeake Bay Sox game on July 23rd. I believe that's the date, correct?
That is the date, yes.
July 23rd.
It's a Friday.
They're very nice. They're going to honor us. I guess it's just going to be the Sports Junkies night, whatever. We'll probably wave, maybe throw out a first pitch or something. But come out, hang out. It's always a good spot to bring kids. If you have younger kids, or you just want to just have a beer and watch some good baseball.
We'll get back to our roots.
We'll get back to our roots. So that's not that far away. That's actually 10 days away, Cakes.
Maybe I'll pop in the beer cooler at Rips for old time's sake.
Good times.
Yeah. Do they actually broadcast those games? They have. Are they like broadcast online, or are they like?
I mean, you're asking me questions that I don't
I'm just
know.
asking.
I can look
It's
it up.
a minor league baseball game. I mean, how do they do that? They must be on the radio or online or something, right?
I know sometimes they'll be on TV, like select games, like the Norfolk Tide will be on Masson every now and then.
They will be.
But I think with the MLB package that you get MILB.
I think you're right.
And then you can watch single A through triple A on that package.
I think you're right, because I have a buddy whose kid pitches like AAA, and he I think he has that package so he can watch his kids start.
Valdez, I might have to get me a Bay Sox lid. I mean, I don't know how you don't have one of these already. It's the Chesapeake Bay Sox. It's got a crab holding a Maryland flag in its claw. How are you not wearing this merchandise to work every single day? I don't even know you anymore, Valdez. I'll have to get one of those when we make an appearance.
That's the 23rd. What day is that? Is that like
It's a
Wednesday?
Friday.
So it is?
Is it a Thursday?
Pretty sure it's a Thursday.
You got to double check because I don't have it in front
Pretty
of me.
sure it's a Thursday.
I definitely don't think it's a
because
Friday.
we were shooting for the Wednesday.
Yeah.
But Cakes has a prior
You
commitment.
want to see Noah Khan with my wife at Nats Park.
You are? How'd you get ticks?
See these things
Yeah.
in front of you? Pretend they're strings.
Yeah, you pulled some strings.
pulled
I
a
know.
few strings.
I tried to pull some strings for that through the station. I didn't. I was
that string
unsuccessful.
named Gabe?
No, the string's name might rhyme with Schmeat from Schmecko Stage.
Oh, okay, see, I don't know him. I don't know Pete.
Good friend.
I don't
good
know
guy.
Pete. Oh, Pete was able to hook that
It's
up?
pretty well connected in the biz, too.
Wow. That's a good
So
hookup.
thank you, Schmeat, a.k.a. Pete.
Where are you sitting? I'm going.
Might be in a rhymes with
Meat.
in a sweet.
Nice.
So jaded.
You know what I am, though? Thankful. Very thankful.
You're grateful.
I'm a thankful person.
You're grateful.
Blessed.
Some would say, yes.
All right, want to tell you what's going on in the world of Hollywood and entertainment? The entertainment page, of course, driven by BMW Fairfax, DC's only BMW Center of Excellence Award winner, For the ultimate buying experience on your ultimate driving machine, get over to BMW Fairfax. Ask for my girl Miriam. She's the general manager. She's the top dog over there. Of course, you can check out their entire selection, certified pre-owned and brand new vehicles right there on their website, bmwfairfax.com. I got a little message this morning after I was away over the weekend. Left rear tire needs air. You know what that means. Got it. I'm sure I have a nail or something in there.
Lock, you have a nail in
The
your
lock,
tire.
I have a nail, and I don't feel like dealing with it, so I'm just gonna load it up and pray it's a slow leak. That's what I'm gonna do.
Hold on, you're not going to go get that taken care of?
No,
because a slow leak then turns into a medium and then a fast.
Yeah, I
leak.
got the run flats. It's at like 30 pounds. I'm just gonna pump it up and I'm gonna see how long it lasts.
Yeah,
because I don't feel like dealing with it, Cakes.
I understand that sentiment, but the second I see the tire warning light come on, I know that it's a nail because my family.
I know
and
it's a nail.
We lead the league in getting nails in
Well,
our
we're
tires.
second. If you lead the league, we're second.
League leader, according to my guy Greg, who takes care of my vehicles in the O-Town. League leader in nails and tires.
He's got rankings.
And I officially don't sleep on it. I drive it right there. One of the guys comes out, patches it in like 5 minutes, and then
That's
I'm
great.
good to go.
I know. I just don't want
Unless
to deal
it's
with
in
it.
the sidewall,
I know.
then it's devastating. You
They're
need
gonna
a new
tell
tire.
you. They're going to tell you it's in the sidewall, and you're going to need a new tire, and I don't want to deal with that. So I'm just going to put air
Well,
in it.
I'd rather do that than wind up on the side of the beltway, stranded with a flat.
I don't think that's going to happen.
Let's hope it doesn't. You're rolling
I've
the
actually
dice.
driven a car before when it had 1 pound of pressure.
How far did you drive it with 1 pound of pressure in the wheel?
Couple miles.
It's definitely not good for your rims.
I did.
Your rim is all beat up.
I had 1 pound of
Your
pressure.
rim
Why
is
are you laughing?
So
I had 1 pound of pressure.
Because it's just, I would never do that. No one would ever do that.
Well, I didn't want to pull over.
Well, I mean, at that point, you have to pull over and call either your manly man and fix it yourself, which I wouldn't do.
Which I would not
or
do.
That's very.
you call
So you know
for
what
a
I
tow.
did?
Very unsafe.
You know what I did?
Definitely unsafe.
This happened about 7 or 8 years ago. I called Mike Walker while I was driving. I said, Mike, got a situation here. Got 1 pound of pressure. He said, don't worry about it. Just keep going. That's what I did.
Oh man, that sounds like horrible advice.
That's what I did. All right, Sam Neill, Cakes. You know who that is?
You think I don't know who Sam Neill is?
I actually really don't. I see the picture. I
'cause you haven't
recognize
seen
him.
Jurassic
No,
Park.
I've seen it, but you know, it's not some big superstar in my world. But he passed away, 78 years old.
Very accomplished actor.
Super accomplished, right? What else was he in besides? Did I see? Was he in The Piano?
Oh, I never saw that, so I don't know. I'm bad at piano. Never saw the movie, so I can't tell you.
It's just like how we said, very accomplished actor. We can't name any other.
He was also in. I think he was in Event Horizon, which was a very creepy horror movie. He played a grown-up Damien in the 3rd edition of the Omen series, The Final Conflict, where he became, the President of the United States. He was also the son of the devil, so that's a little bit of a conflict there. What else is he in? What else am I missing? Oh, he's in Hunt for Red October.
Yeah, he was in Hunt for Red.
He's been in some big
He
movies.
was in The Piano. Did you mention Event Horizon?
I did mention that.
That's the one you just said.
Scary movie.
Yeah.
Very scary.
Anyway, pour some out for
This
him.
movie
78.
Also scary when the T-Rex is chasing him and Laura Dern in the Jeep as they're trying to get away from a big giant T-Rex chasing you in the rearview mirror.
This is actually stunning to me.
Iconic music, by the way.
Did you hear about the latest Britney Spears incident?
I have not.
Did you hear about this,
guessing you're going
Valdez?
to tell me about it.
So apparently they're driving along in L.A., and I guess she's being driven by someone.
Okay. She's being responsible.
It looks like she's in some sort of Jeep with like a moonroof.
Okay.
She pops her head through it while they're going 45 miles an hour. It's still traffic-y, so it's not like they're going 75.
Yeah.
But they're kind of slower moving, but they estimated the speeds to be 45 miles an hour. Imagine you're on, let's just say it's the 405. I don't know exactly what road it is. And Britney Spears is just standing up in her car while they're driving 45 miles an hour past you.
That would be a weird sight. I wouldn't be expecting to
I mean,
see
can
that.
you even fathom that?
No.
They say she did it for a good 2 minutes. She was on a freeway before she exited. She was standing through the moonroof for roughly 2 minutes before the vehicle eventually exited the highway. After pulling into a nearby gas station, she was seen laughing and chatting with her mystery chauffeur, Cakes.
Hey, it's Brett. Brittany, don't stand up in the Jeep. It's not safe. You're a national treasure.
Taylor Swift, she just had her wedding, right? Was it last weekend, whenever it was? Did we ever find out how many people actually attended it? Do we actually know what the number is?
I have no idea.
So it was reported like 1,000.
It was 1,000, right? Okay,
But I don't think that was.
I
I think that was the post-wedding celebration.
It wasn't the actual wedding.
I think the actual wedding was just like a handful of like friends and family at a secret spot, and then they went to Madison Square Garden for like the big after party.
Yeah, the Madison Square Garden thing.
was just the reception. Essentially.
Yeah,
pretty
yes,
much.
essentially, yes. But like the there wasn't a ceremony at MSG.
Okay,
Correct.
Okay, that's better. Makes more sense. A little classier. They say from the wedding itself, I guess from Madison Square Garden, some guy collected the trash from the wedding cakes.
I did see this, yeah.
And sold it for $25 a piece.
$25 per bag of trash.
Yes.
What are
Was there
people
anything good in there?
I don't know, but they say he sold out in 24 hours. All the trash he gobbled up.
You know what that guy is? Entrepreneur.
I think they say, does the guy consider himself like an artist?
I don't. How would I know? I don't know who this person is. Was it Banksy? Banksy's collecting trash.
Didn't
and
people
selling
finally
it for-
see who
His
he
house
is?
is going to be stanksy with a garbage bag.
Oh, by the way, I'm glad you brought that up. So I get back from the Outer Banksy's
Yeah,
on Friday.
right.
Okay. And my trash gets picked up once a week on Friday. I forgot to tell my kids to take the trash out.
Oh,
So I
Right.
come home and the trash can is just up to the top. Like it's full. And now I have another week until my trash pickup comes.
Do you have
So-
any dumpsters near you? I know, like, you're not supposed to do
no,
that.
You're not supposed
but
to do that, JP. So what I did was I flipped open the lid. I pulled out, I think, 6 or 7 bags of trash, and then I rebagged each bag because they were stanky.
double
They
bagging.
were stanky, and I had to rebag them, and then I threw them in my car and went to the dump.
Okay, you went to the dump.
I'm a responsible Montgomery County homeowner. I'm not just going to drive to the local McDonald's and dump my trash into their dumpster.
You know
I
where-
may or may not use an apartment complex nearby.
You may or may not get arrested for it at some
No one's
point.
gonna arrest you.
I can only pray that Montgomery County cop posts right next to the dumpster
be the
and
greatest bit ever.
catches JP and gives him a ticket.
Yeah, it'd be fantastic. Get a citation for dumping where you're not supposed to.
When my glue traps nab a mouse,
Yep.
and that's happened a few times as it's gotten hot, I'll double bag that.
Sure.
Throw the mouse in there, and then I won't put that with my regular trash because
Right.
I don't want that smell, that stench, even with double bags and the mouse in there. I will either go to the park if I want to walk to the park and I put
Okay.
it in a regular thing, or I will go to
Where
a
do you
dumpster.
where do you keep your excess trash? Like that you've taken out of that in the garage? You have trash cans in the garage or something?
I don't usually have excess trash.
Hold on, don't you have outdoor trash cans?
No,
I've never heard such a thing.
I think our HOA doesn't allow it.
You're not allowed to have. So hold on.
You're not allowed to have your trash cans showing. Like, you couldn't
Okay,
just
so
put
on the back side, most people have them on the side of your house. Like mine are on the side of your house.
No, you couldn't
can't
do
see
that
'em.
on the side of the house if you could see it.
You can't see it.
So you
behind
got
a fence.
You have stanky trash in your garage.
Garage.
So you have outdoor trash cans in your garage.
Yeah, that's where I keep our trash, in the garage.
That's what I asked, and you said we don't have outdoor trash cans, but you do. You have them in your garage.
I thought you meant you keep one outside.
No, okay. So if you double bag it, I think you can keep it in. I think it's safe.
The mouse?
Yeah, I don't think you have to go searching for some
It's gonna
place to
smell.
dump it.
You might
Yeah.
need to triple bag it.
I think if you double bag it and it's in a closed
I
container
just
in
take
your
it
garage,
honestly. When I have that dead mouse, I'll usually, like, let's say I'm going to the gas station.
Silly
and
DJ.
I got to fill up gas. Then I'm going to take the mouse
knows him.
and I
My guy
dump.
Pete definitely knows him.
I dump the mouse at the gas station.
Right. All right. I guess you could do that. You guys remember Chris Humphries? You remember him, obviously, because
Former wizard.
he
He'll
played here
always
for the
be a
Wizards.
wizard to me.
Is he more famous for you for being a wizard or for being briefly married to Kim Kardashian for like
Prob-
72 days?
Probably for that.
Yeah.
But him being a wizard is second, and it's gaining.
For whatever reason, the Daily Mail decided to bizarrely do an update on whatever happened to Kim's ex, Chris Humphries.
Okay.
So 10 years later, after their 72-day marriage, you know what he's up to?
I do not.
He's apparently a restaurant mogul.
Oh, he's a restaurateur?
He may own as many as 18 Dave's Hot Chicken franchises.
Really?
Yes.
Those things are popping up.
I think there's one in Tyson's, right?
I've seen them.
What's the deal?
I mean, he
Just
made a lot of
spicy
money.
Chicken?
He made a lot of money, I think, even when he was with the Wizards. How much do you think Chris Humphries made in the NBA?
In his NBA career, he
I'm going to
probably
guess
made
$45 million.
Oh, more than that. I'm going to put him at $75 million.
He was probably
in the NBA for a long time.
At one point, he might have been making like $10 million a year. Do you think he was ever making
Sounds
more
about
than that?
right.
I doubt he was making much more than that. The guys make such absurd money now. But yeah, I guess they're mostly in Minnesota, Cakes.
Okay.
Where I believe he's originally from.
All right, career earnings for Chris Humphrey. Wow. I mean, what am I doing lowballing? What did I say?
I don't know. $40 million, you said.
What is made $61 million.
$61 million.
It's a lot.
It's insane.
I mean, at one stretch, when he was at the Brooklyn Nets, he was making $12 million. So the Wizards, they only paid him $4.25.
Now he's selling chicken tendies combo baskets, but he's probably making a lot of money.
Right.
I mean, if you have 18 locations of a restaurant, you're making cash.
Why is hot chicken a thing? Because people just like spicy chicken.
I mean, it
I
has
don't
already,
understand it.
It has already been a thing, which means it won't be a thing for much longer. There'll be a new
'Cause people will
concept
move on to
coming
it.
along,
But what's
coming
the
down the
idea?
pipe.
But yes, people like spicy.
People like
hot.
spicy chicken.
Yes.
I mean, it's the first thing I say is not spicy. Anywhere I go, anywhere.
I'm like you.
I don't want spicy.
The hot chicken's like it's kind of overly spicy.
Yeah.
It's not just a little kick.
It's like bright orange.
Yes.
I like.
That
give
sounds
me,
horrible.
Give me Dave's slightly hot chicken. You know what I'm saying?
Warm.
Like, give me the slightly.
I want Dave's warm chicken.
I don't need burn my tongue for a week level hot. But it needs to have a little bit of kick.
And last but not least, Valdez, I need your help here. Paige Sporanic is in the news again.
She's always in your news.
Right, Valdez is the one that
I don't know if
usually
she's
calls
in the news.
He usually calls most of the stories here. I guess she put out some July 4th picture and some tweet, bikini tweet, of course. Was it red, white, and blue bikini?
Yeah, she put out an America bikini for the July 4th, and everyone's saying it was AI enhanced.
Well, you've been talking about her enhancements for quite a while.
Yeah, I don't
now.
think they're AI enhanced. I think they're
Enhanced.
surgically enhanced.
Right. But if it's not AI, it's a real photo.
Well, that's what she's claiming. And then she put out another banger bikini follow-up to everyone saying that it's fake.
Can you believe Evie wasn't here when she joined us in studio? How did you miss that?
Wasn't she super quiet when she came in? I thought
she
I
was
remember you
normal.
guys saying she was like pretty quiet.
She was a little reserved.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think she has a lot of anxiety. So, and that was like kind of
Join the club. Who
Yeah.
doesn't?
I know, but
No,
I, think
Drab-
I
Drab-
think she has a lot of
anxiety.
social anxiety.
Drab learned to newspaper the glass.
We could not have picked a worse event for her coming in studio.
Why? What was going
She
on?
came in here moments before she was going on Capitol Hill. And she was
so she
all-
was really anxious about
she was
that.
wa- no, she was
She was
wearing like
dressed up, yeah.
slacks and a
Oh, she wasn't wearing
a
like
full
the
button
bikini or
blouse.
anything.
Yeah.
She wasn't in her golf thought attire.
No.
The unsexiest.
She looked like she's going to church.
Right. That kind of stinks.
All right, coming up next, we're going to talk some Nats baseball. Baseball Nats reporter for Notice, or is it not us? Probably not us. Joins us next, Jesse Doherty on the Nationals here on the Junks.
All right, guys. We're always out there trying to keep up on the golf course, tennis court, whatever. Injuries happen. Rehabbing my elbow right now as we speak. Back spasms, bone and joint pain, they can slow you down. That's why I trust Vantastat. Whether you need urgent advice after an injury, help understanding symptoms, or you just want a connection to over 400 plus CAO orthopedic specialists, Vantastat is there for you. Their urgent ortho helpline is open 365 days a year. Don't wait. Call 844-VANTA-365. That's 844-VANTA-365. We've seen how much of a difference it can make.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. Going to head out to the Ruud Guest Hotline. Ruud's the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And we'll check in shortly with our pal Jesse Doherty, baseball and Nats reporter for Notice.
Somebody threw out there that, these recent struggles, I mean, it's been plaguing them all season, obviously, but just continuing to lose these games. Maybe it's a blessing in disguise that they're just not going to be there, and they don't have to, they don't have to be a purchaser. They don't have to be a buyer. They don't have to give up things. I don't know.
I don't get that. I mean,
because it's too early.
Cakes brought up the numbers earlier that the Nationals have 27 blown saves, and second is the Tigers with 20. So if you just do the math on 7-game difference, they'd be in a dramatically different position than where they are right now. All right, Jesse joins us right now. What's going on, Jesse?
Jesse, how are you, buddy?
Good. How are you guys?
So I know you wrote about the draft, and we can ask you about the draft here shortly. But let's start off with the Nats bullpen continue to struggle. They have a lead in all 3 games against the Yankees, right? All of them in the 7th inning, and the bullpen blew all 3 of them. Predictable at this point with 27 blown saves on the season. I mean, what if anything can they do, or has the ship sailed?
Yeah, I mean, I think one thing that this season, and particularly this last month or so, has proven is that there's a finite amount of people on the planet who can pitch the 6th, 7th, or 8th inning of a Major League Baseball game, right? Because what they've done is just churn through the end of their roster, pick guys up who have bad ERAs from other teams, see if they can catch lightning in a bottle, and it's just that's a really hard path to take, obviously, right? I mean, and it doesn't always work either when you try to pump money in. I mean, we saw in 2019, which ended up being a great year, when Mike Rizzo went and basically bought a bullpen in the offseason. It imploded by the end of May, and the guys who ended up being in that pen were not the ones that were ultimately brought in to be in the back end. So what they can do now, I mean, either keep churning and see if they can catch that lightning, like I said, but that's really difficult. They can try to add on the margins at the deadline if they feel like they want to do that, but they also could just stick with what they have and see if some of the results even out, or if they keep getting their brains beat in the late innings, just be okay with that, which if you're a fan, you're like, that's an option? It doesn't feel like it should be, but I think it is.
Jesse, do you think this is just a result of when Paul Taboni and his staff were assembling the roster, that they just weren't expecting to win this many games at this point? And if you told Nats fans that they'd be 48 and 49 at the All-Star break before the season started, they would have taken it in a heartbeat. But the way that the bullpen has failed has just magnified how bad it's been. Is it just that they weren't planning to be anywhere close to a 80, 85 win team, but the offense is so good that it's kind of carried them to that point?
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely that. I think you nailed it. And then so then what happens is, if they were 48 and 49, but had 20 blown saves, but then just lost 7 of those games by 4 runs, getting beat in the early innings, I think this would maybe feel different, right? It would just be well, they're beating expectations, and it's been really fun, and James Wood and C.J. Abrams look like stars and are all-stars, and this Foster Griffin guy has been a huge, excitement and a huge surprise and a great win, frankly. But because the bullpen, it's so, brazenly the bullpen that is messing everything up right now, it kind of starts to feel bad. And if you frame it on, pure record and numbers and offense alone, you can certainly frame this season so far as a massive success. And frankly, I would probably make that argument first. But I understand if you're following this team day to day, it's so easy to think if they had just put $2 million, $3 million, $4 million, $5 million, $10 million into the bullpen in the offseason, or been more proactive in the early months to try and make moves to get this bullpen better, it does feel well, why can't the Nats be a second wildcard team or a third wildcard team or be in a much different situation? So it's an odd all-star break, and that how should our brains process this? Should it be a disappointment, or do you kind of just take the house money and run and say, this team's a lot better than I expected, it's a lot better than the front office expected, frankly, and that's ultimately a good thing for the larger arc of the franchise?
I kind of assumed heading into the season that it would be that 65-win team or whatever the Vegas number was, and that C.J. Abrams would probably be traded halfway through. That's kind of how I thought. And look, here we are now. How many of these guys offensively are likely to still be around the next couple years?
Well, that's like one of the main subplots of the season, and could also be a main success of this roster, is that there's a good chance that they've played well enough that trading CJ Abrams, who's become a linchpin of this team, becomes a really tough proposition. Where you're right, if they were tracking toward that Vegas number at this point, I think we'd all just be writing our, wasn't he great and wasn't that a great Juan Soto trade and the success stories, but it would kind of be as a farewell tone. Now I think it's in the balance whether they want to go that route. And, I think that's sort of, there's always going to be dissonant goals between the front office and the clubhouse when you're through a rebuild, right? Like the clubhouse wants to win every day. Those guys, they rely on it. Their future paychecks, their arbitration checks, whatever, rely on playing well. The front office, I think in a vacuum they want to win, but they want to win, more at a more sustainable level in the future. So right now, that clubhouse and that roster and that coaching staff has played their way into it not being a slam dunk to just trade whatever's not nailed down to the floor, like you saw in 21 and 22. So when you look at sort of the guys who are going to be around, I mean, you can look at James Wood, Dalen Lyle, even CJ Abrams as being like real pieces of a roster moving forward. The Curtis Meade types, the ones more on the margin, Jacob Young, Keibert Ruiz, I think that could go either way. I mean, is this Luis Garcia even is this uptick sort of an aberration? Are they more in line with what their career stats have been to date? Maybe the staff has unlocked something, but I think more than anything, the team has put the front office in a much more difficult position than it would have expected in April or May.
So on Notice, you did write about the team preparing for the draft, and we can get into some of the players they drafted, but you wrote about how the front office kind of reimagined the draft, right, and made things different. Can you fill us in on what's different about how they prepared for the draft and kind of the structure and the guys involved in the draft?
Yeah, so I mean, I think just purely staff-wise, the people around Paul Taboni, it's a draft group. I mean, this is what they've made their careers on. Devin Pearson, who's now the farm director, was the scouting director in Boston, meaning he ran the draft for them. Justin Horowitz comes from Pittsburgh that has had a lot of success in the draft, and he's a draft guy, and he oversees all acquisitions. So I wrote about it last week through mostly the lens of if these guys are going to be the ones who are right to run this team, it's not necessarily as sexy or exciting as a big deadline acquisition, but the draft's going to matter a whole lot. This is what these guys do, and their general approach, which is a major change in DC, frankly, is that the player development and the amateur scouting departments are really, really, really meshed together. And what that means is they're drafting guys with the idea that this is exactly what we're going to do in the developments in the next 3 years. We think, because our development staff has looked at a ton of video, has looked at a ton of numbers, has talked to our scouts, has been involved in the process, that this guy can add this specific pitch 2 years from now and really take off. Or the second he gets it down in West Palm after the draft, this is the bat speed program he's going to be on. And it can kind of get a little wonky, and it can feel does that really win baseball games? But I think process-wise, it's really healthy. And culturally, what I think it does, or what they hope it does, is that if a guy fails, there's not that finger pointing that frankly happened a lot with the last group of, well, you drafted the wrong guy, or no, we drafted the right guy, you did not teach him the right things, right? There was a lot of that infighting that existed, and I think they're trying to weed that out and say we're all responsible because we were all part of the process on the front end. So when this guy's going well or when this guy's going poorly, we own that as a group. And I think they're trying to foster that environment where there's not just but you said this and you said this and yada, yada, yada.
Jesse, fill the listeners in on the top draft pick, went number 11 overall, Texas A&M second baseman Chris Hacopian. We know he's a local guy, went to Churchill.
His dad was a Terp.
Yep, his dad was a Terp. He started at Maryland.
Yeah, so I mean, I think the archetype of hitter that they are looking for is someone who swings at strikes and hits them really hard. That might seem, obvious, but there is sometimes a propensity for teams to draft players that have these really big tools like power or strength or look a certain way, but they might swing and miss a ton, or they might chase a lot. And the Nats are betting on this guy just being a really, really sound fundamental hitter where he swings at the right pitches, he makes contact a lot. When he makes contact, the ball is hit hard. And then kind of what you try to see if you can, work on is obviously further developing that, but then also defensively, he's not locked into one position. I think they'll probably have to figure out where he plays down the line. But generally with their bats in this draft, if you look across the board. And if you dug into the college stats or you went really deep in advanced stats, if that's your thing, you'll probably find really high contact rates and really good swing decisions. I mean, that's their thing. So this guy was seen as like a super fundamental, polished hitter that they feel like they can really build on, and that's the bet moving forward.
All right, Jesse, that's good stuff. Jesse Doherty, you can check out his work at Notice.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate
Thanks,
it.
Jesse.
Yep. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Hey, right now, we're going to hook up caller number 10 at 1-800-636-1067. We'll hook you up with a pair of tickets to go see Soja. Special guest Pigeon playing ping pong Saturday, August 1st at Nationals Park. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. All you have to be is caller 10 at 1-800-636-1067.
All right, imagine never having to worry about your home again. No stressful who do I call moments, just the comfort of knowing it's all taken care of. That's what a Crop Metcalf membership gives you, year-round peace of mind. The expert technicians at Crop Metcalf handle everything, from routine maintenance to worry-free repairs, so your home runs exactly the way it should. Stop worrying about home care and start enjoying your home again with membership starting at just $15 a month. Learn more now at serviceexperts.com.
So I saw that ESPN is putting out their top 10 rankings by positions, right?
For
and
what sport?
NFL.
All right.
NFL's coming up. Everybody's starting to ramp up their NFL content. Once the World Cup passes, you put on ESPN, 90% of it's going to be NFL.
Sure.
So
they're smart. They know what they're doing.
they surveyed NFL executives, coaches, and scouts to help them rank the top 10 players at 11 different positions. And Laramie Tunsil comes in at number 5 for offensive tackles. All right. Penny Sewell, Penei Sewell, Trent Williams, Tristan Wirfs, and Jordan Mailata from the Eagles. And then Laramie Tunsil's number 5. Here's the question I wanted to throw to you. Where else could they get a top 5 player? And don't throw in punter. Is there somebody on the roster you think they can develop into a top 5? Like Sonny Styles? I guess you got to hope in the future becomes a top 5 linebacker.
I guess that would be the dream.
I mean, and who's the closest right now?
I would
Terry
say,
McLaurin?
I would say if Jaden has a year like he had in 2024.
Yeah.
He could
Jaden, I think,
he
was
could be a top 5.
Yeah.
Jaden apparently was honorable mention top 10.
Yeah. And that's fine. I mean, you know, he had a kind of off year last year.
Anybody else you look at the roster that could eventually be a top 5 player in the league at his position?
Top 5.
I guess Cosme at one point was thought of as one of the best interior offensive linemen.
Kind of boring, but that way
it's boring.
Kind
but,
of boring.
You know,
maybe you would hope
they
and
were going
pray-
after Tyler Linderbaum in the offseason, right?
Yeah,
He's
but he got
top
too
center.
expensive.
Maybe you would hope and pray that Oweh could justify the $100 million they gave him.
Yeah.
How about this? How about Chig, who's getting no love?
Ooh,
I
I
saw
like that.
a list
I like it.
of tight ends.
Big
I'm
on Chig.
I'm pretty sure he wasn't even in the top 15.
Yeah, that's hard to see
Rankings.
that kind of leap.
Well, mixed with Jaden and his skill set, I think he actually could make a big leap. Cakes? That's my sleeper. Chig is my sleeper.
I like where you're coming from with that. I think he's going to be a good fantasy sleeper late in fantasy drafts this upcoming summer or later this summer. Basically next month. You're going to be neck deep in fantasy drafts in a month and a half.
By the way, there's a new Brandon Ayuk video this morning. He's feeding his dog raw chicken. He's literally opened up a pack of like Purdue chicken breast, and he's just tossing him raw chicken.
What's he wearing? Is he wearing burgundy?
I don't know. I don't even know.
Does he
if
have a
you can see it.
commander's lid on?
You can't tell. But apparently, you know, if you look it up, they can do it, but it's not recommended. Obviously, you could still get bacterial infections and contamination, you know, all that stuff. Maybe get the
chicken,
the rhea that everybody's getting.
Is that the cyclospora? Is that what it's called?
Yeah, that completely ruined my
honestly,
weekend.
like, does he not own an air fryer? You know how easy it is to throw a chicken breast in an air fryer and it's done in 10 minutes.
Nope. It looks like he's got a couple dogs there, and he's just ripping up the chicken breast and just giving it to
How
him
about
without
air
cooking
fryer
it.
first, then feed to your
Dogs.
dog.
People feed their dogs raw food all the time.
I know, but raw chicken's
Raw
hurting.
chicken, raw meat, it doesn't
raw
matter.
meat's different,
It's
in
all
my
the same.
opinion.
It's all they're not going to get sick. Millions of people feed
They're
their
gonna be
dogs
okay?
raw chicken.
You could do it.
Millions of
you could
people?
do it, and I read you could do it.
Across the
Definitely
world.
not recommended. Definitely not recommended. They say most veterinarians would not recommend it. It's a hillbilly thing.
Yeah, Mikey Stotts' wife doesn't recommend. She said, no.
Yeah, text her.
How do you know?
Just
Well, I
text
mean,
her.
if she's a vet, I'm going to guess she's going to advise against it. I don't know it for a fact.
It
I'm
says-
just
Now
playing
listen,
the odds.
I
Has
don't
anybody broken down where the chicken breasts are from? Is it
I was looking at the packaging.
like
see if
this
it
is
was like,
like what if it
Safeway.
says Harris Teeter?
Yeah.
Oh, if it's Harris Teeter, he's definitely on the Eastern Seaboard.
It's I can't tell. I can't
see.
tell. I don't know if that's a Kroger. I don't know what that is. I don't know if that's a Publix. That doesn't look like a packaging that I've seen.
Can you pause it?
It's hard to pause it.
Hold on.
It's hard
I
to
can-
pause
I
an
can
Instagram
it.
video.
Hold on, Cakes.
I'm all in your space here.
It's all right.
You know, because people are still sleuthing to figure out where is he.
So close.
I don't know. I can't tell.
We're going to try to figure it out. Drab, you're a West Coast guy. What's a big chicken manufacturer out on the left coast? We talking like Sanderson Farms?
I don't. It's been a while.
I mean, you should know these things. You're from that area. You're from that part of the world.
More of a dairy guy.
What's the big? What in Northern Virginia? What's the biggest? Like the most popular? Is it just like
Probably Purdue. Purdue just
no? But I mean, that's like grocery. What's the most popular grocery in Northern Virginia? Like if you was
Safeway, Giant,
it would be Harris
Teeter.
Teeter's.
Yeah, for like a local, more regional brand. Harris Teeter.
Harris Teeter's the top dog. In where you live?
Top dog?
Where you live?
No, I mean just the most of them.
Yeah,
Probably. Yeah.
yeah. The most. In other words, you see more Harris Teeters than you do anything else.
Yeah.
Then you see Safeways. You don't see that many Safeways.
There's not
there.
that many Safeways. There's only like 5.
That's weird. Why did Safeway not make it to Northern Virginia?
It's a West Coast grocery store.
What is?
Safeway.
Based in Oakland.
Really?
Really?
I had no idea.
Are they part of the Albertsons tree, or is that
Yeah, I think
different?
Albertsons acquired Safeway.
Albertsons bought Safeway.
Which is an Idaho brand.
Where does
Look at you.
Where does Giant originate?
Here, right here in the good old DMV.
Right. That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Kind of thought Safeway.
You don't know anything about Kroger, do you? What do you know about Kroger?
Cincinnati.
Trav knows his groceries, regional grocery stores.
Isn't he a Nickelback singer?
Chad Kroger.
Which is the one that's from like the Rochester area? Is that Wegmans?
Wegmans, yeah.
Wegmans, yeah.
Yeah. Big silly new spot in Rockville. It's
Right.
not that new.
Right.
No, by the way, they're sending out 10% off your full like grocery coupons like every week. Tells me they might be a little bit hectic for the business. Every week I get one from Wegmans. It's a little far away to drive, but it's 10% off. It's 10%
You know
off.
what I think is hurting?
Pretty good.
You know what I think is hurting for business? I went into a Dick's yesterday.
Okay.
There was nobody in that.
Dick's House of Sport, I believe it's been rebranded.
It was. The entire thing, there was maybe like 6 people.
Well, you know when there were a
in the
billion,
middle of the day.
there were a billion people there when Sonny Styles was signing autographs like a month ago.
Right.
More than Willie. We had this discussion last week
There
because they were there
approximately
together.
70 more people there for Sonny Styles than Tom Wilson. I got the insider report on that.
But we don't know if it was 70 to 0,
Yeah.
170 to 100.
Well, I mean, one place for the
270
Commanders, one place for the Caps.
I
I
understand.
understand.
I just didn't know if that was
Well,
big.
the reason why we brought it up is, and it'd be interesting,
Yeah.
if you had to rank your top 5 DC sports athletes right now.
Current?
Yes. By the way, while you're thinking about this, I will
Ovi,
hook up
one.
caller number 10
Yep.
at 1-800-636-1067. We've been talking about old people today. You're going to get hooked up with a pair of tickets to Bob Dylan, Friday, July 24th at Wolf Trap. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. All right, Cakes' list, top 5 DC athletes right
I mean,
now.
I've got my top 3.
right.
Ovi 1, Jaden 2, AJ DeBonsa 3.
Okay, that was what the discussion was about. He's got DeBonsa at 3.
I don't know.
So Terry McLaurin not above DeBonsa.
Not right now.
Look at his face.
Not right now.
I might be willing to put AJ above Jaden Daniels soon.
Not
After
come
2
football
summer
season.
league
Now,
games.
you get bitter. A lot of people put Jaden
After
above
2
Ovi.
summer league games. Well, they would be insane.
It's not in terms of accomplishments, just
Yeah,
buzz.
popularity.
Yeah.
I mean, Ovi's still the king
All right.
as long as he's here.
We got to get out of here. For Cake, CB, I'm JP. We'll see you tomorrow. B. Mitch and Finley next here on The Fan.
A lot of good things for the Nationals in the first half, but they fall to the Yankees 5-3 on a Ben Rice 2-run triple and get swept at Nats Park. James Wood, another leadoff homer, franchise record 10 times.
Here's the pitch. Swing and a drive hit well to deep right center field. Grisham can only watch. It's going, and gone. Goodbye. Over the bullpen cart. Off the back wall. Well beyond the center field fence. It's a new single-season Nationals record for leadoff home runs.
Call on the Fan. Wizards basketball for A.J. Debonsa, 23 points and 7 rebounds as Washington defeated Sacramento 104-85 at Summer League. Will Riley, 32. It might be the last Summer League game for Debonsa, as they usually shut down the lottery picks after 2 games. The Warriors hire Frank Vogel as an associate head coach. Mystics come back to weather the storm 84-79. Yannick Sinner beats Alexander Zverev in 4 sets to defend his Wimbledon title. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia, points north, south, east, and west. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. He's an NFL legend. I'm a big-eared blogger. Good morning, Brian. How do you do?
I'm good, brother. What's happening with you?
Oh, man. Good weekend. A lot of running around, but a lot of good family time. How was your weekend?
My weekend was great. Did some golf.
I figured you were playing.
Hung out with the fam.
Did you go down to Carolina?
No, they came up here.
Oh, okay, great.
Had a bike ride. We did some crabs, shrimp, and all that stuff. You know, yeah, we had a good time.
Awesome. I did not play golf. I was maybe going to play golf. I eschewed it because I'm terrible at the sport, and I'm just taking a break till we play tomorrow, where I'll be terrible again. But whatever. I'm looking forward to tomorrow, hanging out with the College of Co guys. I had a fun weekend though. The headline of my weekend was going to the Nats game yesterday. I took the family. I don't know if the person that got me tickets wants me to say who that is, so I'm going to keep that to myself, but I very much appreciate that. It was kind of fun, too. Like, I drove down here, and so I just parked at the office because the girls wanted to see the radio station. So I brought them in here, and there's nobody here except Vic and Metal Chris. So they got a real dose of who's
They
who
really got
here.
to understand what the radio station is, huh? Wow.
But they sat here, and
I saw that picture.
They sat in our seats, and Shelby opened the show, and then Ainsley was sitting here. She goes, and I'm Mr. B. Mitch. It was very funny. It was a lot of fun. And so going to the Nats game, I don't know if I told you this, dude. With when we were at the beach, our last night at the beach, we told the girls because we were leaving the next morning, we could stay at the beach till it gets dark, right? And so did I tell you we ended up playing this like hacky sack version of wiffle ball?
No.
So we didn't have a wiffle ball or a bat, but we had a hacky sack, and the girls wanted to play wiffle ball. So we would throw the hacky sack, and you could kick it as far as you can. So it was like kickball, wiffle ball combination. And I realized my little one, my 7-year-old, had zero idea the concepts of baseball. She would kick it foul and then run to third base. Like, she's a lefty, and she's 7 years old. So, like, she might have just been silly. She might have just been being silly. But at the same time, I said to Lauren, I said to my wife, I was like, we're failing this girl. We got to teach her at least the fundamentals of baseball. Like, she's got to understand where the bases are. So that was kind of my mindset. And then it was a Sunday afternoon. We didn't have plans. And there was a moment where I thought the person that got me these tickets got me tickets to Camden Yards. So I had told Lauren we were going to Baltimore, and so we planned our day to go to Baltimore. Then I got the tickets Sunday morning, and they were for Nats Park. And I was like, all right, well, we're going to have some extra time when we get downtown because we allotted an hour to drive to Baltimore. But it worked out terrific. And we got to the seats. We bounced around a little. Then it rained for a second, so we kind of just got to the seats. And we were in the Diamond Club, no big deal. And before the first pitch, I was like, all right, let's talk through this.
first base, second base, third base, home plate. If the ball goes past the wall, that's a home run. And it was fun, dude. And so James Wood comes up to the plate, leadoff hitter, and I told the girls, I was like, listen, he's really good at hitting home runs. And his next home run will be a record for the most leadoff home runs. Bang! James Wood goes yard, and the girls think I'm the smartest man alive. They're like, wow, Daddy knows this stuff. That's so cool. It was a ton of fun. I took some notes because I want to give some of these dudes credit. I don't know. Sally may know this. So I'm at the Nats game yesterday. Eventually, we're going to talk about the scariest sign they post at Nats Park. But, Stallion, is there like a specific call to action for the Tarps Off boys up there in the upper decks? Because it doesn't seem like they get going until the later innings. My guess is that's when the beers are really flowing.
Yeah, so they get kind of wild in like the 6th, 7th, and 8th.
Yeah, okay. I didn't know if it's like it doesn't start till the 6th or 7th inning or something. Like 7th inning stretch is when the Tarps Off boys get into it. But when they get going, they get going. And I want to give them credit. It is loud coming from that section. And they're, I was sitting behind home plate, basically, between home plate and the Yankees dugout. So, like, good seats down low. Tarps Off boys, is that they're out in right field, upper deck. You hear them throughout the stadium. And there were a lot of Yankees fans, and I'm not even mad at the Yankees fans. Like, I get how the world works. There's a million fake-ass Yankee fans like Jeff, and there are actual Yankee fans. So whatever. Like, the stadium was 50-50 at best, Nats-Yankees. But it was a good crowd, fun game, whatever. There were some "Let's Go Yankees" chants, especially as they took over the Nats bullpen. But the Tarps Off boys responded with just bleep the Yankees or Yankees suck. And credit to the Tarps Off boys. We also had a waiter. Having a waiter at a baseball game is the best. Like, you know how easy it is?
Move, brother.
Yo, 2 Bud Lights, 2 Bud Lights, 2 Bud Lights. You know how easy that is? And it's the perfect size for a draft beer in the summer. It's probably like a 10-ounce cup or something. Because if you have a big one, it's just going to get hot unless you're chugging it.
Now you get rid of that thing.
Yeah, I know how you delete
I don't think
beers.
they give you 10 ounces. That's about 12.
You think it's 12?
Yeah.
It's the right size. Because if you have like a jumbo plastic cup full of beer, the second half of that thing is going to get warm. I wanted to shout out Javon, the waiter. He was terrific. A couple $20 bills don't hurt, but he was terrific. And the one question my wife asked me as we were watching the game, and it's such a good question, and I'm not taking shots at Nats Park because it's good. Like there's nothing wrong with a well-cooked meal. Not every meal is going to be a 5-star cuisine experience, right? Like I like the Jay-Z lyric, like I've driven every car, I just want a nice cooked meal, some nice clean drawers, right? Like there's nothing wrong with simplicity. I like Nats Park. But damn, did they miss it, the opportunity for it to be excellent. Like, I know the learners didn't pay to bury the garages, so you can't see the Capitol building, right? But my wife asked me the most simple question that I don't have an answer for, and perhaps you do, Brian. Why doesn't the ballpark face the other way so you have the river?
I don't have a clue.
Right? Like, but I know why it can't face west, right? I know why it can't face the Washington Monument.
Towards the river?
Yeah, like, what if it opened up to where Salt Line and the river and everything is? Like, you just reverse it. Have home plate where center field is. I don't have the answer. It can't face west. You can't face the Washington Monument because then you'd have the sun setting directly into the batter's eye, right? I get that. You can't face west because the sun would set directly where the guy's trying to hit a 95-mile-an-hour fastball. But every other direction provides some form of vista that does not exist. And you think about the great parks, San Francisco,
I'm
Pittsburgh.
just trying to see because you got to realize DC, and this is just a guess, DC have so many rules because of federal stuff.
Sure.
Maybe that's something. Because as you turn it the way to see the river, and just because, I guess the angle of the, what's that, one of those bases right back over there, when you right past the other stadium.
Audi Field.
Yeah. All that stuff could be a play. I don't know. I don't have any traffic coming through there. I don't have a clue.
I like Nats Park. It is a solid B. You know what I mean? It just, I feel like you could have made it an A+, and we got a B. But whatever. C's get degrees, so I'm not mad at it. She asked me that question, and I just like made a note of it because I was like, I don't know the answer to that. The other question I got significantly throughout the day. Yo, do you know B. Mitch got hacked? I'm walking to the bathroom. I'm going to get a beer, going to get a slice of pizza. Yo, JP, B. Mitch got hacked. I'm aware. I don't know what to tell you. What the hell happened?
They know better than I do. I didn't know until people started calling me. I think it came down. You got the same thing, and it was Jared Bell. So we all know Jared. So I went to click, and as soon as I clicked on it, I say this is not true. So I text him. I say, Jared, did you send me a thing on on X? He say, I got hacked. I say, oh hell, here I go. And then you hit me and I say, don't click on it.
Yeah.
So I saved JP. I didn't save myself.
No, I remember on Friday or Thursday, we were actually going over that tweet, and Beam was like, I don't know how to log in. I don't know how to vote on this.
I was trying to help him out because he's my boy, but I got screwed over. So I'm going to basically get through it. But it's just some assholes in the world. I'm just going to say that. People that go around just trying to hack people to put stupidity out there, they should put you up on a firing squad and you get shot in the damn head. I'm being honest with you. That's how I feel about that because you inconvenience people just because you want to be stupid and put some ignorance out there.
Totally.
So if I would ever find a hacker, I'm beating your ass. Straight up.
I don't
see if I can hack you.
Yeah, see me with the real life hack.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, but it'll get to the end, and then we'll see how we do this thing. But I don't know.
Yeah, it'll get fixed. You're on the path to unhacking. But I'm sorry that happened. It's a pain in the ass. I'm glad it's not. I know the platform you enjoy most is Instagram.
Nationals Park was built the way it is, so that it can face northeast, so that the home plate faces away from the setting sun.
Correct. But if it faced southeast, it's also away from the setting sun.
Well, nope. The way that they got it here, so I guess the games they feel is going to be more, as it would be. As I say, if the setting sun would shine directly into the eyes of all the batters and fans.
If it faced west.
During evening games.
Yeah, if it faced
if
west.
it was the other way.
No. Yo, northeast or southeast, the sun's going this way. The sun's going west, regardless if you're northeast or southeast. The sun sets in the west, correct?
Rising in the east, set in the west.
Yeah, like those are facts.
But you got to realize, just because you say in east and west, don't mean it is directly set. So you got a northeast, it's an angle.
My theory is when they built that stadium, there probably wasn't as much investment along the waterfront, and then the investment that's coming on the other side of the Anacostia River, and they're like, oh, we can't let it face that way. And that's why they did it.
Man,
I think it was short-sighted.
It's probably simpler, just a simple little thing of
I understand it can't face west. I understand that.
No, I'm not saying the northeast and the southeast, you get a little, it's just like I told you about the field up in Green Bay.
Yeah.
It's the only stadium I've ever been in where the sun sets right in the middle of the damn field. Everybody else sets off to the side. Just think about this. If that stadium were to be turned a little bit, it still would affect people. You see what I'm saying? So you know how the sun is going to rise and set, but if you just take a stadium and tilt it, it's going to affect somebody at a certain point in the game.
Listen, I like Nats Park. I just feel like there's all these incredible vistas in Washington, and we have zero of them when you're sitting at Nats Park. So maybe there's not a way to fix that. Well, it's certainly not going to happen now.
Oh, hell no. They're going to lift it up and turn it around.
Fair. Regardless, I think Beamish is going to get the hack fixed. What's not going to get fixed is the Nats bullpen. And I maybe took a little cheap shot yesterday. So I'm sitting at the game. Javon the waiter's got the Bud Lights flowing. Like, we had fun. And on the Nats big screen, they post the call to the bullpen on the big screen, right? And content brain, baby. I took a photo of it and I tweeted out, scariest sign at Nats Park. Just the call to the bullpen. And sure enough, the bullpen blew it again.
Mm-hmm.
And
that's 3 straight, right?
3 straight against the Yankees. You know what is particularly bothersome about this? They've been at or above 500 for the better part of 2 months now. Hell, when did Grant have his parade? Like, it's been a while, right? And because of the bullpen woes, and it's not like they were blowing 6-run leads, but you got to be able to close out a good team like the Yankees. You got to be able to do that if you're going to be a good team.
I don't care if it's a 1-2 run lead. You got to be able to
It's a
do
lead.
that.
Right.
Yeah.
And Dylan Cruz had a rough day yesterday. If Jacob Young's in center, one, that catch gets made. Two, Dylan Cruz came up in a couple of big. Why is he not batting lower in the lineup, Stallion? Like, he comes up with runners on. Like, Abrams is on. And it was 2 killer strikeouts, one of them looking, I think. And when what the analytics people will always tell me is that when he makes contact, it's hard. Mm-hmm. He did hit a rope, but he hit it right to the shortstop. Like, I don't know. I just, he should be at the bottom of the lineup if we're going to play him. I also don't know why Jacob Young can't play. Apparently, he was unavailable yesterday. Kind of seems like that might have just been convenient when the guy you had in center had a bad defensive play and couldn't get it done at the plate. I don't know. That's what it sounds like to me. Maybe JY got a blister or something. I don't know. But what hurts, Brian, Nats have been playing really good baseball. They've been a really pleasant surprise.
Offensively.
By and large, we're excited about the Nats. My man Curtis Mead, pinch hit, jack, just absolute homer. Like, as soon as you heard it come off the bat. But now they go into the break 1 game under 500. And now it's a week of, the Nats are 1 game under 500. When they've been over 500 for 2 months. And it's just like, it's salt in the wound of the bullpen blowing 3 straight. To now, the only time baseball's off for a week, they're 1 game under 500. It's just disappointing.
It seems like they get right in that middle and they go 2-3 games up and they drop. And then 2 games up, then they drop.
Right.
They just can't get out of that mix. And if they had better pitching, maybe they can get out of that mix.
Well, Neil Greenberg, Fancy Stats Substack, had an article this morning. Like, depending what metric you want to look at the Nationals bullpen with, it's depressing. I believe they're now, 28 blown saves on the year? The MLB record for blown saves on the year is 43. They're at 28 at the All-Star game. That, unfortunately, looks like they're going to smash that record. But Greenberg had this. You know how Neil is. He dives deep, right?
Uh-huh.
Washington's starters have handed the bullpen a lead in 52 of the club's first 97 games. The bullpen surrendered 23 of those leads. The offense erased 7 of those collapses, but 16 became losses. 16%. 16% of what is almost 100 games, the bullpen has turned a starter lead into a loss directly, which is a more involved stat than just blown saves. I don't know what they're going to do. I don't think they're going to do much that costs money.
They can't do much right now. They're not going to do much this year to get it done.
But Brian, as disappointing as the end of that Nats game was, shout out to the Nats because my kids, we stuck around and did kids run the bases, which is really cool. My kids thought it was so cool to run a actual MLB field.
A little longer than they thought, huh?
they were huffing and puffing. But B, you know what happened last night? Mm-hmm. As disappointed as we were in the Nats bullpen,
yeah,
AJ DeBonsa played basketball. And
I think it's more than AJ playing.
Certainly.
Real Raleigh, boy. Whew.
Dude, there's a lot to be excited about.
There's a lot going on there.
So I want to open the phones. I want to have a real discussion because DeBonsa just gets buckets. Mm-hmm. And, dude, he's so good at getting to the free throw line. I do not understand these summer league rules, why it's not just regular basketball, why you only get 1 free throw. It's all weird. So stupid.
Yeah.
But, like, that dude effortlessly gets buckets. Mm-hmm. Like, he just scores. At halftime, I think he had 15, and it didn't even seem like he was shooting much. Mm-hmm. Are you more mad about the Nats and their bullpen and this bullpen blowing what could be a really remarkable season, or are you more excited about the Wizards? B mentioned Will Riley, obviously watching DeBonsa. Trey Johnson didn't play last night, I don't think, or didn't play much, but like watching this young Wiz core, Summer League, are you more excited about that or more mad about the Nationals bullpen? We're going to explore 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. Hey, it's B. Mitchell Finley for our friends with John Leahy. If you're looking to buy or sell a home like some of these dudes in the Nats bullpen, maybe need to sell their house and get on out of town, you got to go with the experts with John Leahy.
Just like the lawyers, they had a deadline and needed their beautiful single-family home sold. After months of waiting and uncertainty, they were frustrated and wondering if the property would ever sell. They had listed it with another brokerage, but after hearing about John Leahy and the Fine Living Group right here on 106.7 The Fan with me and JP, the lawyers gave them a call. John and his team introduced him to their Fix Now, Pay Later program, helped prepare the property for maximum buyer appeal, and launched John's proven home selling system. The result? After the offer was on the market for the first weekend, they had an offer for $15,000 over the asking price. After more than 3 months of frustration with another brokerage, they were finally able to move forward with confidence. If you're looking to sell, take advantage of John Leahy and the Fine Living Group guaranteed offer. Start by finding out what your home is worth in only 30 seconds. Go to johnsellsdmv.com. John offers you flexible fees, customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens. So if needed, he will let you out of your contract at any time.
We love our partnership with Leahy because we've seen real results. We've had callers call in and say, yo, we went with John. He got my house sold for way more cash than we expected. Whatever you have going on, moving is a stressful process. And that's why you want to be with experts that can relieve the stress as much as possible. John Leahy and the Fine Living Group have the options and strategies you need to take care of things quickly for the most money possible and the least amount of stress possible. I can't stress enough how important it is to have experts that will make it easy for you. Call John today, 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com, or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing.
Brought to you by Copt Defense Properties. Yankees sweep the Nationals by a final of 5-3. James Wood home run number 28, and Curtis Mead went yard.
Swing, it's golfed in the air, straightaway center and deep. Grisham going back to the warning track near the wall. It's over his head. Over the wall, it's gone!
Call on the Fan. Nationals finished 48-49 in the first half, heading to the All-Star break. Orioles Blaze Alexander out with a broken hand. Wizards A.J. Debonsa legit again, 23 points and 7 rebounds. Wizards beat the Kings 104-85 in Summer League. Will Riley had 32. Warriors have hired Frank Vogel as an associate head coach. Mystics come back to weather the last place storm 84-79. Yannick Sinner wins Wimbledon again, beating Alexander Zverev in 4 sets. Are you a road technician that is tired of the outdoor service grind? Copt Defense Properties is now hiring building technicians that provide day-to-day property maintenance services, competitive pay, minimum 30-hour weeks, free training and development, and great benefits. From Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Washington Nationals go into the All-Star break 1 game under 500. They've been fun to watch. They've been encouraging. James Wood yesterday hit his 10th leadoff home run of the year, most in a single season in Nats history, and that's all happened before the All-Star break. It's crazy. Find out, I'm guessing it's Ricky Henderson. I don't know who it might be, but I'm curious who holds the MLB record for most leadoff home runs in a season. Because I got to figure James Wood is at least going to be chasing that. Stallion, find that out for me, please. There's so much to like with the Nats. My little one decided last night C.J. Abrams is her favorite player because she had a C.J. Abrams hat. They've been so encouraging, and yet their bullpen blew 3 straight leads versus the Yankees heading into the 8th and 9th inning. I mean, this is their first sweep. They're the first time getting swept in months, I feel like.
Kyle Schwarber.
With 15.
15.
That's the record?
Yeah, that's the record.
Schwarber with 15 is the record. Okay.
Yeah, in 2024.
I feel like Wood could easily get there. He's got 10 at the halfway point. So there's stuff to like about the Nats. The bullpen is infuriating. Then you've got the Wizards. A.J. Debonsa last night versus the Kings in his second Summer League game. 23 points, 7 boards, 3 steals, 2 blocks, 2 assists. Very active hands defensively. And that people try to knock him for his defense. I haven't seen it.
Well, remember, it's a second preseason game. Let's be real now.
100%. I don't want to get too excited. But
there were points in that game where I think he got a little bit too me, one-on-one.
I agree.
Where he had turnovers and all kind of stuff down the stretch in the second half.
I thought Drew and Chris did a good job of kind of calling that out. I enjoyed the broadcast last night. Will Riley last night had 32.
Oh, he's taking a step.
He was a plus 21 in plus minus.
He's taking a hell of a step. He started to show you stuff last year. But right now, watching him, he is polished as hell right now.
Dude, his development, like it's all about buying into what the Wiz are developing, right? And Riley is like the forefront example of it. So here's my question. Are you more mad about the Nats bullpen situation, which to me is a direct corollary to spending money? Or are you more excited about the Wizards?
I'll be honest with you, it's kind of hard for me to be mad at the Nats when at the beginning of this season, no one expected them to do anything. Like the hitting, that's a surprise as well. So if we already expected them to be subpar, and they happened to get to 5. See, I wasn't into all the celebrating that they got to over 500. I think that's whack. So now that they're playing better baseball offensively, we go, oh, look at the pitching. The pitching, we knew this from the beginning. The surprise is that they were playing above 500. So it's kind of hard for me to be mad at them. I'm kind of happy that they're showing me how good they can be offensively, But I'm excited to watch the Wizards' possibilities this year.
Let's start with our guy Juan in Fairfax. Juan, more excited about the Wiz or mad about the Nats?
I'm excited about the Wizards. And I like my steak medium well. And do I get it with lobster? Because I'm telling you, we going to win 60 games. Man, we got a young squad.
B, you weren't
I'm
here
about
for this.
Will Riley,
Juan?
AJ, man, we got man.
Hold on.
How many games you say you're going to win,
Yeah.
Ron?
I said we going to win 60.
I'll take that bet with you.
I told Juan, it's not even a bet. If they win 60 games, I will take Juan out for a steak.
Okay.
And I like lobster. Do I get it with lobster? Do I get it with lobster?
Depends
No,
where we go.
You ask for steak, you're getting steak. You don't be adding nothing on to it now. we'll give you a steak and 8 crawfish. That's a little lobster.
We got a young squad, and then we're gonna mix it with the veterans we already have on the team. Come on, man! If everybody stays healthy, it's the sky's the limit.
See, when you start saying if everybody stays healthy, you starting to question yourself right there. I keep telling people this.
Oh my God.
They are talented as hell, but you got to learn how to win in this league. It ain't just because you can't look just because they look talented, they're gonna win automatically.
But guess what? They're making changes. And that's where the Nats are having problems with right now.
Yeah.
The Wizards have made changes, and the Washington Wizards made changes, and the Washington Commanders have made changes. The Nats are still just being basic. You got to make changes.
All right, brother. Appreciate you, Juan. Let's go to Chico is in Baltimore. What's up, Chico?
Hey, how you doing, B Fitch? How you doing, B Mitch?
What's up, brother?
Hey, they're more mad about the Nats. You know, they can beat the Orioles, but here it is. They couldn't beat all these other teams. I see. Didn't they sweep the Yankees?
What?
Hello?
Nah.
They swept the Yankees, right? But to me, the
Yankees swept the Nats, dude.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Yankees swept the Nats, yeah. But here it is. They get swept by the Yankees. Here it is that their bullpen is doing horrible. I mean, the Wizards have a long way to go to me, but no, the Nats gotta go through the draft. Don't you feel that they gotta go through the draft to get these young prospects and get some of these young prospects?
But see,
to
think
come
about
on
that, Bob. Drafting in baseball, they get drafted and they sit in minors for 2-3 years, sometimes 4 or 5. They don't come immediately up.
Like bullpen, it's building a bullpen is difficult. I'm aware of that. Bullpen pitchers tend to be very volatile year over year. Like if you've read Moneyball, Billy Beane very famously would always trade away closers at the top of their value because he just thought it's largely a byproduct of baseball's hard, so you get the 3 outs. Like it's rare to have a truly great closer, right? Mariano Rivera, John Smoltz, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But you can have a good one, and they don't. And their addiction to the analytics, their addiction to matchup-based determinations out of the bullpen has not always worked. So I think it's reasonable to be frustrated with the Nats bullpen situation. Taking your calls, 800-636-1067. Jupe is in the DMWV. What up, Jupe?
What's going on, fellas? How y'all feeling?
We're good, buddy. How are you?
I'm good. Hey, listen. I'm going to use this analogy. 3 6 Mafia came out with an album a couple years ago called The Most Known Unknowns. We know the Nats ain't going to spend money. We know they got bats, but the pitching was questionable. With the Wizards, we had questions on who was going to pick. We got AJ. There was questions on him. So far, he's been lighting it up. My man looking like he could be a triple-double machine. And Trey Johnson, that first game, whoo! I'm nicknaming him Quick Draw Johnson because he's got to have the quickest release in the league. Now, you combine throwing Trey Young, AD, I don't care. I'm seeing a championship with that squad. But with the Nats, until the ownership is willing to spend money, we're always going to be in a situation which we all know about. So, therefore, I'm more excited about the Wizards than I am pissed off at the Nats. That's all I got for you, fellas.
Thank you, buddy. I think you kind of nailed it, too, B, that the Nats' success was so unexpected that it is hard to be that pissed off when they're blowing games.
Yeah, like I've sat here and I've looked at people's posts and stuff, and I'm like, come on, man, you didn't expect this at the beginning of the year. And now that the bats are so good, tell me you wouldn't question in the pitching. I don't think anybody expected them to be this bad, but no one expected them to be good. You know what I mean?
Like, if at the beginning of the season I had offered you hey, the Nats can be one game under 500 at the All-Star break. You'd be like, hell yeah.
I'll be like, hey, I take that.
Right.
Yeah.
It's how to finish this way before 5 days off is just disheartening.
Yeah.
Let's go to Shane in Fairfax. What's up, Shane?
What's up, all ears? B. Mitch, how y'all doing today?
We good, brother.
Hey, look, here's the thing. You can't be mad at the Nats. We're playing a fool's gold right now. We're not even supposed to be doing what we're doing right now. And plus, we got the worst ownership in baseball, the learners. Call it what it is. They're tired of the banjo string. But you got to be excited about the Wizards right now. You got to be excited. Look at this young talent right now and the potential that this team has right now. For the first time ever since I've been a Bullets fan, this team has got some potential and could up winning like 50 games next year. So you got to be excited about the Wizards. We just got to trade AD and get AD out of here. That's the biggest concern is getting him out of here and figuring what we can do.
I think he's here, dude.
Go ahead, Wizards.
Seeing him in Vegas. Thanks for the call, Shane. Appreciate you. B, am I crazy that him being in Vegas for the Summer League games matters to me?
I think it does. Like,
there's some
the fact
level of
that
buy-in.
Every player on this squad was there together. Says they've had some level of conversation, and maybe he's trying to just see how it'll go. You know what I'm saying? At least right now, I get more from him now than I did previously. And before, he didn't say nothing. He stayed in the background. Now he's showing up with other guys. So maybe Trae Young is getting to him.
Yeah. I mean, maybe enough conversations with ownership and management. And I mean, there's a lot of reasons to be excited. Phones are open, 800-636-1067. My man Rolby is in Fairfax. Rolby, more excited about the Wiz or mad at the Nats bullpen?
Definitely more excited about the Wiz. Like, I'm mad at the Nats bullpen, but I also took the under at 67, so I'm hoping that they prove me wrong, but if not, so be it. But I'm 44 years old. I've never been excited about the Wizards. I've got young kids that play basketball that are now interested in the Wizards. How can you not be excited when I didn't think the Nats were going to do anything this season at all?
That's fair. I think, good call. Thanks, buddy. I think that's entirely fair because expectations for the Nats were nubs and they've overperformed and it's been so fun and it's easy to have like real belief in Taboni and Butera and where this organization's going. You look at the minors, there's good players all over. We haven't even talked about the kid they drafted over the weekend who's from Montgomery County. At 12:30, Matt Swope is the head coach of the Maryland baseball team. What's the kid's name? Hakopian?
Yeah, Chris Hakopian.
Chris Hakopian played at Maryland for 2 seasons before transferring to Texas A&M. We're going to get the full scouting report on Chris Hakopian, who by all accounts just rakes. Dude is a natural hitter. So there's a lot of excitement with the Nats in general, but this bullpen currently is infuriating, whereas you watch the Wiz and it's nothing but highlights. Your calls, we're talking football at 11. It's B. Mitch and Finley. Hey, it's JP Finley, and we all know a neighbor or a friend that tries to do all their home repairs themselves. They're like, I can fix that. Then they grab a wrench and they make a big problem. They try to watch a YouTube video, think they're experts, and they're not. Sometimes they go with the cheap guy with the truck in the neighborhood to fix something, and that dude just messes it up more. Crop Metcalf can help. They've been servicing Maryland, D.C., and Northern Virginia since 1979, and Crop Metcalf provides certified experts and proactive memberships to take the guesswork out of home repairs. From routine maintenance to unexpected repairs, Crop Metcalf keeps your home running smooth without the stress or the do-overs. Instead of crossing your fingers and hoping for the best, you can count on it being done right. So do every overconfident DIYer you know a favor. Tell them to leave it to the experts at Crop Metcalf. Book an HVAC precision tune-up special now, only $99 at serviceexperts.com. It is only Summer League, but damn, it's fun watching the Wizards. AJ DeBonsa looks so fluid. Listen to this.
I understand that all 17 members of the Wizards have been out here in support of you. Both of your games, 2 games here in Vegas in the books. Trae Young has been at both of those games. What does that support mean to you?
I mean, it just shows that the culture is shifting in D.C. We have a new team, new vets that just want to show love and show love to the youngins. And we're going to be great this year, I think.
And what's some of the biggest messages that you've gotten from some of your teammates that you feel like you're showcasing here?
I just try to slow the game down. I know it's a little bit fast for me, but just trying to slow it down in every way possible.
Nothing looks too fast for him. You're right. In the second half, he was pressing a little.
But that's young.
Chris,
I write that off as being a young man.
Chris Miller on the Monumental broadcast last night, and I think from here on out we're gonna have to watch a national broadcast. But I loved having Chris and Drew on the call for these first 2 games.
Mm-hmm.
Chris described it as, and I wrote this down, the gravity he brings to the opposing defense. Like, because he's able to get to the rack seemingly every time, like the defense just collapses upon him. And then he's a good enough passer already that
the behind the back pass was perfect.
Totally, dude. The gravity that he brings, I thought that was a great line from Chris. So here's my thought. Like, we never expected the Nats to be this good. Offensively, they are so fun to watch. Getting good at bats up and down the lineup outside of Dylan Cruz yesterday. But the Nats bullpen has been historically bad. Let's be real. They just got swept by the Yankees 3 straight because the bullpen couldn't hold leads. But the Wiz are so exciting. So, B, I tweeted this out.
Mm-hmm.
DC fans, are you more excited about the Wiz future or upset about the Nats bullpen? 40% of voters right now are mad about the Nats bullpen. 60% of voters are excited about the Wiz future. I think that's fair. I got a bunch of replies. Monty said, the Wiz plan is now here and looks real. The Nats plan since 2019 has never been clear and still isn't. I will say this, please write the check for James Wood. He's different. Totally. I did see a report yesterday. I saw a tweet yesterday that said in the offseason, C.J. Abrams and James Wood were available. I don't believe that. Taboni is on the record, I think with Nussbaum. I can't remember what writer, but Taboni went on the record and said, yeah, we had conversations with CJ. I told CJ that directly because we're not going to do something like that behind his back. For the player we think he is, we didn't get the offer. And I'm cool with that. Like, you got to be trying to make your organization better for the long haul. If that means a trade happens, a trade happens. I don't want CJ to go anywhere. I'd love if they could just pay him and keep him here. I'm not sure that's going to happen. Nats Feed responded to me, B, and said, considering the Nats would be a playoff team if they've won half of the blown save games, I'm going with the Nats. That's the other part of this. The Nats offense is good enough to compete in October.
Yeah.
If their bullpen was closing out games, I mean, they're now...
I agree totally with that, but I would say this. You didn't have that expectation at the beginning of the season.
Right.
That is why I haven't got hyped. I understand they can see the positive things that are happening, but they didn't go into the season expecting that. So it's kind of hard to get mad at them when they're not accomplishing certain things, you know? Because I never expected them to.
Like, here's where I am with the Nats. I am so encouraged organizationally, but I'm mad at the bullpen and what seems to me is not addressing anything.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe that's just how it's going to be. But you look right now, the wild card, if the season ended today, and it doesn't, it's the All-Star break, the Cubs would be in, the Phillies would be in, and the Marlins would be in. The Marlins are 52-45. The Nats now, 1 game under, have fallen back to a tie for like 5th out of the wild card. And it's just disheartening. And I don't know that this is a fair comparison, but I was trying to rack my brain. I was thinking while I was in the shower, Stallion. I was trying to think of like a fair comp, right? I know I've been in NFL locker rooms where you got a suspect kicker.
Mm-hmm.
And when games come down to the kicker missing a field goal for the win, missing an extra point to tie it. And that eats at a locker room.
Oh, hell yeah.
It eats at a locker room. I'm not making a direct comparison from an NFL kicker to a bullpen in Major League Baseball, but it's kind of similar. You have this part of the team that has a highly specific role to finish games out and they can't get it done. And I know in the NFL, when a kicker's missing important kicks, the offense is pissed. The defense is pissed.
Yeah.
Don't you think in that Nats locker room where they're raking, they are getting on base, the starting pitching has been...
The frustration has to be setting in. You know, like, you know what they say when you keep losing games at the end, everybody get to the point where they go, well, okay, when is it going to happen? You can't tell me when they go to that bullpen, there's not people in that in the dugout and stuff saying, oh, Lord, here we go now.
Totally.
You know, they can't be confident.
It's hard to be confident. I want to let the boys in the aquarium weigh in. I'm guessing I know these answers. This is my guess. I don't want to lead the witness. I'm guessing Jeff is going to be more excited about the Wizards, and I'm guessing Stallion's going to be more mad about the bullpen. But we'll let the boys weigh in. Jeffrey, more excited about the Wiz future or mad at the Nats bullpen? He's also a fake Yankee fan.
You damn right. You just nailed it perfectly. But it's just been a long time for the Wizards. You know, that's why we're excited. We're seeing something different. Like even in summer league, you could tell the guys have bought into what the organization is trying to do. And how can you not be excited when you got Trey dropping 26, the Bonds are dropping 27, Will dropping 30. You got guys really playing in the summer league. That's really trying to. To me, it looked like the Wizards trying to win the summer league. But that's a big step forward for the organization. So I'm excited for the Wizards. Look, if anybody listening, can we please bring back the old Wizards jerseys, the navy blue?
Bring back the Bullets jersey.
What? I think that's
for all the talk of name changes in this town. I think I'd rather have the Bullets.
But
back.
I think that's I also kind of think that's like the Redskins situation. Not going to happen.
I'm aware.
Yeah. So, yeah, man, bring them back. Like let's go back to the time when we really loved the Wizards.
You want like the Gill jerseys, the teal joints?
Yes. With the wizard, with the actual wizard with the basketball on it. Yeah.
Stallion.
More mad about the Nats.
I'm shocked.
Like, I mean, watching this weekend just made me want to rip my hair out. Just every time they go to someone in the bullpen, I always had that in the back of my brain. I'm like, they're going to blow this.
Hey, B. Mitch, I meant to ask you this. So the Nats were hosting the Yankees for a big series, right?
Yeah.
Your boy, me, Big Eared Blogger, went to 2 of the 3 games. I was there Friday and I was there Sunday. How many games do you think Mr. Locked On Nationals went
None.
to? 0.
Of course.
He's locked on, though, B.
I'm locked on.
He's
locked in.
PEDs in the system. Ain't no telling. When we come back, we're talking Commanders training camp, defensive backs. They added Rasul Douglas. How do we feel about that room?
This update brought to you by PV. This update brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable business grows with PVI. Struggle over the weekend for the Washington Nationals, falling to the New York Yankees 5-3. James Wood and Curtis Mead homers for the Nats, but Ben Rice with a huge hit to win it. Bryce Harper and Kyle Schwarber represent the Phillies in the Home Run Derby tonight. Wizards' A.J. Debonsa, 23 points and 7 rebounds. Washington beats the Kings 104-85 in Summer League. Will Riley had 32. That will probably be it for Debonsa, but what the first 2 games impressive. Now he'll get ready for the regular season, staying healthy. Mystics come back to weather the storm. You like that? 84-79. Yannick Sinner beats Alexander Zverev in 4 sets to defend his Wimbledon title. Strong teams need spaces that keep up. PVI Office Furniture helps businesses create better workspaces with expert guidance, new and used options, fast delivery, and installation by PVI's own team. Visit PVI's massive Frederick showroom or go to PVI.com. Come experience the PVI difference today. From Crop Metcalf, Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Fight for old DC. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Time to talk some ball. Nothing the boys do better or have more fun than talking football. Not football, football. Dude, I heard this. We are 9 weeks away from week 1. Yesterday was 9 Sundays till NFL Sunday. Jeff just stood up and got fired up. Training camp opens in roughly 2 weeks. 13 plus 14 is 27, right? I think camp's going to open like the 28th or 29th. It's here. The team they have has been assembled. And I had real concerns. I still believe the extensive amount of angst regarding the wide receiver position is probably overblown. I think the position with the most angst attached to it right now, defensive backs. And I think the Rasul Douglas move last week or 2 weeks ago, whenever that was now, was a strong move and a needed move. And I think when you look at the defensive back room now, you've got a lot of options. And I think with the way this Durante Jones-led defense is going to be far more aggressive, I think that's going to help the DBs. It will potentially open the DBs up to giving up big plays, but I'd rather be more aggressive up front and give up big plays than last year where they weren't aggressive up front and still gave up big plays. So our plan for the next couple of weeks, for the next 2 weeks, I guess, is to break down a different position group each day leading up to training camp. And today it's defensive backs. If you just look at the DBs on the roster, right? Presumably your top 4 corners, Trey Amos, Mikey Samerstill, Amik Robertson, and Rasul Douglas now. I think it says something that Douglas gets signed in July and is immediately probably their 4th best corner. You do have Antonio Hamilton, who played well late last season. That's like a 33-year-old guy that's just bounced around the league, but he did give them good snaps late last season. They have the kid Witherspoon, Fred Davis II, no relation. Trey Hawkins III. If you go by Trey, you probably don't need the 3rd there, but that's not up to me. Let's start with the corners, because I don't know if you agree with me. I feel better about the safeties than I do the corners. Let's start here, because I think it's the most important piece of this puzzle. Trey Amos was held out of the offseason programming. We did not see Trey on the field. He suffered the broken leg last year. There is some online concern that maybe he's not going to be ready. I don't share that. Do you have injury concerns with Trey Amos?
Nope. Listen, I know a lot of times people get hurt, and us as fans, we just want them back. The teams know how to do that. They sometimes hold certain people out so they can get all the way back. Other guys, people heal differently. You know, I think a break is easier than a torn Achilles or a torn MCL, ACL, anything like that. Breaks are, they normally, that's a dime a dozen. It comes all the time. People can come back from that quickly.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
I am with you. I do not think this is I do not have a concern about Trey Amos not being ready because of the broken leg last season. I think they were just very conservative with that guy.
Mm-hmm.
You know what you don't need to do in May and June? Push it.
Yeah.
There's zero reason to push it.
Yeah.
And I think Trey looked really good last year. You obviously want him to hit the ground running, but I kind of think he will.
Yeah.
So for that specific concern that exists in the fan base, I don't share it. One player I think you've been higher on, even last year, where it wasn't a great season, was Mikey Samerstill.
Totally.
How do you feel about Mikey going into this year?
I still feel good. I think, and also Mikey, we all know Mikey played much better as a rookie than he did last year. But last year, we say he wasn't playing well, but he led the team in interceptions. Mikey can make plays. I believe the pass rush caused a lot of issues last year, and he was learning. Listen, playing that inside nickel position, way tougher than playing that outside position. I know people look at the number one corner and all that stuff, but that outside guy has a sideline to help him. That inside guy does not. And if you watch the league, yes, we got a lot of outside, but those little shifty guys in the slot, they're dangerous, you know? So I believe that he'll play better. Amik Robinson, I have a lot of faith in him. I don't know if other people do, because for some reason, all we care about now is tall receivers and tall cornerbacks. If you can play, you can play. And that dude, Amik Robinson, can play. So I'm just thinking with pass rush.
I also think with Robertson, they brought him in probably to play the slot, to allow Mikey to be outside.
Yeah. But I'm looking at the pass rush I expect to be improved, which I think in turn makes the backfield even better. What's my man? Harris 3, right?
Will Harris?
Harris can play everywhere. He can play safety, he can play slot, he can play all over the field. So I think you have enough people that have that ability to play different positions that it's going to help. I think we might think, just because of the names and stuff, that I think they may be stronger this year than they were last year.
Specifically the defensive backs?
I'm saying the defensive backfield completely altogether.
I agree.
Yeah.
Where do you think Rasul Douglas fits into all this?
I think Rasul is going to be on the field. I think you always say that you need 5 DBs to play. Rasul could be the number 1 or the number 5. He has that level of experience, and he could play like that to where he's not only going to be helping out all the guys, you could put him wherever you need him.
He's also big. For all the people concerned about the size, Douglas is 6'2", 210.
You can put him wherever you need him. And I think
largely been very durable.
Very much so.
I think the Douglas move to me raises the floor of the room because injuries are inevitable, and I think that helps a lot. I feel more comfortable at the safety position than I do at the corner position, but that's not to say I don't like the corners. I just think the safeties. Nick Cross is a sure tackler. I'm a Quan, you're a Mikey believer. I'm a Quan believer. Last year, everything went wrong for this defense.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure we saw the best out of anybody, frankly. But that doesn't mean it has to stay that way. I think if you're looking at the depth chart of the safeties, it probably looks like Cross and Quan are your starters. But Will Harris and Revo are right there, and all these guys are going to play. There has always been a ton of excitement about Tyler Owens, who's a physical freak.
Mm-hmm.
You have Percy Butler, who they love on special teams.
Totally.
I mean, that's 6 guys there. I mean, you're probably going to keep 10 DBs. Maybe it's 11. Like if you're keeping 10, Cross, Martin, Harris, Reeves are surefire. That's 4. Amos, Samerstill, Robertson, Douglas, I would say, are surefire. That's 8. Then you get to, do you need more corners? Do you need more safeties? I think Butler's on the team because of his special teams ability.
Powers, yep.
I think Hamilton showed a lot last year. Maybe they want to go with younger guys. Maybe Hamilton's a guy you're pretty confident you can get to your practice squad. A lot was made last year. When did Will Harris get hurt last year? It was relatively early, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was early.
So he played 9 games last season. I think he got hurt and then came back late in the year. Harris is a big guy. Like, he's a thumper. And so he went down week 3 against the Raiders. And then he came back week 13 against the Broncos.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that it's Quan. I don't know that it's Reeves. Revo's going to play. Watching in minicamp.
Revo, he's open eyes on our defense, and he is a menace on special teams.
I think listen, like Stallion's got the question here. Have the Commanders done enough to address their needs for DB depth? The answer to done enough to most position groups in every NFL locker room could almost always be no. Because you can, it's very, how many rooms have done enough? The Bengals receiver room, the Rams defensive line with Aaron Donald coming back, adding to Myles Garrett. Like, it's hard to say done enough because it's hard to complete the assignment in the NFL.
Yeah.
Like, it's just, it's not designed to have everything loaded all the time.
But you know what, OJ? Sometimes doing enough is not necessarily doing that position. Doing enough can be improving somewhere else. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And if you improve somewhere else, that can help you out tremendously.
I think the system's going to be far more aggressive, and that might give up some big plays, but I think that's going to help the corners specifically. I think if you had asked me prior to the Douglas signing, had they done enough at corner, I'd say no. I just didn't think they had the depth. I don't know that one player skews that significantly, but Rasul Douglas, it's the same thing I said about the receiver room that everybody's still freaked out about. Rasul Douglas is an NFL pro corner.
True.
Like, he wasn't a Pro Bowler last year in Miami, but he played. He can give you snaps. He knows what he's doing. He's an NFL pro corner. And I think having that added depth makes me feel, maybe not significantly, but like, if I thought that room was a 6 out of 10, which is a D, now I think it's a 7.5 out of 10, which is, C's get degrees. Like, not every group is going to be the best group on your unit, but they've added so much in the middle of the field at linebacker with Sonny and Chenal. They've added so much up front by spending real cash to hopefully generate pass rush that I think, like, if you're grading out defensively where you think the 3 levels would be, I think you're sure as hell hoping that even as a rookie with a top 10 pick, that middle level is a 9 out of 10 right away.
You hope so.
And I think with the money they've spent, you're hoping that front line is an 8 out of 10.
Yeah.
So then if your back end's a 7.5 out of 10, that's okay because collectively
if you have an 8.5 up front, 9 in the middle, your back end will be way better than 7.
Right.
Because like,
and I think that's their calculation.
I know people like to think, remember the little saying, and they don't use that saying as much, shutdown corner?
Yeah.
You know what makes a shutdown corner more of a shutdown corner? When the quarterback can't sit there and hold the damn ball. When somebody's rushing on him, and then you could play tighter with him because you know your guys are rushing, putting pressure on the quarterback. He's going to throw the ball sooner, or he's going to have to hold it, which helps you out. But if that receiver could run around for 5 seconds, I don't care who you are, shut down or not, you're not checking him. You give a receiver 5 seconds, he's going to get open some type of way.
Like, you talk about the best corners in the NFL. Witherspoon with the Seahawks, I think, is an absolute stud. Christian Gonzalez with the Pats.
Defense.
Who they all, I mean, the Emmanuel Forbes over Christian Gonzalez pick is going to be an all-timer. Stingley on the Texans, certainly Surtain on the Broncos. Right. Like, but Washington doesn't have one of those dudes. They just don't. And that's the
But
reality.
what makes them better? Their damn defense. In Houston, you cannot even think about holding the ball very long. You better hit the back step and let it go.
Right.
Because they got two guys that are going to meet up at the quarterback.
What is your concern level for the Commanders' defensive backs? Do you expect to see a huge leap? If Mikey's outside again and Robertson's inside, can Mikey get back to that rookie year level of play? I'll open the phones, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. How do you feel about the back end of this position group? We just went through it. I think if you look at the depth chart, I think Mikey's now going to play outside, and the plan will be for Amik to play inside. Okay. I think they have depth now with Douglas. I don't even know that he's necessarily depth. I think he could play a lot. Like, I think you'll line up week 1 in Philly, Samerstill, Robertson, Amos. But I won't be shocked if Douglas is out there. Would you be shocked by that?
Look, man, one thing about coaches, they will get a guy with an expectation. But when you can play and you start doing stuff, they find ways to get you on the field.
How do you think Quan bounces back? Because it had the milk had gone bad by the last month, 6 weeks of the season.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he got benched.
Yeah, listen, this is when you find out what people are made of. He showed us what he was capable of so much that you thought he was going to be a Pro Bowler last year. All Pro, whatever.
Yeah.
That's still there, bro. Well, how did you get there before? Like, I've always had this thing where guys come in and some of them get drafted and they're already like, okay, I made it. No, you didn't make it yet. But after they play that first year, there are guys who say, you know what? I look at some veteran guys and they're improving in year 10, 12. So you should be improving. But a lot of them also get very, very complacent. Like, I got it now. No, you don't. It changes on you every year. And guess what? Every year somebody come in and try to take yours. So he got to get back into that mindset. And we saw what he's capable of.
Yeah.
Let's see it.
I also think everything went so sideways last year defensively that, like, you know, hell, Dan Quinn did this. He took the game tape from last year and burnt it, I believe. I believe they had like a ceremony. That was like, I think he told Evan Washburn.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you've just got to hit the refresh button. I mean, Quan's a young player going into the last year of his rookie deal.
Yeah.
And I know Quan a bit. I like Quan a lot. I think he's understands and is aware of last season and what he needs to do. And people get so caught up in contract years. Players are aware of that too.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he knows the opportunity in front of him. If you had to pick a player to have a leap year, like somebody that will not only respond from last year's subpar efforts, but jump.
I'm going to go with Mikey.
Yeah?
Yep.
Part of me thinks it could be Will Harris because he was playing well before the injury. He was all over the field.
See, he was playing well. He was already showing you that. He got hurt. That's different. Mikey played the whole year, and people were down on him. But when I sit and I talk with London and other guys that play defense, they don't put the blame on Mikey. And they talk about how well in the position he's at. But when your quarterback can have all day, quarterback drop back, sit down on the chair and wait, that guy's not going to hold him all day. And then once somebody starts to knock someone, in this day and age, it just begins to go. Although they may not know what they're talking about. So I think Mikey's going to make the major bounce back.
B-Mitch says it's Mikey Samerstill with a huge bounce back season. We'll take your calls, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. Who in the defensive backfield do you think could have a big bounce back year? Because look, if you just look at the numbers from last season, it's got to be a bounce back year because last year did not get it done. You could say maybe it's Nick Cross. His emergence in Washington will be a big deal. Will Harris returning from an injury that cost him about 10 games last year. Maybe Revo is able to put together like a Pro Bowl year as a safety, not just as a special teamer. Because Reeves can go. And I think Reeves' football IQ is probably among the smartest I've ever seen. Like, I mean, he's so remarkably adept at understanding defenses and where teams want to go. Maybe you're worried about Trey Amos. Maybe you think Amos has a monster season coming back from the leg injury. Your call's next, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you this summer, you need to turn to Rude. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn up the AC before heading out on vacation? You can adjust it in seconds and stop cooling an empty house. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the cool, crisp difference instantly. And here's the best part. Rude systems are whisper quiet. No more noise interruptions while you're trying to relax, just peace of mind. Rude's variable speed compressor ensures precise temperature and humidity control operating efficiently, even in the absolute peak of the summer heat. It's confident performance, perfectly balanced. Also, don't forget about the savings. Make sure to visit Rude.com to learn more about the different ways you can save on your home HVAC products. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Rude, it ain't right.
Exciting tonight for the Home Run Derby from Philadelphia. That'll be an 8 p.m. start. Bryce Harper and Kyle Schwarber will be there from the Phillies, and Ben Rice from the Yankees.
I think my dad and I are just kind of viewing it as like a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to enjoy a couple rounds of BP in front of everybody and just have fun.
Rice hit a 2-run triple yesterday as the Yankees defeated the Nationals 5-3. Nationals finished the first half 48-49. They'll have Foster Griffin, C.J. Abrams, and James Wood at the All-Star game tomorrow night. The A's have fired pitching coach Scott Emerson, and he will be replaced by bullpen coach Dan Hubbs. Orioles' Blaze Alexander is out with a broken hand. Wizards' A.J. Debonsa 23-7 as the Wizards beat the Kings 104-85. Mystics defeat the Storm 84-79. Spirit defeat Courage 2-0. Trinity Rodman and Lacey Santos score. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Taking your calls on which defensive back you expect to take a leap this season. B thinks Mikey Samerstill can return to form. I like that pick, for the record. I think Robertson inside is going to help Mikey. I think Mikey being able to play mostly outside. These guys are going to move around a lot. I also think increased pass rush will help all of them. I think Quan will return to form. I'm a self-appointed Quan guy. I know that that was a tough place to be towards the end of last season. I'm curious for the boys in the aquarium. We'll take your calls too. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Jeffrey, who do you like bouncing back this year? We'll start with Stallion.
Yeah, we'll start with me here. I like Amik Robertson, even though he's the new guy here. I think that I watched a lot of him because I watched a lot of Lions games the past few years, and the one thing that always stood out to me
Why
was...
are you watching Lions games? You're a big Jared Goff guy?
Big Jared Goff guy. I love Jared Goff. And so I watched a lot of Amik Robertson, and he was always the guy who was never afraid of Justin Jefferson. Like, he was going at him all game, and sometimes he got.
DQ talks about that.
Yeah.
Maybe Durante also.
Yeah, and so I kind of feel as if he fits what Dan Quinn wants. And also with Durante Jones, like, he's going to be very physical. He's going to be in your face all game, and he just kind of has that like dog mentality, I guess you could say, of a DB. So I liked Amik Robertson. I loved him with Detroit. I think he's going to be a great fit with this defense. So I'm really excited to see what he does.
All right, one vote. Amik, Jeffrey?
I'm hoping Trey back, Trey Amos, because he was off to a great start. Then he got hurt, but I want him to pick right back up. He was a great addition to that unit, and I think the future bright for him, even when he get back off of the injury.
I pulled up with Amos. I pulled up his college splits. Where the heck are you? There we go. Thought I pulled up his college splits. There it is. I got too many tabs open. Life of a blogger. I would not say this is a dude that played as a freshman 11 games at UL. His first 3 seasons, he was with the Raging Cajuns, played 11 games, 12 games, 11 games. At Bama in 23, he played 14 games. And then at Ole Miss in 24, he played 13 games. Now, college seasons, I'm not entirely sure if he missed a game or not there. But that appears to me that he played
a lot,
the vast majority of his college career, and wasn't really missing time. Like 14 games at Bama probably means the full regular season and 2 playoff games. Ole Miss is probably the full regular season and a playoff game. Honestly, even at UL, I'm guessing you have a 10, 11 game season and then possibly a bowl game. So I don't know if he missed time, but it couldn't be a lot. So like, I think it's fair to expect him to bounce back from the broken leg. And like you said, B, the fact that it's not a knee or a back injury, like something that could linger or be hurt again. Broken bone, obviously,
guys bounce back.
You don't want it to happen. No. But, dude, speaking of broken bones, have you seen this video of the buffalo in wherever that was, Montana or Wyoming or whatever?
Yeah, but, I tell people all the time, let people rest. Let animals rest in their environment. Stop thinking you can go up there and walk up on them and take pictures and selfies, because you're going to end up flying in the air like that dude was.
Can you send me that video? I've not seen
It's in the group chat.
Yeah,
let me
Jeff,
check.
when you see it,
Stallion showing it. Hold on, Jeff. Give us a live. Watch it on the microphone.
All right, let it play. Let it play.
Also, why is the dude wearing a Dolphins jersey?
first of all, that's probably why the Buffalo got mad, because it's the Buffalo Bill.
Right.
Okay, he got on the Dolphin jersey. He said, I'm going to attack you.
Like, that Buffalo is clearly angry, and the people just try to, like, walk behind the tree. Get out of there.
No, he was trying to hide behind a tree, but the Buffalo kept coming. Stop taking pictures of big animals that can hurt you.
Also, how about the dude that's filming it all? Like, try to help.
Yeah, get in the car, start blowing the horn, do something.
Do something. Buffalo, people sleep on the... Jeff, you see it?
People sleep on animals, dude. Let the animals, let them be.
I mean, that dude, he hits that dude easily 20 feet into the air.
Yeah.
Have you seen it yet, Jeff?
I didn't see him get hit yet.
He's coming.
It's coming.
I just seen an old man getting out of there. Oh, there you go. Oh. They messed up when they stopped right in his line of vision. And what?
At first, he was just chilling.
Old heads, y'all got to remember, y'all not kicking like that. Y'all fastball not the same no more. Don't think you can outrun a buffalo. Y'all
Jeff,
seen this man running around a tree? Nah, bro.
Old heads, nothing. Anybody, you can't outrun that buffalo.
You see the young dude got out of there.
Yeah, and he started going. If he was going after the young
old
dude,
guy did not.
the young dude would have got caught too.
But like, when
First of all,
I see
I'm
that
not going.
buffalo looking at me like that, I'm out. Like, there's got to be a better plan.
I got the plan. I
got
got a better plan for you. I wouldn't be there so he could see me.
Yeah, that's on the line I'm with, B. I would have been in the car.
No.
Like, the truck goes past them. I don't know much about wild buffalo, but I think that buffalo was looking pretty agitated. And there's multiple trucks driving around.
Like, look, man, why y'all out here bothering me? I'm trying to relax, and y'all want to keep taking pictures. If I get up, it's gonna be something.
Buffalo,
they're big.
With the old guy with his suspenders on, it looks like Santa Claus in the off season. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
He gets thrown.
I guarantee you one thing: he won't be out there again.
Like, there are cars. Jump in the car. Do something. Oh, this is it. Yeek. I don't want to laugh because I feared this dude might have broken every bone in his body.
He lived through it. He good.
He might have lived, but I doubt he's good. You know what I mean? The people that are mad at the Buffalo have some misguided anger.
Who mad at the Buffalo? They were in the Buffalo's.
You're in his house.
He's in his environment. He could do what he wants to you.
I mean, I would not. My guess is this is grandfather and grandson. Keep walking. Like, don't. Have you seen the one with the bear? This lady walking her dog, and there's like a bear right next to her.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Oh,
man.
yeah. When the bear came after her.
Like,
and she kept running around in a circle. And when that bear stood up, that's when it's all over right there.
Dude, we got an animal control guy on the line.
Come on.
All right, Ed is in Towson. What's up, Ed? You're a former animal control guy?
Yeah, what's up, fellas? Y'all got me?
Yeah, we hear you. What are you supposed to do when you see the buffalo?
Dude, first of all, I wouldn't have been around the buffalo, bro. 100%. And animals is my thing. I used to be an animal control officer. I was an animal cruelty investigator right there in Peachey County. And let me tell you, Mitch, one day we impounded these circus animals. And we took them down to, you remember King's Dominion used to be Lion Country Safari, where you drive to. So we took the animals down there because we didn't know what, I was a glorified dog catcher, bro. But then all of a sudden I get a call at midnight from the state police. We got circus animals in a church parking lot. Real thing. So look, we had an elephant, a rhino, and a couple other animals on this 18-wheeler. The dude got he was driving an illegal truck and he was afraid of getting popped. So he'd abandoned them in a church parking lot.
Wow.
So look, man, this is what happened. So we took the animals to Lion Country Safari when they had animals there, and I'm gonna tell you, real time. I'm sitting there. I was fresh out of Winston State, got a cup of coffee, played a little bit of ball. So I was sitting for a minute. I was 25 years old, and look, the elephant. We had to get these animals off the truck. because they hadn't been off the truck in like 6 months. So we took them off. The zoo people came and met us. They knew what they were doing. Look, 100%, Mitch. The elephant had chains around both legs. 3,500-pound animal. All right. So we had to get him off the truck. We thought we was gonna get him off the truck. It was like 10 of us, 5 men, grown ass men on one side, 5 grown ass men on the other side. Air back on the chain, thinking we was gonna pull that joker off the truck. I'm gonna tell you right now, the chain rattled, and when the chain rattled, his eyes got big. He took a step off. The chain rattled. His eyes got big. He pulled his leg back as slow as you could, and I'm gonna tell you, 10 grown-ass men went flying all over the place. You don't play around. Look, and then Mitch, here it is, and then I'll go. So I'm like, okay, how we gonna get this thing off the truck? This chick came up. She was with the zoo. She was about 5 feet tall, weighed about 100 pounds, and I'm sitting there thinking, okay, she got a little cane in her hand, right? I'm like, come on, man, what you gonna do? She's like, honey, you ain't gonna make him do nothing. You gotta coax him. You gotta be not. She tapped that joker behind the legs a couple times. He walked off that thing like new money. So that buffalo thing, bro, it ain't happening. Y'all be good. Y'all be good.
Hey, man. I went to football camp in high school. I'm trying to remember. I think we were in Reading, Pennsylvania. I can't remember the name of this college, but it was Albright College was where the football camp was. Yo, I'm telling you, this buffalo was wild. But that dude calling about an elephant. So I don't know why we were at Reading, Pennsylvania, Albright College football camp, and the football fields were like, there's a bunch of fields, a bunch of high schools there. But the circus was literally in town. Like the actual circus had come to Reading, Pennsylvania to perform, and they had the wild animals on the field adjacent to us. And I remember we were stretching, like pre-practice stretching, and there's a little fence. There's an elephant like 30 feet away, 20 feet away. Like the elephant was not far away. I never once felt in danger. Like there was a fence. There were like people watching, monitoring the elephant. However, you ever been 20 feet away from an elephant when the elephant decides it's time to... He had to pee.
Oh, boy.
Dog, this elephant starts to pee, and it's like a fire truck hose.
You hear it?
I saw it. I mean, I was like right next to it, dude. It was unbelievable. The velocity of the stream of the elephant. Yo, I don't know that I can tell this, but I'm gonna. My other crazy animal story. Yeah, I'm doing it. We were at is it Animal Kingdom at Disneyland? At Disney World down in Florida. The Animal Kingdom is part of the Disney parks. So we were there with the kids, but my kids were little. Like we had to pay for Shelby, but Ainsley was still free. Like she was that little. I think you got to be 2 or 3 and under to be free. And they had this big safari truck that I set it above the...
No, JP, move on.
We're going to move on. Where's LeBron going to sign next? B. Mitch and Finley here for our friends over at Paul Henry's Window Installation. The temperatures are going up. It is summertime in D.C., and if you got old, janky windows, you are losing a lot of money because all your air conditioning is going to leak out of those windows. You got to do what I did, do what B did. Get new windows, new doors from Paul Henry. It has helped keep my Pepco bill low. I'm telling you, working with Paul Henry's been great for my family, be great for yours. All July long, you can receive $120 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off doors at Paul Henry's Window Installation.
Yeah, a lot of people, you have the house for a long time. All of a sudden, you start seeing little cracks in the windows. You see little things in the doors. If you want to make sure you keep all that air in and don't allow all the hot air or cold air, whatever the time of the year it is, keep all that stuff out, you need to reach out to Paul. Paul came into my house. He changed all my windows in my house. He changed the doors, also my detached garage. And I'll tell you, everything feels absolutely wonderful right now. So call Paul right now to get $120 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off doors. Contact Paul Henry's Window Installation today. Tell him B. Mitchell Finley sent you. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice.
I never knew Jeff Walker to be the fun police, but here we are in the year 2026.
I'm the job police. I'm trying to keep us all on air, man.
Now, the last significant domino in the NBA is also the most significant domino in the NBA. LeBron remains a free agent, and the betting markets think he's going to Cleveland. I think a lot of NBA people think he's going to Cleveland. I'm just not entirely convinced he's going to Cleveland. The betting markets say it's like a 50% chance. This is Kalshi, which, I'll be honest with you, I'm still not entirely sure how that works. According to Kalshi, see if there's odds, like DraftKings or something, because I speak odds better than I speak Kalshi. Although I guess we should all get familiar with this stuff because it's coming, or it's here. According to Kalshi, 48% chance LeBron's going to Cleveland, 21% LeBron's going to Golden State, 19% LeBron's going to Miami. Let's go in reverse order here. Miami trades for Giannis. He's already played there. You get the advantage of Florida taxes, all that stuff.
Well, Giannis going to have his brother on the team. LeBron figured he'd get his son on there. Do you have a family or anything?
Do you think Bronny goes wherever LeBron goes?
Cleveland already saving the spot for him. That's why they're saying 53%.
There is a career arc if he gets back to Cleveland. That's kind of cool. Where he started his career. Sure, he left, but then he went back, won that title. Of all LeBron's titles, that's the one that impresses me most. Because that Cavs team wasn't very good, and to beat the Warriors like that, pretty damn cool. I don't know why Philly's not included.
They're probably not seeing a high thing on it.
Now that Philly gets Jaylen Brown, and if you look, I think now Rich Paul keeps saying LeBron's looking for his happiness, right? Aren't we all? I think what LeBron wants most, and I don't know LeBron. I think what LeBron wants most is to be loved. And I think if he goes to Cleveland, he's loved by everybody. Jeff also is looking for love in all the wrong places, I would add. If he goes to Cleveland, he's loved. If he goes to Golden State, even if they win a title, which I don't think they will, it's Steph's team.
Yeah.
It's not his team. Now, the LeBroniacs, the Clarys of the world, love him no matter what. But by and large, LeBron knows he is not revered the way he wants to be. He's got to know that. Even in L.A., I think it drove him crazy that people are like, man, we love Kobe. Like, you're not our guy.
Yeah.
If he goes to Cleveland, he gets that. Unconditional love, it's home, right? Like, that's family. If he goes to Golden State, I think everybody kind of rolls their eyes, frankly.
Mm-hmm.
If he goes to Miami, I kind of get it because he did play there before. Probably.
But if you go there now, if something happens, he won't get the credit for it.
One of the reasons I think Philly is a really intriguing sleeper prospect in this, we just saw the Knicks win their first title in whatever it was, 40 years, right? They hadn't won since the 70s, I believe. And that city went crazy. And those guys on that team will be loved forever. Brunson at the top, but everybody. OG. Yeah. I know Mitchell Robinson left. I think he signed with the Celtics, but anytime he's in New York, he'll get cheered.
Yeah.
Like, the players on that team, Josh Hart is never going to buy a drink in Manhattan again. You know what I mean? Philly hasn't won since Dr. J, right? When did the Sixers win that title? Like 82?
Way, way back.
And the way Philly fans are with their sports.
Yeah, but a lot of his antics won't work in Philly.
83. Like, I think the only way you... Because even if he goes back to Cleveland and they win, which I don't think they will, but if they did, he's already loved there. Like, there's a surplus of love. Like there's a cap on it. And LeBron in Northeast Ohio has it.
Mm-hmm.
If he could go and deliver a title to a place like Philadelphia. Now, granted, they've had success. The Eagles have been very good for a while now. But the Sixers have been terrible forever. My entire life, the Sixers have been kind of an afterthought. When Iverson was there, it was cool. Didn't you say when you were there when Iverson was there, and the way they love that dude in that city was unreal, right?
He's just like the city. LeBron not like that city.
You think LeBron could handle playing there?
No.
Why?
He don't like people saying nothing negative about him. And he's going to get something said negative about him.
Fast.
Quickly. And often.
So where do you think he ends up?
Cleveland or Golden State.
I mean, I think those are kind of the two obvious ones, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I just have a feeling it's not. What Cleveland, did they bring Harden back, right? Harden exercises player option.
Is supposedly letting this deal work out so they can afford LeBron.
LeBron's saying it's not about money this time, and that
that's understandable. It's still got to fit.
What I do know with LeBron, he loves this, the attention.
He already told you we're going to do a documentary. So you know, like the thing of it is, wherever he goes, I think he's going to have to choose a place where he has the better footing. Giannis don't want to deal with all that. Most people don't want to deal with, they know what he's doing. It's all about him. You might want to go somewhere with some younger players on the team and just do your thing.
Could LeBron go to Boston?
You think Tatum want LeBron to come there? He had a problem.
I'm looking at a video of Tatum and LeBron hanging out at the Jay-Z concert.
Yeah, it's one thing about hanging out at concerts, another thing about playing, and he couldn't handle Brown on the team.
Rich Paul says LeBron is not ring hunting.
Rich Paul is a liar.
What team gives him the best chance at a ring? Is it Golden? Like, if LeBron goes to Golden State, are they a real contender again? Could they beat the Thunder?
I don't think they are. I think if he go to New York, he has a better chance of getting back there. I think he has to go join a team that's already in ready to go. I don't think he can carry a team there anymore. And that's not knocking him. He's older. And yes, he can go out there and give you a game or a quarter or whatever, but he can't do that for a whole season.
Per Scoop B, I'm not that familiar with Scoop B, I'll be honest with you. While LeBron has seriously considered Philadelphia, the fit alongside Embiid remains a massive unresolved concern. In fact, whispers out of Philly indicate that if the 76ers wanted to secure LeBron, the pairing with Embiid is a non-starter. The preference would be to avoid playing them together entirely. James harbors deep concerns regarding Embiid's long-term health and declining mobility for an arduous championship run. I think the whole world has deep concerns about Embiid's long-term health. But I think if LeBron goes there and you have Jaylen Brown and you have Edgecombe, you might have a lot. I don't know.
LeBron and Embiid on the same team. Embiid's getting hurt. LeBron cannot carry your team.
Stallion, you're a Broniac. Where do you want him to go?
I want him to go to Cleveland, but I think he goes to Golden State because I think he's going to chase that ring. Like, I don't care what Rich Paul says. He's going to want another ring.
I think they're trying to say now it's not about ring hunting because he's going to sign with Golden State.
My mom told me a long time ago, when people give you information you did not ask them, they normally tell you exactly what they mean. He's not ring hunting. I didn't ask you anything about rings, which means he what? Ring hunting.
Didn't they originally say that they were going to teams that are contenders?
Right.
That means they're ring hunting.
All right, Matt Swope, Terps baseball coach, going to join us at 12:30 to talk about Chris Hakopian, the Nats' first-round pick over the weekend.
This update brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Lemonade with vodka. Always fun to watch the Home Run Derby. That will be tonight. This time it's on Netflix at 8 p.m. Kyle Schwarber and Bryce Harper represent the Phillies. Ben Rice represents the Yankees. Did Aaron Judge give him pointers?
Yeah, I watched his round. It was insane. It was. I've talked to some of the guys who did it. Obviously, Belly and Judge, G. I think everyone's advice is pretty consistent. It's just enjoy it.
Rice with a 2-run triple yesterday as the Yankees beat the Nationals 5-3. Wizards' A.J. Debonsa once again showing what he can do, 23-7 as the Wizards beat the Kings 104-85. There's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka to break the heat. Surfside is only 100 calories and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. From Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
High noon in the District of Columbia. In about a half hour, we're going to learn a lot about Chris Hakopi and the Nats. Draft pick, 11th overall, local kid, played at Maryland, finishes college career at Texas A&M. B, I'm going to play a hunch on why a young man would transfer from Maryland to Texas A&M. And it rhymes with boil money. I'm guessing, hey.
A&M got a lot of loot, bro.
Hey, Earl, you seen this kid in Maryland hit the baseball? I got $500,000 for it.
We had a big break just come through, man. We can take care of that.
I'm excited to talk to Swope because he knows a lot of these prospects, and I know a couple of Maryland kids got drafted too. But it's baseball. We're lucky to have the World Cup right now because this week is like the worst week for sports talk radio. We got Home Run Derby tonight, All-Star Game tomorrow, nothing on Wednesday. Or is there World Cup on Wednesday? I think the World Cup's Tuesday, Wednesday.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I think it's France, Spain tomorrow, and then Argentina, England is Wednesday.
That's gonna be a good one.
So I think Thursday.
So Mbappe from France plays in Spain, don't he?
What club team is he on?
I thought he plays with Real Madrid.
Does he?
I think he does.
I thought he might play for PSG. Jeff, Mr. Soccer, what club team is Mbappe on? Madrid?
No, he don't play for PSG no more. He plays for Madrid. Yeah, Real Madrid.
Okay, there you go. I'm incredibly excited to watch a World Cup. I watched a lot over the weekend. Shout out to Bees. I had an Argentina-England parlay that got home, but barely.
Tuesday they play France and Spain.
Yeah, tomorrow.
Yeah,
and then England-Argentina's Wednesday.
Wednesday.
Thursday, I think
3 o'clock.
Legit nothing on Thursday, correct? Like baseball's not back till Friday. I think there's WNBA. I don't know. I don't know what the hell we're going to bet on that day, fellas. So get ready for that.
How about nothing? Just save your money one day.
I'm too busy making it, B. Stallion wanted us to have this discussion.
About what?
The Nats bullpen is clearly broken. They're one game under 500, but they have the best offense in baseball. Mm-hmm. They have arguably. Can you make you can make a pretty easy argument that James Wood's the best hitter in baseball, right? Like the numbers would support that.
Yeah, like he's definitely a top 3, top 5 hitter.
Right. It is easy to suggest they should be spenders and go fix this bullpen. Like they're pretty good. Mm-hmm. If you had if half the games the bullpen had blown, they won, they'd be clearly in the wild card. If not, maybe competing for the division. I know the Braves are really good, but
you ask this question. For them to get what they need, they're going to have to lose something that they have. They won't be the same team.
Totally. I think this is pretty interesting. I'm going to give Talk Nats credit on this. I know Stallion is tight with the Talk Nats people. He sent me 4 ways the Nats have screwed up their bullpen. Paul Taboni traded away Jose Ferrer and never replaced him. Ferrer was going to be the closer, right? Was that the Harry Ford trade? We haven't seen Harry Ford at all. Is he hitting in the minors?
He's really struggling.
great. Well, at least Ruiz is playing well, but that trade looks like a loser. It's too early, but looks like a loser. So that's number one. They traded away the closer for supposed to be stud catcher that apparently is really struggling in the minors. Number two, per Talk Nats, the minor league bullpen pipeline has been barren since 2011. Bad Nats bullpens have been an issue since 2015. That's one thing Rizzo was really good at, was finding bullpen help right around now. Number three, Taboni's best waiver claim was George Soriano, who he turned around and traded for Andre Granillo, who was terrible, and Soriano's having a great season in St. Louis. Is that accurate, Stallion?
It sure is.
Number four, and this would be number one to me, to quote Biggie. Number four, Brian. Tell me how shocked you are when I tell you this. The Nats bullpen is the lowest dedicated payroll in Major League Baseball after they DFA'd their top signing, CNL Perez, and his $1.9 million salary. The old saying, you get what you pay for.
Basically, yeah.
And I'm not even sure I'm mad at Taboni for not spending much in the bullpen when he's probably not granted a very big budget anyway, because they never thought they'd compete like this season.
I don't think they did.
But the two trades, that kind of stings. Ferrer's good. Soriano's good. You traded them both out of town. Do you think they should buy? Because I don't, frankly.
If they still sitting, if they think they can make a move, maybe. But more than likely, they're not ready to compete completely. And I don't know what pitcher you're going to go get right now that's going to step in here and automatically just start raking for you. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Bullpens are so kind of fluky and fluctuating anyway that, like, I don't know. I do not think they should be buyers. This is a tough sell for the PR department. Shout out to Kyle and the communications team at Nats Park. They do a great job. It is a tough sell to fans should they trade away CJ. Or Luis Garcia. Like, they have options for guys they could trade. And I get that the fans that are at Nats Park are going to be bummed out.
Like, who are we going to watch now?
But I still think it's the best course of action. The only thing I will never get down with, and Bob Nightingale is a big deal baseball reporter. Nightingale just casually in a column saying that they took calls on James Wood. That's the one untouchable to me.
They never mentioned anything about that.
And they were upfront about the Abrams stuff.
Yeah.
I think it's still
the thing. Just like I don't believe in getting rid of everything because you don't want to go yet. I believe you got to at least have your team built to a certain point. So when you decide to spend some money, you got enough. So many times in baseball, they'll get rid of every damn body. Now we're going to go for it. You're not going to just go for it in 1 year. You got to build it up. If you hadn't gotten rid of the people prior, then you wouldn't have to worry about building it up so much, right?
800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Listen, if you're Paulie in Natstown and you are adamant that they should be buyers at the deadline, I understand your argument. I still think they should be sellers. I think you're ahead of schedule. I think some of it is Taboni and this crew's eye for identifying talent. Like, this dude Curtis Mead just mashes. They got him for a sack of potatoes. Like, how did they acquire Mead, Stallion?
They traded like their 10th round pick from last year's draft.
Yeah. Like, they can clearly identify bats. But
Is it identifying, or that was just one that they looked up on?
I think the way Hakopian actually said this, that when he met with the Nats in the pre-draft process, they had by far the most impressive and thorough development plan for him, and that really stood out to him.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think their development, specifically with hitting, is legit. I think that's a real thing. You look at how much better CJ's been this year. But the pitching, you probably got to develop.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Baseball is hitting and pitching, not just hitting.
Joe is in Rockville. Joe, buyers or sellers, dude?
buyers, man. They got the number 2 team in offense. They're going to let this go by. The fans are going to pay for it. I mean, come on, man. How often do you have a team that can hit like this? They can win with this team with its offense. They just need a little help. They don't got to go out and find somebody huge. They just got to buy somebody and bring in a bullpen. Otherwise, this offensive thing that we're seeing right now, it ain't going to happen next year. It's not guaranteed. What do you think?
All right. I hear you, dude. I just think Taboni took over with a long-term focus. You saw that. I mean, his first major move was trading away Mackenzie Gore.
Mm-hmm.
And because you don't know that Butera came from Tampa, where they don't spend money, but they keep developing players, and the Rays are generally a good team. They have peaks and valleys like any baseball team, but generally the Rays are pretty damn good, and they do it in a way where they don't really spend money. A lot of money, anyway. I think if you're being honest with Taboni, he knows that he's never going to have the budget of, I'm not even going to pretend and say the Dodgers, but even like, as long as the Lerners are owning this operation and running it how they have since the World Series, he's not going to have the Phillies budget or the Cubs budget. Like, he's not going to have a top 10 budget.
All right.
And if that exists, you can't be buying right now.
Well, hell, you ain't going to be buying ever if you never going to have the budget.
Right. So you got to...
Let's be real. So that's what I feel. If you're not going to ever have the budget, you can't get rid of everybody. You got to hold on to something to gradually spend and build this thing.
Who are their most tradable assets? Obviously, CJ's at the top of the list. But what about the pitcher that just got named to the All-Star team?
I think Foster Griffin's at the top of the list because I think pitchers.
Is he on a 1 year?
Yeah, he's on a 1
That's
year
the dude
deal.
that was in Japan, right?
Yeah, he was over in Japan, and he's been an all-star for this team. I think if I'm the Nationals, I'd definitely be shopping him because you could probably get a ton for him. And listen, are you confident that you're going to re-sign him?
No.
And then even then, is this kind of a 1 year thing? Is this really what he is, a sub-3 ERA guy? That's the kind of the question you have to ask yourself.
And what's Garcia's control? Because Luis Garcia is having a monster offensive season.
He's a free agent after 2027. And next year could be a lockout year. So there's some questions to be asked.
Probably will be.
I mean, I think you can really make the case. I know perhaps what I'm saying is unpopular with Nats fans. They should be selling. This is a continued build for the future.
But I understand that sounds good. Sell, buy. But if you're selling, how are you building for the future?
You're building for 4 or 5 years from now.
Okay, 4 or 5 years from now, I would think people are tired of waiting. 4 or 5 years from now is another. That's a long time. And what's the guarantee the people that you have now in the farm leagues are going to be any good? Are going to be close to that?
You think they should buy?
I just feel like,
I mean, baseball seasons are finite resources.
I know
These guys are red hot.
I understand all that, but my thing is, I don't ever believe in totally getting rid of what the only good thing about my team. When I don't have anything else over here at all, I'm gonna make this side as bad as the other side. No, I don't believe in that. I believe you got to hold on to something while bringing it in slowly. But because baseball is all about, they want to get rid of everybody to bring everybody in. That doesn't work all the time.
I like this tweet from Ike Dog. He says, I don't know why you think the Lerners care about PR. The fan base has called them cheap for years, and it hasn't moved them 1 inch. From a straight baseball perspective, especially Foster Griffin, Luis Garcia, it makes sense to move on because you're not going to keep them.
Yeah,
There's a demonstrated inability to keep talent, right? You can call us 800-636-1067.
I ask this question. You get rid of Foster Griffin.
You're saying keep CJ.
Yeah, you get rid of Foster Griffin. Are you going to get a pitcher in here better than him?
No.
Per se? So my question is, what are you really trading off to get?
Prospects for being better down the road.
We've been getting a lot of prospects that just don't look prospective.
It's also interesting. I mean, this Harry Ford trade is a great example of it. What if they had Ferrer? Well, how many saves does Ferrer have on the season? Look that up for me, Stallion. Or holds, whatever his role is. Mark is in Landover Hills. Mark, you want him to sell?
JP, I'll be honest, buddy. I do not. I agree with Brian totally. And JP, you do such a great job. I don't want to contradict
Mark, you're good,
you, but
bro.
you
We're
did
friends.
something-
You fire away.
No, buddy, I want to be honest about it, and I agree with Brian, but you kind of contradicted yourself where you acted like you didn't want to sell, and then you're saying they should because of the usual way things are done with skinflint owners, I think is influencing you, and you know all about the owners and everything, and I think that Brian is right, man. I mean, you got to keep the roots of your organization together. You've done well with it, and if you're going to trade anybody, you have, like I told Grant and Danny the other day, you have a loaded area of middle infielders and prospects. Those are the people you deal, but you don't just jump out of the boat in the middle of the river like you're Wayne Huizenga and expect to win, even if it's 4 or 5 years down the road, man. That's not going to work. And the guys that you have that are good now, JP, they're going to get better, buddy, like Brian's saying, and he's right about that, man.
Appreciate the call, Mark. I don't.
All right, buddy, take care. You guys have a good day.
All right,
Thanks.
buddy. You too. I'm not saying I want them to sell. I'm saying from a baseball perspective, for a team that does not have the payroll to compete on the highest levels, amassing as many assets as you can makes sense. And I think Taboni took this job with a long-term vision. The plan wasn't to compete for the World Series this year.
Mm-hmm.
The problem they're going to have is spending money. And until that changes, maybe this lockout, I just wonder when we come out the other side of this labor fight, which is going to happen, does it, one, give the Nats the financial stability they now need to compete? Or two, does that allow the learners to sell? Because you sell with the new ownership understands, all right, like we now know the ceiling and the floor here, and we're willing to pay your price.
But the question is, will they ever just change up and start spending?
I don't know.
That may never happen.
Jonesy's in D.C. Jonesy, buyers or sellers?
What's going on, JP?
What's up,
Not
man?
much, bud.
Hey, Mitch, what's up?
Chillin'.
Leo season looming. Check this out. With the lockout possibly kicking in sometime, next year? I feel like you got to be biased. I agree also with B. Mitch. You have got to help out your batting, man. I mean, your average, your offense is pretty much decent to somewhere at best, and we're not being able to help them out through pitching. We're losing games at the end as well, somewhere between the 8th and 9th. I'm tired. I watched several games like that, man. We were leading the whole way, and then you lose at the end. Our offense need help. So get me a closer somewhere along the line. Figure it out. You got the money. Figure it out. Stop being cheap, learners. That's what I have to say, fellas. Y'all have a good day and keep doing what you're doing. You sound real good to me.
All right, brother.
Appreciate you, Jonesy. Thank you. Here's what we're going to do. Matt Swope's going to join us next. Everybody on hold, stay there. You're about to learn a lot about the Nats' new prospect, Chris Hakopian, and then we'll circle back to the buyers and sellers discussion. JP Finley here for my experiences working with the team at Closets by Design. When I started talking with Closets by Design, I went out to their Manassas showroom. I walked around with the owner, Matt, and it really blew me away because they do everything custom. Everything is exactly what the people want, and they build it in their facility in Manassas. I was really shocked by that. I kind of figured it'd be boilerplate. It's not. What happens is you get one of their designers comes to your house, you walk around, you show them what you'd like, they take some measurements, and they figure out how to build out exactly what you want. That's what my wife got with her closet. I actually asked her yesterday, how happy are you with the closet? Has it really worked out? And she said she loves it. And she knows in the fall she can sub everything out. They made it so that she can take out some of the hanging rods, put in some shelves. You could get exactly what it is you're looking for working with the people at Closets by Design. And it's not just closets. They can do anything. Mudrooms, laundry rooms, pantries, entertainment centers. Check them out, closetsbydesign.com, or call 800-BY-DESIGN to schedule your free in-home consultation today. That's closetsbydesign.com.
This update brought to you by Mervis, Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? The Nationals fall to the Yankees 5-3, but another dramatic home run to lead off the game for James Wood, number 28 on the season. Nats finished the first half 48-49. Wood, C.J. Abrams, and Foster Griffin going to the All-Star game representing the Washington Nationals. Tonight it's the Home Run Derby at 8 p.m. Kyle Schwarber and Bryce Harper represent the Phillies. The Orioles' Blaze Alexander is out with a broken hand. The A's have fired pitching coach Scott Emerson. Wizards' A.J. Debonsa, 23 points and 7 rebounds in a 104-85 win over Sacramento. Mystics beat the Storm 84-79. When you're ready to pop the question, think Mervis Diamond Importers and Tacori. Mervis offers unbeatable value, while Tacori brings handcrafted detail and signature design to every engagement ring from the very first sparkle. For the largest selection in D.C., visit Mervis. Go to MervisDiamond.com. From Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Very fired up to jump on the Rude guest hotline and talk to our friend, Maryland baseball coach, Mr. Matt Swope. Don't you forget, Rude is the official show sponsor of B. Mitch and Finley. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and enjoy budget-friendly financing options with low monthly payments. Keep your cool and keep your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at rude.com. And if it ain't Rude, Brian,
it ain't right.
You know who is right? Coach Swope joining us now. Thank you for the time, Matt. What's going on, dude?
Nothing much. Good to hear from you guys. I think we're the only two people, by the way, that could be at Starboard at the same time and not end up finding each other. So,
yeah, but Starboard, it was packed that night.
Well, sometimes if he's in a certain state, Matt, he can't really find people. He probably don't know where the hell he was.
This was even before the game started. We made the mistake of kind of going too late, so that was more on me. So.
No, it was on us both. We were we were probably 30 feet away from each other at Starboard and couldn't find each other. It was packed, though. This was for the U.S.-Belgium game when the U.S. got their ass kicked.
Yeah. Par for the course, though.
Exactly. All right, Coach. Let's talk about the Nats' first-round draft pick, Chris Hakopian. What can you tell us about this young man? You coached him for 2 seasons. You've probably known him since he was a kid, I'm guessing. What's he like? What's his game like?
Yeah, he's just a baseball rat. Like he's just super physical, comes from a great baseball family. Just a cool story kind of coming full circle. Derek his dad was the ACC Player of the Year at Maryland in 1992 and actually coached me in a summer league at the Bethesda Big Train, which I'm sure some fans have kind of gone to. So to kind of have Derek play at Maryland and then him coach me and then having coached both his Chris and his brother Eddie, just like a really, really cool full circle moment. But
that's cool.
He's physical. I mean, he's built for the next level. He's more of like a plug and play. You can go probably put in high A, almost like getting close to move up as fast as possible. So his kind of scout report, he's just unbelievable eye, which is, anything from a data analytics standpoint these days, especially what the Nats are doing. His eye and ability to not swing at balls is really going to accelerate him to the big leagues probably pretty fast.
What is his path probably? Because he's 3 years in college getting drafted. He's probably, 21, 22 or something. Like, where do you think he'll go in the Nats organization? And when do you think we could see him? Like even September, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, I think he'll accelerate fast. I mean, it's one of those things I saw when they do the draft, they'll list the position, and that's normally what they'll try to do. Maybe, and I saw him listed as a second baseman, which I know he played a little bit this season. But he can play second, he can play third, he could probably end up playing first. He's going to be projected more of like a corner power bat, in my opinion. I saw some mocks like maybe pushing him to outfield. I don't really see that. He's got good enough hands and got a good enough arm where he can definitely stay in the infield. And I think with that versatility, maybe in being able to move him around to 2 to 3 positions, he'll rise pretty fast. So that bat to ball in the eye is going to be the most key as far as the development things goes for younger players not to kind of move up. And I think you're seeing that with like James Wood and those guys like that when they're when they stop swinging at balls and they start controlling the zone, it's the next level. So I think you'll see him rise pretty fast as far as that goes.
So you think he has that already instead of them having to figure that out? Because the beginning of the season, James Wood couldn't really hit, and all of a sudden he seemed to be one of the best in baseball.
Yeah, it's something you're born with. He's between Chris and Lamont Wade, who was one of our high draft picks that's playing for Houston right now, and then Braden Martin, who got drafted from us yesterday as well in the 11th round. You just can't teach that. I mean, it's just something that you're kind of born with a really, really good eye. And it's really, really like, especially today with the track man and how they're controlling the zones and you being able to appeal a strike call. It's something that can really, really propel you much faster than maybe before.
So, Coach, B-Mitch and I have a theory that you can comment on or not, should you choose not to, which I would understand. But Hakopian grew up in Montgomery County. I think he went to Churchill. Then he goes to Maryland to play for the Terps, where his father played, and you've known him since he was a kid. And then all of a sudden, for 1 year, he decides to transfer to Texas A&M. And B-Mitch and I think that might have a direct tie to the cost of a barrel of oil. That you don't have to comment on that, Coach. But I want you to know that B-Mitch and I see all the angles. All right.
Well, I would just say correct. And anybody that wants to support the Terps or you want to donate, please give them my cell phone, and you can have my direct line.
There you go. I can just tweet out your number if you want me to.
I don't know if we want to go that far. The actual media and the guys that don't, I may get some hate messages on there. So, but I would venture to say you're correct.
I know. So there's a ton of excitement around Hakopian. I think that's really cool that the hometown kid. I mean, you got one hometown kid hitting nukes in James Wood. I think it'd be very cool to get another. I also know you had some kids get drafted over the weekend too. Where'd your guys go?
Yeah, we had another kid, Lance Williams, get picked in the 8th round. Fireballer for us. He came here for this season. Kind of started as a starter for us, and then kind of moved into the bullpen. That was probably a little bit better of a role. He likes to see more of the end of the game, and you'll see that with pitchers. Is like the up and down from starting is a certain type of mentality, and then there's just some guys in that just want to chuck it and kind of see the end. So
do you think he could help the Nats right now?
Yes, I do. He's been up to 99, so I know that's been their biggest problem for right now. But no, I mean he's great. I mean he'll another guy with a power fastball up to 99 with power breaking ball and good changeup. So he'll be the profile that can move up faster with the velo and the power righty. And then we also had Braden Martin picked in the 11th round yesterday, who's a Bowie kid, local kid, and his uncle is Walt Williams, the Wizard. So that was kind of cool.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, I was at Walt Williams' house yesterday for the draft party and took some pictures and, giving Walt a hard time. But it's just kind of cool. Again, having gone to Maryland and grown up here to kind of have those things come full circle with guys like Walt Williams and B-Mitch and guys like that I grew up kind of idolizing and watching. Those are always really, really cool moments.
Coach, let me ask you a question. The psyche, like you coach baseball, you got the starting pitchers and the guy that come out the bullpen. What's that different psyche they have to have? Because I remember people was always asking me, man, like you only played certain times. Why were you? How was you always ready? I would stretch all game and just be ready to go. I watch other guys who don't do it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think some of it's physical. Some of it's like that gunner mentality, maybe on the kickoff, or like, you're banging a Red Bull and then slamming it on your head. You know what I mean? Before you go out. I mean, you see relievers that really can do that. And I just think it's it's a physical thing to be prepared physically, right? But most of it is mental, especially in a game like baseball where it's untimed. That's always the thing with baseball is like, if you don't have that mental fortitude with untimed things, you always got to kind of be mentally ready. And that's, most times, especially watching the Nats and some other things, it's not a physical thing. It's more of a mental thing. So I think you have to have a mentality to be a starter or a reliever, whereas a position player, you're kind of always involved in the game unless, maybe like a nuance like a pinch hitter. But even then, in the history of the pinch hitters or the best ones, they just had a knack for being mentally ready.
Talking with Maryland baseball coach Matt Swope here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Appreciate Coach making some time for us, talking through his guys that got drafted. Hakopian goes in the first round, played for Maryland for 2 seasons before transferring to A&M. A couple other Terps get drafted. But Swope, I know how much baseball you watch. Obviously, you're coaching and recruiting, and you've got your own hitting clinics and all that stuff. But I know you're watching Nats and O's games all the time. With this Nats team, and they've been very competitive now for the first half of the year, going to the All-Star break, 1 game under 500. What do you find most encouraging that the new leadership has done?
Well, I mean, it's. I don't know if it's a leadership thing necessarily. I mean, they had kind of the framework from the players with James just absolutely just breaking out, and maybe it is some of the stuff that they're infusing just from philosophy standpoint and all that. But you got to have the baseline of like, hey, when they're together, can they go out there and perform? And I think we're at this point now where it's like, hey, if we had a little bit better, performance from a bullpen, we may win 5 to 10 more games easy. So it's time to now go attack. Hey, we're going to be buyers, and they absolutely got to be buyers because, year to year, you can't take things for granted. A la looking at the Orioles 2 years ago, running away with the division and now looking like they can't find that formula again. So I think just the basics of Abrams and Wood and those young guys that are really, really performing, they need to attack that stuff when at the trade deadline or whatever they could do because you just never know.
It's interesting. What is the balance? Like, Butera has been unapologetically analytics based, right?
Yep.
And they make bullpen decisions that are obviously analytics based. That to me, sometimes they'd be better off using a little bit more feel for the situation. How do you balance that? I mean, analytics are such a big part of baseball at this point. How do you know when to trust the lefty on lefty stuff or just to let your guy go?
Well, I would totally agree with you guys. I'm a little bit more old school, and I think it should be less analytical. And anybody that cares about data or any things like that would probably totally disagree with me. But I just think we're going too much like to page 29 and says on page 29, this is the move you make and do this. And that's just not how sports are. That's not how the games are. It's never been like that. And I would also just say is like you would have to prove that the analytical moves or we're making consistently would work, right? So it's definitely probably coming from a GM down philosophy. This is what we're going to do. And it's been done for years. And we've scrutinized moves from Houston or the Dodgers or all these types of different people in these situations and really, really high leverage games. But I definitely think it's something that I would err more towards the old school and less analytics as far as that goes. I mean, the analytics are information. Any tool or data and information is great, but it has to pertain to the individual, right? It can't pertain to the whole.
Everybody's not the same.
Exactly. If it's not pertaining to the individual, then we're getting into a little bit of a sample size that maybe can't even be quantified. If you start to have a sample size for the individual where he struggled in these moments or in situations, okay, makes sense. But I think as a whole, we're just kind of looking on an overarching theme of a bunch of different people, and it just doesn't work like that. The game's always going to be individual.
Yeah, for me, I always say analytics will tell you what you should do. But then when it don't work, they can't tell you why it didn't work.
Right.
100%.
That kills me with it.
What was it? It's a good quote from a movie, but
might not be able to say it here.
Exactly. But 63% is or 58% is 58% until it doesn't work, right? Or
there
whatever.
You go.
Exactly.
Totally.
Head baseball coach, University of Maryland, Mr. Matt Swope. Give him a follow on Twitter at MattSwope19. Go check out a Terps baseball game. It's a ton of fun. So you're saying the Nats should be buyers, correct?
Absolutely. There's no question. Year to year in baseball and how everybody's close together, anytime you're even remotely close to being able to go for it with that young core, I mean, James Wood should be in the MVP candidate, conversation. And what a great young man. Known him since, he was in 7th grade and recruited him, and he's come to the facility often. And so rooting for him, and just I absolutely think they should be buyers right now.
I'm going to start a rumor, Coach, that James Wood was going to go to Maryland until he went pro. So that's just what we're going to say from here on
rumor. He ended up committing to Mississippi State, but it's definitely you can start any rumor you want.
No, he was committed to Maryland. I don't know what people are talking about.
Okay.
I've decided.
Yeah. Well, no, we've already talked about. I've teased them many times where it's like, hey, now that you come back to the facility and we have a great relationship and all that, that doesn't even count. So you're automatically a Maryland guy.
He's a Terp, dirty Terps.
Yeah.
Thank you for the time, Coach. I appreciate you, man.
Take care, brother.
Okay, guys. See ya. Thank you.
That's our guy, Matt Swope, University of Maryland baseball coach, says the Nats should absolutely be buyers. What do you say? Your call's next. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. You missed any of our interview with Maryland baseball coach Matt Swope? Get on the Odyssey app, get on YouTube, get on Instagram. Make sure you listen to that. He's coached and known Nats first-round draft pick Chris Hakopian since they were kids. Lot to like. Yo, I mean, you got to love hearing a coach say he thinks Hakopian's path to the majors could happen fast.
I would take it.
If he's going to be an infielder, Stallion, Hakopian, like, could he be their second baseman next year if it goes right?
Definitely. Like, you've seen a lot of guys kind of get fast-tracked to the majors, and I think with what he is, like, he's a pretty sure thing. Right. You can get him up to the majors pretty quickly.
Like, could he be a September call-up, or are you saying for next year?
No, it's not going to be this year, but next season, definitely you could see it.
Cool. When should Willits be up?
I mean, the way that he's playing.
Last year guy, right?
Yeah, number 1 overall pick.
I think like the earliest is September of next year, but what's most likely is 2028.
Takes forever.
Pick a guy, and it's all because they want to have control over him a certain amount of time.
He's playing well, correct?
Yeah, but he just turned 18 years old. Like, he's that young.
Will the minor league teams keep playing even if Major League Baseball misses time next year?
No, so they will be locked out as well.
That sucks.
Yeah, it's a huge thing.
Dude, I don't know how that could work. That's a big opportunity. If you had AAA baseball and there was no regular baseball on, people would watch it.
The teams own those teams. Why would they be having that going on?
I thought they have separate owners, though.
No,
minor league teams have their own owners.
Yeah, they have their own owners.
They are connected with
I'm
those
sure
teams.
there's some control by the big part.
I would not. If I'm not, you can't go. If I'm the player, if I can't go forward, why the hell I want to be practicing?
I think I'm the only one on team sell for the Nats. You're on buy. Stallion, are you buy?
I'm sell at the right price.
Jeffrey, are you buy?
They got to spend money, right? Buy.
There's zero evidence that they're going to spend over the last 7 years.
Yeah, I said they have to. So, man, what if something changed? We don't know. I'm always on the optimistic side, but
we know
it can happen.
All right, Jeff's buy. Mike is in Fredericksburg. What's up, Mike? Buyers or sellers?
Hey, JP, B. Mitch, love you guys. You make my day every day. I'm a buyer, but I think you have to probably give up a couple of players to get who you're looking for. If you look at what the Yankees, and I'm a diehard Yankee fan, but I love the Nats, and I wore both colors this weekend. You've got to find somebody like Mo Rivera who can come in for 2 innings, or the guy they've got now. Honestly, I don't know his name, but he's number 53, and he shut the Nats down 2 nights in a row, and all he did was pitch 2 innings. And that's the kind of player that they need. They've got good chemistry. I think they've got a young nucleus that's real good. I personally would like to see James Wood bat in second or third and move Cruz out of the cleanup position, but that's a totally different issue, especially the way that he's hitting. And this kid Meade really impressed me this weekend. But they've got a good nucleus. I think they've got the opportunity to really move in a positive direction. But they may have to give somebody up. But they've got to find somebody who can come in and just give them 2 innings. Look at they had the Yankees by the you know whats and couldn't close them out.
Could not close them out. Appreciate the call, Mike. Thanks for listening, bud. Let's hit up Alex in Silver Spring. What's up, Alex?
What's going on, fellas?
How you doing, bud?
What's happening?
I'm good, brother. I say buy. Do not sell. The yard sales already sold. We sold so much. Everybody walked out with this. So I say buy. And then let's copy from what worked out the last World Series. Corbin, remember he was a rookie, and they just put him in there in the World Series, and everybody was just like, man, he doesn't, they didn't know what to expect. They pulled Timmy Smith with Doug Williams on the Super Bowl. They didn't even tell him, here, run the ball. So I say buy and throw whoever's in there, minor leagues or whatever, see what you got, or you know what I mean, and see where it comes. I mean, you can't go wrong. What can you lose?
Appreciate you, man.
Thanks for taking my call.
I think you could lose a lot. I also think Corbin was absolutely not a rookie.
Yeah, he wasn't a rookie at the time.
They signed him from the D-backs where he had already been like an all-star, I think. But I kind of get the point there. I'm on team sell. I have a tough time. Listen, I was at 2 Nats games over the weekend. Stallion was at 0. pregame Friday, I was talking with like real baseball people. And I had to word this kind of carefully, right? Because I don't want to insinuate that I don't believe in what's being built. But I remember Mike Rizzo would always invoke the back of the baseball card.
Mm-hmm.
And he did that often talking about players that had slow first halves. Because if you remember, even Soto often started kind of slow. Like even James Wood, the first week of the season this year, he kind of started a little slow.
Yep.
And Rizzo would always say, look at the back of the baseball card. That'll tell you the story over 162 games. And when you look at the back of the baseball card on some of these dudes, there's not a lot of empirical data to suggest they're going to continue to perform at this pace. Wood and Abrams excluded. There is empirical data and pedigree to suggest they will continue to perform that way. But like, if you have the opportunity to flip somebody that's probably outperforming your expectations and that could drift back down, flip them. Flip them. I'll take one more call. Carlos in Alexandria. Los, buying or selling?
I'm buying. We've got the nucleus, and we've got potential log jams at some of these positions you're talking about. So it might take trading a decent prospect down below to get help right now. That this offense is not going to go away, but their pitching needs help badly.
Pitching needs help. Appreciate the call, Carlos. Thanks, buddy. We're going to switch things up. It's list season, and you got folks on all sides of the fence where Jaden Daniels belongs if you're ranking the best quarterbacks in the NFL. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
This update brought to you by Copt Defense Properties. Tonight's the night for the Home Run Derby with Bryce Harper and Kyle Schwarber, the headliners, because it's in Philadelphia. Ben Rice from the Yankees. Rice hit a 2-run triple, but James Wood and Curtis Mead homered for the Nationals. They fall 5-3. They are now 48-49 as they get ready for the second half. They'll go to Sacramento to take on the Athletics. The A's have fired pitching coach Scott Emerson and replaced him with bullpen coach Dan Hubbs. Wizards' A.J. Debonsa doing it again. Playing Sacramento last night, 104-85, win 23.7 rebounds, 3 steals, and 2 blocks. That should be it for his 2 games in Summer League. They want to make sure he's healthy for the regular season. Mystics beat Storm 84-79. Are you a road technician that is tired of the outdoor service grind? Copt Defense Properties is now hiring building technicians that provide day-to-day property maintenance services, competitive pay, minimum 30-hour weeks, free training and development, and great benefits. Apply today at COPT.com. From Crop Metcalf, Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Can't stand it. I know you planned it. Shout out to the Beasties. Also, shout out to White Brian. We're putting an APB out for White Brian. We've realized he hasn't been in the office in weeks, and nobody really knows where he is or how he got there. I'm starting to worry he got run over by a buffalo. Are you worried about White Brian, B?
Might got run over by a reindeer. White Brian got run over by a reindeer.
We legit have no idea where he is. I hope you're okay, pal.
All I know, the dude got more vacation time than you.
He's down in there solo right now, running everything. Video, calls. All right, B. Let's have a conversation. Jeremy Fowler puts together, and it's well done and researched, and I know the people involved. Like, it's legit, right? Fowler does this thing where he talks with a number of voters who are coaches and scouts around the NFL. And he asked for the top 10 players at every position. He's done this with a number of players. He did it with corners, right? I read you that corners list earlier in the program. Pat Surtain's the top corner. Big shock. Washington has nobody in the top 10 on the corners list. He also did it with quarterbacks. And the top quarterback vote getter in the NFL was Josh Allen.
Okay.
And I think it's important to note, he even writes this in the column, that this is not a 5-year projection or a career achievement award, but meant to answer a simple question: who are the best players right now? And I think, considering Mahomes is coming back from the injury, considering Lamar had a down season, I think it's reasonable to say Allen's the best quarterback in the NFL right now. Going down the list, he has Mahomes 2, Stafford 3, Burrow 4. It's interesting with Burrow because
Burrow's hurt as much as anybody out there.
Yeah.
So that got to start being played into this thing.
Of Burrow, one NFL coordinator said, he's such a quick decision maker. The ball is out. That ball is out. It's so frustrating. And when it isn't out, he's just waiting for a deep ball to develop. He's got accuracy and arm strength. He's a winner. They have Lamar 5th. Does that seem too low?
Not with those 4 guys in front of him. When you look at that, that's not a 1, 2. It's like a 1A and that type of stuff.
Do you think, I think Lamar's about to turn 30. Do you think he'll start running less at any point?
Probably not. It's what he knows.
He's also, like, the quickness is obviously still there.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like he's lacking anything, but he'll turn 30 in January. He's born the day before my daughter.
How old is Josh
Allen?
Yeah. And Burrow?
Burrow's probably a little bit younger. Doesn't have ages on here. I'm going to guess Josh Allen is... So Lamar was drafted in 2018. I'm going to guess Josh Allen is 30. Because Allen was the same draft as Lamar. Allen turned 30 in May.
Okay.
And I think Burrow's a hair younger because those guys were drafted in 18. Burrow was drafted in 20, right? Because it was that 2019 LSU team. Burrow will turn 30 this December. So they're all about the same age.
Yeah.
Mahomes obviously older. Stafford older than all those guys. Lamar at 5 seems a little low. Dak Prescott at 6.
I mean, so the thing for me is when we are discussing good quarterbacks, are we just looking at the stats or do we look at everything? Dak put up numbers. Dak can't win in the playoffs. Hell, you don't make him half the time. So it's like, I don't know. Because looking at last year, Sam Darnold's better than a lot of them from last year. But dude, we say it's not a 5-year thing, but then we look at last year, we ignore everything else.
Darnold doesn't crack the top 10.
That's what I'm saying.
So 6 is Dak, 7 is Justin Herbert.
That dude, I think he's overhyped. Based off his production, what he's accomplished so far, he's overhyped.
Drake May at 8.
Too high.
He was great last year.
Yeah, but still too high.
Wasn't great in the playoffs.
Too high.
Jared Goff, Stallions guy at 9. Stallion, how do you feel about Goff being behind May, Herbert, Dak?
Jared, to me, is better than Herbert for the production he's had thus far.
That I agree with. I think he probably could have been a little higher, but I think 9 is fair.
Number 10 on this list. Ahead.
Nope. Not over 60%.
Caleb Williams.
I know. I mean, he shown you a lot. The team made the playoffs. You can't sit there and say that they made the playoffs off of his arm. That defense was special. They did some things down the stretch, but the consistency is not there.
This is of Williams. His inconsistencies did give some voters pause. His 20% off-target rate was 37th out of 38 quarterbacks in 2025. Though his ability to keep plays alive and throw the ball away contributes to this. A veteran NFL defensive coach said of Caleb Williams, wildly erratic, doesn't always take the layups and still needs to mature into the position. He has some of those what is he doing plays, but he also makes plays only he and Mahomes can make. He can throw from any angle, deceptively fast when forced to scramble, and he's got the it factor in crunch time. I mean, he did make big plays late.
Yeah.
So honorable mentions. Sam Darnold, defending Super Bowl champion. I'm guessing the honorable mentions are in order here, so this would put Darnold at 11. Jaden Daniels at 12. I'm going to read now. I'm going to open the phones. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. An ESPN anonymous poll of NFL scouts, coaches, and personnel folks ranked Jaden Daniels the 12th best quarterback in the NFL. One NFC executive said, I know he was hurt last year, but I think this is the year he really makes his stamp, and he's the guy we're all talking about as having taken the next step. He's such a good decision maker and very accurate. One NFL personnel evaluator, I would still take him over the other quarterbacks from the 24 draft class from a pure quarterback decision-making standpoint. How do you feel about Jaden being 12th?
As I said, those other two, I don't consider them better than him. I think he's top 10, even with the injury. Hell, Pat missed a lot of the year last year. He's still top number 2, right?
Yep.
So I think I watched the position of quarterback. He plays it better than some of these other guys. Yeah, some of the guys come like they go, oh, look at look at Caleb, the way he played down the stretch. He had to, because he had played bad to get to that stretch. So we'll see.
As far as where,
like the thing of like the ranking, I don't care. Look, those numbers, and a lot of times they do stuff to get the conversations going. So I really don't care about that much. I'm just saying, if a guy miss a good bit of the year, and he's still ranked top 12, that says a lot about what you think about him. You know what I'm saying?
I still believe Jayden is a top-tier talent. I think the injury, my only takeaways from last season with Jayden, one coaching point, one schematic change. I think whether it's Quinn or Peters or maybe even Josh Harris, somebody sits Jayden down and says, hey, when you throw a pick, run to the sideline. Don't take the unnecessary hit. Because the best quarterbacks as they advance in their career, unless it's a playoff game or, a fourth quarter, got to have it.
Yeah,
but like, you're going to throw picks. Don't get blown up. Defenders come gunning for the quarterback.
I think the elbow already being hurt was the problem with that one.
Totally.
But, dude.
That's the one thing I'm just saying, this year going forward, let's not try to chase people down on tackle.
I understand all that stuff, but I'm going to just tell you, the person not on that field, you can say what you want. Competitors are competitors.
I get that.
I think he has to learn when and when not, just to depending on the severity of a game.
I also think, agreed. Yeah. I also think you never want to stop Jayden the runner, period. But you can have less designed quarterback runs. And Cliff leaned on that a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you'll see less of the designed quarterback runs. I'm not saying you get rid of it at all, but like Cliff would run power with Jayden. Like, what are we doing here? Mm-hmm. And I think getting him under center, showing different looks, having a more consistent run game, I think all of those things will help him tremendously. And I think the quick decisions he's able to make, the accuracy on footballs, throwing to a spot, Jayden's elite. And I think he will remind folks of that. Jayden Daniels is ranked 12th by NFL scouts, coaches, as far as quarterbacks in the NFL. Too high, too low? Is that fair? Let's start with Ronald in Fairfax. What's up, Ron?
How we doing, guys?
Good, man. How you doing?
Good. I think for everything that transpired in the last, call it 12 months, I think that's a pretty fair ranking. And D-Mitch, what you said earlier, that doesn't mean he has to go out and be the 12th rated quarterback all year long. There's nothing stopping him from going back out and being a top 3, top 5 guy like he was his rookie year. So it's a lot of clickbait, but it is realistically kind of a fair ranking, especially where Darnold's right in front of him. You take that.
Fair. Thanks, Ron. I think based on last year, it is fair for him to be just outside of the top 10. I'm not sure I agree with some of the guys ahead of him, but it's also a list in July. Like it will hold zero impact on the season. Jayden can change all of it. Let's go to Sylvester in Ashburn. What's up, Sylvester?
Hey, yeah, I think it's fair. I just believe based on last year that the quarterbacks ahead of him, they were better. Jayden did, and even the year before, Jayden did a lot of off-schedule things. It's not like they were playing. I think he's a great quarterback. I think he's going to show out this year. But I think the ranking's fair.
All right, Sylvester. Appreciate you, bud. The ranking is fair. I'm not entirely convinced Caleb should be ahead of him.
No.
At 10. Caleb, I mean, he did have some hella moments last year. Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067. Rodney is in D.C. What's up, Rodney?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Listen, anybody that got eyes can see that we have a quarterback, okay, that had a bad roster in 24. We have a quarterback that can put the team on his back. Drake May and Caleb I haven't seen that yet out of him. And I know it's early since we're talking about lists. One, he can put the team on the back. Two, he went on the road twice in the playoffs. What else does he have to prove that we have a quarterback that has it? And I can't wait until he plays under center with this play action so he can shut everybody up, man. People just need to calm down and just watch 24 again. All you got to do is watch the Tampa game and the Lions game to let you know that our quarterback needs to be at least top 6 on that list. Period.
Appreciate you, bud.
Hi, bro.
Yeah, I mean, his rookie season was so wildly impressive, but it's what you always say, B. You got to show me again.
Yeah.
And last year was largely just in college, you might not know this, Brian, but I do. Like, you could take an incomplete. Like, I don't think we could really give Jaden a letter grade from last year. I think it's an incomplete. He played 4 complete games.
Mhm.
Like, that's less than a quarter of the season now.
Yeah.
The injuries were just too much to take over. Then they shut him down at the end of the year. Like, it just was such a... I think the team has done a really good job of kind of concealing this, but I don't think that was a great building the last month of the year. I think
it couldn't have been.
I think DQ did a good job of keeping them together, and it's cool that they fought hard and got that win in Philly. I think it means a lot to Josh Johnson, who's a guy that's put 20 years of his life into the NFL. But, like, I don't think the vibes were great in that building as the Cliff, AP, DQ,
I can go along
Bobby
with that one.
Johnson. Like, last year got screwed up, and it was a confluence of a million factors, but it doesn't change the belief I have that Jaden Daniels is a great passer. And to be a great quarterback in the NFL, you got to be a great passer.
Yep.
I think he has that ability and has displayed that repeatedly. And I think that will be back on display this fall.
I'm just waiting for it to happen.
E is in D.C. What's up, E?
Yo, what's going on, fellas? Thanks for taking my call.
man.
Thanks for calling.
You hit the nail on the head. He has exceptional accuracy. And think about, even in practice, you see across the league when guys are working on stuff, and you just see sometimes how the ball sails and throwing some of those out patterns. He never, even in practice, and I've never been to a practice, but even from what you all have told me from his rookie year and what we've seen just from the tape that's come out, his mechanics of throwing the football, his understanding of throwing the football from the ground up, it's effortless. And to compare just that stat to other quarterbacks to what you're saying, we've seen them throwing ducks and all types of things that is just not a part of his blueprint. So real executives who are out at practice every day and know what this looks like from a day-to-day basis knows, like, oh, nah, he understands how to throw this football. There's not a ball that he can't throw. And now another thing you have to think about, I think this year we're going to see him be able to do things pre-snap that I don't think necessarily he was pigeonholed, but the growth of Jaden this year pre-snap is going to be incredible. Him being able to move the offense before the ball is snapped. Last year, they were just set and go. You can't do that. And I think he has the mental capacity to really move and maneuver offense, much like Peyton could do. And his accuracy allows him to move guys, to free them up, and then throw a good ball. And I know David Bilal is going to allow him to do that because he's working with essentially a coach. Remember Cliff Kingsbury said, even to the coaches, he said, look out, guys, like, buckle up. We got a real ball player. He knew that, but watch how David Bilal puts that in practice pre-snap. So that's the growth. I can't wait to see that. Like you said, Brian, check out what he just said. I'm just waiting for the fall.
Yeah.
We know what time it is.
Appreciate the call, bud. Thanks, E. I did mean to share this with you, B. This made me laugh. So Stallion and Lou put out the video of you talking about the hacker, how you'd like to greet the person that hacked your Twitter. And I quote tweeted and said, "Dear God, please let B find the person who hacked his Twitter." And Scared Starrence replied, "I'll make it my life's mission to deliver this guy to B Mitch." But our guy Tay responded, "Nope, we got a good season coming and we need B here." Let's take one more. Franco's in D.C. What's up, Frank?
Hey, what's up, man? I think it's a fair assessment due to the fact that James was hurt. But a healthy Jaden Daniels, there's not 11 people better than him. That's ridiculous. A healthy Jaden Daniels, there's not 11 quarterbacks in the NFL better than him. I mean, we just jumped back to when he first came in. Where would they rate him that year? So, but as far as this year, yeah, he was hurt. So 12th is still good considering that he was hurt. But healthy, there's not 11. So I'm just waiting, like Brian said. Let's get it popping.
There we go.
Appreciate you, Franco.
All right, brother.
All right, we'll keep the phone lines open. Jaden Daniels ranked 12th by NFL executives in a ESPN poll. Too high, too low? Nobody go anywhere.
This update brought to you by Reynolds Empower Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. The pitching starters for the All-Star game tomorrow night: Dylan Cease against Christopher Sanchez. Cam Schlittler of the New York Yankees wants to rest, but will dress in case he's needed.
My priorities are to the team and how I can help this team win a championship. And I wasn't comfortable enough that I was going to recover, 100% to try and go out there for an inning and throw as hard as I can.
Tonight it is the Home Run Derby at 8 p.m. Kyle Schwarber and Bryce Harper lead the list for the Phillies. Nationals take on the Athletics after the All-Star break. The Wizards' A.J. Dubonsa, 23 points and 7 rebounds and a 104-85 Wiz win over the Kings. Las Vegas Summer League, that will be probably it for him as he'll get ready now for the regular season. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mitch at Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Coming up at 2 o'clock, Grant and Danny will kick things off. I'm not going to generate faux outrage here about a list in July, but this is not just like a generic Bleacher Report creates a list just to engage people on Instagram. This is a legit thing. I know Fowler. I know some of the people he talks to on this. He talks to real NFL coaches and scouts and execs about these rankings every summer, and it's not a career accomplishment thing. It's not the last 5 years or projecting the next 5 years. It's just right now, a snapshot in time.
Mm-hmm.
And on this quarterback list, Jayden Daniels falls outside of the top 10, presumably ranks 12th. I don't have a ton of disagreement about it. I think there's some players on here that Jayden is better than. And I think Jayden has shown a demonstrated ability to win big games more so than some of the guys on this list. But if the only evidence with which you vote is last season, I get it. I think he has a chance to prove this. Jayden's also ahead of guys like Jordan Love, Brock Purdy, Trevor Lawrence, Jalen Hurts. So, 12 out of 32, pretty good. I think Jayden probably belongs more in the top 10, but based on last year's results, he didn't achieve that. So I'm curious what the people on the phones think. 800-636-1067. Start with our boy PJ out in Reston. PJ, what's up, dude?
Hey, guys. Happy Monday. It's always a privilege being on there. So the way I look at it is like this. There are 4 guys that are like these 4 guys, right? And most people would agree. Mahomes, Burrow, Josh Allen, and Lamar. And there's a little bit of separation. The way I look at it, I personally got him just inside the top 10, like maybe like 8. But really the way I want to get people to look at it is like this. I look at it as a tier system, right? So tier 1 is those 4 guys I mentioned. But then there is a huge, really talented group in tier 2. You can basically then go rank guys from 5 to 15 in any order and justify it. For recent activity, you could put Baker and Dak 5 and 6. You could look at Justin Herbert. You could put Jayden based on his talent. So really, the nice thing is that I would put him in tier 2. Now, whether that's a 14 rank or a 5 rank, whatever, or 8, like I got him. But, I think tier 2 is the important thing. And he's going to be, I think, a future Hall of Famer when it's all said and done also.
It's a good call. All right, man. Thanks, PJ. I mean, that is a really good way. I think there's a group, and you can kind of decide if you're going to include Stafford or not in that elite group. But Mahomes, Burrow, Allen, Lamar have been excellent for a long period of time and have consistently shown excellence. I'm cool to separate them. I think you could include Stafford, too, at this point.
Mm-hmm.
If you did it by tier, Jayden's in the next tier. And there's a whole bunch of people you could argue where they land. But I do think Jayden lands firmly there. You agree with that?
Firmly after them, you saying?
Yeah.
The top 4 guys, yeah.
And maybe it's the top 5 if you want to count Stafford.
Yeah, of course. I think in 2024, he got up there. So,
I think coming out of the 24 season, the conversation was, is Jaden going to be in that top tier? Or when will Jaden be in that top tier?
Mhm.
Now it's got to stay healthy, got to stay on the field, and get back to being great.
yeah, but the way my whole, like I just said to you earlier, Joe Burrow's been hurt more than anybody on that list.
Sure.
And nobody ever keep talking about how he got to be in that top tier. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
I just, as good as May, and I don't think Caleb was great last year, they're not better than the 2024 season of Jaden.
No, I agree with that.
So I can't put them ahead of him.
It is crazy, the Burrow discussion, because I think he continues to be elevated because he got to a Super Bowl, even though they lost. Like, I don't know that Drake May will get that same elevation because Joe Burrow, to get to the Super Bowl, I believe they went to Buffalo and won, and then went to Kansas City and won an AFC title game on the road. I think they're down 21-0.
Yeah.
Like, that level of accomplishment, I'm not taking anything away from the Pats, but everybody's going to point out who they played in the playoffs, and then they go to Denver and win, which is great, but Bo Nix was hurt.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of interesting that Bo Nix just does not get
any love.
He doesn't. He almost doesn't even get any love from Sean Payton.
Because he has a coach who thinks that everything is about him. And the league loves Sean Payton more than they do anybody else.
It is kind of crazy. Dude, Bo Nix, in his 2 seasons in Denver, regular seasons, has started every game. In his career, completed 65% of his passes, 54 touchdowns to 23 interceptions. Last year it was 25-11, 24 it was 29-12. And that's not to mention what he does with his legs. Let me see if I can pull up. I mean, because he's still. Last year he ran for 5 touchdowns and 350 yards. Year prior was 4 touchdowns, 430 yards. I think you could have a conversation. Should Bo Nix be involved? But people don't like that dude. Mike is in D.C. Mike, Jaden Daniels outside the top 10. Do you care?
Man, but I think it's fair. I think that defensive coordinators think they have him figured out. I seen him being he was a little unsure of himself, especially like games against Green Bay. And the other thing is these other quarterbacks' receiver rooms, I think, are a lot better. And I think that needs to be taken into consideration. My fear is that he doesn't take care of himself. He shows where he doesn't know how to get the yards he can and get out of bounds. And God, if I see him chase down another guy that intercepts his ball, boy, I don't know what I'm going to do. So I think that they got him. They're not sure, and that's why he's outside the 10. And then our receiver room, I think they took that into consideration as well.
Thanks for the call, dude. I think the receiver room's an interesting one. The Bills' receiving room, especially since they got rid of Diggs, has been bad. The Chiefs, you have Kelsey there, who's a Hall of Fame generational type player. You had Hill there. Andy kind of builds his receiver room, just focus on speed. So it's kind of interesting. Stafford obviously has an elite receiver room, elite weapons. Burrow, elite weapons. I pulled up Burrow. In 6 seasons. So you can help me with the math here. I think they went to 17 games in 23, right? So in 6 seasons, out of how many possible regular season games could Burrow have played? 3 times 16 and 3 times 17. I'm not going to be able to crunch those numbers fast enough.
Got it.
You might be able to.
51
and
48.
Call it 100 just for a round number. He's played in 77 games. So he's missed about 25% of his NFL career, which is frankly better than I would have expected. As a rookie, he got hurt here at FedEx. He played 10 games as a rookie. 21 and 22, when they were very good, he started all 16 games. That's when the Bengals were very good. 23, he gets hurt, misses 10 games. 24, the Bengals' defense was atrocious. They did have a winning record. They went 9-8. He played in all 17 games. And then last year, he played 8 games. So the injury stuff with Burrow is a real issue. Let's go to Ellis, Uptown. What's up, Ellis?
What's going on, guys? What's up, JP? What's up, B-Mitch?
What's up, brother?
Hey, look, I definitely think Jaden's too low. But so how I'll put the list, I would actually have Sam Darnold at 6. And then I'd have Baker Mayfield at 7. And I'd have Jaden at 8. And I have Jaden above Justin Herbert because even last year, we just look at his download last year, he outplayed Justin Herbert, right? So that was one of the games where he still showed his superstar skills. But that's how I have the list, and I'll sit back and listen.
All right, bro.
Appreciate you, man. Yeah, not having Darnold on there, if this is really a snapshot.
Yeah, if it's a snapshot, you can't pass him from last year.
Dude, not to mention, he was awesome in Minnesota the year before.
And balled out there.
He was bad late in the season, but...
In the last 2 playoff games, he was bad. For the playing and then the next one, yeah.
Like week 18.
But he put numbers up. Some of these dudes haven't seen the playoffs. They're in that list.
Darnold in the last...
Dak Prescott is on there.
The last 2 seasons for Sam Darnold, to begin the conversation, if the best ability is availability, started all 17 games both years. 34 regular season games in the last 2 seasons.
Okay.
The teams he's been the starting quarterback of have a combined record of 28-6. In 2024, he completed 66% of his passes with 35 touchdowns against 12 picks for 4,300 yards. Last year in Seattle, where they ran the ball a little bit more, completed 68% of his passes for 4,048 yards with 25 touchdowns and 14 picks. Like, I need to put some respect on Sam Darnold's name. My guy Jaime is in Manassas. What's up, Jaime?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Hey, you know what I think? I understand that if you talk about the talent, he's probably a top 5 quarterback in the NFL. But it's not talent; it's top 10 quarterback in the NFL. He has one great year, right? Rookie year, he lights out, played lights out. Last year, he didn't play that much. He didn't have his complement of receivers or anything like that. Let him prove himself. He's still a young cat. He's going to have plenty of top 10s, maybe top 5s. But right now, he's not a top 10 quarterback in the NFL.
I think he's just outside. Do you agree with where he lands? We lost Jaime. What are you two saying there? Give you guys a quick opportunity on it.
I think it's fair for now, just based off last year. Like, the rookie season was incredible. He should have been inside the top 5 last year. But, like, if he can stay healthy and if the team stays healthy, then I think things will be a lot different. But we're kind of basing things off last year, so I think it's fair for now.
Are they basing it off of last year?
It's not like he should...
that's a question. Are they basing it off of last year? Because if you're basing it off of last 2 years, there's no damn way Sam Darnold's not in there.
That's true.
I also to me, the fact that he's just outside the top 10, if they had him at 17 or something, I might be moved because that'd be a joke. But I think 12 is not an outrageous assertion. What about you, Jeffrey?
I like where he at. He came off the injury last year. It's just going to be more fuel to the fire for the JD5 Washington Commanders Revenge Tour.
You heard it there. The JD5 Washington Commanders Revenge Tour. When we return, we're going to talk Home Run Derby. Get to watch it tonight. B. Mitch and Finlay 1067. The Fan. Home Run Derby tonight. Is it on Netflix? I'm going to start there because that bothers me. I don't know why.
I think it might be now that you mention it.
I got it.
I got it too, but I find that annoying.
Why?
I don't know.
You gotta start having reasoning for stuff, dog. If you can see it, why you don't know it? Why you worried?
Because there's people that can't. I'm standing up on the
people that can't
I'm standing
see
up
it,
on behalf of the
people
voiceless.
that can't see it if it was no Netflix.
Has it not been on broadcast TV?
It's been on ESPN forever, and it is exclusively tonight on Netflix.
Is anyone else annoyed by that?
Yes.
Extremely.
Yeah,
I'm not.
bang. 3 against 1.
I got it.
I
It's just
have it
annoying.
also, but it's just, we've gone too far.
We've
Like,
gone too far.
We should have just kept cable.
First of
Thank
all,
you.
Y'all
Should've just kept it.
You got to understand, when they told you we going to give you stuff for free for a little bit, your asses got happy. You didn't know that they're going to charge you later for it?
The Home Run Derby's been on cable television for 20 years.
You pay for cable, don't you?
Yeah.
Okay. So what's the difference?
But now it makes me have to pay for another thing.
I'm just saying you got to pay for it anyway.
No, I wouldn't.
If it's on cable TV, you got to pay for it, right?
But I already pay for that.
You just paying extra. You make enough money. Hell, you work 25
I'm
hours a
annoyed.
day.
The moral of the story is,
It's annoying.
cable was never broken. The complaint was, there's too many channels. Why was that ever a complaint? Like, now that we've gone into streaming
I got
stuff,
7,000 of them.
I know you do.
I think you got to stop telling people that. Whatever
No,
you
I
got
don't. No, I
seems
don't.
wild.
Hey, no, it ain't. It ain't. Hey, I know it not.
All right.
I do nothing no different than what you do.
All right. Home Run Derby pool. B's provided these questions. Will a home run go over 484.5 feet?
No.
B says no.
I say yes.
Jeffrey.
Where's the game at?
Philly.
Yeah. That
Yeah.
wind gonna stop unless the wind at their back now. Hold
Jeff
on.
says yes.
Ooh, let me see how
Yes.
the team sits.
I say no.
Sound like Bryce.
Longest. All right. Longest home. I don't know. All right. So we all weighed in on that.
The player that's gonna hit the longest home run.
Who do you have?
I'm gonna go with Schwarber.
Schwarber. All right.
I'm going to go in with Schwarber as well.
Can I change? God.
You sticking with Schwarber?
Yeah, I'm gonna stick with it, man.
Actually, I might change it. I'm going to go Junior Caminero.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, I'm
I'm
going to
stick
go
with
with that.
Schwarber.
That's my guy.
Jeff?
Yeah, I'm gonna piss the DMV area off. I'm going with Bryce Harper.
I wish James Wood was in it. I'm cool that he's not, but I wish he was. Jeff says Harper. I think I might say Harper. Who all is in it? Schwarber?
Yeah, Schwarber, Harper,
Caminero. Murakami?
Yep, Murakami.
Is he healthy?
He is, and he is going to be playing.
Okay.
And then Jordan Walker.
Jordan Walker from St. Louis.
Jack Caglianone. And then Jeff's guy, New York Yankee representative. Jeff, come on, you know this player.
Jeff, no chance he knows.
Jeff is
Ben Rice.
Ben Rice.
Nailed it.
You Googled it.
No.
Dude. I saw you looking on your phone.
No, I was texting somebody telling them I'm at work.
You know who we're all rooting against is Wilson Contreras.
Yes.
All right.
he gonna probably win it.
Longest home run, I'll also say Bryce. All right. Now, who is going to win the match? Who's going to win the whole thing?
I heard a Walker boy, so I'm going with the Walker guy.
Okay. Jordan Walker from STL.
The smoothest, consistent hitter they got is Schwarber. I'm going with him.
Schwarber hits nukes. Why isn't Pete Alonso in this? He's always like the home run derby master.
Yeah, he probably got tired of winning.
Honestly, yeah. Probably got tired of it.
Like Vince Carter only did the dunk contest once.
Yeah. You go, you win it, you get a couple of 50s, and you quit.
Who you like?
I like Bryce. I hate to say it, but I think he just has a feel for the moment. That Philly crowd's going to be behind him. He's kind of been in some hot water with
He
this
got a feel
FanDuel
for the
stuff.
moment. That's why he always hitting home runs in the playoffs and in the World Series.
I don't want him to, but
he has.
It just feels like it's his thing.
I'm going off the board. I'm taking Murakami. I think I picked him up on my fantasy team. because this is the slowest week in history, we should do a fantasy baseball check-in segment at some point. I haven't looked in a while. All right.
Hey, Toby, what's going on?
Completely forgot.
So Brian and I both said no to a home run going over 484.5 feet. Stallion and Jeff said yes. Longest home run tonight. B says Schwarber. Stallion says Junior Caminero. Jeff and I both say Bryce Harper. The winner of the whole thing, Jeff says Jordan Walker. B has Kyle Schwarber. Stallion says Bryce Harper. I got my man Munetaka Murakami. Dude can rake. I've enjoyed, I'll be honest with you, the highlights I've seen. I don't think I've watched a White Sox game all year, but I've enjoyed the highlights.
Not upset at you.
All right. Next question. Are you going to actually watch the home run derby, Jeff?
Yes. It's one of the few things in baseball I would sit down and watch the entire thing all the way through.
Not a Yankees game. Yeah, lock.
I'm not saying I'm watching 100% of it. Because I get to a point every year where they start talking too much, I can't watch it anymore. And I'm glad they don't have back. God, I watched that. I was like, what the hell is he? He ran me crazy.
I think people loved it, and then he pressed the gas on it.
He went too much.
Stallion obviously loved it.
I did. I loved it. I love that.
Because he was drunk off of a
probably
mimosa.
Yeah.
So the format has also changed. In round one, all 8 guys compete in a single pool, no head-to-head bracket. The 4 highest home run totals advance. Ties are broken by the distance of the longest home run hit. So they are incentivized to hit nukes. Then you go to the semifinals and you get your bracket. The top guy gets the 4th guy, the second guy gets the 3rd guy. Each player gets 15 swings.
All right.
Ties then require a 3-swing tie-off.
Just 3 swings.
For the finals, the final 2 guys each get 15 swings.
All right.
Any ties, again broken by a 3-swing swing-off.
Okay.
I kind of like the ties being broken by the longest home run. I think that's cooler. Quite a day on the program. Appreciate everybody
Make
that
him
listened
swing
to
off.
us.
A home run is a home run. You don't get more points for it being long.
You do in the first round.
Shouldn't.
I like it.
Whoever hit the
484 is
most.
a bomb, dude.
Who hits
Goodness
the most?
gracious. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to everybody that called into the program today. Thank you to Maryland baseball coach Matt Swope for joining us. Grant and Danny coming your way next. Enjoy the home run derby tonight, folks.
Brought to you by Chicken Salad Chick, made from scratch, served from the heart. Tonight's the night for the Home Run Derby. Kyle Schwarber and Bryce Harper lead the way for the
Greetings and salutations, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. Points beyond using ye old Odyssey app. It's a Grant and Danny radio program on 106.7 The Fan. You'll notice there's no GP today, and that's fine. It's fine. It's fine. He's at the All-Star game doing Home Run Derby tonight, did the Futures game yesterday. The All-Star game itself is tomorrow night. So our guy, Tobias Funke, a.k.a. Toblerone, a.k.a. The Gout. Toby Altizer sitting in. Tobes, what's up, buddy?
That's a tough nickname to wear. Tough. But CK said it gives me a little bit of a bash in the youngest in charge conversation.
Yeah.
Dealing with that already?
It's one of those things where I understand your age is your age, but it makes you older. And I'm glad you're a good sport about it, because if you weren't, it'd be awkward. We'd be walking on eggshells, not as much as you because you're...
Yeah, literally.
Because of the gout. I'm sorry. Now, I'm walking wounded. We got a good show for you today, by the way. We're going to talk Home Run Derby here in a second. We got a bunch of Nats conversations. Dabonsa Game 2, maybe that's it. That's all we see in Summer League, but we'll talk about that. Blake Butera had some interesting comments. I know it's a lot of Nats related, but we'll do some of that. A top 10 list came out that doesn't include our guy Jaden Daniels. We'll talk there. We got a little something brewing here, because you guys realize next week, at the end of next week, Rookies Report for the foosball.
Mm-hmm.
Little training camp action. We'll get you ready for training camp, do some position group a day, type situations there. And that's Buy Sell the Deadline. One of the worst movie sequels in human history came out 23 years ago. I want to have a conversation about that too. But I'm making fun of you and the Gouts, but I'm holding the mirror up to myself here. I had the audacity to play some pickup hoops yesterday.
Did not go well, or?
Oh, it went great. I mean, so I rose up. Ish, it's not. It's not 30 years ago.
Just throw it down, of course.
Well, no, I left the ground.
Okay.
But again, a little one dribble pull up jump shot. Did it go in, Danny? It did. Was it a game winner? It was. Thanks for asking.
Oh.
But the point is, drilled a 3 down the game. Come down immediately, right knee, boom. The jumper's knee is back, and that's not even the thing that hurts the most. It's my left Achille, or AKA Achilles, AKA the Achilles area on my left side, is inflamed. It is a conflagration down there. And I have been limping on both legs. I don't know how you limp on both legs. Usually you walk with a limp. It means one of the legs or some part of the extremities isn't working right. 2. You only have 2 legs. I've got 2 leg limp issues. So it's different things that do it. So I can't go down the stairs because of my knee. And I can't go up the stairs because of my left Achilles. Ladies and gentlemen, a new level of old bitch has been unlocked. Whatever level you're at, quite frankly, I'm higher. I've got more experience points. I've got more perks. I am a juggernaut at being an old, worthless zilch.
Can I tell you this? Injuries themselves, I've now suffered a few, unfortunately. I've broken my wrist before. I've torn my ACL, meniscus before. I've had those surgeries. They suck, but... Thankfully, it's not a bone displaced. I don't have to look down and something's pointing the wrong direction. So those are the things that terrify me the most. Outside of that, though, an Achilles injury terrifies me so much.
I'm terrified of it. I'm terrified because I know full well. I'm not even doing a bit here, and I know this is going to turn semi-serious. I try really hard to I say stay in shape. That implies that I got in shape and I want to stay there. I try hard to not be a fat, disgusting puke. Because if I don't do anything, if I'm not really vigilant about it, I get fat and gross, okay? And I try really hard. I'm fighting the battle like so many other people are. And, if I have a piece of pizza, it undoes a month of work, basically. So that's my lot, but I try really hard. I know the thing that's going to get me. It's that. I'm going to be playing pickleball. I'm going to be playing basketball. I'm going to be doing something mildly athletic or not, honestly. Playing with a kid or something like that. And... my Achilles is going to go, or my knee is going to go. And that's it. And then that's all she wrote. And then it's I'll ride the stationary bike, I'll ride the Curtis Samuel bike for the rest of my life to try to be less of a slob. And that's it. Like, I know what's going to happen. I know how this is going to end. The orthopedic surgeon in our neighborhood said to me, he's like, I'm not trying to be a jerk about it. He's like, but the people that come see me now are old men that play pickleball and old men that try to do something athletic to recapture their youth. That's who I've got to repair that tendon on. That's who I've got to do the replacement on. That's what's going to happen. He goes, it's like 90% of my, I don't know if you call them customers, patients, whatever, the people that come through to see him. And he's like, that's what it is now. And I understand it. We're all fighting it. We know the benefits of the exercise, but that's going to be the thing that takes me down. Anyway, that was a very weird detour down Woe Was Me Lane right by Introspective Drive. Here's how I want to start the program. You had Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah.
I had Friday. That's got swept by the Yankees.
Mm-hmm.
When you do hey, it's a big series, the Yanks are in town. It's a big series when you take 2 out of 3, or if you play well. This is one of those, not that much went right. They didn't really score. Now, a good Yankees bullpen. They saw Cam Schlitzler. Got to be careful on that one. Mm-hmm. But you say it very clearly. You enunciate. It's like saying Nick Kurtz. You have to enunciate the name of the person that you're talking about.
Yes.
Yankees pitching's good. That's a good team. I know they'd come in scuffling, but they're the Yankees. There's a mystique there. Even without Aaron Judge, that's a good lineup. Everything about them is good. They kind of suns you a little bit. That was a tough series for the Nats.
Yeah, to quote the great Yogi Berra, Yankee legend, it's deja vu all over again. That's what it felt like every single day. We were both at the game on Friday, watched the bullpen implode late in the game. On Saturday, watched the bullpen implode late in the game. On Sunday...
No, you're messing up your days. One was... it was all the days.
Yeah. Sunday, Andrew Alvarez is technically a starter, but he was working out of the bullpen. Either way, bullpen implodes again on Sunday. So it was watching the same variation of the same game, right? Just a little bit different. This time it's the 9th inning. This time it's the 8th inning. This time it's a true reliever. This time it's not. This time we're going to manage with the lefty who doesn't have a lot of experience, and we're going to go matchups. This time we're going to go with the more proven, or A-arms, so to speak. And A-arms is in quotation marks because it's their A-arms, which is probably like C-arms for most teams. So they tried everything. Blake Butera, I feel bad for him in a sense because he's trying everything possible. He's trying anything that he can do to try to get the final 6 outs of the game by any means necessary. And you know what didn't happen? Get the final 6 outs with the lead because they got them, but it was after the Yankees had already taken back the lead, and it was disappointing to watch it every single day because for the Nats, they're now 2-8 in the 10 games that James Wood has hit a leadoff homer, which is now a national single-season record, and that's incredible. But it's like you can go ahead and fast forward, Danny. It's like the first inning, watch James Wood hit the home run, and then let's go ahead and skip forward to the 7th, 8th, and 9th and see how the Nationals either blow it or miraculously hold on to the lead.
They've got a lead in all the games.
All 3.
Yeah, and they lose the game. Now, some of that happens. It's back and forth. It's baseball, but we all know. If you've watched it, it's the 7th inning, and the other team's within a swing. You know that swing is going to happen, and the Nationals are going to lose. And I give this group so much credit, especially the sort of the Nats position players. It is right back to the grind. They're right back doing the good thing. And as you mentioned, a day after bitter disappointment, a day after another blown lead, it's a James Wood leadoff homer. But this is such a deflating weekend. Going to the All-Star break. Now they've played, 97 games. So you can do your math. With how much left to go, I believe it's 65 games left. And you're 4 games back in the wild card with now a bunch of bodies and teams ahead of you. That really felt deflating. And again, the way that it happened. If you go back and forth with the Yanks and, you don't lose a lead or whatever, it is what it is, but it's just how it happened. Again, it was reminiscent of the Philly series, not as no 13-run outburst or whatever the hell, but it was, you lead all these games. These are the tight games you're going to have to win in an August, September pennant race kind of a thing. In a playoff series, you're going to have to win a game like that. They are incapable of it at this point, and there's no way around that. And I feel for all the guys. The thing I want you to know before we get to our next kind of topic, and we'll come back to and have plenty of Nats conversation as the show goes, Blake Butera knows.
Oh, he knows.
He knows. He knows, and I want you to know that he knows. There is no good option when he dials 1-800-BULLPEN. Ring, ring. Hello, it's bullpen coach. I forget his name. Hey, it's Blake. Who should we get up? I have no idea. I mean, I know it looks terrible when Matt Halfway Crooks is trotting in there to face big leaguers because you were worried about some guy that most of you guys have never heard of. They were worried about Jason Dominguez hitting left-handed.
Mm-hmm.
Respectfully, I can't have that be my concern. I'm way more concerned about having a dude with a touchdown and 2 field goals, ERA, that was released and available off the scrap heap with like 9 major league innings coming in a big spot because he's left-handed, then I'd rather have one of these dudes that's got some bona fides. And again, the next night that didn't work either. But I'll take my chances there rather than go, computer program says left-handed versus left-handed is a more even distribution. Blah, blah, blah. I'm not doing that. But again, my way literally had a chance the next night.
Yep.
And that didn't work either.
Yeah, and then the third time, we're going to rely on a guy that's been reliable, right? Andrew Alvarez coming out of the bullpen. Cade Cavalli comes back from suspension, 6 good innings. You feel good about it. Let's go to Andrew Alvarez, who's pitching to a 3 ERA. Awesome. He'll finish the game out for us.
Nope.
And that's the tough part is they're trying different things. And Danny, I think the really tough part about all of this for Nationals fans is teams around Major League Baseball blow leads all the time. It happens.
Sure.
What is astonishing for this Nationals team is that it happens every other night. It happens all the time. Like, you can go to 3 games in this series. You can go to 3 games in the Philly series. Lest we forget San Francisco. They were up 9-1 in the 8th inning, and they blew that one too. That's 7 games. Danny, if they switch that around and win 3 of those, they're right back in it.
Yes.
They're right there. And that's what's so disappointing is that's just 7 examples right there. 7!
That's top of your head. I mean, that's not, in game, like you're in the 5th and you're trading blows, right? That's a blown lead technically. And you could go, they blew the save.
Yeah.
I mean, sort of. So of the whatever the number is now, was it 29?
Something
blown
like
saves,
that,
28,
yeah.
29? Of those, it's not as if 29 times they had a lead in the 9th inning with, nobody on, 2 outs and a 3-run lead. And then they blew it. Although they did that against the Phillies. But it's not all that. It just means you got a lead after the starting pitcher has left the game and the bullpen has a chance to hold it and they don't. That's the difference. It's the late lead that they've blown.
Yeah.
Right? When you go back and forth in the middle of the game, it is what it is. That's baseball. But sometimes it's going to happen, but it's now every time for them. And it's sort of self-fulfilling. It's a bummer. But we will go into more Nationals discussion a little bit later on in the program. Home run derbies tonight. This is normally kind of one of the slower weeks of the sports calendar. This is a relative highlight. Home run derbies this evening. Your participants, let's go from top to bottom here. Ben Rice of the Yankees, who we just saw. Wilson Contreras of the Red Sox. Any notes about him? No,
I know who I'm not going to be cheering for tonight.
Yeah, there's only one
There's
guy.
2 guys specifically I will not be cheering for tonight.
Ooh, I'll see if I can guess the second one. Jack Caglione of the Royals. Jordan Walker of the Cardinals is in it. Nice young player, by the way, who almost started the year in AAA.
Yeah.
And is having a monster season. We've got James Wood here. They think they've got Jordan Walker there, and they're right. The Cardinals have been a really fun, surprising team. Munetaka Murakami, who would be leading the league in homers if he hadn't missed basically a month plus. All that guy does is homer when he's in the lineup. He's really fun.
Incredible.
Yeah. Junior Caminero of the Rays, who's a stud. Bryce Harper of the Phillies. Are you cheering for him?
I think that'll be the second guy I'm not cheering for tonight.
There you go. And Kyle Schwarber, also of the Phillies. Now, it'll be annoying, but if it's somehow a Schwarber-Harper
be a
kind of
spectacle.
finale, that ended up being a spectacle. Go through the different rules for this year, because they change them every year, Tobes. What's different?
Yeah, so they're going to do... So previous years, it had been the timed deal where we remember in 2018 when Harper won it, and it was going up against Kyle Schwarber, and it's a time thing, and is he throwing it a little bit too early, this and that. There'll be none of that tonight. So it's off of swings, and your final swing, you get as many home runs as you can possibly get. But I think it's like 20 swings, and then you switch things up as they go forward. But it's more of an old school format where it's based on swings and not based on time. So you can take pitches, it can take a little bit longer, and it's something that some people are not going to be a big fan of because there could be potentially a long period between swings because of the fact that you're not maybe getting one that you want to hit out or whatever. So hopefully there's not any of that tonight, but I do like the switch from a timed format to more of a swings, outs based format, which we'll see tonight.
So with 8 competitors, you can already think ahead to the amount of taken pitches, to the amount of, let me see it. Okay, I took a swing. Now I need a 1.5 break. So it's take a pitch, take a pitch, take a pitch. It's going to drag on. It's going to take forever. I'm here to tell you guys, I'm over the home run derby. I'm over it. It's always more exciting on paper than it ends up being. I like watching a recap. I'll miss some of the live juice if it ends up happening where it's like, in years past, the guy's running out of time. He's got to hit 4 homers in 4 swings, and he's on homer number 3. Then he hits one, the rise of the crowd, because they're doing the mental math. And it's fun, but it's so the taking of the pitches where nothing happens. And it's Carl Ravitch in years past. It's Chris Berman hitting it back. And it's just, I'm over it. It just takes too long. And it's because it's so repetitive, I think there either needs to be less or few. Is it less or fewer? Less, I can't remember the measurement. Fewer is the number of people. Maybe there are fewer competitors.
Yes, fewer competitors.
I would get down for that, or just more of a premium. So the gaudy home run totals would go away if old Fanny Mouillet was in charge, but we got to hurry up. And I understand it's unorthodox. These guys don't hit this way. I would also try to do a thing where I made it like their rounds of BP. What guys typically do in the show, if they're in the cage, it's something different, but even still, you don't overswing. I would make it like rounds of BP. So no L screen, a turtle screen, right? So they're there and I can see them, but I'll go, all right, here we go. 5 swings for Toby. Go. Here's your 5. Now 5 swings for Strober. Here's your 5. 5 swings for Darius. Here's your 5. Now we're back to the top of the group. 5 swings for Toby. And so now we're all doing and Toby's second round, he hit 3 out of 5. And now we can use the money ball. We'd keep it moving and guys would still get their rest. But they do it this way where one guy gets a showcase. No, I don't know how to say this to you guys who didn't play it even beyond Little League, but guys don't hit for like 4 consecutive minutes because you get a little tired, put you in bad habits, you end up kind of getting all muscly, and it's not the right way to do it. It's not exactly how hitting is. Hitting from your chest down is a constricting, firing, flexing action, right? From your chest up, it's a loose, quick, fluid, buggy whip of things. And it's an unnatural combination of things. That's why it's so damned hard to do. That plus the pitcher knows where the ball's going, and it's going an outrageously fast miles per hour with spin that you can't comprehend unless you've seen it. So it's the hardest thing to do in sports, and it's not close. But guys, when you start doing it over and over and over again, you start to muscle up, and that's when guys get in bad habits with their swings. And that's why so many players don't like doing it. Because the horror stories of whether you believe it happened to James Wood or it happened to Bobby Abreu or it happened to name that hitter that does the home run derby and then kind of can't find their swing again, it's a real thing to get yourself out of your mechanics. So I would do it like you normally do BP. I think that'd be way more entertaining, but that's not how they do it. So my long way of saying is, I'm going to watch it. It's middle of July. There's nothing doing tonight, sports-wise. It's the only ball game in town, so to speak. But I'm kind of not that into it anymore.
Yeah, I like the home run derby, and I like this different format. I'm curious to see, because I do think that there needs to be something put in place where it's funny watching back, and I'm seeing Sammy Sosa highlights of his home run derby in Milwaukee, and you're watching it, and it's like home run number 4, home run number 6, home run number 8, and then that's like it. Like, home run derbies the last couple of years, you're seeing like 20 from one guy, right? Like, so that's kind of, you're going to miss a little bit of that element, but I like being able to see where the ball lands, seeing how far they're hitting it, because that's the thing that's so impressive is obviously major leaguers hit home runs. We're over there Friday, Grant and I were for the show. Jose Caballero, I think he has 10 home runs on the year, Danny. Yeah. He was trying to air it out in batting practice, hitting it over the visitors' bullpen at Nats Park. That's ridiculous.
Yes, it is.
So seeing big leaguers, when he's not even a power hitter, be able to hit it to parts of the park that you didn't even know were possible. Like Jack Caglione. He was taking practice at Camden Yards the other day. He probably hit one off the warehouse.
Just
or
peppering
pretty
that
close,
warehouse,
right? Like
yeah.
he's just living on Utah Street. Like those sorts of things are incredible to see. So I'm excited to see that spectacle of it. But I do understand your point. It felt like, years before the home run derby was something that was really, really exciting. And I actually really like this field that they have tonight. It's maybe not the biggest names with the exception of a Bryce Harper, but for a baseball junkie, these names are all big time power hitters. So I'm excited to watch it.
So it's better than the dunk contest because of that fact.
Absolutely.
They cannot get frontline players. The most exciting thing they were able to do with the dunk contest, honestly, is to get Mac McClung.
Yes.
Who's not really in the NBA. I mean, he is, but he's Jerry the G Leaguer. He's kind of up and down in between. But because he had enough of that YouTube kind of pulse and he's so undersized, and that was interesting. But in general, it's the seventh guy for Sacramento who you've never heard of that's dunking. And that's not fun. These are home run leaders. These are some of the stars. Some up and coming, some established. A couple future Hall of Famers in there. That's awesome. So that's better already from the start. But the actual Derby, I always find myself if it starts at 8, by like 8:25, I'm going, oh, how much more of this? How much more are we going to do? So I want to know, we're going to talk AJ DeBonsa at 2:45. I want your calls on this next. Am I crazy pants? 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Tobes in for GP. I'm old Rainy Duye, and I'm here to tell you, I'm kind of over the home run derby. Do you agree with me? Or are you still very much into it? Your call's next. What's up, guys? Danny Ruglia here from our pals at Window Nation. Look no further than Window Nation. They are the real deal. Get replacement windows and doors without the Robert hassle. Act now before your energy bills skyrocket. The pros at Window Nation can help you get new, energy-efficient windows at a fantastic price like they did for me in my homes. I had a condo before. The value went up because we got brand new windows. At our home now, where we currently live, it was the old windows that were installed when the house was made. Energy bills go down. These windows will pay for themselves. You could get 50% off all window styles. You could get 0 down payment and no payments or interest for 2 years. During uncertain times, one of the best investments you can make is right there in your home, both for the value and your own comfort. Get the windows that have been seen on HGTV's Designing Spaces. I love Window Nation. You guys will too. Hurry, that sale ends soon. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Schedule a fast free consultation now at windownation.com. That's windownation.com or 866-90-NATION.
Wizards Summer League action last night. The Wizards winning once again, beating the Kings 104-85. AJ DeBonsa had 23 points. Will Riley led the team with 32 points. Wizards' next game in the Summer League going to be on Tuesday against the Bulls. AJ DeBonsa going to take on Caleb Wilson, who was great in his first game. MLB All-Star break comes up. Home Run Derby going to be tonight. Kyle Schwarber, Bryce Harper, Junior Caminero, Jack Caglione, Munetaka Murakami, Jordan Walker, Wilson Contreras, Ben Rice, all the participants tonight. All-Star game going to be tomorrow night. C.J. Abrams starts for the National League. James Wood also going to be a part of it, and Foster Griffin was named to the All-Star team this weekend. World Cup semifinals get underway tomorrow. France and Spain at 3 o'clock. England, Argentina on Wednesday at 3 as well. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Why, thank you, Tobes. G&D here on The Fan. Toby in for Jeeps, who's in Philadelphia. I want to talk about AJ DeBonsa last night. This might be the last we see of him in Summer League. I would actually keep playing him. I know that might not be a popular take, but just give me impressions. And I want to go around the room. We've got a couple, frankly, 4 hoop heads here who are interested in it. But first, or impressions of DeBonsa last night in a 104-85, I'm sure the score matters at all, Summer League win for the Wizards.
First play last night, first points for the Wizards. I loved seeing AJ comfortable in transition, seeing that it's probably going to turn into a 1-on-2 situation if I go to the rim. Let's just see if I can knock down a dribble pull-up 3 in transition.
That was Tracy McGrady.
Knocks it down.
So you're too young to remember. I'm sure Strober is too. Darius is old enough, I think, where that inflow, little quick, I don't know how to say it better than that. Those the quick choppy steps to slow down, to get in rhythm, rise higher than anybody can deal with, and just easy, like he's throwing a rock into the ocean. Just the most simple, clean delivery. That was Tracy McGrady. That's what that used to look like. And when he's in rhythm like that, that's when it looks pure. I'm with you. I was doing spin kicks when I saw that shot.
Yeah, so that was good to see. And overall, offensively, you've seen everything you could want out of this guy. You saw all the reasons he was the number 1 overall pick. He can get to the rim at will. Like, there's just nothing the defense can do right now, especially with these players. I'm sure, facing real defenders in the NBA, guys that are competing for Defensive Player of the Year awards, he's going to face some more opposition in actual NBA games. But with what he's going up against right now, he's had no problem getting into the paint. He's made passes when he's needed to, but it's a summer league also. He understands he's one of the stars, so he's going to try to go score the basketball. But when he's needed to rise and fire, he can. He can knock it down from the mid-range. And he's just been so impressive and so smooth. It felt like, too, in Game 2 of the Summer League, he was a little more confident, understood what was going on a little bit more. His handle was a little bit tighter. It felt like it was a little loose in the first one against the Jazz. This one was, just looked like what you want to see out of the number 1 overall pick. It's everything you could want. There are still things to improve on, but every reason why you drafted number 1 overall showed up in the Summer League so far.
Locked on Strobes, what'd you see?
I think if he wants to be a really great playmaker in this league, that's going to be all up to him, because you saw instances of that last night where he is doing his best, I think, to try to collapse the defense down a little bit more. And I think he got himself in a little bit of trouble doing it, especially in the third quarter, which was his coldest quarter of the game, where he missed the first 5 shots that he took coming out of the break.
Yep.
His process still looked pretty good to me. And I think when he has legitimate NBA spacing and the talent that's going to be on the floor with him in the regular season, he's going to be more efficient as a byproduct, just because he is going to be out there getting a little bit less touches than he is right now. But when he has those opportunities to get downhill and attack, he's going to do so and score, I think, at a high rate.
Darius, what'd you say?
The thing that everybody tried to tell me is how he's not that good of a defender, and all I've seen so far is some very impressive things from him on the defensive end. Now, you mentioned last week that second, maybe third effort is not all the way there, but I think just the natural talent, the natural build that he has is just going to allow him to basically run into getting occasional blocks and occasional steals and running up those stock numbers, which is awesome. And the other thing that pulls me into him is when he's on the court, your eyes just gravitate to him. There's just no denying defenders. Right. Exactly. Yeah. He just has that gravitational pull to him where he's on the court, you feel like he's one of the best players on the court every time. And it's just awesome to watch that. I can't believe this guy's ours.
So I saw pretty much everything you guys did. And a couple of notes I want to piggyback on what Strobe was saying. There are a couple moments that are not sexy at all. Okay? Where he's kind of begun, because they're running this initiation part of the offense where it's a different way to get into it every time. It's a staggered screen here, or it's maybe they just have him sort of posting up upside the 3-point line, but they're giving him the ball at the top of the key and saying, enjoy, AJ. We'll see what happens, right? Just I think it's part of a developmental process where it was like at BYU, especially in that third quarter that Strobes was talking about, there was a moment, he's got the ball, 8 eyes are focused on him. One guy was down low, and the defender was covering that play. I think it might have been Okpara. But everyone else is looking at him, waiting for him to initiate a move. There's nowhere really to go. There are a couple times where he's dribbling into action. Here comes the double team. And again, it's not sexy, but he's able to use his body, pivot, and whip a left-handed pass. Just making the right pass with defenders drawn that leads to a pass, which leads to, it's like the hockey assist, the secondary assist there. Now, whether the shot goes in or not, I don't care. Some of the playmaking stuff, he hit a couple of guys for what could have been a 3, missed, or could have been a layup. See, the assist totals aren't what they were going to be, certainly. But there's a lot to like, again. So I saw more last night, and I think I'm in the minority on this, that I didn't love. And that's why I'm playing him again. I don't think the Wizards will. I think they're going to shut him down. But the reason I'm doing that is this is such a low-stakes environment for teachable moments. And if you guys have ever coached any sport, baseball, basketball, soccer, football, whatever, you know this. Now, this is not the same. I'm talking about coaching kids, and this is a professional. This is a world-class professional basketball player that deserved to go 1-1. But you're looking for those teachable moments. And here's what I saw in the third quarter. You guys remember the play where he bricked a shot and didn't get back on defense and kind of moped for a split second, was feeling sorry, looked like he was feeling sorry for himself? Now, whether he was or wasn't, whether the coaches said, do not sprint back and don't get yourself in a chase down situation where you could land awkwardly, or I have no idea what he was told. I have no idea what instructions he was under, or what restrictions or rules. I just know that there were a couple of moments where he was clearly frustrated. And I'm going, thank God that happened. Because again, it's not, I don't know, you're not going against Jalen Johnson in Atlanta, who did it to you. You're not doing it against the Miami Heat, who are going to figure out a way to frustrate you for sure. This is Wizards Summer League. And if they lose every game by 50 points, if they win every game by 100 points, ain't no trophy. Nobody's writing home about it. Nobody cares. You're looking for those teachable moments. And we got a couple. And that's the beauty of this. That's the whole point of this exercise to me, is A, to make sure that he's ready to play in the NBA. And good, check mark, thank you. We got one. Everyone else is on notice now. They're going to have to deal with him. They got to deal with him, and he belongs to us. I love him so much. But you're also looking for those moments where you go, here, this isn't ideal. Here's correctable. Here's how we can improve. Here's the, and some of those things are going to happen. You'll get in the lab, you go to training camp. They'll get rid of some of those moments, that little hitch sometimes he has in his jump shot when he has too much time. Some of those footwork moves where he hasn't played in a while that he's, cooking guys kind of down in that mid post and he's missing those fallaways. They're going to start to fall. He's too good. He's getting to the foul line to buoy his offense. He's going to get his points. But you find those instances that are teachable, and I want to give him as many of them as possible. And I know the risk if he gets hurt, if something terrible happens, God forbid, he's going to miss a long time. But to me, these games are so low stakes. It's long enough before we're reporting to training camp and getting into the flow of the season. And it is a grind. I want him to do more of what they've got him doing, which is, we're not going to put you in the best possible spot to get an ISO after a couple of screens you're getting run off, or we're not having Trae Young out there get you a catch and shoot. We're not going to do anything other than get you the ball with everybody looking at you and force you to go through some adversity. If that's their thought process, do that again. That's where I'm at.
Yeah, I completely agree. I would love to see him continue to play in the Summer League, assuming that, it felt like at times against the Jazz in the first game that there were some harder fouls. Some people were saying he was foul baiting, which is ridiculous. He was getting fouled a lot against the Jazz, and that's going to be something that's a part of his game, by the way. He is really good at drawing fouls. He's working through contact, can finish through contact. You've seen that in the 2 Summer League games. But if he's playing against the Bulls on Tuesday, and it's just a regular game, and occasionally you run into a foul or whatever, if they're not hacking and being crazy and being reckless, then play him. There's no reason not to, in my opinion. I understand that you would like to make sure that he's healthy, but guess what? I still need him practicing in the lead up to an NBA season. I still need him playing. These are game reps.
Yeah.
It's not like the results matter that much, but people look back at these things.
Yeah, and kind of to your point, if I'm, G League Jerry, and I'm trying to make a club, what's the best resume builder right now? Nobody gives a buttered what if you can knock down a couple shots in summer league. Good for you. There's a million dudes at Rucker Park right now, playing on West 4th Street in New York, who can knock down some open shots. I locked up AJ DeMonsa, or I gave AJ DeMonsa work. I took on the number 1 pick, and I did well. So people might be trying to make a name for themselves. So yeah, you're running the risk of that, I would say, but still, that's worth it to me. That's worth it to me because again, they've already shown you, talking about the Wiz and the staff, we're willing to put him in less than ideal spots right now. We're literally going, take the ball, young man, and we want, almost saying, okay, if you turn it over, what's teachable? If you don't turn it over, what could we have done? They want that film of the basketball in his hands, knowing that that's going to be a little bit less. He's not going to be the offensive initiator, I don't think, in the regular season. This is not your average guy that's a 1-1 pick going to a hot garbage fire team where they're going, in Dallas, okay, Cooper Flag, we'll go as you go. Okay, Wemby a couple years ago, we go as you go. When Wemby came into the league, there was no point guard on that team. I say that again. They literally didn't have a point guard. They were going, yeah, we'll kind of do this Jeremy Sohan deal.
Yeah.
He's not a point guard. He's a bench Billy for somebody. But they're going to let Wemby just sink or swim. This is not your average Bears situation for a 1-1 pick. He's going to go play with Anthony Davis sometimes and Trae Young and a couple other guys that are already, I don't want to say established, but working on some stuff.
Yeah, I also like you're saying, getting him experience of playing on the ball in the NBA Summer League, because once you get into the regular season, Trae Young's going to have the ball in his hands. And
rightfully so.
Keyshawn George might be initiating the action. And I'm not to say that AJ DeBonsa is not going to work on the ball, and I think they may run him at the point at certain times during the season, but he's essentially the guy. Will Riley's getting some of that as well, and by the way, looked incredible as well. If you want to sit him down, I fully understand that one.
I'm good on Will Riley for this summer. He's done his job.
But for DeBonsa, keep playing him. Just give him those reps, give him more opportunities, and it's just good exposure as well for the Wizards.
I'm with you. We'll talk Blake Butera. He said something after the game on Friday when I was doing post-game that Toby and I immediately did a little Tim Allen. We went, huh? Very interesting. We'll do that at 3, but next, when you mess with the bull, yada, yada, yada. That's next. So Darius knows, he pretends to forget, but he's smiling right now. Every time he plays this song, he knows I'm going to bring up the fact that they played this at Coastal Carolina every time one of the opponents struck out. And I had the weirdest weekend ever.
You heard it a lot?
I heard it a bunch. I usually walked more, in fact, not usually, I walked more than I struck out as a player, but for whatever reason that weekend, I heard it, and then all the fans were there, the rednecks. By the way, that school's on the beach. That's where people should go to school. Coastal Carolina, that's the school. If you're like, where should I go? What's fun? That's the school. You can be a Chanticleer, and your dorm is on the beach. And so they had a bunch of rednecks that would come out and heckle, and they would go, hey, 14, you're going to hear no one bites the dust again. The first called strike. I'm like, oh, my God. Got in my head so bad. It was weird. I homered 3 times, which is good, but I struck out 12 times. I was 3 for 15 with 12 strikeouts, and I heard doom, 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 boom, 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 so many times.
Yeah, it's tough.
And the whole bus trip, guys are playing it back to me. Oh, pain in my ass. So every time I hear it, I reminisce. And Darius played it, and he started grinning. He knew. Welcome back to the show. It's Grant and Danny here on the Fan. Toby's in for GP. So my buddy Matt, I was at our friend had a birthday party yesterday, grown-up birthday party, which means kids are around, and we just kind of had some Mexican food. It was awesome. But my buddy Matt showed me this video. He goes, have you seen the video of the bison? And I'm like, M. Bison from Street Fighter? Played by Jean-Claude Van Damme? No, I did not see that. He said, no. By the way, that joke's the way better joke than Toby gave her credit for. Totally poker face that never looked up. Strobe has no idea. I get that. But I think Toby might, but he didn't dare. Anyway, the point is, he's like, have you seen this bison video? And I went, no. He goes, watch this. And I generally am not the biggest fan of the you got to see this video thing, right?
This one was tough.
Because you know, but I'm going to tell you, 10 out of 10. No notes. If you haven't seen it, I don't know what would you say, Google? The man versus bison?
Yeah. Man, bison, what was it? Was it Yellowstone, Yosemite?
Yeah, I think it was Yellowstone. So not Yellowstone with Kevin Costner or Rip, but Yellowstone, like the actual park. So it's on video somehow. I don't know who's taking the video, but you get some chotch that goes, look at the size of that bison. That's thousands of pounds. That's a Toyota Camry of a creature.
Maybe bigger than that.
Let me get close enough to take a picture. And so whatever he did, first time, not a big deal, gets close enough the second time. The bison said enough of this bleep. And he gets up and he chases this man down. Now, it's an older gentleman with a long beard. He's smart enough to go into some trees that are close by to try to, because the bison is that big, it's not going to corner as well as a human being. And he doesn't have the foot speed to outrun a bison. But he's trying to maybe hope the bison gets bored and, whatever. Well, he makes it one lap around, kind of working through the trees. The bison finally catches up to him. And what you think happened. This poor son of a bee sting is thrown in the air like a rag doll. 15 feet, do you think?
Something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, you're glad the guy seemed like he's okay. He had obviously some injuries.
Well, sure.
Right. He's alive. Apparently he was joking after the fact. But I don't know what it was that triggered the bison. It was just laying around, rolling around in a public area. And, obviously got to be careful when you're in these public parks. There, you can have wildlife do wildlife things. And so it's just rolling around. And then all of a sudden it sees these two people and it had enough and it just took off. That is scary.
Oh, it's terrifying. And so we can joke about it because it all ended well. As you mentioned, the gentleman has injuries and he's been good-natured about it. So it's all fair game. So nobody do the butthurt police. But it goes to a running theme and a point that I think Grant and I share, but this is my firm stance. Back off. There are so many things in nature that if they decide it's your time, it's your time.
Yes.
Respect it. Respect it. You do not get close enough to snap that photo of if you're in a zoo and it's somehow protected, fine. Get as close as you can, take your picture. In the wild, nope. From a distance, inside an armored vehicle, at best.
Yeah.
Respect the terrifying power of nature.
Where do you think a bison ranks for you in terms of animals you'd be most fearful of seeing? Because
before that video, not that high.
Yeah.
Afterwards, they moved up the AP rankings.
It's quite up there. I also saw a video not that long ago on social media of someone was out walking their dog. I think maybe they were in Canada or somewhere. And a grizzly bear started like circling them, and I'm like,
those are high.
That would be probably number one for me.
Yeah, because again, if that grizzly bear says you, then it's you. That's it. Nothing you can do. Your best case scenario against a grizzly bear is to pretend you're dead. I think. I can't remember which one you're supposed to be. Certain kind of bears, you act big. Other kind of bears, you go, I'll just pretend to be dead and hope he gets bored.
I think black bears, you act big because they're generally, from what I remember, they're like big softies.
Mm-hmm.
Grizzly bears are a little more aggressive. If you see a polar bear, you're dead.
Yeah, polar bear, you're pummeled. You're not going to see one unless you're in the first season of Lost and they never paid it off. Like, you realize they never paid that off? We're watching Lost, and we're in. We believe you guys. We want to do all the different stuff. They had Walt, right, who's the kid, and he manifests the polar bear, or they make you think he does because he's reading the magazine, reading the comic with the damn polar bear in it, and then there's a polar bear on the tropical island of Kauai. They don't tell you it's Kauai, but that's where they shot it. In a tropical environment, there's a polar bear, and it's very fearsome. And they never paid it off. And they thought that was cute. It's not cute. Pay it off.
Pay it off.
When we invest, you pay it off.
Absolutely.
Don't not pay it off. Then you're doing the wheel thing in season 3. Not Penny's boat we were there for. All right. The Dharma Initiative. Where's that payoff? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And then Walt got too big and they just kicked him off the island. They just gave him a way to go home. What? Come on, man. Come on. It's great Nanny here on The Fan. Toby in for GP. Blake Butera had some comments after the game on Friday. We will play those for you and ask you, what would you do, I suppose? Is there any approach that might work? And would you change what they're doing? We'll explain next.
This update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? The Nationals head into the All-Star break 1 game under 500 after being swept by the Yankees. Home run derby tonight. All-Star game going to be tomorrow. 3 Nationals a part of it. C.J. Abrams, the starting shortstop for the National League. He'll be batting cleanup. James Wood will become off the bench for the National League, and Foster Griffin was named to the All-Star team over the weekend. Last night, Wizards Summer League, second game for A.J. Debonsa. He scored 23 in this one, beating the Kings 104-85. Will Riley with an impressive 32-point performance to lead the team. Wizards back in action on Tuesday against the Chicago Bulls. World Cup semifinals come up tomorrow, France and Spain at 3, and then the second semifinal, England and Argentina at 3 o'clock on Wednesday. Celebrating her birthday, discover the stunning collection of Tacori fine jewelry at Mervis Diamond Importers. From engagement rings and anniversary bands to necklaces and bracelets, at Mervis, you'll find the largest selection of fine quality diamonds and Tacori jewelry in D.C. Go to MervisDiamond.com. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Now the pitch. Breaking ball hit in the air to deep right. Down the line toward the corner. Trouble if it's fair. And this ball is gone. A home run into the second deck in right field. Chisholm got the sweeper. 374 feet. Only question was when it came down, would it be fair?
And it would. I had a great view of it. I was down in the tunnel. It was one of my nights to do post-game.
Mm-hmm.
You'll never guess what happened. Welcome back, Grant and Danny here on The Fan. And a special hello and welcome to the good folks at the capital of the Commonwealth. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM. Listening all around the world on the Odyssey app. We certainly appreciate you checking out the show. It's G&D on The Fan. Tobes in for GP. So I caught that, well, I didn't catch it. Jazz Chisholm did. That cement mixing slider from Matt Halfway Crook. And did he get... Was it he DFA'd or was he
DFA'd?
Yeah. So they're like, let's try that. Threw it at the wall and it did not stick. By the way, he reminded me of Brad Hand in his delivery. Like if you had no money and we're like, I need someone that kind of throws like Brad Hand, you go get that guy with his high stirrups and cement mixing slider and hittable stuff. And Jazz Chisholm was so comfortable.
Yeah. And not very good. Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah. God, that was a tank. And you know who else knew it was the entire ballpark and Jazz Chisholm. So, like, if it's fair, it's gone. It's fair.
I was hoping it was too high off the bat, but it was never too high. It
was
just
not
fine.
an issue. Yeah, not an issue. It was the length was good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You're talking about the home run.
Is that
anyway? Thank you, Toby. But that's another one. That's a meltdown. You pick one.
Yes.
Pick a home date. Pick a home game. Pick one that I'm doing probably. I'm down in that flipping tunnel watching it firsthand. I watched the visitors' dugout and the dumb. By the way, how is it always? I don't know if I've never actually got an answer to this. How is it always that the visitors' dugout and then all the visiting fans are there too? Is it like Premier League where there's like a visitor section? How do people know to do that? They just do that? Do you guys know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. I think most people can figure out where their home and away dugouts are, so they usually try to sit behind their dugout. I think
it's this. I don't know if it's this informal thing or if that's where the tickets get sold. Whatever it is, there's always
so many
opposing fans, and for the Yankees, there's a million of them right there.
Yeah, whenever you're on those ticket buying websites, they show where the visitors' dugout is. But also, I think most season ticket holders buy their seats above the home dugout. So that would leave a lot more options for the visiting fans.
Which is kind of funny, by the way, because if I had to choose a side to sit at on Nats Park, I would choose the third base side because it's generally more in the shade.
Yeah.
Like first base side can be baking on some of those day games. 6:45 starts even early on. Hot.
I invite all of you to make fun of me. You guys and you guys out there in Radioland. I will not sit on the first base / right field side during the daylight in the summer.
I don't blame you.
I won't do it. So again, call me spoiled.
Is it because you support the team in the third base dugout?
That's exactly right. I only like the visiting team. No, I will not sit there. I will not do it. I can go upper tank where there's built-in shade, or I can go kind of deeper in the section, or second, those weird kind of concourse level seats, or like even further up into the whatever suite level, third level, etc. It's not because I'm spoiled. I have to sit up close. I only do Terra Club, please and thank you. That's not it. I will not bake in the sun like that. It's miserable for me. And we did a group a couple years ago where it's like, hey, let's take the Little League team. And we bought a block of tickets. And we were straight down the right field line in that little apple pie sliver section. Do you know what I'm talking about, Tobes? It's not a full section, but it's right next to the field. So you're in foul territory. No part of you's in fair, and then the right field foul pole is right there to your right. And the kids for the first 7 innings couldn't see because the sun is setting directly in their eyes.
Yes.
And so I'm like, if a foul ball comes, it's going to clock us because we can't see it. And I'm going, this is not fun. The kids had a miserable time. I went to Dippin' Dots 4 separate times during that game.
By the way, that's been the ice cream of the future for like 30 years.
Stop lying to me, Dippin' Dots. You could just be the ice cream thing of the moment, but it's not the future. It's not. All right? Anyway, we played that low light for a reason, not just for me to rant and rave, but, and Darius has got this audio. I'm doing post, right? And, it's another meltdown, and Charlie and Dave are, speaking like human beings that have seen this too many times, and we're going back and forth about it. And that one was a decision where they went with here is what your spreadsheet, here's what the data has to say. And in that game, okay, to go back to Friday night, I know it seems like a million meltdowns ago, and it kind of is, but Clayton Beeter, who would go on to blow the save the following night, Clayton Beeter came out of the bullpen in the 8th inning to get 1 out and was pretty electric. It looked real good coming out of his hand. Had a punch out, right? And it was one of those, when the ball's flying out of his hand like that, that's the good Clayton Beeter.
Yes.
That's the guy that you go, there's some swing and miss there. There's that evil predator. There's that nasty son of a gun that I would not want to face. Every once in a while, you might throw one off the mascot, but for the most part, it's that fastball slider combo where it's this easy gas, and the fastball jumps and the slider snaps, and you go, that guy could get outs. And again, I know what happened the next night, but bear with me. That night, Friday, he was nasty. In the 9th inning, they're going now playing matchups because there's a lefty, a switch hitter, and another lefty coming up. This is what Blake Butera said post-game. It was a great series of questions. They were focused on this. I understand in a game like that, you're not going to lament some of the C.J. Abrams slipping on a base, or you're not going to talk about how they had runners on second and third with 1 out and 2 guys struck out.
Yep.
You're playing a team like the Yankees or any team, really. You can't afford to not get runs on them. The Nats, by and large, this year, offensively, have done a great job of those things. They've played the unsexy little ball. It's a sac fly here. It's the chopper ground ball there to get a run home. They didn't do that a couple times. Comes back to bite them against the Yanks. Whatever. But the questions, understandably, were about another blown late lead. So here, do you have the question also? So listen to the questions here from Spencer Nussbaum and Blake Butera's answer.
Does the result tonight shake your belief in the process at all in terms of leaning heavily on kind of platoon splits in particular?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I'm sitting here wondering if that's the right thing to do or not. Whenever you lose and get beat that way, you definitely question what we're doing. Sitting here talking with our group after the game tonight, like, we all believe the process was right and the outcome was not.
Now, Blake Butera's not choking up there. I just want everyone to know he lost his voice. Yeah. He was kind of losing his voice during the day when he was on with us.
So emotional after one loss.
Right. He's a grown-up. He's dealt with losses. He'll deal with more. He'll be fine. But he had lost his voice there. But the key is what he said.
Yes.
You texted me right away, and everybody listening to that kind of went, whoa. Because let's pull back the curtain here a little bit, okay? This sounds like I'm taking credit away from Blake Butera. I am not. He is an integral part of this process. But what they're doing, for the most part, and it's not, no one's actually said, okay, at 2:15 p.m. we meet here, at 2:45 we do this. But the process goes like this. Ani Kalambi, Blake Butera, pitching coaches, the data folks, all the smart people that they've got that have churned out this, are part of what churned out this unbelievable offense where you put guys in positions to succeed, and succeed they have, is doing the same thing with pitching. In a certain pocket, they'll refer to that as a pocket, where you look at the other team's lineup. For example, you look at the Yankees lineup that day where they go, okay, we've got Bellinger left-handed, Dominguez, worse from the right side as a switch hitter, Jazz Chisholm, that 6, 7, 8, or in this case 5, 6, 7 in the lineup, if we've got a pocket late in the game, we are going to use the left-handed pitcher here, and this is how we plan to deploy them. Based on not just left on left, but we don't think, I'm making this up, we don't think Chisholm will handle sweepers that well. We don't believe that Bellinger will handle an elevated fastball that well. We don't believe this, and this. And these are our guys with those attributes, so we will go with them in those spots. That's the philosophy. When you're doing this on a shoestring budget, and that's what they're doing, make no mistake about it, whether that's their fault or, I'm not saying it's their fault, whether it's going to be that way forever or not, it's that way right now.
Yes.
When you're on the shoestring budget, this is how you have to compete. Billy Beane, a.k.a. Brad Pitt's character Billy Beane, in Moneyball, said this. We are card counters. That's what we're doing. Even when you count cards, you can still lose the hand in Vegas, okay, or wherever you get your gambling. You play a process in over 162 games when you do, here's our runs scored, here's our runs allowed, this is what our likely record outcome is. That's why you look at Baseball Reference and you'll find Pythagorean wins and losses. So a team that's been outscored can have a winning record, losing record, etc. That reflects kind of luck. A big process sport like this one, you get more desirable outcomes more often, and that's what you're doing, you're counting the cards. The probing questions are up there. I don't think this is just and I don't want to tag you in here in a second, Tobes. I don't think that was just a frustration answer. Because Butera's frustrated. They all are. They're human beings who have witnessed the same thing fans have. They're living it. We're paying for it. For him to say, I'm questioning the process, and then the next night, they didn't do that process.
Yep.
And again, they lost, and it was a blown save, and it was a Clayton Beater situation. But at least they went a different route. What did you make of that?
I thought it was shocking because this is a organization right now that is very analytically driven, and whenever you have an analytically driven organization, they're going to stick to their process, maybe even in spite of the results, regardless of what they're telling them. They're going to find what their process is, what they believe in, and they're going to stick to it. The example I always come back to, Danny, is the 2020 World Series. It's, I think, the most big example of an analytics organization making a move that maybe lacked a little bit of feel. Go back to the World Series when Blake Snell is dealing. I can't remember the exact situation, but Kevin Cash decides to take him out of the ballgame because third time through the order or going in, whatever it was. And after that, the Dodgers came back and won. And it was one of those you go back and like, man, I know you generally like to stick to this, but should you maybe mix in a little bit of feel? But that's a organization that is going to stick to their process, regardless of what the results are showing you. Now, for Blake Butera to come out and say, yeah, maybe we need to change up the process a little bit, just shocked me a little bit because it's half a season's worth. It's not like they've done this for 4 years and then it was like, dude, you've been burnt 120 times. They've been burnt quite a bit in this first half, but I was shocked to hear that and to see just the abrupt switch in the game on Saturday where it was very obvious that they went the other way and said, all right, let's try the other approach. Let's use our A-arms. Let's use our best bullpen pieces and see if that works. Now, like you said, that coincidentally didn't work on Saturday. They tried a different approach on Sunday. That one didn't work either, so maybe they were doomed from the start against this Yankees team for whatever reason. But I just thought that was very, very interesting. And I think part of it, too, is the element that gets left out when you go through a process of very analytically driven organizations is sometimes the mentality and stuff that can't be measured by numbers. And also in that post-game interview, he acknowledged the ninth inning is a different animal. As much as you want to act like it's just MLB The Show and, hey, let me go call in Joe Blow off the street here to go close the ninth inning or whatever it is, pitching high leverage spots is different than pitching a random fifth inning, pitching a random seventh inning. Trying to get the final 3 outs against Cody Bellinger, against Jazz Chisholm, against those guys, against the New York Yankees, there's a little extra there. And for whatever reason, the Nationals this season have not been able to get those outs late in games. Danny, you look at this Nationals team, and their ERA has not been good this season. But if you look throughout their just the splits throughout the season, first inning, a 3.43 ERA, 4.73 in the second, 3.71 in the third, a 4 ERA in the fourth, a little higher in the fifth, just under 6, about 5.5. It's a 3.8 and a 3.9 in the 7th. How about the 8th inning is a 6.49? A 9th inning is a 6.78. Extras
Lord.
is 7.24.
Good Lord.
So it's so obvious that for whatever reason, there is a block there in the 8th and 9th inning and extra innings that their relievers just can't get over. And I think it's twofold that's tough here, Danny, where you want someone to be experienced, but also they don't have a designated closer.
No.
So everyone's gotten a shot, but in turn, because everybody's gotten a shot, Clayton Beeter hasn't grown up the callus of understanding how to overcome, oh, I blew the lead today. Dang it, I got to go back out there tomorrow. He hasn't done that. He's not used to taking the ball in the 9th inning every single time. Neither is Orlando Rebalta. Everybody's gotten a shot, but in turn, I wouldn't say that anybody in the Nationals bullpen is seasoned as a late inning reliever. And so it's a give and take there. It was just this series makes you reevaluate a lot of things, and you don't like to overreact to 3 games in a 162-game season, but I do think this kind of showed that, all right, maybe there are some little tweaks that you need to make against really good ball clubs.
But it's been the thing. I mean, so every year, what happens is closers that that were part of the furniture that everybody knows fail and get deposed. And guys that haven't really been 9th inning guys before emerge and take those roles. So go to guys like, I know Trevor McGill's doing it for a little while now, but there was a time he was not the closer, now he is. Cade Smith in Cleveland, who leads the major league in saves, hasn't been a closer for that long. Brian Baker, you mentioned Tampa Bay, has emerged into a dominant 9th inning arm. Riley O'Brien in St. Louis. You can go up and down the list. Paul Sewald was kind of a jobbing 5th and a half starter bullpen guy, is now one of the more dependable closers in the sports. Jacob Latz in Texas. Pete Fairbanks in Miami emerged for Tampa years ago as a closer out of kind of the primordial soup of the bullpen. The point is, guys that were the dominant closers a couple years ago, I think Devin Williams is now kind of fine, and maybe ultimately going to be replaced. Or Anthony Dominguez, who was a great closer, is not anymore. Point is, it's a fickle spot, and it's hard to maintain it. That's why guys like Mariano Rivera, or go back to Lee Smith, or Dennis Eckersley, these dudes that were consistently so great, it's an underrated thing that you were dominant for that long. For the most part, you get a year and a half, 2 years. It's not a lifelong gig, right? Guys fall out of favor, whatever happens. Nobody has emerged here in Washington. So they went for a thing where they go, let's see what happens. Let's find a couple of guys that, maybe we only have a couple power arms back there, and nobody's taking the gig. So we're going to go, it's not even committee. It's, you get a shot now. You're fresh off the waiver wire. You get a chance because we'll play the matchups and try to do it that way. It's the same philosophy, by the way, as what they've done on offense. Remember, Curtis Mead wasn't a starter. He was a part-time player in the months of March and April. He started less than half the games. He's now, my God, can you imagine the lineup without him? Of course not.
Yeah.
He emerged, took the gig. And we don't care that Brady House is hitting 340 down in AAA. Hit for the cycle the other night during the rain delay while you and I were hanging out at the ballpark. No one misses him. No one cares. Because the third baseman is crushing the ball and is the middle of the order bat for them. They find these places where they go, God, it drives me crazy that Luis Garcia is sitting down, but we believe in this left-right thing. We're going to keep giving this guy that's sitting, a second baseman's weight, and Andres Chaparro, another chance because we like his bat speed. They're going to keep doing that because it's a process thing. And as frustrating as it is at times, and there's no feel for it, this is how we got the best offense in the sport. They're doing that there. And when they apply that to the pitching staff, nothing has worked. So, to me, this is we just don't have the horses thing.
Completely
This
agree.
is not a philosophical problem. So, I guess the question here, Toby, is if you guys out there in Radio Land, Nats fans, wake up here. 800-636-1067. What'd you make of Butera's comments? Because you and I both had the same reaction where you go, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but we're both going, I'm a zebra. I will no longer be having stripes. Like the DNA of who they are, this has gotten bad enough that they kind of went, I don't know, I'll try something else tomorrow. I get the credit for that. Again, to me, I'm going full Doc Rivers here. It's not on Blake. It's not on Blake. A lot of people want to make it Blake. It's not on Blake. It's not on Blake to me. Because again, when he calls down there to that bullpen, there's no good answer. Nobody. And as evidenced by the number of guys that they've tried and trotted out there in some of the leverage spots, everyone gets a turn. The guy who just got cut by somebody gets a turn. The DFA Darryl gets a turn. Yeah. Everybody does. What did you make? We can just do that. What did you make of the fact that Blake Gutierrez said, yeah, I'm questioning that. That to me was one of the bigger moments of the season for this group. Because now there's stakes to it, right? If they're 40 games below 500, no one gives a damn. But this is a group that went from 2 over to now 1 under at the break.
Well, and you can hear the frustration for him. We're not going to play. We're not going to play his presser from yesterday, and I think just because of his voice, they didn't maybe have one on Saturday. But yesterday, they asked him a question. He goes, "Yeah, frustrated, disappointed." And they're like, "So, is there anything else?" And he's like, "Yeah, we would have loved to have held the lead there late." And Spencer followed up. He's like, "Anything specific?" He's like, "No, pretty much just that." So you can tell from Blake's answers, he's curt about it.
Oh, yeah.
He wants this team to be able to win. He feels like he's trying to put them in the best position to succeed. And this isn't one of those, hey, it's a first-year manager. I think he's making first-year manager mistakes. I don't think it is. I tend to agree with you. I think the process of what they're trying to do is fine. It's just not working out. And at that point, yeah, maybe you could try something a little bit differently. We can always argue, hey, you should have gone to Rebalta instead of Beater. Hey, you should have gone to Poulin instead of Crook. We can argue about some of those things, and I do want to take a look at some of those. But at some point, they're on the roster for a reason. You expected to get outs. And unfortunately, in this series, there wasn't anybody once the clock turned to midnight for the Yankees that could finish it out.
So, and their best reliever has been Brad Lord, who's been both a high leverage guy and a bridge guy and a multi-inning guy. Even he had a chance a couple of weeks ago, whenever it was against the Phillies, and gave up 1 million runs. I don't know what you do, but to me, it's more. He basically said in that press conference, we'll play it again when we come back, 800-636-1067. Yeah, we're going to change the approach. And the next night they did. And I know it didn't work either, but to me, that was pretty telling. What did you guys make of that? 800-636-1067 is the number. We will talk your local 53 in the 4 o'clock hour after the Beltway Blitz. A list came out that doesn't include Jaden Daniels, and a lot of people are ticked off about it. We will do that. But the Nats are a team that's built on analytics. And their manager said, yeah, we ain't doing that anymore. And then they didn't the next night. Pretty big deal. Your thoughts next. What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. $30 million in guaranteed prizes. Cash in this football season in Las Vegas with 3 Circa Sports contests. Entries starting at $1,000, all with no rake. Circa Million. 18 weeks of point spread action, 128 ways to win. Circa Survivor. Pick one winner each week. Last one standing wins. And Circa Grandissimo with a $100,000 entry. Enter in Nevada, play from anywhere, $30 million guaranteed. Visit circasports.com for details.
This update is brought to you by Chicken Salad Chick, made from scratch, served from the heart. Baseball, the Nationals head into the All-Star break, one game under 500 at 48-49. Tonight, the Home Run Derby. And after that, the All-Star game comes up tomorrow. 3 Nationals going to be representing in the All-Star game. C.J. Abrams will start at shortstop for the National League. Then James Wood will come off the bench. Foster Griffin was also named to the All-Star team this weekend. World Cup semifinals come up tomorrow. France and Spain. That'll be the first game at 3 o'clock. And then on Wednesday, the second semifinal features England and Argentina. That one also at 3 o'clock. Chicken Salad Chick makes food from scratch every day using fresh, quality ingredients. Whether you're craving traditional, savory, spicy, or fruity and nutty chicken salad, there's something for everyone. Enjoy Chicken Salad Chick as a scoop or a sandwich, or grab a quick chick for life on the go. Visit Chicken Salad Chick or order online today. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Does the result tonight shake your belief in the process at all in terms of leaning heavily on kind of platoon splits in particular?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I'm sitting here wondering if that's the right thing to do or not. Whenever you lose and get beat that way, you definitely question what we're doing. Sitting here talking with our group after the game tonight, like, we all believe the process was right and the outcome was not.
That's Blake Buttera. That was from Friday, but you could have done that Saturday, Sunday, whatever. Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Sobes in for GP. Whew. It's rough. You thought, the Philadelphia one's the low point, or this is the low point, or the Giants one is the low point. And again, we're talking about a season that has been unbelievably, surprisingly good. They don't play defense real well. They're starting pitching. 60% of the games are opening piggybacked Zach Littell, Miles Michaelis, and Andrew Alvarez, and they're replacing Jake Irvin, and I love Jake Irvin to death, but he was a 6 ERA guy before he got hurt.
Mm-hmm.
Their starting rotation, by all rights, shouldn't give them a chance. Their bullpen is horrendous, and yet we're talking about if any of those other things were reasonable, defensively, probably, maybe not defensively, it hasn't cost them as much, but generally, if your defense was just middle of the pack bad, your bullpen was middle of the pack bad, your starting pitching was middle of the pack bad, you'd be, 8 games over 500? 9 games over 500? You'd be leading the wild card chase at this point. And that's kind of the exasperating fact of this, because if they were just losing games like they've lost them with a regular offense, which most of this group was a part of last year, you probably wouldn't care that bad that this is how they were losing. It'd be frustrating, but yeah, whatever, it is what it is. But the offense is so good that these losses now become particularly galling.
So 2 things. One, another interesting factor in this, and I don't know if this is the case. Blake didn't seem to indicate this on postgame on Friday, but I do wonder if it played a factor. Do you think that Poulin opening on Saturday played into the fact that he did not try to close the game on Friday? To which I think is a bad way of managing. Because which game are you more likely to win? A game in which you currently hold the lead in the 9th inning, or a game in which it's tied 0-0 in the first? So I think it's been interesting to see in some cases they almost manage like it's the Game 7 of the World Series, and then in that case they're worried about tomorrow while they still haven't finished out the game today. So
tournament-style baseball, I get that you got to live to fight another day a lot of times in certain series. Like if you have 17 straight days with a game, and it's the first game of a series, and your starting pitcher goes an inning and 2/3, and you're down 10 runs, that's position player time. Get Jorbeat Vivas up. Jose Tena can get up. Absolutely. Of course you do that. It stinks for the paying customer that's there, but you got to live to fight another day. But that's not this.
Yeah, I mean, matter of fact, I was not thrilled with the way that they went about using a position player, I think in the 10th inning. Not that long ago, maybe it was a couple months ago, but they used a position player because they're like, we're not going to use any more bullpen arms. We're going to throw in the towel on this day. But I thought that was interesting. I don't necessarily love the way that plays in, but also it seemed like this all season, their offense has been incredible. You talked about the process being similar. They're sticking to what they're trying to do on offense while they may have to shift things on the pitching side. Why do you think it is on the pitching side that the process hasn't worked as well? Because to me, on the hitting side, you can almost baby hitters to an extent where, hey, you're going to get as soft a landing spot as possible. We're going to put you in and you're going to face not Mason Miller, but you're going to face another reliever or something. Versus when you're a pitcher, so you throw Matt Crook in the other day, he's going to have to face Cody Bellinger, former MVP, Jason Dominguez, former top prospect that hasn't turned out to be everything, and Jazz Chisholm. Like, at some point, you got to face Ronald Acuna, Matt Olson. You're going to have to face Freddie Freeman. Like, there's only so much you can do for a soft landing spot for a pitcher.
My explanation, I think it's a big part of it. My explanation would be stuff is stuff. Like, you can game hitting to a degree, right? As you see with the great process. In other words, if you gave every hitter a special microchip that that you will not swing at a single ball, every hitter all of a sudden becomes, 1.7 times as good as he is. If you only swung at strikes, any human being, you are now ahead of the game. You do that, you shave off a percentage of bad swings, of only fire off your A-hack, and you can kind of game it so that you're better than you were before. The molds of clay they're working with on the offensive side, Keibert Ruiz, elite bat to ball, exasperating swing decisions, 2-0, change up, ankle high, take a half-ass swing and roll over it and get out. It drives you insane, but elite bat to ball. Luis Garcia, elite bat to ball. James Wood, superstar. C.J. Abrams has had the half he's having. He's hitting fourth in the All-Star game, by the way. That lineup just came out. He's done this for months at a time, so that mold of clay is in there. Dalen Lyle was the player of the month at the end of the season last year. Dylan Cruz, the number 2 overall pick. The molds of clay on offense are better molds of clay than this scrap heap pitching staff. The one hit here, and they deserve credit for that hit, big time, is all-star Foster Griffin. Nobody else saw that. If anyone else saw that and didn't spend 6 times what the Nationals did, you missed it. The whole league missed it, right? This is unbelievable. Everybody else, these guys were all readily available scrap heap guys, right? So the only other guy on offense you could go that's would be, look at what Curtis Mead is doing as a guy that's got now, 17 homers 17 at the All-Star break. Again, despite not playing or being a part-time player for the first 25, 30 games of the season. He could be their 4th 20-homer bat. Seriously, that's not outrageous. But they were giving it bats to Joey Weimer and a bunch of other guys. Anyway, they've got a success story there. They've got one on offense, one on the pitching staff, Foster Griffin, Curtis Mead. Everybody else is they're performing like they probably should. And there's only so much gaming of the system that you can do.
Sure.
But I think let's answer this question. If you're Blake Butera, what do you do? If I've got a problem like this, I always default to, think of when the football team's offense is terrible. They can't get a first down. Now, I'm not talking about the last couple of years, but in years past. And Terry McLaurin's running cardio. Nope. Wrong. If I'm going down, he's getting the ball.
Yeah.
I might not score. I might not get first downs. But if I'm the offensive coordinator for years, and we love Scott Turner comes on with us. He's a great guest. But for so many years, when they can't get a first down to save their lives, I'm going, how could you sleep at night? Not getting the ball to Terry McLaurin. And if you still can't move the ball, fine. My best reliever that's available to me right now is Clayton Beeter. I know, okay? I know the recent sample. Toby was there Saturday. We all watched it on TV. But that's the guy right now that I've got because Lord's on the 15-day DL. Who hopefully will come back, and that thing with his side's not too serious. But he and, Orlando Rebalta, et cetera, until anything else emerges, Rebalta's my setup guy. Beeter's my closer. I put that in kind of quotation marks. My fireman, highest leverage guy, whatever. I'm doing that. I'll blow save after save after save for a while until someone else who starts getting outs in the 5th inning or the 6th inning says, hey, maybe I could do it. Fine, we'll try you then. I'm not doing matchup Marty stuff right now when I've got if I have a guy that I can DFA after a bad performance or send down to Rochester after a bad performance, he's not closing a game for me. Yeah. I'll do that for a while.
Yeah, I think you're onto something there. To me, I probably would pick 2 guys that you feel confident in, which is probably, at this point, Rebalta and Beeter. And those are your guys you're turning to, whether you have to turn to Beeter in the 8th inning or even if you have to use them in a 7th inning because here comes the top of the order and, they got to try to put out the fire. That's fine, but those 2 guys are the top of the pecking order, and I need one of those 2 guys pitching the 9th. Like, just bare minimum. I'm not going to Matt Crooker. I have no problem trying to match up before then, because before then, I think you do have to match up to help those guys out. Because like you said, stuff is stuff. They don't have, great relievers. And to their credit, Paul Taboni, they tried everything so far. Maybe you want to go back and relitigate what they did in the offseason. That's fine. But their bullpen right now is like 2/8 of what it was at the start of the year.
Yeah, bullpen on a budget, man. That's what they're doing. Shane in Fairfax, what do you make of all this?
Commander, Toby, you guys are killing it. Great topic.
Appreciate you, buddy.
Look, here's what I make of it. If they would have won half of their blown saves, they would have had 60 games right now with a team that's not supposed to do anything. Like I said, if I'm anybody in that lineup right now, if I tell anybody right now, if you blow another save, I'm whooping your ass. That's where I'm at right now. This is ridiculous. I'm pulling somebody to the side, and I'm telling you, point blank, I'm going to meet you in the parking lot. I'm out here hitting bombs. We're out here leading the league in runs, and we're with one of the youngest teams, and y'all killing us. That's what I would do. I'm tired of it. And another thing, you'll never catch a country boy getting thrown in the air by any damn animal, because you know why? We're going in the woods and we're carrying something with us every damn time. So that's on them for being a dum-dum.
Shotgun rifle on a four-wheel drive. I believe Shane in Fairfax can't survive. E in Rockville, what do you make of this bullpen?
What's up, E?
Yeah.
Toby, Danny.
Yeah.
Grab your hats and jerseys and gloves, because we're pitching out of the bullpen now.
Dude.
I am done with this. Look, I blame some of it on Taboni, but this ties back to the cheap owners, man. They don't want to spend true dollars. We're shopping at the dollar store instead of at Wegmans, okay? We're running to the farm and hoping we could pick corn instead of going and getting well-grown potatoes. This is getting annoying. I'm fed up with it. The owners need to go. This team, the ownership, they are okay with being bad for 15, 20 years, as long as it means they're only going to spend $1 instead of spending $50. This is why fans are already talking about James Wood walking. Because if the owners don't want to get a good bullpen for this team, then why would they sign players? It's frustrating as a fan to sit back and watch this night after night. You're crossing your fingers and you're drinking your liver to death because of this bullpen.
If we can't get 15 runs, we're up against it, man. It's a great phone call. Appreciate you. So here's my pushback is not the right word. Here's my letter of explanation. I don't think anybody in their wildest dreams, even the architects of this roster, anticipated this.
No.
How could you have? I like to consider myself a pretty informed guy, pretty smart guy. Did any of you? If you thought this would be the case with this team this year, please buy a lottery ticket immediately and give me a percentage. No way you could have known. You could say, okay, they'll be improved with certain things. They'll be better. But there's a lot of room between better and the best offense in the sport. There's a lot of room there. I looked at this pitching staff. I looked at it, a group of position players. I'm going, yeah, it's going to be like the year that Bryce Harper was here and nobody else hit 20 homers. James Wood will have no protection in the lineup. C.J. Abrams will be good in April and then fall apart in the second half. Because how do I know that? I've seen it for 3 straight seasons.
Yep.
Luis Garcia is borderline DFA time before the year started, if you recall. We couldn't believe that they were that into the idea of giving him
surprise they tendered
that
him.
year. Surprising tender. Thank you for saying it more succinctly. And Keibert Ruiz is exasperating it. That's even a guy on the cheapest contract in the world is a failure. You're going, where's their catcher of the future? When does Harry Ford get here?
Yeah.
And you're watching everybody have a career year. Everybody. Oh my God. This is unbelievable. So if you saw this coming, this is not the kind of roster that you'd go, yeah, let me go spend an extra few $1 million per guy to shore up a bullpen. Let's get a bunch of ragtags like we kind of did for offense. They went and found Jorbit Vivas, and they kept Jose Tena around, and they went and got Curtis Meek because he was nice to Blake Butera once when they were at Tampa together. Let's do that with the bullpen. One worked so incredibly well, and the other is this giant fart noise bullpen that we're talking about. The proof will be to me, after they've turned in their work this year, and they'll end up a few games below 500 in all likelihood, depending on what they do at the deadline. We'll talk about that later on in the show. When it's time now, Strasburg's contract is off your books. You'll have some space. We'll see what the labor agreement does. There's a lot of variables, dominoes that have to fall. But this is now money time. You could make an argument, a case, that none of the past several years have been money time. You can. I know you don't want to hear it as a fan, but you can make that case. Now it's money time. Now it is. When you've got prime guys that are the best offense in the sport, it's money time. No way around that.
100%. I mean, you look at what they've shown you this season is that they can be competitive. And so going into next year, there's going to be some expectations. There's going to be something that goes along with it. And so it's not going to be acceptable to finish around 70 wins. And you're going to want to see this team take the next step forward. And depending upon what they do in the second half, it's still going to be largely better than what I expected. You mentioned going to spring training, Danny. Like, my thought process coming out of spring training was, there's going to be a rough year. It's gonna be a tough one to be doing post games for. But reality is, this has been a blast. Yeah. And so for them to put themselves in the position that we're talking about this Yankees series, I mean, no one was thinking that, hey, by the way, if they win one of the games in the Yankees series, they finish their first half before the All-Star break, a game above 500. Nobody thought that. They're 20 wins away from reaching what I thought they would be their entire season win total. So they're probably going to be there by mid-August, right? Hopefully, but if they get things going. So it's just crazy that they've been able to switch things around so quickly, but it doesn't change things that it's still infuriating that the bullpen that they have built that was supposed to be one to just kind of get you by in a season that you weren't having any expectations for is still annoying that you can't find anybody. Because it's one thing if, oh yeah, that guy hasn't worked. They've cycled through, Danny. They've tried 10, 12, 15 different guys, and they've found guys for periods of time. You know, remember when Gus Varland was a fun story that worked for a while?
That was fun.
Orlando Ribalta was putting out fires. He's coming in with the bases loaded and stranding them all the time. Like, that was fun for a while. But unfortunately, when you have a bullpen like this, there are times where there's a couple of guys that show up, but there are also times like the Phillies series and then this series where nobody, and I mean nobody, can come in and get outs and be reliable.
That's Toby. I'm Danny. It's great Danny here on The Fan. Our double play is next. Beltway Blitz at 4. We're busy. We got plenty to talk about. Stay with us. Gene D here on The Fan. Beltway Blitz is next. We're exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Morat. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com. And be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. Double play sounder now. Sponsored by FH Fur for 45 years. FH Fur has set the standard for premium comfort to celebrate. Get 0% financing for 72 months on a qualifying new system purchase, plus a premium EnviroAir IAQ 5-inch filter, absolutely free. FH Fur plumbing, heating, air conditioning, and electrical, absolutely the best. For those that don't know, the last time I had to read that, I couldn't. I could not read the word EnviroAir. I tried 6 times and just sort of got to the end of the read, and I sounded like I was trying to start a lawnmower, and it was the worst thing anyone's ever done, and we had to apologize to FH Fur. We love FH Fur. Thank you, FH Fur. I'm sorry I could not read that word that time. Tobes, I turn the double play over to you.
So I just bought tickets, Danny. I'm not, there haven't been many movies that I've been that interested in recently, but since I found out that this movie was being made, I've been pretty fired up about it, and I should have been a little bit more proactive on getting some tickets for this, but I just bought tickets for Thursday night for IMAX Theater to watch The Odyssey.
The Odyssey.
Christopher Nolan. And I'm excited to see, I got to be honest, I've obviously heard of the Iliad and the Odyssey. I kind of have a somewhat idea of what
You didn't read them in school?
I'm sure maybe I'm supposed to. I didn't, or I don't know. I don't remember. Either way, I'm excited to see this film. Obviously, star-studded with Matt Damon, Tom Holland, Anne Hathaway, Zendaya. But I just love watching Christopher Nolan films. I will say that the one thing that I'm worried about here, and you'll have to tell me if I'm cooked or not. So I'm going to the Udvar Hazy IMAX, which is obviously incredible, right near my house. So I'm excited to go to that on Thursday, 9:15 showing. I should have been more proactive on this because I've known this movie's coming out for quite some time. I wanted to go see it this week. I'm sitting in the third row.
Do you have a neck pillow that you would fly
I'm
with?
going to need one.
I'm not kidding you. Bring it. I'm not kidding. You're going to be Edward Craning your neck.
Yeah.
And it's going to be beyond sore.
Yeah.
I'm not even joking. I'm not even doing a bit. That's what I would do. It's up close. You'll see everything, but you'll be looking. It's like you're looking up at the 5th story of a building.
Yeah. I think that's probably the play because I was like, I could wait to maybe get a little bit better of a seat. I could maybe try a different place. And I'm like, you know what? Screw it. 9:15 on Thursday. I'm just going to deal with sitting in the third row at an IMAX theater and staring up at the screen and enjoying myself. But I was like, why did I not think of this coming out early?
Because you knew it was coming out.
Yes.
You had the date.
I remember going to see the very first Avatar movie, however many years ago. Super overrated, by the way. I don't know why anybody went and spent money on that. But I ended up falling for the hype as well and just blowing through and said, I'm going to get whatever tickets I can. And ended up sitting in the second row, and I think my neck hurt for 2 weeks afterwards.
Yeah.
So yeah,
And there's no fix to it either.
At an IMAX?
Yes, it was at an IMAX theater. Correct.
All right. Well, neck pillow it is.
That's what I would do. And it's still going to stink. So you're going to slink down in your chair, use the neck pillow, and you're still going to have to, it's such a huge screen, you're going to have to look left and right like it's traffic.
Yeah.
You have to figure out where you're going. You won't be able to take the whole thing in.
Yeah. I mean, it stinks.
That was a weird turn of phrase just now, but I'm talking about the movie.
It stinks, but I'm excited to see that movie. Or was that something that you're interested in, or
I don't know why I'm not as interested in it. I probably should be because it's got some ingredients that I'm into. Christopher Nolan, if he bothers to make it, I should probably see it.
That's my number one.
And I
right
know
there.
I will, but I think it's probably because Miss Denizé, in freshman English, wouldn't give me better than a C on anything related to the Odyssey. I worked really hard on it. This is true. Shout out to Ms. Denizé, one of the great teachers I've ever had. But it's the only class of hers I took because these grades counted. So it was in high school. You know what I mean? And I worked really hard on my Odyssey paper. It was one of those, like, I think we were supposed to write about Nostos, which is one of the it's the theme of homecoming, right? I still remember Andromoy, Enipe, Musa, Peluchipon, Host, Malapala. Had to memorize all the beginning stuff of the original Greek for the Odyssey, right? But I wrote my paper. I worked really, really hard on it. She handed me the paper, which she grades the papers, takes a couple days, right? And hands them back. And at the top of the paper, she just wrote no.
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 All right, I look down, and usually she runs out of red ink on her pen.
Sure.
By like the third student she's grading.
Of course.
She carves that sumbitch up like a turkey usually, and just it's this here, why this, use a dictionary, thesaurus, comma and misplaced. I mean, she will let you know what you did wrong for that paper, and I promise you, I worked hard on it. I read because she was complaining usually you didn't read, and she was right. This time I read, I did the thing I was supposed to do. I worked really, really hard on the paper. She responded with no. So again, shout out to Ms. Denizay. But
by the way, one of my favorite parts of the criticism of this movie is that they were telling them that it was inaccurate in terms of the costumes for the time period for a thing that never actually happened. Like, who cares?
Yeah, it's set in ancient Greece, but they're using robot sandals.
They're like, oh man, but it's got to be more realistic. Oh, you mean the thing that's like sci-fi, fantasy?
You mean the made-up story, the epic story? We got to go to a phone. Joe in Fairfax wants to address your situation. Joe, go ahead, please. Joe,
hey guys, yeah, just to piggyback off that, Denzel Washington played Macbeth like last year, and nobody was up in arms. Like, it's not a big deal. These are fairy tales.
Yeah,
who cares?
Exactly.
Who plays what?
Yeah.
But Toby, I go to that theater a lot. I'm a cinephile. I listen to these internet trolls and didn't buy the tickets on time. But I watched the Batman a couple years ago in that theater, and it was the worst theater experience of my life. I liked the movie, but I could not enjoy having to look at a huge 5-story screen and I'm like 15 feet away. I would highly recommend not doing that. Just go to a regular IMAX like an AMC, and maybe a month or two down the line, go to the museum.
Thank you, Joe.
I appreciate
Basically
that.
saying you're going to be miserable.
Well, I think I'm going to experience. I trust your word, by the way, but I think I gotta do it now. I've already bought the ticket. I think I'm just stuck.
I'm not trying to be a jerk. You might have an issue on both extremities. You're already fighting the gout, and then you'll have a bad neck to boot. Can you imagine a tough neck?
To be fair, all you're telling me to do is like lean back and look up, which is kind of my usual posture anyways.
That's fair
I'm
enough.
kind of a lounging guy anyways.
Yeah, you got to fat Joe this thing. You
my
gotta lean back.
posture sucks, so.
I want to report on how it goes. We will talk about it later this week.
Yeah.
That's a double play. Beltway Blitz next on the Fan.
This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team Keller Williams Realty. NBA Summer League last night, the Wizards' second game. They beat the Kings 104-85. AJ DeBonsa had 23 points. Will Riley led the way with 32. The Wizards will be back in action on Tuesday against the Bulls. We'll see if AJ DeBonsa plays in this one. He'll likely go up against Caleb Wilson if he does. World Cup semifinals get underway tomorrow. First game features France and Spain. That'll kick off at 3 o'clock. And the second semifinal is on Wednesday. England will take on Argentina. Baseball, Nationals head into the All-Star break. The Home Run Derby going to be tonight. All-Star game is tomorrow. C.J. Abrams, James Wood, Foster Griffin, all All-Stars for the Nationals. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
At 5 o'clock today, we're going to give you a chance to win Muse tickets. One of my favorite songs of all time is by the band Muse. That is coming up at 5. Give you a chance to do that. But right now, it's Beltway Blitz time. We will start you off on the diamond. Our guy Spencer Nussbaum joins us to talk about the Nationals, the All-Star break, after a deflating series sweep at the hands of the Yankees. Spencer, we played some audio clips of you from this Friday asking Blake Butera about his bullpen. Great probing question by you, but Blake basically said, yeah, I'm willing to change my approach. They did, and that didn't work either. Just kind of what have you made of the whole weekend?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's crystallized for me more than anything that for as many levers as you pull or changes that you make, at the end of the day, so much of this is about personnel. And that's why we've seen the offense be as good as it's been, and that's why we've seen the bullpen be as bad as it's been, right? They've tried literally everything, as you guys have talked about plenty of times. And if any of you guys want to take a look at, FanGraphs Stuff Plus ratings, you can sort by team. You can, look at basically their overall numbers. And you look at the Nationals compared to basically every other team in baseball, and they just aren't throwing the same nasty pitches that a lot of other teams are. And I think that at the end of the day, that's burning them.
So judging off of that, Spencer, do you think it is something that they could potentially go out and add to the bullpen at the deadline and maybe bring in someone that can give them some reliability late in games? Or do you think that with where they've now fallen below 500 and where they stand in the wild card race, they're more likely to stand pat or maybe even sell?
Yeah, I'll tell you what is probably also true for about 20 other teams in baseball right now, which is everything is on the table for another few weeks. That being said, you see them and their postseason odds dipped. I think FanGraphs had it down to 3% today. And you do have to be realistic about what's possible, right? I think the Nationals, again, will keep their options open and see how these next few weeks play out. But with so much to replace on the pitching side and to add on the pitching side in particular, I could make the case that, hey, all you need is a ninth inning guy, and that would shore a lot up. But I think the problem runs just a little bit deeper than that.
Spencer, they've been, so committed to, it's a catch-all term, so forgive me, but analytics. In other words, playing matchups. Luis Garcia, the hottest hitter in the universe, doesn't get to hit against lefties very often still. I mean, it was like they begrudgingly put him at 8th in the lineup the other day because there might be a lefty on the team. I mean, seriously, it's to that point. And that has given them the best offense on the sport. The flip side, kind of as we talked about, a guy they're going to DFA is pitching in the 9th inning, right, in terms of Matt Crook. So it sounds like they may try other approaches, etc. What do you expect here, even before the trade deadline over the next few weeks? Is it just, okay, Clayton Beeter, this is your 9th, or you're the primary leverage guy? Or are they going to kind of go back to, we're going to stay with the analytics route? What do you anticipate here, irrespective of any moves that come in?
Yeah, so I think Blake and the staff are going to take the next 4 days to try to reset and try to figure this thing out. Gun to my head, I think that they probably would stick with the platoon matchups. I think that they have to be committed to their process to a certain degree. And because they've tried other things, again, whether it's Alvarez in the 9th, trying Beeter and Revolta in the 8th, and then theoretically they were going to get the nines to get those big outs. I think there's no perfect answer, but I think what we've learned about this team and about this front office is they're willing to try ideas, but only if there is some sort of proof that would work. Now, again, there's plenty of proof that the platoons haven't worked, but I wouldn't say that's a platoon-specific thing. I think that's more maybe direct to just the lack of personnel they have on the team.
One of my favorite stories of the first half was Foster Griffin. How cool is it to see him named to the All-Star team?
Oh, it's incredible, right? And that's where it's so funny that I'm spending all this time talking about stuff. And his stuff is good, but as we all know, he caps out around 93, 94 on the radar gun. To see him go over to Japan, to learn to become a starter again, to come, into a situation where a lot of pitchers have not succeeded, and to see just him basically blow every expectation out of the water, right? Like he's been unbelievable for other guys on the staff, but even beyond that, he's worked so hard, and tried so many things to get here. And it really is just another credit to him, his coaching, and just his ability to throw 7 pitches which again, so few guys do these days.
Yeah, who's not throwing 7 pitches? It's unbelievable every time I hear it. Spencer, you're the best, buddy. Enjoy the All-Star break.
Thank you. You too.
There he goes. That is Spencer Nussbaum. Hit that Wizard sounder, please. From the Wizards Radio Network, our guy Glenn Consor joins us here on the Beltway Blitz. Glenn, 2 Summer League games down for A.J. Debonsa. What'd you see?
I saw the future, and I saw the future being told to be ready for a great player that is going to be making an impact on the league. That's what I saw. He's so young, so versatile, he's so skilled, can do so many things with the basketball. And he's got a very, very mature poise to him as a scorer in the league already. I think he's a special talent.
I mean, you can see his work on the ball, Glenn, immediately. You've seen it in the Summer League. I'm curious, when you get into the regular season with Trae Young and some of the other guards on this team, how do you think they work with him off the ball? How do they make sure that he still gets his touches and works on the ball as well as off the ball?
Well, he's such a unique talent. They know he has to have touches. So, he's going to have opportunities to take guys off the bounce. He's going to have opportunities in the pick and roll game with Trae Young. He's going to, where they can throw him out the oops. They're going to fit him into a system that makes him to be the most successful player. With his versatility, there's so many things he can do. Post up, he's got that step back, nice move. He could shoot the 3. And don't forget, he's going to have guys on the floor with him that are also, for the first time in his career, are threats. So it's not just going to be him being triple teamed, double teamed, and playing draw and kick. He's going to have plenty of opportunities to score.
Glenn, I think you shared the sentiment. I think everybody's just beyond excited about we've already seen the potential. Everything just oozes off the screen watching him play. In your view, though, as a guy that's seen more basketball than our audience put together, what needs work right now? That no doubt he'll get after it and improve on those things. But what would you say? You know what? Hey, here's my little punch list for you to get even better starting the season.
Yeah, I mean, he knows. First of all, he knows he's got to get acclimated to the NBA game. So he's got to learn NBA schemes, defensive, offensive schemes. He's a young kid. He's got to work on his handle. He's got to work on his shot. He's got to work on NBA moves that make him more efficient, just like any other rookie coming into the league. I broadcasted LeBron James, one of his last games in high school at the Capitol Classic. And what jumped out at me about him, putting aside all of the crazy athleticism, which you see with AJ, but I'm not saying AJ's LeBron, but what I'm saying is what jumped out at me at that time was LeBron's acumen for the game. So, all he had to do was refine his skills, LeBron, during the course of his career, and look what he became. This kid has that acumen. So, his handle's going to get better, his shot's going to get better, his moves to the basket, 1 dribble moves, 2 dribble moves, step backs. He's going to get more efficient, understanding what it takes to play in the NBA because the spacing becomes a little bit of an issue with what you think is open is not. So he'll make that adjustment.
Leading scorer last night was Will Riley with 32. Excited to see what his year 2 jump looks like. If he is able to take a jump like we saw Keyshawn and Alex Sarr take from year 1 to year 2, what do you think it looks like this year for Will Riley?
Man, he just keeps getting better and better, and so does Trey Johnson. I think you hit the nail on the head. What we saw with improvement with Keyshawn and Alex and Bub and Bilal and really and Tristan, Jameer Watkins. I mean, guys have gotten better, and mainly because they've gotten minutes. But with Will Riley, and Danny, I think you're going to like this. You might not agree, but he has moves, Will Riley, like the great George Gervin.
Yeah, I see it.
He's kind of like he has that kind of a game where you just don't know what to do with him because he's so long and quick and efficient with his dribble. But he's got George Gervin-like slashing moves to the basket. Now, Danny, I want to make sure you don't patent. I'm going to patent that, and I know you're going to use it.
I'm stealing it, and you know your guys so well. I hadn't come up with a good comp, and that's probably the best one I've heard, Glenn. Stick aside, I think you're dead right about that. Can I tell you something?
It just hit me.
Yeah.
It just hit me. Like literally this morning when I saw him play again, and I travel with the team, as you know. I see him play every day, and I couldn't put my finger on it. Then it just hit me. Like, man, this guy, like he doesn't play like anybody. But if I'm thinking back in time, the way he puts the ball on the floor and gets downhill reminds me of George Gervin. And I know, Danny, you're going to use that from here on in.
I am stealing it and running with it. I'll cite you twice, and then it'll become part of my lexicon. Glenn, you're the best, buddy. Thank you as always.
All right, man.
See you, pal. There he goes. That's our guy, Glenn Consor. Do me a favor there. Sit that NFL sounder, please. Our guy Frank Schwab, Yahoo Sports, kind enough to join us for a few minutes here. During the All-Star break, it's a slow time. Training camp's not till next week. Frank, my question is, why hasn't anybody signed Stephon Diggs yet?
Boy, that's complicated. I think there's multiple reasons. One of them has to be, you have to look at the off-field stuff. I mean, that has been complicating, for everybody. Look, you're only valuable in the NFL if your usefulness outweighs the distractions. I think by this point we could say that Stephon Diggs has a lot of distractions going on, and we don't even know if the NFL is going to discipline him after all this stuff. But then you add on the fact that his play, he's not at his peak anymore. He's entering his age 32 season. I think somebody will sign him at some point, but it's a little more complicated just because of the whole package you get with Stephon Diggs.
Feel like we haven't talked about the number 1 pick a lot since the draft has been done, Fernando Mendoza. When do we actually see him get on the field?
I think it's going to be sooner rather than later. But the Raiders, I don't buy the theory that quarterbacks need to sit. I think that's an outdated notion from when Carson Palmer was around and we all had tube TVs, right? Like this is, it just doesn't happen anymore. Like you look at the best quarterbacks in the NFL, and it's guys like Justin Herbert and Matthew Stafford and Joe Burrow and guys who didn't sit at all. Like Patrick Mahomes sat, and I think Patrick Mahomes would have been unbelievable as a rookie. Like I just think that's nonsense. But the Raiders seem committed to this bit. They paid Kirk Cousins $20 million for a reason, so it might last a while. But I don't think it's going to last too long. I think sometime in October, there's just too much of an itch. You have to see what Mendoza has at some point. You don't want to wait forever, especially if you're a losing team, which I assume the Raiders will be. And so I think they're going to try it through September, and then by October, it'll probably get itchy and make the change.
So I think the NFC North, we think of it as a great division. I think there's a couple flawed teams. Chicago had like the greatest turnover margin in human history. Detroit maybe, I don't say the window's closed, but it looks like somebody did the thing where they unlocked it, and now it's going to start to try to close, right? I think Minnesota with Kyler Murray, and maybe I'll look like a big stupid. This might get freezing cold take to Kingdom Come. I actually kind of am a believer that they can squeeze out 9 or 10 wins and be a competitor in that division. Am I stupid for just thinking that it might work?
I'm kind of with you on this, and I made this mistake last year with the Colts. I looked at Colts 2023, and I said, man, this team went 8-9 with Anthony Richardson playing as the worst quarterback in football. Like, they have to be better. And then they were until Daniel Jones got hurt. That complicates things. Last year, I think most people will be surprised that the Vikings went 9-8 last year. I think we think of them as like a team that was completely miserable and terrible. They still went 9-8 with the second worst quarterback play in the league behind the Browns. Kyler Murray, I'm no Kyler Murray fan. I don't think Kyler Murray's a good quarterback. I think I'm so sick of the whole Kyler Murray's breakout season is going to happen. Kyler Murray's played more games in his NFL career than Terrell Davis. Terrell Davis is in the Hall of Fame, okay? Like, Kyler Murray's played a lot of football. We know who Kyler Murray is. But yet, is Kyler Murray better than the second worst quarterback in the NFL? I think the answer is absolutely yes. Why not? Like, can he be the 16th best quarterback in the NFL? Well, yeah, that's a big improvement for the Vikings. So I'm kind of with you. That the Vikings intrigue me a lot. Like, they did lose a lot off the defense and free agency, cap stuff, all that. But it's still a team. Like I said, they won 9 games with absolutely zero at the quarterback position. How can it possibly be worse?
It's still fun to have the discussion about the 2024 quarterback class, and Jeremy Fowler just put out his top 10 from just executives around the NFL, and just going off of that list, Drake May was on 8th on the list, so he'd be the first of the 2024 guys, and then Caleb Williams came in at 10. I guess it was a neck and neck with him and Jaden Daniels. I'm curious what's your thoughts on those guys, how maybe you would have them, what's your expectations for those guys in year 3?
Jaden's the most interesting. I mean, just because his rookie year was so good. It just was unbelievably good. Probably the best rookie season we've ever seen out of a quarterback. But last year was just terrible. And it's not just the injuries. I'm sorry, Washington fans. But he wasn't the same guy when he was on the field either. And I love Jaden Daniels, so I'm not rooting for him to become C.J. Stroud 2.0 or anything. But I don't know. I don't know what to make of Jaden. I know Drake May is good. Like, I don't think Drake May's going anywhere. He was unbelievable last year. Had a perfectly reasonable argument to win MVP. Caleb seems to be getting better, but his completion percentage and the missed throws is still an issue that people want to just gloss over, and he can't. Like, he's got to get more accurate. But I think right now I'd have May first. I just don't know I don't know what I'd do out of Daniels and Caleb, because I just don't know what Daniels brings right now. And I think the offensive coordinator change is going to tell us a lot. You add in some under center, play action, some more motion, get out of the Cliff Kingsbury offense, and let's see what Jaden can do. I think this is the next step in his professional career, and I think we're going to know a lot more at the end of this season, assuming he stays healthy and can show us what he is in this next phase.
And let me finish the tweet. Frank Schwab, I hate Jaden Daniels, and he's the next C.J. Stroud 2.0. Thank you very much, Frank. Always appreciate it, buddy.
No doubt. Appreciate it.
There you go. That is our guy, Frank Schwab. So you touched on it. You heard Frank's answer and Toby's question. We're going to ask you guys that. There is a really good list, and the list season, you're a Billy the Blogger, you're trying to get people to read your stuff, whatever. Jeremy Fowler from ESPN does a survey where he talks to coaches, scouts, execs, people around the league. Ben Standing has done something similar for a couple different things when it comes to the draft, and it's good analysis. It's from the horse's mouth, basically. The people that prepare against, prepare with, compete against, etc. How do you stop this guy? And they've done a top 10 list of a few different positions. They've gone through, I think it's running backs, corners, edge rushers, defensive tackles, tight ends, offensive tackles, interior offensive linemen, and today, quarterbacks. Daniels doesn't make the top 10. We'll talk about it with you guys next.
This update is brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable business grows with PVI. Wizards Summer League action last night. Second chance to see AJ Debonsa. He dropped 23 as the Wizards won over the Kings 104-85. Will Riley leading the way with 32 points. Wizards back in action on Tuesday against the Chicago Bulls and Caleb Wilson. World Cup semifinals get underway tomorrow. France will take on Spain at 3 o'clock. And the second semifinal on Wednesday, also at 3 o'clock. England will take on Argentina. Baseball, All-Star break, Home Run Derby tonight, and then the All-Star game comes up tomorrow. C.J. Abrams, James Wood, Foster Griffin on the National League team. Strong teams need spaces that keep up. PVI Office Furniture helps businesses create better workspaces with expert guidance, new and used options, fast delivery, and installation by PVI's own team. Visit PVI's massive Frederick showroom or go to PVI.com. Come experience the PVI difference today. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
G&D here on The Fan. Coming up at 5, we're going to talk about the Nationals and if they should buy or sell. Kind of nasty weekend, bad taste in your mouth. What are you going to do at the trade deadline, which rapidly approaches here at the All-Star break? Toby is in for GP. We've got a position group a day that we'll be doing later on in the program, 4:45 to be exact. And we're cutting down a training camp. That's next week, man. That's next week. We're going to turn the clocks to football season. It's coming real quick. A couple other things we want to do as well. But this is, and let's put a pin in this, the following thing here for tomorrow. Jeremy Fowler, ESPN, in conjunction with a couple other folks, works and does a lot of the behind-the-scenes polling of execs, of scouts, coaches, etc., and they compile the top 10 players at each individual position. The only player for Washington, by the way, that's made any of these lists, running back, cornerback, edge rusher, defensive tackle, tight end, offensive tackles, interior offensive linemen, and quarterbacks, has been Laramie Tunsil. This is the thing that I keep hammering that nobody really seems interested in. Everyone assumes Jaden Daniels is healthy. We're just going to automatically have this wonderful season. Because 2024, though, one guy in the top 10 at his position. I don't expect anyone else to be there. Off-ball linebackers tomorrow, wide receivers the day after that, and safeties on the 16th. You think you got somebody in there, I think you're drinking home cooking Kool-Aid.
Yeah.
If that's even a thing.
Yeah.
Not even Kool-Aid on the road, it's home Kool-Aid, Tobes. So the quarterback list came out today. And Jaden Daniels is also receiving votes. This kind of goes to PFF. They had a ranking last week that we talked about where Daniels finished 12th. And initially, you look at it, you go, man, is that low? Is that? Then you look at the guys behind him. He was ahead of Jared Goff, ahead of Sam Darnold, who won the Super Bowl last year, ahead of Bo Nix, who, if he wasn't hurt, would have been in the Super Bowl probably, ahead of some pretty good names. And you kind of went, actually, yeah, there's a ding because last year happened, but there's also a lot of belief and benefit of the doubt. Here, not in the top 10, kind of also receiving votes.
Yeah, kind of in that same range. And just to clarify on the list, from the exact article here from Jeremy Fowler, it says, quote, "This is not a 5-year projection or a career achievement award, but meant to answer a simple question. Who are the best players right now?" And when you look at the top 10, Jaden Daniels is not a part of it. He's part of the honorable mentions, like you mentioned, alongside Sam Darnold and Jordan Love. Brock Purdy received some votes. Baker Mayfield, Trevor Lawrence, Jalen Hurts, I guess Bo Nix, Daniel Jones, and C.J. Stroud also received votes. So, there's some, you take some of it with a grain of salt, but you poll a lot of people and get a general consensus, and Jaden Daniels falls just outside the top 10. I'd say, you said PFF had him 12th. I'd say he's probably right in that same range, 11 or 12.
Allen 1, Pat Mahomes 2. That's a lot of benefit of the doubt for Mahomes coming back from injury. And again, who's better than Pat Mahomes? You're not going to hear anything negative about him from me. But you look at the numbers the last several years, kind of in this post-Tyreek Hill world, they haven't been able to have a secure option as Travis Kelce, or Travis Swift, has aged, and his numbers have suffered. Patrick Mahomes has not put up elite numbers in a handful of seasons.
Yeah.
So just throwing that out there, that's not me knocking him. Again, he's incredible. I saw it in person. When we went there with our buddies Kandori and Morad, you saw the thing in person. You go, That's the best I've ever seen at that position. The magic. He is incredible. But again, that's benefit of the doubt stuff. He has not been an MVP candidate, which you'd usually associate up here at the top. Stafford, defending MVP.
Yep.
Joe Burrow, if he's healthy, he's going to put up astronomical numbers. Lamar Jackson, multi-time MVP. He got screwed out of one a couple years ago. But, Allen's been an MVP. Everybody else there, you would say, is an MVP candidate. Jackson, bad taste in his mouth from last year. I'm a little bit down on him more than maybe it seems everyone else is. They just assume, all the bad feelings are gone because Harbaugh's gone. I don't know. Last year was bad enough. I'm kind of in a wait-and-see mode, but I digress. He's at 5. Dak Prescott at 6. Justin Herbert at 7. Drake May at 8. Jared Goff 9. And Caleb Williams 10. Any gripes there?
If you're doing right now, I don't know that there's a lot of gripes. Dak Prescott, people are probably going to bring up, but I actually think he's kind of slept on. I think Dak Prescott's a lot better than he gets credit for.
The pendulum swung too far, I think.
I think it's kind of gone all over the place with him. It went from people were overrating him early in his career then to people started talking about him all the time and he wouldn't live up to the MVP caliber, so then he was underrated and then all these sorts of things. So I think the pendulum right now, Dak Prescott is a little bit underrated in terms of that. So seeing him on this list is fine. Herbert is fine there. May, obviously, with the season he had last year, I fully understand. Goff, I get, because of the consistent seasons he's had with Detroit, although he did take a step back last season without Ben Johnson. I think the only one I would definitively have an issue with is Caleb Williams, because I like Caleb. I really like his game. But if you look at his season last year, yes, there are some moments, but he's still completing less than 60% of his passes. And to his credit, he's done a lot better job of protecting the football for someone that plays the game the way that he does. They only have 6 interceptions in his rookie season and then 7 last year. He's done a pretty good job of protecting the football. But I don't know. I don't have him as a definitive top 10 quarterback, but just from reading some of the parts of this article, it sounds like it was kind of a mashup and kind of ultimately down to a very close decision that he gets on at 10, and then Sam Darnold, Jaden Daniels are just outside. So I don't know that definitively I have a major issue with anybody outside of maybe Caleb.
So you touched on it, and that's the guy that I kind of go, Caleb Williams over, but it's not over Jaden Daniels where my gripe would be. He's in there over Trevor Lawrence, who had a great season last year. In there over Baker Mayfield, who has turned in some outstanding work in Tampa Bay. In there over Brock Purdy, who, again, when healthy and when they have more than one option, has put up some pretty incredible numbers, albeit in Kyle Shanahan's system. Over Jalen Hurts. Now, I know Hurts, everybody's now, it's fashionable to bash that guy.
Yeah.
I still remember in a Super Bowl out-dueling Pat Mahomes.
Twice, by the way.
Yeah. I've seen enough to go, are we sure we're just going to put him at 20 on every list? Again, I don't know that I'd have him over Caleb Williams or some of the other guys, but it's another name. The one that I'm stunned they don't have there, in addition to Sam Darnold, who's kind of, seems to have finally found a home. Every analytic site, every site that tells you that they watch the film and know better than you, will tell you that Jordan Love is unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
I get frustrated because I'm like, okay, that's cool. Where's my production? I saw that second half. What was it? Would it have been 3 seasons ago, maybe? All the numbers, they run together in my brain. Where there was basically a half a season where they said, okay, Jordan, it's your show. And you go, I get it. Everything that you can do, he was doing. He was making plays when they weren't there. He was extending. He was running. He was throwing, the breakdown backyard football dimes, the in-rhythm stuff, running an offense. He was the maestro. And you go, yes, here he is. This is an MVP candidate. Since then, it's like, okay, that was fun, but let's get back to handing it off and checking it down. I don't see the special thing everyone else does. I saw it that time, or for 8-9 games, have not seen it since. I think he's fine. But everybody else loves Jordan Love. He's not there. And Caleb Williams is, kind of to your point. There's a lot of wow with Williams, but it's still those exasperating, you didn't see the guy that was right there, that was wide open, and you threw it. Who were you throwing it to? Was there a yard marker that was open?
Yeah.
Was there a linesman that was open?
Yeah.
Was there a person handing out popcorn that was open? What are you doing, guy? To your point about completion percentage. But there are also enough of those, it's him and Mahomes, the 2 guys that could do that.
Correct.
Right? So, overall, it's not crazy to me, these rankings.
No, I don't think it's crazy. And I think this speaks to a couple of things. One, it speaks to just the way that last season went for Washington, which isn't shocking because obviously this same list, I'd have to go dig up what the list said the previous season, but Jaden Daniels was squarely inside the top 10 after his rookie season. And then last year, things didn't go quite his way. I think you heard from a national perspective there with Frank Schwab that there's a little bit of uncertainty of, hey, is he going to stay healthy? Is he going to be able to recapture some of what he did in his rookie season? But I think it's fair to have him right there. And I think it speaks to how incredible he was as a rookie to be able to have the down year he did last season and for him to still be like, how can I leave him off the list? I hate doing it. He's right there knocking on the door. So I think people still understand how special he is. They just want to see it again. And for May and for Williams, instead of down year in year 2 after great year in year 1, it was still building in year 1 and then great year in year 2. Versus Daniels, it was incredible all-time year as a rookie in year 1 and then down year in year 2. So I think as things progress, and this is a big season for Daniels, there's no way around it, but I think you just see by the way that he's still talked about. I mean, the quotes on here say, NFL personnel evaluator. I would still take him over the other quarterbacks from the 2024 class from a pure quarterback decision-making standpoint. Pure quarterback decision-making. Jaden Daniels is still like a top 3 runner in the league as a scrambler, right? And you're talking about pure quarterbacks. So I think you feel really good about where you're at. And, we can nitpick about whether he should be ahead of Caleb Williams, if he should be ahead of Drake May. That's fine. That is what it is. Bottom line is, I would take him over basically once you get outside the top 5 of the guys you were mentioning, MVP candidates. If you told me, hey, pick any of the guys to have your team started with, I'll still take Jaden Daniels.
So this is just judging the quarterback by the quarterback. And what I mean is better numbers, like Jared Goff's going to finish with better numbers than than Drake May, in my view. But it doesn't mean he's a better player, but it's in a better situation where you got the PPR god, you got Sam Laporta, you got Gibbs, you got one of the great deep threats in the sport in Williams. There's plenty to do there. Drake May will be better than it was, but it's not the same thing. But this is just judging the quarterback by the quarterback. But here's where I'm going with that. Everybody else has a better supporting cast than Daniels does. Everybody else that he's ranked with, right? Even the guys that are outside the top 10, but the guys that are inside the top 10, all have either guys that are in the top 10 at their positions surrounding them or are already established Hall of Famers in the case of Mahomes, even though he's got Creed Humphrey, who's the top 10 interior offensive lineman. Again, Washington has nobody on any of those lists on offense, whereas everybody else here is going to have at least 1 or 2 or maybe 3 of those kind of guys. And it's a wonder we think of them as productive and really, really good. That's my case against Jaden Daniels. It's not a Daniels thing. I think he's wonderful and splendid. I think they've done him a disservice for 3 straight years, rolling over salary cap space for God knows what, and ain't to spend it, and not having elite groups around him. I hope Allegretti works. I need to hope Allegretti works when Daniels is making $80 million a year.
Yeah.
I'm not going to hope Allegretti works on a rookie deal. And I can't believe it. That's my big takeaway from all of this is, yes, these guys are great. Yeah, I'm not telling you that Josh Allen isn't unbelievable, but you saw what they did. They go, we can't go through another year like this again. Let's go upgrade the position. They went and got DJ Moore. I can't remember, they added somebody else that was notable to me, but they've tried. Again, you're limited with how much you can actually do when your quarterback is making big time marquee money. Same with the Chiefs, etc. But we're not going to be passerbys in terms of this. We've got a window where our MVP candidate's in his prime and he's doing it. And again, Washington is left outside looking in.
If anything, watching last season almost made you appreciate how good Jaden Daniels is, because when he didn't play God-tier quarterback, look how terrible that team looked.
Yeah.
Because in 2024, he played God-tier quarterback in Week 3 against the Bengals, in the playoffs against the Lions. And look what that team looked like. They rolled out the helmets again with largely the same roster. 80% of the same roster. And they flipped everything. They went 5-12. And yes, I know the injuries and he didn't play to that same standard, but that just shows you that the level that he can reach, and this is part of why I don't really care about some of these lists and different things. Yeah, he didn't play to the same level in year 2 that he did in his rookie season. There's no denying that. Even the Jaden Daniels truthers can't deny that, right? He did not live up to that same level. But I've also seen him play on the level with the same guys that are in the conversation of the Lamar Jacksons, the Josh Allens, the Patrick Mahomes. He was on the doorstep of going to the Super Bowl as a rookie. I've seen him play at that high. I think he can get back there. If you don't, then that's a different conversation. But I think You put the right guys around him, keep him healthy, he absolutely can get back to that level. And if that's the case, we're looking at this next year, and he's squarely inside the top 10, if not knocking on the top 5.
That's Toby. I'm Danny. It's Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Next, a position group a day keeps the doctor at bay, or something like that. we're going to give you a chance to win tickets to Muse at Meriwether Post Pavilion. We'll do that in 11 minutes. Right, ciao. On 106.7 The Fan. Welcome back. It's G&D. Tobes in for Grant Harrison Paulson. A position group a day for the football team keeps the program director at bay. Oh, thank you. Courtesy of Tobes. Delivered by yours truly. We're going to spin the wheel. Talk about a different position group at the local 53. We'll do it every day. I do not know where this wheel is going to land, but we're pretty familiar with the position groups. So, Darius, if you would, spin that wheel.
Krosky Merritt has a wall. He is in. Touchdown, Commanders. 15-yarder for Bill.
Up the middle, all the way into the end zone on cue. Krosky Merritt, 16 yards.
Here comes Jeffrey Simmons. Mayfield able to get it to White, and he's got room to run. Rachaad White inside the 20, the 10, 5, dives, and he is in for a touchdown. Ford over the right side. Nice change of direction. Watson throws a block for him. Jerome Ford down the sideline. Ford stumbling and in for the touchdown.
Running back. All right. So to go through your unofficial depth chart at this stage, Beal, Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt, Rachaad White, Kaytron Allen. I want to get to that in a second. Jeremy McNichols, you heard Jerome Ford. That's kind of your list. I don't know how serious a threat Jerome Ford is to start the season as a feature back. I think that sort of screams modern day practice squad, up, down, depends on some injuries, etc. McNichols, again, I'm not sure about now that White is here, but he's sort of like he's got the staying power, little engine that could, sort of always ends
third
up getting
McNichols.
more.
He had an uncanny ability to get
Seriously.
one more than you needed on third down.
That check down when it was a 15-yarder, and next thing you know, he's got a first down. But your big three is Krosky Merritt, Rachaad White, and Kaytron Allen. Opening impression.
No sexy names outside of the DMV region, because I think there's so many people that are excited about Rachaad White coming over. I am big on Bill this year. I think that he is going to have a massive breakout season, and people are big fans of Fat Man coming over here, Kaytron Allen. So no sexy names, but I actually like this group because that's three different skill sets right there. Rachaad White, good pass catching back. Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt, Bill, I think he is going to excel in this outside zone style of scheme that they're going to run with David Blau. And Kaytron Allen fills right in for the hole that was left by Chris Rodriguez, a guy that is on a cheap contract, being a late round pick, and someone that can get you the tough yardage. If you block up 2 yards, he'll get you 3. If you block up 3, he'll get you 4. He's never going to be explosive, but he's never going to lose yardage, and he's a perfect short yardage, goal line type of back. So you've got 3 different types of guys there. All of them can tote the mail if need be. All of them, we'll see if, Bill improves as a pass blocker, but for a fact that Rachaad White can catch the ball out of the backfield. I think there is still more untapped potential there for Bill as well. So I like that group. I don't know that any of them are world beaters by any means, but it wouldn't shock me at all if by the end of the year you're looking at that's a pretty nice two-headed monster. Maybe not in terms of the best in the league, but pretty happy with the way that running back room turned out.
Right around 400 touches. That's your average over each of the last 2 seasons. Now, it would have been a larger share for Eckler had he not gotten hurt. But Eckler was still, a couple of years ago, was about 115 total touches. Brian Robinson got over 200. That changed last year, of course. Some slightly different ratios therein. But still, McNichols always more than you think. He was around 70 in both seasons. Bill was at 184. Chris Rodriguez was $115. How do you see them divvying it up? I'm forgetting about specific numbers. I'm not trying to pop quiz you. But is it a Bill 50%, Kaytron means 40%, Rachaad White 10? I mean, how does that go among kind of the big 3 on paper?
I kind of feel like it's a primarily two-headed monster with Kaytron and situational, right? More so, you're going to use Rachaad White on third down. I don't see many third downs where he's not on the field. He's going to be out there, and you'll occasionally use him for that change of pace drive. But I think that Bill is going to get a majority of the carries like he did last season. I mean, he had the fumbling issue there for a little while and lacked some of the explosiveness, but there's a 7th-round guy last year as a rookie that averaged 4.6 a pop, 175 for 805. If you give him 200 carries, chances are he's getting close to 1,000 yards. So I wouldn't be shocked if you give him around that, or even just similar to the amount of carries he got last season with the 175, and you give Chris Rodriguez his 112 carries to Rachaad White, because you're going to be using him in different ways. And then you figure in McNichols went for 44 last year. I think that kind of fits right into that third role there for Kaytron Allen. A little bit different styles of backs, those two, with McNichols and Allen, and then Rodriguez and Rachaad White. But I think they like where they're at. So I think that Bill is your number one guy, and then it's right behind him. You know, if you say 50% for Bill, it's like 40% for Rachaad White, and then get in where you fit in for Kaytron Allen.
Interesting. So to me, I look at last year and that stretch where I'm sitting here screaming about my view about what they needed this offseason. That run, or lack thereof, from week 7 against Dallas, a blowout loss at Dallas, okay, through, I'd say, week 15. The season's done. It's over. Everybody knows it. It's terrible. There's one good rushing game in there, randomly a win at the New York Giants. But they went through that terrible losing streak where they were a disaster, getting dominated in those games. Here's some of the carries and game logs. 12 for 38, 11 for 30, 9 for 28, 4 for 20, 7 for 32, 8 for 25. That's Bill. Like, ew.
Yeah.
Gross. Awful. I don't blame him. It was no one's afraid of anything deep. No one's afraid of anything intermediate. Our toes are, we're on our tippy toes and we're headed downhill to hunt you. You have no threat. There's nothing you can do that scares us. I'm hoping there is some scare factor back. They were hoping too, by the way. It's why they offered Alec Pierce a boatload of money. And I don't see it on this roster, and I'm terrified that they're very playable. Anyway, but I guess if McLaurin's healthy, then that's your idea sometimes, or Delmy Brown will be the deep that doesn't get open deep, and we'll just try to beat our heads against the wall doing that. But I think going to this under center idea, I think Allen's going to get more looks than we think, because I think that suits him. I think the idea of not running out of the eye, we're not doing some wishbone type stuff. We're not going, counter tray at 70 chip all day. But I do think there's a little bit more downhill opportunity. And I think that's part of why they morphed this offensive line the way they did. I think they like Allegretti maybe in some more power stuff a little bit better. And I think you might see more Allen than we're banking on. Because I don't think they want Bill to do a 250 touch thing. Because part of it, is kind of trying to keep him healthy, et cetera. And if there's a fader that would go up at all, it might be him on some early down passes and not just telegraphing, okay, Bill's in the game, it's a run. Now Rachaad White's in the game, it's a pass. You want to be able to mix and match. So I think he might end up with some of those touches, that same 45% range, but it may be a different way. I think Allen gets more touches.
So you think there's going to be a little more power running? Because I look at it, I think you're going to immediately get the Shanahan, West Coast, outside zone, and I think that fits Bill perfectly.
That does.
But if they are going to get more downhill, that Kaytron Allen fits perfectly there.
Because I could see that just sort of modeling it after Detroit. And I know Blau hadn't been there for a couple of years, but modeling it after the Montgomery Gibbs group. You don't have a Gibbs. Nobody does, but except for Atlanta maybe. But I know who my Montgomery is. Yeah. I know who my Thunder is for my Thunder and Lightning. And there's a little bit more crossover than you'd think. I know it's you're running that some of that zone stuff, but still, when you turn upfield, get your shoulders square, it doesn't have to be a homer. It can be 4.5, delivering some punishment.
And if you don't know what you're doing behind Terry McLaurin at receiver, you can run more 2 tight end stuff, which would fit more into a power type of scheme as well.
I think they will. Muse tickets in about 3 minutes, and we'll talk about buying and selling at the deadline. That's next.
This update is brought to you by Chicken Salad Chick, made from scratch, served from the heart. In the NBA, Wizards Summer League action last night, they beat the Kings by 19. 104-85, A.J. Debonsa, his second action as a Wizard, scoring 23 points. Will Riley led the team, though, with 32. Wizards back in action against the Bulls on Tuesday against Caleb Wilson. World Cup semifinals get underway tomorrow. France going to take on Spain. That'll be at 3. Then on Wednesday, England and Argentina in the second semifinal. That'll also be at 3 o'clock. Baseball All-Star break gets underway tonight with the Home Run Derby. All-Star game tomorrow going to feature 3 Nationals, C.J. Abrams, James Wood, and Foster Griffin. Also for James Wood, he was named the National League Player of the Week for this past week. Let Chicken Salad Chick cater your next event. Choose from a dozen varieties of made-from-scratch chicken salad, homemade sides, salads, soups, and desserts. From office meetings to bridal showers, our sandwich platters and specialty trays are the perfect fit for any occasion. For more information, visit chickensaladchick.com. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Here's the pitch. Swing and a drive hit well to deep right center field. Grisham can only watch. It's going, and gone. Goodbye. Over the bullpen cart, off the back wall, well beyond the center field fence. It's a new single-season Nationals record for leadoff home runs.
Just going to let it go for a second. I want to be in a good mood. Yeah. Welcome back. G&D here on The Fan. Call it 10-800-636-1067. Congratulations. You'll win a pair of tickets to see Muse, the Wow Signal Tour with Block Party and the Temper Trap. That is an awesome show, by the way. Tuesday, July 28th at Merriweather Post Pavilion. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/contests. So good luck to you. Call our 10-800-636-1067. Darius, give me a little bit more. Just give me a little bit. This is from the time before time. Basically the first half of the song's about a guy that went to a buddy's house for dinner and it wasn't very good. And it's awkward because how do you say no to more? I don't really want it. And his buddy's like, here's some more food. And then he's got a stomach ache. And then it's like the misunderstanding. And then he sees his buddy and it's like, don't worry about it. That's what rap was at that point. A little bit different, is all I'm saying.
How's it different from now?
A little bit lower stakes.
Okay.
I would say. Right?
All right.
A little bit less braggadocious. More like, hey, here's a day in the life. Here's what's happening.
Here's a day in the life.
Tobes, you and I, and along with GP, we do Nationals postgame shows.
We do.
We're fortunate enough to be part of the Nationals Radio Network, and it's a really cool thing that we get to do. And when they win, we go at home. We go on the field, and we'll do an in-person interview. I have done 3 of them.
Yeah.
Which is neat. You've done a lot more than that.
7.
And Grant's done even more than that.
10.
There you go. I'm 3-13, I think. Either 3-13 or 3-12. I can't remember which. I have lost count, full admission.
I mean,
it's impossible.
For a team that has been, I would say, a game under 500, been fairly good this season, especially after that first month or so. The ability for them to lose every game that you do postgame for is really impressive.
So they are 20-31 at home, which, by the way, is staggering through 51 home games at this stage, right? Yeah. So just doing some quick mathematics, let's say it's 3-13. They are 18-18 in all other games at home. Can you believe that, by the way?
It's uncanny how all of their losses, and especially the most devastating ones, with the exception of this weekend, because I had 2 of those, but it feels like a lot of their devastating, oh no, they blew it ones are, hey, Danny Rouillet has the Nats postgame show.
Hey, your postgame show with Danny Rouillet, yeah.
That's tough. That's tough.
I'm trying to find the exact quote here, and I'm probably betraying a trust, but I think it was totally fine. From Grant Paulson on Friday night at 12:40 a.m. You know exactly where I'm going, don't you?
Yes, I do.
I'm on the way home. This is what this latest Nats thing has done to us. So I will tell you, in years past, when they're a million games out and it's season's over, playing out the string. Who are they selling at the deadline? What can they get back? These kinds of texts aren't flying as regularly.
Yeah.
This is competitive Nats type text, okay? This is the show chat. I know how irrational this is, and especially coming from a guy who doesn't believe in jinx. But I am just filled with rage towards you every time they blow a game with you standing in the tunnel.
I took a picture of you on Friday night where you're just standing there
I look
as the
so
Yankees.
fat, by the way, Toby.
Well,
Toby took this picture of me, and
no.
it was like, is that what I look like from behind? Oh my God, it's great. I know it's not the point of the story. But Toby took it and posted it, and that's fine. Like I'm not going to curate photos, and like someone's like, no, can we do another one?
You want to Photoshop it real quick?
I would have loved. I would have had a scrubber tool on that one. If you have access to any kind of Photoshop, that side paunch is disgusting. Though it looked like a potato chip, the ruffles in a potato chip on the side of my shirt as I'm sitting there with one arm up on the railing, and I'm like, good God Almighty. Is that what I look like that? Because I couldn't control the angle. And so Tobes takes this picture and is like, it's about the baseball. For me, it was like, look at this fat Gila monster that's going to not take the field because the Nats are giving up runs in the ninth. Back to you.
Either way, I take a picture and just the misery, and it was so uncanny, Danny, as we're standing down there in the tunnel, because I'd also gone down just in case there was going to be a post-game interview. I was going to get a video of it just to document that it happened for the fourth time this year for Danny Rouillet. So we were going to put it on the 106.7 The Fan socials, but we're standing down there in the tunnel and we see the home run and we're like, oh no, there's just no way. It's just ridiculous. And then it's a 1-run game, and literally before another pitch gets delivered, I go, Danny, keep it right here. And Luis Garcia and James Wood, they're coming up the next inning. Next pitch, gone.
I mean, literally the next pitch.
It's like, oh, just so tough. Just so tough.
So we've had this running dialogue, the three of us, you, me, Grant, and then, by extension, of course, Darius, Strobes, everybody else. What should they be thinking about doing at the trade deadline? And I've gone back and forth on this a million times. And one of those, I think it was the week of the Phillies shebang guy, that's plural for Shebingus, where I go, this is against my beliefs, my belief system, the way that I operate, okay? In general, if I have looked at my roster and said to myself, we are not a championship team, I am now going to sacrifice the short term at the altar of the long term. That means I am selling high if I can get something. I'm not going to do it just to hear myself make a phone call, of course, assuming you get good value, whatever that looks like, right? Depends on the market every year. Until that Phillies week, I was like, I'm not buying at the trade deadline. I don't even care who it is, because I want my Brad Lord. I want my next 3 or 4 of these guys. And with the way this organization is now developing talent in the minor leagues, look at the numbers these guys are putting up. It's the same guys year over year. It's a different set of players. What they've done at the major league level with journeymen, with castoffs, with dudes that nobody else really wanted that bad. It's been remarkable. I'm not giving away a single lottery ticket. Even a guy that right now isn't in my top 30, isn't in the top 45. You have no idea, and it's worthwhile. Whereas the previous group, it's like, I really don't care what he's ranked. They're not going to get the most out of him. And I was going to say it's no knock, but it is a knock. I mean, it's kind of the reality of the situation on the ground, right?
Yeah.
I was, until that Phillies week, I pretty much don't care who it is. Don't trade anybody that might make the major league roster in the next 3 years or 4 years even. I'm going to try to keep this window open and kick it down and not ever go in the other direction. We should be in a hoarding assets, hoarding prospect mode. That week broke me. And I was like, they got to do something. Even if it means the potential of watching a guy when they do the telecast in like 5 years. You know what's funny? He was traded for a reliever named Johnny Bagaballs, and he's now a third place hitter on a 95 win ball club. The pitch, like even if it meant that, right? Can you believe they got this guy for this guy? Like even if you end up in one of those stories,
yeah.
I was like, I'm willing to do it. This past weekend against the Yankees, I might have swung the pendulum back.
Oh.
And I don't know why. I'm trying to do my own emotional inventory, but I ask you, just kind of State of the Union here, where are you on the trade deadline, August 3rd? So we are now pretty much 3 weeks away. 18 days away from it. So almost 3 weeks from the trade deadline. It's easy to say it depends on what they do in the next 3 weeks, but come on. How are you feeling about it? Buy, sell, where you at?
Well, so just real quick, taking inventory. Coming out of the break, they start with the A's, who have lost 9 in a row, and then they go to Colorado. That's 6 games that, let's just say they win the 2 series, because they're not facing the Yankees, and they basically won just about 90% of their series leading up to it. They go 4-2 in that stretch, they're back above 500, right? So it's not like they're far out of the race. So to act as if, oh man, those 3 games against the Yankees decided their season, I think is a little bit ridiculous. But I've been buy all along, and it's a soft buy, Danny. They have They have places.
That's an important clarification. Say what you mean by that.
Like, they're not going after Tarek Skubal. Like, they're not going after Aroldis Chapman. They're going after guys that they can acquire for a reasonable price that isn't going to seriously hinder their future. And if they do it correctly, you can trade from positions of depth where that guy might turn out to be a fine major league player. You could trade him and he turns out to be fine, but I didn't really have a spot for him because I've got James Wood. Right? So those sorts of moves where, yeah, he's a good player, but I got someone who could help me now. I'm still in that lane because my thought process behind all this, Danny, and I'm curious to hear your rebuttal to this. Who is going to come help this bullpen in 2027? Do you have anybody in the organization? Probably not. Are you going to have to go spend money in free agency?
Yes.
Have they done that? So my thought process is you're going to have to improve this bullpen in 2027 and probably again in 2028. You don't have internal options, really. So if you're going to have to do it, what's the point in waiting till the offseason unless you're just going to open up the checkbooks or you're going to be able to find, remember Dylan Floro a couple of years ago was effective for half a season? Yes. Unless you can bargain hunt and somehow find guys like that, then sure. But my thought process is you've got a ton of outfielders to the point that I'm really happy to see that Robert Hassel cleared waivers and everything. He's back with the organization. You've got a lot of outfielders. All 4 of your AAA outfielders could be on the major league roster right now, and it wouldn't be like, oh, that guy doesn't fit.
Right.
So you've got that. You've got a guy in Gavin Feen who is now playing in the outfield, and A-Ball, and he's maybe an outfielder of the future. And you just added some more talent through the MLB draft. So I think you trade from positions of depth to go get a controllable reliever, and that helps you for 27 and 28. And in the off chance that you go and stay hot and go on a run, they help you in 26 as well. I just don't see that you can have this type of a season and continue to go, well, man, a bullpen, too bad, man, if they had a bullpen. You can still do something to help them this year.
Yeah, because the point is that that's the easily fixable. Starting pitching is not, right? I mean, you saw Tampa do this for years, where you go, what's my best ROI? Where I go, I could spend $25 million, I'm making up this number, at the top of the market for a starting pitcher that will not deliver statistically in the last 2 or 3 years of his deal. And it's going to be an albatross and it's going to be a killer. Or I spend a few million more this year. I spend 9 instead of 6, and I could have a better bullpen and manipulate matchups and do the things, the numbers that the Nationals do, that they're now a part of. They're Tampa North. Doing that sort of deal where you go, we will play percentages, we'll play to the spreadsheet, we'll play to all the analytics, and you can come up with a pretty decent staff that way. I get that it's more easily fixable than your starters. I just kind of keep going back to there are so many innings that have to be covered. And even though Michaelis was really good in his role this past weekend again, where he was 4 shutout, only allowed one walk and 5 base runners all in, but gave you 4 shutout innings. I will take that from my quote-unquote starter, whatever the hell he is or supposed to be. Littell's been up and down, but I'm still going to the fact that 60% of their starts, which means you're talking about covering 5+ innings of baseball games, are guys that aren't competitive.
Yeah.
On a consistent enough basis. They're big leaguers, and all due respect to them, but you know what I'm trying to say. For a group that's trying to compete, it still puts too much pressure on an offense. And you saw what happened this weekend. It wasn't as if you're not angry at the Nationals offense.
Correct.
But that's baseball. The dog days happen. Good pitching happens. You're not going to score 12 a night, and that's an unfair expectation. It's now to the point that if you don't have 7 runs, bro, did you even lift? Right? So normal thing, anything equalizes. Anybody, God forbid, goes into the slightest funk on offense. If Luis Garcia is not Stan Musial, if James Wood, NL Player of the Week, oh, thank you. If he's not the Player of the Week, he's allowed to go 0 for 10. All of a sudden, I've now turned in a lottery ticket. It may not be a big loss, right? Because they're lottery tickets, but I can't stomach it. I may be back to sell.
Really?
Because I think you can't do. There's no way you can do nothing. I think nothing is wrong. Right?
It definitely
arrows
is.
Either up or down.
Yes. It's a difficult spot to be in.
It's not an easy spot to be in. This because I don't think they plan to be here. Like the fruit is not all of it. A lot of the fruit is ripe before they were ready to go to market.
Yeah, and to me, this is why in my scenario of a soft buy, you get in a couple of guys that can help you, but they're here in 27 and 28 because you need to get those guys anyways. And you're just getting a step ahead, so you have them for a half season in 26.
Won't that cost more?
Probably.
How soft can that buy be? Because you're talking about a top 30 there, probably, right?
Yeah.
Don't you think?
But I don't mind trading from some of the depth here at like an outfield position. Like if you had to give up a Christian Franklin, who's their 19th ranked prospect, according to Pipeline, does that hurt? Sure. But tell me the next time
He's mid-20s.
Tell me when Christian Franklin can get you an at-bat here in D.C. over Dalen Lyle, Jacob Young, James Wood, or Dylan Cruz. Probably not anytime soon.
Yeah.
So you still have Andrew Pinckney in that scenario. You still have Robert Hassel now in that scenario. He's not on the 40-man, but he's still back with the organization. And Joey Weimer is still readily available, right? So I just think to sit there and do nothing, to your point, is the wrong move. And you go on the flip side of it. So if they can't do nothing, right, and you say, well, I don't know that they should buy, well, then does that mean they should sell? I think that would go over very poorly with the fan base and very poorly in the clubhouse. So you do something more on the small side to appease both sides of it and say, hey, we did something. We didn't go all in because we understand the timeline, but we still did something to help you.
So that's an interesting point. So if you go the way that they could sell, so to speak, a soft sell is, well, look what happened. You know, these 3 weeks, you didn't play great. We're now 7-8 games out of the wild card.
Yeah.
This is kind of we sunk down to maybe who we really are. And the response internally could be, yeah, if you'd done anything beforehand, we wouldn't have fallen off the table. Our offense is top 5. And now who knows if it's still number 1 in 3 weeks, but it's close. You know what I mean? We're still great.
They're going to be great
in that area. And this one glaring forest fire is still raging. And you went, well, at the end, we didn't have any water. It was like, God, if you'd done something. So I could see how that might not go over well. I also just sort of, it's an ancillary data point on this part of the conversation, but they haven't been bitten or hurt by they call up Toby, you get your teeth kicked in, and they send your ass down. Those kinds of moments a lot of times can fray things. By all accounts, they're not frayed, right? The guy that's part of the core down toiling in Rochester, nobody cares. Brady House, the guy that is tearing the cover off the ball, and they could use a right-handed bat in Yo-Yo Morales. No interest in calling that guy up. If I'm looking up, I'm going, Andres Chaparro and another big at bat, and I got this dude that's hitting 3-something with all the bombs down in AAA.
Yep.
He can't get a swing to help me in a playoff chase. What are we doing? Like, there could be those moments where they're a little afraid, where it starts to come loose, and it hasn't, especially for a young ball club. So it makes me think that maybe it won't have those cascading repercussions. Impossible to prove until it happens or doesn't, but it's just an interesting data point is all. 800-636-1067. I realize I've not made a very good case. I fully acknowledge that. I'm just kind of talking about my feelings at this point. So I guess that's kind of what we're doing. 800-636-1067. I would say Tobes, you, GP, not to put words in his mouth, and a lot of other people, I think yours is the majority view. That this offense is too good. They should be adding, not selling the future, but adding in some way. I think I'm now okay with them, not only not adding, but maybe that means soft selling. 800-636-1067. Should the Nets buy or sell at the deadline? Next on The Fan. What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. I can tell you about this from my experience. Listen, selling your home doesn't have to mean weeks of stress and sleepless nights. Just ask Melissa. She wanted to sell her home in Northern Virginia, but she was dreading the whole process. She called my friends and realtors, Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds, a Power Home team with Keller Williams. Like a lot of sellers, Melissa worried her home would sit on the market like some of her neighbors. But Debbie and Sarah have a proven system. They market your home across more than 1,200 marketing channels to build buyer demand before it even hits the market. The result, Melissa's home sold in just 6 days for $10,000 over asking. She said the entire experience was smooth, seamless, and worry-free. If you're thinking about selling, don't just hope for the best. Reynolds Power Home team sells homes twice as fast as the average agent, and net sellers more than $30,000 over the average sale. That was our experience. We were worried. We had an old, outdated condo in a building with a bunch of persnickety rules. We sold in a weekend, way over asking. Sell with certainty. Your home sold guaranteed. Call Debbie, Sarah, and the Reynolds Power Home team today, like we did, at 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
This update is brought to you by Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana. MLB All-Star break is underway. James Wood was named the National League Player of the Week for this past week, and he'll represent the Nationals at the All-Star game tomorrow night alongside C.J. Abrams, who will start at shortstop and bat cleanup for the National League, and then Foster Griffin will pitch in the game as well tonight. Home Run Derby going to feature Kyle Schwarber, Bryce Harper, Junior Caminero, Jack Caglione, Munetaka Murakami, Jordan Walker, Wilson Contreras, and Ben Rice. Basketball, Wizards Summer League action last night. The Wizards beat the Kings 104-85. AJ DeBonsa, his second action as a Wizard, 23 points for him. Will Riley leading the way with 32. Their next game on Tuesday against the Chicago Bulls. When your HVAC strikes out, call Foley Mechanical, your go-to for heating, cooling, and radiator repair in D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. Locally owned, never franchised, Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana Systems. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
"23 years ago this week, one of the worst movie sequels in the history of movies came out, and it disappointed a nation. I will tell you all about it, and we'll do some best and worst in that situation. Get you ready for the Home Run Derby, and so on and so forth. That's later on in the program. Welcome back. It's Grant Danny on The Fan. Tobes in for Jeeps. The discussion of the moment here, Tobes. We've had this a bunch. We've gone back and forth. The consensus, I would say, is your opinion, right? Not to put words in your mouth, but the phrase soft buy has come up, and that's probably the way to go, right?
Yes, I think so. I think you've got to make some sort of move to improve this team versus just standing pat or even selling.
What should the Nats do at the trade deadline? 800-636-1067. Let's go to GP in Rockville. Is this a code name for our friend Grant Paulson, or is it an actual GP? What's up, buddy?
Hey, Danny. By the way, Grant Paulson, his tweet over the weekend was awesome. There's nothing more Butera can do. One thing I want to get you guys to weigh in on, and I've heard nothing about this, is the ownership. They've spent nothing. What's the payroll? 28 to 38 million. What did you think was going to happen? These relievers don't grow on trees. They traded Ferrer out over the winter, and now we're with a team that should be 15 games over 500, and we're scuffing around and losing games in the most disheartening way. I know you guys broadcast their games on this network, but I haven't heard any criticism of the ownership as of late, and I just wanted to see what your thoughts are on
GP,
that.
I appreciate that. And so I will say they have not spent, and that's been reflected. That's obvious. I don't think that's something that we've shied away from. It'll be different on the post-game show. You're talking about an individual game. We're not going to go, you know what the big issue is right now is that we understand. I mean, we're here. We're just talking about, the pitching decision in the seventh or whatever. But according to Cots baseball contracts, the Nats payroll is $96 million and change. Now, that's deceptive because a guy that makes up more than a third of that is Steven Strasburg. Now, this is his last year counting towards the competitive balance tax. It's not the salary cap, but whatever. The point is it's the de facto salary cap. It's a soft ceiling. So you can combine any four players, and it doesn't equal what Steven Strasburg is costing the Nationals this year. And yeah, they traded away Ferrer. That was an ownership decision. That was a Taboni decision. He's even joked about that, saying, and then the dumb GM comes in and trades away their best reliever. Had they known this was the case, that they could do this, and I don't know how you could have, they wouldn't have traded away Jose Ferrer.
Well, and they still might have, by the way.
Well, maybe they might. That's
right?
True.
Like they might have thought we can get our franchise catcher for something like that. So I just think they're in a spot right now where, yes, they have not spent, and anybody saying that ownership is not spending, I'm not going to argue with you because there's no way to argue on the other side, right? But you could make the argument, like you said earlier, that now is not necessarily the time to spend, but you look at where they're at right now and you kind of get what you pay for with this bullpen. And so I think now that if you want to relitigate the offseason, we've talked about this a bunch, no one expected them to be where they're at. So I can't blame Taboni for putting together a bullpen that was, very shoddy at best. And so instead, if you're going to try to improve this thing, it's not like you can go spend money now to overcorrect for something. That's going to have to wait to the offseason. If you want something to help right now, it's going to have to be via trade.
Last year at this time, they were 38-59 through 97 team games. Okay. I think internally they thought, we'll be better than that. But by how much? I don't think they thought it would be by that much.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you don't trade Mackenzie Gore for future prospects. By the way, that trade looks good. He has been a disappointment in Texas, and the guys that the Nats got in return are now towards the top in their top 10 of their prospects list,
Yes.
and it's a future return, but it's still looking good, right? And Nats win that one. Frere, TBD, but I would argue they probably wouldn't have done that if you told them, hey, you'll be in the wild card chase, and your bullpen's the giant
Sure,
issue.
absolutely.
Maybe they do, maybe they don't. But anyway, the point is, I don't think they thought they'd be this good, and that's how they acted. I don't think this was this one. In previous years, I go, God, they could have spent a couple different times, and I think Rizzo's hinted that they asked, and they wouldn't get the Tradec machine, or they wouldn't get the technology, or they couldn't spend on certain guys over the years as the belt was tightening. I don't think Taboni and company, part of why they got the gig, I don't think they were sitting there going, please let us spend. They spent on the tech, they spent on the development, and that's worked. But I don't think Taboni, in assessing this roster, goes, I need $80 more million to go out and get a bullpen. I don't think that was part of the selling point of him getting the role. I think this was no, we got a plan. Here's how we'll get really good. The proof to me will be this offseason. And I know we've said that a couple different times, but now that you have a new front office that has been empowered and they've done some of the things that Taboni and company have asked for, now if the ask comes, give me, fill in the blank, the Steven Strasburg money, I'll go get you 4 relievers, we'll play some matchups, and we'll shove it on some teams.
Yeah, I don't blame him for the bullpen being in a spot where it's at. If you want to say, well, he's the one that put it together, I get it. But at the same point, like we've said many times, we didn't expect for them to be where they're at. I don't think they did either.
Right.
So now is when you can try to correct some of that and say, hey, we're going to go try to get you some help here. We're going to try to go bring in a guy. We're not going to be reckless. Eli Willits is not available for trade, right? Ronnie Cruz, Devin Fitzgerald, Travis Sikora, those guys at the top of the market, they're not available for trade. But we can maybe move an outfielder who's going to be blocked by, the 4 guys they got at the major league level right now. Maybe we move one of them, or maybe we're not going to find a spot for a corner infielder here. Like, to me, if Yo-Yo Morales is just never going to get a shot at the big leagues, then maybe he should be available, even though I'd love for him to be a part of the team. But if there are people that you just say, I don't know that they're going to help you in the next couple of years, you hope that you're able to continue adding to the depth of this roster. You're hoping that Chris Akopian, who was just drafted, is going to be someone that is here to help you in a couple of seasons. Well, then trading Yo-Yo doesn't hurt as much if you draft a guy at 11 who turns out to be a really good player. That was the big bugaboo for Mike Rizzo, was when he traded away prospects like Lucas Giolito and Reynaldo Lopez and those guys who came up to fill in. No one.
Nobody.
If you're Paul Taboni and you're able to do your job really well in that sense where he talks about a scouting and development monster, well, then, yeah, I traded Yo-Yo, I traded Christian Franklin, but guess who's coming down the line? The guy I drafted this past year, right? And then it just replenishes itself. That's how you do it.
Should they buy or sell at the deadline? Adam and Percival, I think that's a good point here. Adam, what's up, man? You're on the fan.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good, buddy.
So I've been saying for the past probably several weeks now, if they could just get a bullpen, they would be, I think, 10 to 20 games over 500. Yeah. So I don't know why. I don't understand why they wouldn't be buyers at the deadline.
Appreciate you, dude.
And I'm afraid.
No, sorry, man. You were breaking up there for a second. The point he had on the call screener was the fans might revolt. I generally don't want fan reaction to interfere with a good process and good plan. There is baggage here. And
yes.
Taboni, I think, and company have done, to their credit, have done a fantastic job of addressing those things head on, doing their best without telling you to say, hi, I'm Paul. I didn't do those things to you. It wasn't me. However, please be patient with me, because we're going to try to do it right for you, and doing it right isn't microwave. Doesn't take 10 seconds. You just went through this and I get it. But we are going to try to build you something. And if they're building it, it may be painful in the short term. Where, just for the sake of argument, let's say they lose 5 out of 6, God forbid, to the A's and Rockies out of the gate. And next thing you know, they're a distant 4th place in the division. They're now, 8 games back of the wild card, 9 games back of the wild card on July 31st. That'd be a swoon. That'd be unlike them. But let's say that it finally happens. So that could mean you part with Foster Griffin. That could mean you part with, name that player. Luis Garcia is a buy high candidate for somebody, or sell high candidate for them. That's more painful. But you would know the reasons why, right? But I don't love the idea, but at the same time, I understand it.
Can I give you a counter to the soft buy, which is still, in essence, a little bit of a soft buy, but maybe fits more along the lines of what you usually get from contenders? Could I interest you in rentals? And I know that doesn't sound like something that you would generally want to do, but you know when you have a kid that's constantly pestering you, like, give me candy, give me candy, give me candy. You're like, fine, here, just take it. Fans kind of are that right now. Give me something. Come on, give me something. Give me something. Could you do something where you trade a back-end top 30 prospect for a guy that's only here for a half season, but it's an outfielder who's never going to make it to your organization because you've got Dylan Cruz and James Wood? And, yeah, you only had him there for a half season, but it's something where, we would have loved to have kept him in the organization, but we got 8 guys ahead of him. Could you be interested in something like that where they do 2 small moves? Because if you look back over the course of history, and I understand, but you look over the course of history and the amount of times you trade guys that are not much of a prospect, and there have been on the flip side too where they've turned out to be great, but
sure.
Like, do you remember who was traded for Daniel Hudson? Remember, it was like, it's not like there were great guys that were traded in some of those, and they got a decent guy that obviously really helped you in a playoff run. Not to say that you don't even have to shop top of the market, but if you get a name that someone has heard of, even if it's just for half of a season, I'm not saying Aroldis Chapman because the Yankees and teams like that, teams that you're not having to get in a bidding war against. You're like, here, just take this prospect and the fans won't lose their minds. And yeah, we'd love to keep him, but in reality, he's like 9th down the order of outfield prospects, or he's even further down for whatever it may be. I think there's the route where you could just do something like that. And it's just like, here, just take it, you know?
I do. If you are in an asset gathering phase, which the Wizards were, and these guys, and I guess to a still degree that they kind of are, and now the Nationals kind of are doing the same thing where you give up your opening day starter from the year before for prospects that are 3 years away. You gave up your closer, some security for, a catcher that's still a work in progress. I mean, I remember who they gave up for Ryan Madsen and Sean Doolittle to help a team that was trying to win something. Those guys are still pitching against him in the major leagues, by the way, and doing just fine.
Yeah.
But your point is right, Dill. There's so much negative, but I would understand it. I think I'd be the lone wolf getting screamed at every day on the radio if they end up trading. But again, depends on what happens over the next 3 weeks. Good calls on that. Appreciate you guys making them. 23 years ago, one of the worst sequels ever came out. We'll tell you about it, and we'll decide on the worst movie sequels of all time. That's next on The Fan.